very soon.
Okay, so when we start up, just run through it. Let's see how we go.
Gents,
we're good?
Hello?
I don't know if we're good, but we're back. So
okay, we'll see if it's another rain delay.
So good luck, gents. I will turn it on in about 10 seconds.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome back to some ML Bot Ball. We're going to chalk that one up to a rain delay. If you're just joining us, we had some issues with the stream, but we're back either way. We're going to get a walk here. We're going to try to recap you on what you missed. You didn't really miss anything, but if you're watching this game starting now, it was 5-0 in the start of the first inning. The Braves went crazy in the first inning. 2 home runs and 5 runs came in. Caleb Ferguson is the pitcher and still in this game as of right now. Mike Soroka is the pitcher for the Atlanta Braves. Has 44 pitches through this one. Just gave up a walk as that ball is grounded towards Swanson to Albies, but won't throw it over to Freeman for a double play. 1 out here in the top of the 4th. We're glad to be back with you after the previous issues, but either way, time for some more ML Bot Ball.
That one almost would trickle through, or even if it was caught, they'd be relatively safe at second. But nice play there by Swanson, and kind of gets the first half of the inning. Very dangerous hitter coming up.
Very dangerous hitter indeed. Josh Bell, a switch hitter, as he hits that one hard to Ozzie Albies, to Swanson. Freeman's 4-6-3 double play, and we'll get out of that one in a hurry. 5-0 as we head to the bottom of the 5th.
Very quick end of the inning. We came in no outs, and then like 3 pitches later, it's out of the inning. Just like the walk.
Bottom of the 4th inning, Travis d'Arnaud coming up to bat, and he's the one that really surprised all of us in the first inning. Hit a home run in a blast of a home run, 445 feet off the bat, and it was a monster shot to left field as he hits this one also very hard. Will this one get out? Reynolds going for the baseball, and he will get there. Definitely a good shot there. The rain might have stopped that one.
I guess I didn't insult him this time. If I didn't hit a home run, I guess next time I have to insult him and then hit another home run. Yes. But now you got another guy who I didn't insult and did hit a home run. So maybe this isn't a nice thing.
Back-to-back home runs in the first inning from d'Arnaud and Riley. Riley also hit a blast of a shot, really sparking the lead here. 5-0, the Atlanta Braves. Riley doing a decent job this season. As you saw, that big home run really an impact this season, but not a guy that does usually hit a lot of these home runs.
Yeah, another young guy for this Braves team. They've shifted. They used to be a very old team. Now the only old guy is Freddie Freeman, and lots of young guys now for this team, especially Acuna and Albies, leader of those.
Yeah, pretty odd to call Freddie Freeman old. You don't really think of him like that, but he is one of the more veteran pieces on this team. Riley's season was cut short last season due to injuries. Now looking to bounce back this year. 269 batting average with the 693 OPS. 6 home runs on the season as well with 10 RBIs. That ball's hit over to Frazier. Gather that one there easily. Tosses it over to Bell for the second out of the 4th inning.
The batter, number 7.
Ferguson, since that first inning, he's calmed down here. He had that one inning where he had 2 base runners, but besides that, it's been relatively unscathed against this Braves team. So first inning jitters, and now calmed down. So Pirates hope they get the second through 4th version of him, not the first inning version of him in the future.
Definitely doing a good job since that first inning. Had the struggles there, and we talk about having the opener for a team, and that might be a good idea for Ferguson as he has settled down since the first inning, hasn't allowed any runs, and has been pretty accurate with his pitches as well.
And he's gotten a little bit more aggressive, not as many times getting behind in counts, even though this is a tough Braves lineup, so you want to you don't want to throw pitches right down the middle.
2-1 count to Swanson. Swanson flew out in his first at-bat in the first inning. Swanson at one point was touted as a very high prospect for this team. Hasn't panned out as a lot of people expected him to, but other players in that prospect pool have picked up his slack. Has been a consistent shortstop for this team, just wasn't the bat that a lot of people were expecting. That ball is fouled away. Still 2-2.
Yeah, another one of those first overall picks. I'm not mistaken, Ken Griffey Jr. is the only one to make the Hall of Fame, so first pick doesn't mean as much in the LB as it does in maybe some other leagues.
That ball, strike 3, swings over that one. And Ferguson continues on his tear after the tough first inning. We'll head to the top of the 5th, where the Pirates try to put some runs on the board.
Pirates, basically, besides the hit by the pitcher, by Ferguson, have been shut out at hitting. They had a walk last inning, but they need to start getting some hits on the board. And see Heidi Watney reporting from the sidelines.
We welcome Heidi Watney back. She's probably telling you to donate to RAIN. RAIN is the nation's largest anti-sexual violence organization. RAIN created and operates the National Sexual Assault Hotline in partnership with more than 1,000 local sexual assault service providers across the country, and operates the DoD Safe Help Hotline in the Department of Defense. RAIN also carries out programs to prevent sexual violence, help survivors, and ensure that perpetrators are brought to justice. RAIN is celebrating 25 years, so any donation helps. We are doing this for free, as we talked about before, and any donation to RAIN will be highly appreciated. Up to bat, Gregory Polanco. Mike Soroka still on the mound, 47 pitches. They're putting on a shift on Polanco like we saw earlier. Polanco popped out to the shortstop in his last at-bat. That ball will be dribbled foul, 0-2 to the veteran.
A little bit surprised with the shift. Polanco has some wheels, so you just need to learn how to bunt it to that side, and he'll easily be safe every time.
Easier said than done, that's for sure.
That is true.
Fouls that one off, still 0-2. That ball is hit high and far. Not going to get out, however, as Acuna ranges underneath it for the first out of the 5th inning.
Now batting, shortstop, ARI Gonzales.
Well, who got a little bit in on him, wasn't able to get full wood on that. And easy fly ball for the Braves. And keeps Soroka going through the Pirates' best hitters and just mowing them down. So Pirates are going to maybe have to hope for some production in the bottom of the lineup this game.
Strike called there. I know this is ML Bot Ball, but give you some NFL news real quick, and this is some pretty big news. Patrick Mahomes has just signed a 10-year extension, ties him to Kansas City for the next 10 years, so till 2031. Unless traded, he'll be there. So Kansas City definitely bolstering up as Eric Gonzales is up to bat. 0-2 count. Ball inside, and he swings at it. Strike 3. 4th strikeout of the game of Soroka, and he is just on fire.
Yeah, and Soroka more reliant on the break than any control or velocity, but not too many strikeouts today despite his great game. Just kind of just throwing it where the Pirates aren't going to make great fun of it, and has had a few double plays to aid him as well.
Brian Hayes up to bat, grounded out to the second baseman in his first at-bat in the 3rd inning. Hayes hasn't had a lot of at-bats this season, but someone definitely looking to make an impact on this team.
Yeah, and just a quick thing with the Mahomes news. I'm curious how much guaranteed it's going to be because, 10 years, if he gets injured in the 3rd year, you're going to pay him for 7 more years. It's going to be interesting to see the structure of that because of the fact that players get injured so easily in the NFL, even though Mahomes is a generational talent, at least it seems like that in his first years.
Interesting indeed. 3-0 count here to Hayes. He won't swing at that one, just taking all the way on a 3-0 count. Now 3-1, a hitter's count for Hayes. Let's see what he does here. Ball high in the zone, but called a strike. 3-2. Now going to look to protect. Swings at that one. That one's fouled away. We'll do it again. Soroka looking at 59 pitches here through 4 2/3. Still pretty consistent with his movement and his placement. That ball's high and tight by the hands. Decides not to swing at it, and that'll be a walk. Even though he didn't swing there, I thought that was a good pitch. Maybe an enticing pitch that I just didn't bite at.
Yeah, I expected Soroka to throw the ball high here. I think he may have lost a little bit of grip on that because I don't think he meant to throw that inside. But the umpire was calling that high strike, and hitters aren't going to swing at that, haven't swung at that. So I think that's what he was aiming. He just lost a little bit on it, but still has control of this inning. Still 2 outs, and still the bottom of the lineup up, and pitcher up next.
Pitcher up next with Stallings up here. Has had his struggles staying in the major leagues. Been sent up and down multiple times. Last season, as we talked about, was his first prominent role in the majors. Would like to stay as well. That ball is hit foul. 0-2 count, 2 outs here in the top of the 5th inning. Ball outside, 1-2. Soroka trying to get out of this inning. That ball is hit hard and towards the center fielder. Will he catch it? No, that one's going to bounce away. Runners stay at first and second, so no harm done there, but a good effort by Acuna to try to get that one.
Yeah, that ball hung up there, and Stallings did what you're supposed to do with that and hit the ball. Acuna almost gets that one. A little bit surprised. Pirates didn't try to get first and third, but Acuna does have a pretty good arm. He did recover quickly. And looks like the pitch hitting for the pitcher because you want to get some runs. And Mills did pitch. I think he's in the 70s in pitches. Last time we saw.
Pitch hitting indeed. Kevin Newman coming up to bat. Newman did pinch hit last game. Made his MLB debut back in 2018 and batted a solid 308 last season. Someone that is a pretty fast guy off the bench. Led the MLB in infield hits with 22 last season. So someone that could definitely put contact on the ball and make his way down the base path with speed. 2-1 count to him. Soroka also finding some struggles. I wouldn't be surprised if he's only out there for an inning or two.
Yeah, 5th inning's always the toughest because that's the one that guarantees a win for a pitcher. You see Soroka struggling here with 2 outs, give up 2 base runners, and 2-2 right now on Newman.
Newman only 2 home runs on the season, but has 17 RBIs. Those are coming off the bench as well. So pretty impressive. 2-2 count to Newman. Ball on the outside part of the plate and hit foul. Stay at 2-2.
Soroka, I'm going to that high strike here. It's worked before. You just have to hope you don't go a little down because then Newman could crush it.
Ball is a slider. That one's going to make its way to Acuna. He'll sit underneath that one for the final out of the 5th inning. Braves are due up. Pitcher spot, Acuna and Albies. Coming up in the bottom of the 5th.
Pirates are going to have to go to the bullpen. They're going to go to their long man, Chris Stratton.
Chris Stratton, as you mentioned, their long relief man. We saw him warming up in the bullpen earlier. 6.75 ERA on the season, but only has 5 appearances. So those stats might be a little bit inflated. Soroka not going to get pinch hit for. He will have an at-bat here. That one's called a strike. 0-1.
And Stratton, not initially the wrong reliever, but due to this collective injuries to the Pirates, he's now that team's long man. He's going to have to stretch himself out a little bit more because in his appearances, he hasn't pitched that many innings.
Ball inside. You'll swing at that one. Usually not a person known for his bat, but strikes out there either way. You see a look at the stats of Caleb Ferguson. 4 inning pitch with 5 earned runs, all those coming in the first inning. 69 pitches on the day. Not a nice effort from him as he'll be sat down. Ronald Acuna Jr. up to bat. 1-2 in this one. Struck out in his second at-bat, but doubled in his first. Looking for more of that first inning magic that they had, but once again, they have struggled to put the bat on the ball since then. Acuna hits that one foul, 1-1 towards the backstop. Stratton, I believe there's an injury here. Stratton is seen clutching his midsection, and they're going to pull him out of the game due to an oblique injury. So we talk about injuries for the Pittsburgh Pirates, and they keep on piling on. The long relief man, Stratton, will be sat down, and according to our graphic here, it might take a few days for him to get himself back into action. But once again, the Pittsburgh Pirates struggling with injuries.
They're going to be start running out of pitchers soon, and it seems like, I don't know, that's the third time I've had a pitcher injured in my games. I don't know, and I haven't even done a lot of games. I've done like, what, 6 or 7 or something like that. So, I don't know, I'm bad luck for these pitchers. I've had Velasquez injured, I've had Pearson injured, now I've had Stratton injured. Now the Pirates are going to have to use more of their bullpen, have maybe another guy eat innings, see how long early can go here.
Michael, you scare me sometimes. Maybe we need to put a mask on you or something so they don't see you. Maybe that might be the thing. The injury bug going around for the Pittsburgh Pirates definitely has been a struggle. But Erlin is going to come in here. He did eat up 2 innings last game, had 3 strikeouts, and has been a pretty dependable piece on a weak team. So the ERA has been good. That's going to be a drop third strike thrown over to first base. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
I guess the only good news for the Pirates is I believe Rolf is going tomorrow, and that's your best pitcher, so hopefully you can get like 7 innings out of him and not too many runs, keep your team in the game, and not have to use as many relievers that game. They're going to have to burn a lot of bullpen here.
Got to be very careful. Don't want to see any position players, although that would be fun for us to see position players pitching a game. It would be pretty odd in a ball sense.
Yeah, I'm not sure who would the guy to go to for the Pirates. Probably not one of their stars, obviously, not one of the guys they're going to try to trade. Maybe a utility guy off the bench. I could see Eric Gonzales being a guy they could pitch. Maybe they'll go Colin Moran. I don't know.
We'll see where it goes. Erlin has been able to eat up some innings before, as that one is hit to Frazier, and he throws him out on the back foot. Wow, what a great play by him.
Nice play getting the speedy Albies, and nice job by Erlin coming in and just, had very little time, probably not a lot of time to stretch, but able to get out of the inning, and the Pirates probably will use him for at least next inning, even though he pitched 2 innings yesterday.
The second baseman, Adam.
Top of the lineup coming up here in the top of the 6th inning. Frazier, Moran, and Reynolds going to bat. Bell in the cleanup spot. Frazier has 2 strikeouts on this game so far. Both of those strikeouts looking. So if you're going to go down, at least swing the bat if you're Frazier. That ball's taken high, 1-0. Frazier is from Georgia, from Athens, Georgia. So good to be somewhat close to home as he takes on the Atlanta Braves.
Yeah, I wonder if he's staying in the team hotel or if he's actually staying at home during this series.
Might be nice to be home with family as he drives that one towards Freddie Freeman. That's going to be a 3 unassisted. Speaking about the Braves, their stadium made back in 2017, SunTrust Park, formerly known as that, holds around 41,000 people, one of the higher numbers in the major leagues as well. Has an interesting setup in that right field area where it's that brick wall, and it's kind of hard, makes it hard for left-handers like Moran to hit balls out, but this one's going to get driven. Acuna stands underneath it right in front of his teammates in the bullpen on the warning track, but that one was close.
Number 10.
Yeah, no, pretty far. It's the wrong part of the ballpark. He pulls that, or if he even hits it, goes off of probably a home run. But all it makes for is just a loud out number 2.
Brian Reynolds up to bat. He did have some NL Rookie of the Year votes last season. Pete Alonso ended up winning that one. Played in 134 games last season as well, so someone that can be depended on is 0 for 2 for this game, however, and would like to see some improvement.
Yeah, and basically, I believe Soroka was second for Rookie of the Year last year. So both guys, young players. Although Rookie you're voting a little bit deceiving because it also some players will play more games than others. It depends on being a regular, and if you exceed a certain amount of game, then you're not a rookie. I remember Frazier, I think, exceeded it by like 1 at bat before getting injured his first year. Clint Frazier, not Todd or Adam.
A lot of Fraziers in this league, and some of them pan out, some of them don't. Brian Reynolds, 2-2 with 2 outs here. That ball is going to get hit hard to Ozuna. He will get there for the 3rd out at the top of the 6th, but head to the bottom as Freeman, Ozuna, and Markakis come up the meat and potatoes of this Braves lineup. We welcome you back to some ML Bot Ball. Freddie Freeman up to bat, 1-2 in this game, and has been extremely impressive this season. Looking for an MVP race. Name call there. That ball is called a strike. 0-1 in his last 9 games. You see on our screen 5 home runs. So someone that really knows how to grip and rip that ball out of the ballpark, and someone that has been the heart and soul of this team.
Yeah, and besides being first in home runs, he's also first in slugging percentage, first in OPS, first in batting WAR. His teammate Acuna is second. He's also first in hits in the league, even though he's only 3rd in average.
Someone that has been extremely impressive. 4-time All-Star, Silver Slugger, Gold Glover, name it, he got it. And he is still looking for that MVP. This might be the year. 0-2 count to him. That ball is inside 1-2.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
As the rain falls, we get the 1-2 pitch. And that ball is driven all the way out to Moran. Had to run a little bit extra for it, but he'll get there for the out.
And Robbie, only 10 pitches, so he's making quick work of this Braves team. And it's nice because maybe you can even set him another one because of the fact that he has such a low pitch count in this game.
Erlin doing a good job for this Pirates bullpen, as we talked about last inning. 3.88 ERA with 7 holds on the season. Obviously, no hold situation here, but he also leads the team in WHIP with 128, so doesn't like to allow a lot of base runners. Someone that can be depended on, something that the Pirates team really needs. Derek Shelton really needs some guys to put his shoulder on, say, hey, I need you to step it up towards the back end of the season. It might also be a good time for the Pirates as well to start looking more towards their prospect pool.
1-2.
1-2 count to Ozuna. The rain continuing to fall. We did have some issues with the stream, but we're going to call that to a rain delay. And he swings at that one inside. No wood on that one at all. That's Erlin's 2nd strikeout of his game so far, and great pitch by him.
Yeah, nice drop on that curveball. Ended up starting in the zone, ended up out of the zone. And just nice pitching here by Erlin. And even against this middle of this Braves lineup and top of this Braves lineup, he's done very well.
Nick Markakis drives this one to Moran in left field. That one's going to be a hit for him. And definitely a bat that they're going to miss, as he's not going to play in the 2020 season. The 60-game set, he will not be playing in that game, in any of those games, as he is opting out. Definitely one of the backbones of this clubhouse in Atlanta. Coming up to bat, Travis d'Arnaud, 3-run shot in the 1st inning, and had everyone excited, including the mascot. Something special to see. Travis d'Arnaud hit a monster shot towards left field and would like to replicate that here to increase this lead in the bottom of the 6th. Pitch there high, 1-0.
And d'Arnaud, you see the 7 home runs, but only 15 RBIs, so he hasn't had a lot of times where he's gotten hits with runners in scoring position, or even when he has, it hasn't resulted in it's only resulted in maybe 1 run, and his home runs haven't usually driven a lot of guys, although his one earlier was 3-run home run.
That ball's also going to be outside 2-0. Last season, he spent a decent amount of time with the Rays, where he found himself in the record books, became the 5th player in Rays history to hit 3 home runs in a single game. Definitely remember that game on SportsCenter, something special to see. Obviously, was a New York Met at one point, and that's usually how it goes if you're a Mets fan. You see one of your players that weren't playing too good for you in the past go somewhere else and end up being a superstar. So Travis d'Arnaud, we tip the cap to him, as he did help us get to that 2015 World Series. But either way, in a hitter's count now here, 3-1, 2 outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Swings at that one, foul. Right past third base coach Ron Washington.
And d'Arnaud killed the Yankees last season, or at least it seemed like that. I'm not sure if it's perfectly split, but anyway, that one game where he just crushed the Yankees.
That is for sure, as he tries to hit that one out, but won't go anywhere as Polanco's right underneath it. That will be the final out of the 6th inning. We're ahead to the top of the 7th as 4, 5, and 6 come up for the Pirates as they try to put some runs on the board. Josh Bell up to bat for the Pittsburgh Pirates here on some ML Bot Ball. Joined with me is Michael Memis. Josh Bell 0 for 2 in this game, but throughout the season has been a focal point when it comes to hitting with the stick. 22 home runs on the season, had a home run last game. And a lot of people think he was new to the scene, but actually has been in the league, I believe, since 2016. Made it his all-star debut in 2019. Last year also had a career high 37 home runs. A guy that could really blast the baseball. 2-1 count to Josh Bell. Another fun fact about him, he's one of 4 players in PNC Park history to hit a ball directly into the Allegheny River. And I remember that one on SportsCenter as well. That was a baseball that had no chance of staying in the ballpark and had no chance of staying in the stadium either. Very unique setup that they have in Pittsburgh, and he took advantage of it for sure over that Roberto Clemente area. 2-2 count. Ball is low, but is swung at, and he'll strike out there. Soroka's 5th strikeout of the game.
Soroka's had Bell's numbers all game. Bell a little bit more patient this at bat than the previous 2, but still same result and makes out. And Soroka now almost at over 80 pitches. So maybe his last inning, maybe one more inning. Depends on how the Pirates do here as well.
Jorge Polanco up to bat, 3rd on the team with home runs and RBIs. So someone that can launch the ball, but not really a person that you could depend on for it, especially with the ways that the Pirates have been playing this season. Talked about earlier their ranking when it comes to power, 30th in the major league, so the worst power team in ML Bot Ball at the moment. The best thing they do is they do hit for contact pretty decently, 16th. The pitch outside, 2-1 to Polanco.
He has 11 home runs this season, 3rd in the team. That kind of just shows that the power numbers of how low they are for this team.
That ball's hit directly to Freeman. He'll do that one unassisted. He's done that a couple times this game. Usually you think of the third base being the hot corner, but a lot of lefties on this Pirates lineup, so Freddie Freeman has to be ready with the glove. Has been doing that pretty well throughout this one. Eric Gonzales up to bat, 0 for 2 in this game, flew out to right field and struck out. That ball's also hit hard to Freeman. That will go under his glove, so as soon as I sing his praise, lets one go by him, but that was a hard hit ball either way. They'll give him the error. That's a little bit surprising. That was a hard hit ball, but an error will go his way to Freddie Freeman.
Yeah, I mean, once it looked like he went up too early. I don't know if it hit his glove, but anytime it usually hits the glove, they do call an error unless it's a diving play. I don't know if it hit the glove, but right under his glove, and you got to make that play even despite the fact that the ball was hard hit.
Either way, a runner is on first base with 2 outs, 1-0 count to Brian Hayes. This is his rookie season from Concordia Lutheran High School in Tomball, Texas. He was drafted in the first round back in 2015 as he fouls that ball away. It's a minor league batting average of .279. Also, surprisingly, went to the same high school as Pittsburgh prospect Shane Baz. So the two have a connection there. He's able to make it to the majors first, but either way, still trying to make an impact on this team and prove his mettle. 1-2 pitch. He hits that one gingerly over toward Albies. He'll catch that one on the backhand, and Soroka still goes unscathed, going to the bottom of the 7th. Get ready to stretch. We welcome you back here to some ML Bot Ball. We're going to get a double switch. We'll try to get that information to you as quickly as possible. But that does mean a pitcher is coming in. And Never Auskis, as how I read it off of Baseball Reference, Never Auskis coming into this game. 4.85 ERA on the season. And as a guy that has been struggling a little bit, but still has a consistent role on this team from the bullpen.
Yeah, and makes sense. Yeah, even with the higher, you're gonna put him in here. You're gonna put in any reliever here, really. So it's not your closer or your setup man. You're down 5-0. Although you see Richard Rodriguez warming up, so Never Auskis gets into trouble. Maybe you get another guy in this game.
Never Auskis, the first Lithuanian born and raised player to make it to the major leagues. That's where that tremendous name comes from. Sean Newcomb warming up for the Braves bullpen. And as we see, a lot like other sports throughout the world, baseball is also making its way around. We see European players find their way to the major leagues, Canadian players, and obviously all of South America has been making their way towards the major leagues as well.
I wonder if baseball was even shown there. I'm looking him up, and it said there was no baseball fields in that country. So I don't know how much baseball was a thing there that people knew about or cared about.
In some way, shape, or form, Never Auskis is on the mound here for the Pittsburgh Pirates and has had a decent season. We looked at the stats, and that 4.85 ERA does hurt a little bit, but still, it's one of the leaders in this bullpen that has struggled throughout all of this season. Ball is hit high to Josh Bell. He'll take that one behind the pitcher's mound for the first out in the bottom of the 7th inning. No action since the first inning. We saw all the runs come in then, and ever since it's just been a lot of rain, not coming off the bats of the players, but a lot of rain falling from the sky here in Atlanta. Dansby Swanson coming up to bat, 0-2 for this game, 1-0 count as that ball was outside. He'll call that one strike 1-1. Ball low inside, 2-1. Curveball there, 81 miles per hour. So it's not someone that's going to get you with a lot of speed, but definitely a curveball that works. That ball's hit hard towards Moran. He'll get underneath it. Had to track it for a while. Could be tough in the rain, but that one is an out.
Second long fly ball by Swanson there. Does not make it out. Rain may have been holding up a little bit, but he saw some hard home runs earlier. So obviously, Swanson does have power to hit it out. He just didn't get the complete sweet spot on that ball.
Mike Soroka coming up to bat. This will be his 3rd at-bat of the game. Usually doesn't see 3 at-bats in one game, but he will come up to hit. We should see him come up again in the 8th inning. So has been pitching pretty well. It has a chance for complete game shutout. if they do decide to keep him in, no runs have been scored by Pittsburgh here through 7. Neverauskas throws that one high, and that's fouled away. 0-2. Soroka might just be better off letting the ball go past him, and as he gets ready for his next inning, that ball's outside 1-2.
And Soroka trying to avoid the triple crown here. Would be 3 strikes in the game if he strikes out here.
Won't get it as that ball is flied and might be able to drop in no man's land, and it does. Right in between the two outfields, but he decides to go to second base. What's going on? Mike Soroka gets a great hit into the outfield, but ends up going to second base. We're going to move on to the 8th inning here on some ML Bot Ball. Atlanta leading 5-0.
He must think the Pirates fielders were oblivious, because it wasn't gonna. If they were paying attention, it wasn't gonna be a post play at second. It was right next to them. It wasn't like it bounced him to dive and bounced off the glove. I don't know what he was doing there. Maybe he just wanted to pitch. He just didn't want to have that inning go longer, and just wanted to get through this inning already up to past 90 pitches.
Might have not picked up first base coach Eric Young for the Braves, but either way, we're here in the top of the 8th inning, and even though that would go down as a hit, it's pretty surprising to see that the pitcher, any person either way, try to make their way over to second base. Just some of the funny moments that happen here on ML Bot Ball. Jacob Stallings coming up to hit. 0-1 count, and Mike Soroka still in this game, 95 pitches. See a look at the attendance there, 30,000 people here in the pouring rain, and the Braves team and these Braves fans are very dedicated, as you can see, as they're making their push, trying to get past this All-Star break and look to and forward towards the playoffs. These fans are very excited in a packed house here. Here's the 3-1 count. Strike call there in the outside part of the plate. 3-2. Stallings going to need to protect. Soroka getting up there and pitches now at 98. That ball is going to be hit past Albies and towards Acuna in center field. 9-speed Stallings will make it there safely at first.
Yeah, and Soroka, it's only his second year in the MLB. I don't think you're going to want it. Stidhakar is going to want to pitch him too long, but still keeping him in there, almost at 100 pitches, despite the hit to start off the inning.
Ground ball pitching might be what he would want to do here. Cole Tucker coming in. I don't believe he's pitching. Yeah, this might be that double switch situation that we saw before. Cole Tucker went 0 for 4 last game. And fun fact about Tucker, his brother Carson was selected by Cleveland in the first round in the 2020 MLB draft. So if you were watching and you saw Carson Tucker get drafted, this is his brother here, batting 180 on the season.
Carson picked one spot higher than Cole, so a little friendly competition, and Carson won that. We'll see who has a better MLB career.
Great play. Able to dive for that one. Riley going for that ball, couldn't get 2 there, but almost a double play and a great awareness to reach for that one. Riley. Great play there by Riley as Adam Frazier comes up. Pirates LOL stonks going down, and that's something that you like to talk about in the bot ball community as Acuna dives for the ball and can't get to that one. Great piece of hitting there by Frazier.
So that's 2 hits. 2 hits and one that was almost a hit, if not for a great play by Riley. Soroka looks to be struggling in this inning. Don't see him being in here much longer, but yeah, it looks like he is out of the game.
Might be a mound visit or talk there, but they will shake his hand and he will be out of here. Not any of his fault. Should receive a standing ovation as he did pitch an amazing game, Mike Soroka, here in the 8th inning as he tips his cap to the crowd cheering for him. And a great effort by him. No runs allowed. As A.J. Minter will come into this game, 4.76 ERA on the season through 42 games. a dependable piece out of this bullpen.
Due to his 2 runners on, it's actually technically a safe situation, so he would get a hold here if he got out of this inning and didn't give up the lead. But yeah, Braves relying on Minter here to get out of this 1-out jam.
That's a ball.
That ball's going to be fouled away, 0-1, as we are towards the top of this lineup, and we might find our way down to Josh Bell, where he can put an impact onto this game.
Nope, ball.
And we see that surprisingly they put in the lefty, which I wouldn't really think that would be the best idea given that this is a very lefty-heavy lineup for the Pittsburgh Pirates. One-two count to Moran. Runners on first and second with 1 out. That ball's going to get hit hard towards Markakis, as that ball is going to get thrown into home. It will not. They're actually going to throw it over to third base as the Pirates get their first runs across the board. 5-1 here in Atlanta, and the Pirates might start chipping away if they can.
And the middle lineup coming up. Josh Bell up next. This is the perfect time to do it for the Pirates. The Braves don't have their closer in. You just got to the bullpen. You just got past Soroka. A little bit of momentum here for the Pirates.
Brian Reynolds up to bat. Now the meat and potatoes of the lineup coming up. Minter might want to look towards more ground ball pitching. Reynolds 174 average this season with runners in scoring position. So not the greatest thing to see, but either way, if he puts the bat on the ball, this lead can get shrunk down continuously. Swings at that one, 1-1. Good pitch to hit there, but 98 miles per hour. Gotta have a little bit faster bat speed there if you're gonna make contact with that one.
Yeah, and the last thing you want at Reynolds is a ground ball. Even a fly ball is nice, but you kind of want to keep the rally going. You only have 1 inning left after this.
1-1 count to Reynolds. That one's high, and he'll take that. 0-3 on the day so far as the rain continues to pour down, but the Atlanta faithful cheering on. Swing there, 2-2. Scary situation for the bullpen pitcher, but some situations you just have to be in, as that ball is hit hard, but that's going to stay high up in the air. He will go from third base. Will he be safe? Yes, he will. Frazier makes it all the way from third base, and he'll be safe.
And Markakis is probably the weakest of the Braves' outfield arms, so made a little sense to go on him, and not a great throw from Markakis, very offline.
Although Reynolds will be out there, the run does come in as Josh Bell hits that one hard, and that hits off the wall and by the warning track. I believe a run comes in, and he'll be safe at second base.
So that was hit very hard. Almost didn't make it for a double, and unfortunately the runner couldn't score despite going on contact because of the fact that it was hit so hard. So second and third now, Pirates knocking on the door. A home run ties the game for them with Polanco coming up.
The run didn't come in. Excuse me, I thought that ball wasn't going to be able to get far enough, but Josh Bell then again put some great wood on that baseball, and now looking to continue his Polanco. Minter having some struggles here. 2 outs. Runners on second and third. Would love to get out of this inning. Ball high, 1-1.
1 ball, 1 strike.
And as I was saying, a tough spot to be in if you're a reliever, but some things you just have to take when dealt a tough hand. Ball low and swung at by Polanco. 1-2.
Big pitch here. Can get out of the inning with a 3-run lead still for the Braves, so none of his inherited runners, all the inherited runners will have scored, but none of his runners will have scored. There'll be 2 runs for Soroka at the end.
Pitch outside, 2-2, 97 mile per hour fastball on the outside part of the plate. not swung at. Blanco 0 for 3 on this game. Was able to get on base last inning through the error from Freddie Freeman. Pitch outside again. 3-2. Up next is the pitcher's spot. So Gonzales is out of this game. And we might see a pinch hitter. Most likely to see a pinch hitter if it's either a walk or a hit. Pitch from Minter. Ball hit hard to Albies. An easy play to make to get that out of that inning. But 2 runs come across. Pittsburgh puts runs on the board, but Atlanta still leads 5-2 with the top of the lineup coming up in the bottom of the 8th.
And huge out for Minter there. And looks like another double switch made as the pitcher was about to come out for the Pirates.
ML Botball loves to confuse us even more than it should with the multiple double switch, but we have Richard Rodriguez coming into this one, 50 and a third innings pitched with a 5.54 ERA on the season.
Number 6,
Rodriguez's ERA was a lot better last season through 3.72 ERA through 65 innings pitched, and does a decent job not giving up the long ball. So obviously, if the Pirates want to get back into this game, and they definitely could, if they can get past the strong top of the lineup here by the Braves with Acuna up to bat. Acuna with a double in this one already, but that was back in the first inning. Once again, the Atlanta Braves went crazy in the first inning, hitting 5 runs across the board. Haven't been able to do a lot since.
And you think the Braves will bring in Will Smith next inning for the close of this game, because it is a 3-run game, and Pirates did show some offensive life last inning.
That ball is hit hard towards left field, but once again, not enough, as Moran is underneath it for the first out of the bottom of the 8th inning.
The batter, number 1, second baseman
Rodriguez here, you just got to make sure Braves don't score a run. 3 runs it's hard to come back from, but it is possible. If it gets more than 3, it's just going to make it even more hard for this Pirates team.
Ozzie Albies up to bat, 0 for 3 in this one. Hasn't had the luck. Has been able to get the bat on the ball, just hasn't been able to get on base with it. Take a look at the bullpen for the Pirates. Velez and Crick warming up, 2 righties.
Yeah, and the I believe the Pirates have no lefties out of their bullpen, or either that or it's the Braves. One of those teams. I believe it was the Pirates, though, that had no lefties out of their bullpen. So, yeah, you're going to see righties. So you don't really have a lefty specialist on this team.
Yeah, ever since Erlin pitched, that's their only lefty
That's the only guy,
out of the bullpen. So now they're all stuck with righties. Here's the pitch and a ground ball right into the shift. Frazier will be able to get that one, but he's safe. 71 speed going down the base path, and Frazier couldn't gather himself quick enough. Safe at first on an infield hit.
Yeah, and Albies hit that hard, and Frazier had to take some recovery steps after getting that, and ended up leading to Albies being safe.
Freddie Freeman up to bat now. Would like to see some power from him. Only has a single in this one so far. That was back in the 3rd. His last at bat flew out to right field. Ball on the outside part of the plate, but called a strike.
1-1.
1-1, and Rodriguez hurting himself for that one. Was a close call.
Yeah, a few close calls this game that either the hitter or the pitcher's been upset with. I haven't seen one in a little bit, but now another one of those.
That pitch is high but swung at. Talked about Freddie Freeman earlier, and has just been a superstar for this team, and this would be a big moment here to add more runs on the board on a 1-2 count. That ball's hit hard out of the infield, and they try to get him out at second base on the force, but Albies is too fast. That's a single for Freddie Freeman.
It hit so hard that even though I don't think Albies even had to hold up, but it was hit so hard that they almost got him at second. It's a little slow and they get it, but nice hit by Freeman. The second hit on the day.
Yeah, surprised they even tried to get him out at second base given the speed there by Albies, but Marcelo Zuna is up to bat. Has an RBI in this one as he's 1 for 3 in this game. Would like to get more RBIs as well.
I guess the sort of second can't really hurt in case Albies trips, although it doesn't happen very often.
Pitch, that ball is high. Try to pull that one, ended up getting popped up. That's going to be an infield fly rule, but caught either way by Stallings behind the plate.
And the rain, it is hard to get those because you don't have your mask on, you got rays going, your eyes looking up. But nice play there by Stallings to keep with it. Great catch. You never know how that ball's going to bounce. If it bounces away, maybe a guy does try to go, Albies does try to go to third, or Freeman tries to go to second.
Very true, as Nick Markakis is up to bat, 1 for 2 in this game. As he hits that one hard, will it get past? No. And they'll just make an easy play over at second base instead of going to first, but they get out of that inning with no run scored. Now Pittsburgh has their last licks in this one.
Cole Tucker, the substitute in this game. Nice play by him, saving a run off that sharp hit by Markakis.
Will Smith coming in to close it. This is now a save situation, only up by 3 runs. 3.06 ERA on the season, has 23 saves on the season. Jared Dyson coming up to bat. This will be his first at bat of the game. Dyson started last game as he swings at a strike there.
Dyson more known for his speed. On those Royals teams, kind of more off the bench. But then when they got Coors, he did start starting for them. And now on the Pirates, another bad team.
Oh-2 count to Dyson. Here in the top of the 9th inning as the crowd is already on their feet. Crowd surprisingly still sticking out through this one, through the rainy day. Ball outside 1-2.
And through that rain delay, a lot of time when you see those rain delays, you end up with like a couple thousand people left because most people leave. They don't know how long it's going to last. But Braves fans sticking it out today. Credit to them.
Dyson hit career highs in hits and runs last season. As that one's a call strike on the outside part of the plate, and he's hitting himself for that one. Will Smith with his first strikeout in his first at bat. Take a look at our starter. Mike Soroka went 7 1/3 and threw 103 pitches in this one. Only 2 earned runs. 2 runs that happened in the 8th inning will go to him, but either way, great start. A good job by him making sure that the Braves keep their lead that they accumulated back in the first inning.
Yeah,
Hayes. Yep.
An absolutely beautiful pitch on that strike 3. Just fastball across the zone right on the corner. Dyson just, frozen there.
No, that missed.
Hayes takes that one, 1-2. Going to need to make an impact here for sure if they want a chance to win this one. Down by 3. 2 outs left in this game. That one swung at high, 1-2. 93-mile-per-hour fastball by Will Smith. Maybe not the blow-away stuff, but stuff you want from a closer that's consistent. That one's hit hard and towards the center fielder, Acuna. And they'll get a runner on base here in the top of the 9th inning.
Now batting, catcher, Jacob.
Just slapped in there. Not great contact off the bat, but enough to get past the infield. And if the Pirates just got to keep getting hits, you're not going to try to get a home run. Just keep getting on and wait for the top of the lineup to get up.
Wow.
Jacob Stallings now up to bat. Has 2 singles in this one. His So we talked about before the rain delay, pitches that could catches that could hit, and usually not known for being one is Stallings, but 2 singles in this game is nothing to scoff at either. Swings at a pitch inside. Ground ball would end it. Stallings doesn't really have the speed to get there on a double play. Takes a pitch low, 2-1. Curveball bottoming out at 77 miles per hour. Good way to mix it up with the 93 fastball.
2 strikes.
94 fastball.
And
2-2 count to Stones, yep.
Yeah, Smith, the lefty reliever, throws it across the zone, a little bit sidearm-ish action, and kind of relies on that deception. Even though, he doesn't have too much speed, but it's just more the deception that makes him such an effective reliever.
Definitely a good arm in Diamond Dynasty as well, as I remember, as he swings at that one high. Now there's 2 outs here in the top of the 9th. A strikeout there. Great pitch by Will Smith, making him swing at a ball that looked very appetizing. Cole Tucker coming up to bat. Final out of this game.
Ball.
That has gone pretty long. Game started at 2 o'clock. Now 3:53 here Eastern time. Rain still pouring down here in Atlanta. 1-0 count, runner on first base, 2 outs here. That ball's hit hard, and it will stay fair right off the line. Runners will stay at first and second, but now the tying run is at the plate after a great piece of hitting by Cole Tucker coming off the bench in this one. Right off the line there, Michael.
Yeah, I honestly thought I was going to go foul off the bat, but it just snuck onto the line, just got some chalk, and now you got first and second at top of the lineup up. Frazier not having a great day so far, but if you're the Pirates here, it's more than what you could ask when you went into the 8th inning down 5-0 with a dominant Soroka in the game.
That is very true, and I thank myself for bringing 2 glasses of water to this one, as this one has a chance of going extra. If Frazier could put on some magic here. 1-0 count. See Frazier 205 average with runners in scoring position. Runners on first and second here.
Yeah, you
2
wonder
outs.
if the Braves are going to warm up someone else if Smith gives up a hit here. Shane Green may be an option, maybe someone else in the bullpen.
Definitely plenty of options out of that Braves bullpen. Didn't have to use that many last game. Smith actually pitched in last game for a hold, surprisingly. Only pitched a third of an inning. Now in this one here. And that ball is hit hard and could make it. No. That one's going to stay foul.
Hit
Braves
right
fans
in
at the edge of their seats.
Right in the hot spot. The Frazier couldn't get it fair.
1-2 count. Strike here would do it. Swings at that one, foul. Frazier and Smith fighting it out. Fans on their feet here in Atlanta. Can Smith get out of this one? Ball outside, 2-2. Struggling to find that plate. With Frazier being very disciplined on balls outside that part of the plate. Fans once again cheering on their feet. 2-2. And another ball hit foul. Frazier doing a great job protecting here. Doesn't swing at that one. I thought he might have there. Definitely thought about it. We saw him try to swing at that one. Pulled that bat back, and now it's a full count. 3-2 2 outs here. Runners on first and second. Scoring run at the plate.
That's low.
Ball low, and he walks him. Bases are loaded here in the top of the 9th inning, and the leading run is coming up to bat.
Oh, that's a steal from Frazier. I mean, those 2 pitches could easily have been strike 3, and Frazier decides he's not going to swing in it, and he ends up getting the walk. Luckily for it, he got bases loaded, winning run up. The grand slam here takes the lead. I'm sorry, takes the lead for the Pirates. That's the top of the inning in Atlanta, but still very exciting. After that first inning, we didn't expect it to be this close at the end, but it's getting to be a nail biter.
Very exciting indeed. We haven't seen this amount of excitement since the first inning. Moran takes a pitch low by the knees. Call the strike. And now I want to talk about runners in scoring position. Hitting well. 318 average. Very impressive by Moran. Smith at 24 pitches already might be getting a little bit fatigued, but the bases are loaded here. Ball high. 1-1. On deck is Brian Reynolds, and after that is Bell if they need to get there. But a hit definitely drives in a couple runs, and a home run gives them the lead. Swings at that one, no. 1-2. With 2 outs here in the top of the 9th, the fans are on their feet here in Atlanta.
2-2 the count.
That one is low, 2-2. And we'll see what Smith goes with here. Two count. Ball outside, 3-2. Back to where we were last at bat, full count. Going to need to protect here if you're Moran. Fans are on their feet. Bases loaded, 3-2 count, 2 outs, top of the 9th inning.
We'll be off.
Swings at that one, no! Strike 3, and the ball game is over.
And that was ball 4 there.
Ball high in the zone. May have been out of the zone there, but swung at either way. The Braves will get the victory there. A little bit of a nail biter at the end, but either way, the Atlanta Braves win another one. The first game of a 4-game set. They'll have 3 more after this as we get closer and closer to the All-Star break. But I think we have to tip our caps to Soroka, who pitched a great game throughout.
Yeah, no, Soroka, a great game. Bullpen did struggle for the Braves, but we're able to barely get out of it. And Atlanta takes the victory in the first game of this series. A nail-biter of a win.
The final line score for our ball game.
Travis d'Arnaud getting our player of the game votes, and 1 for 3 with a home run with 3 RBIs was really the main factor of the offense here for that Atlanta team. Didn't really produce much after that first inning and struggled offensively, but Mike Soroka was able to hold them down. Either way, this is what was some of the first actions in this game, as Ozuna was able to get an RBI after grounding to center field for a single. And this is the home run that earned him player of the game. Travis d'Arnaud, a 445-foot shot to left field and a 3-run home run at that. Definitely a special home run that was launched, as you can see. Riley then home run right after him. Wasn't as far, but all home runs count, as Ferguson got off to a tough start, but that would really be all the offense that Atlanta had through this game. We see here the next highlight we go from the 1st to the 8th inning. So we had a tough time there getting some offense produced, but we get stalling out on a fielder's choice on a great play there by Riley. And then another run comes in as well. This would be the first run of the game, 5-1, and then Reynolds will hit a sac fly. This is also in the top of the 8th inning. This would get into 5-2.
And you wonder if that play earlier by Riley, how that may have changed the game result. I mean, that inning may have went on for longer, and he stayed the run there. So it's a lot of key plays down the stretch for the Braves to keep that victory.
Polanco grounds out to Albies to finish that inning there, and something to really wipe the sweat off your brow if you're the Braves there. And then this was a strikeout, chasing at a fastball high in the zone, but things started to get scary for the Braves as runners were on base. Another strikeout there, Moran, and that will be the ball game.
Soroka played the game. A little surprised it wasn't Soroka. I guess those 2 innings in that 8th inning that Minter inherited and gave up kind of cost him that. But I think Soroka had a great game all around, and a good thing to build off of. And even Ferguson, bad first inning, but after that he was very good. So he just gotta shake off that first inning and kind of take those other innings and see what he did well, and use that in the next game he pitches.
Yeah, definitely a tough game to call there, as we saw all the action was in the first inning, and we didn't really get to talk about much action in the game until late, as we're going to move on into our next game, and we're going to try to go by fast here, as the stream did have some issues before, but now we are trying to get back on track. Coming up next, we're going to have Tim Moore and Hines on the call. How you guys doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How about you, Tim?
While Tim gets his mic situated, we are doing very well. We just called a great game. Started getting pretty excited towards the end after it started off strong by the Braves having a great start. But you two are going to have a good game as well, the Tigers and the Angels.
Yeah, it should be pretty interesting. Ohtani and Casey Mize. Sort of an interesting pitching matchup, but one that caught my eye a bit because Casey Mize is making his 4th career start at the major league level, and Ohtani back on the mound after missing, not missing, but only being a hitter all of last year.
Well, we'll get out of your hair as the game starts. For Michael Memis, I am Jaden Becker. Thank you for watching some ML Bot Ball.
We welcome you to Major League Bot Ball on Twitch.tv. Apologize as Jaden, I know, was trying to cue me in and unfortunately had a little bit of a disconnect there. Got it fixed. We welcome you here to Los Angeles of Anaheim as the division leading, as weird as that sounds, Los Angeles Angels in the American League West take on the struggling Detroit Tigers here on this Monday afternoon edition of Major League Bot Ball. As well, Shohei Ohtani on the mound. And Hines, when I look at it for Ohtani, you see the ERA solid, 3.13. But the issue is he has a 3-5 record. That's mostly because Ohtani is averaging about 4.5 innings per appearance, it seems, right now.
Leading off tonight.
Yeah, I don't really know what the case is with that. I don't know if Joe Maddon's just trying to sort of ease him into a full starter role, really, but that's something you'd expect would have been achieved by, end of May, early June, not here, a week away from the All-Star break.
Well, and for Ohtani, obviously trying to transition his way back, but I think the question has been stamina. A game I called a while ago, he had 7 strikeouts through 3 innings. As you mentioned, Madden taking him out. And I don't know why I said Angels leading the division, rather trying to chase the lead division. Obviously, the only team just barely above 500 in that West is the Athletics, who lead the AL West, as that one misses low, 1-2. The Houston Astros, who moved up second division. How about the turnaround, by the way, Hines, for the Astros? They've had to do some building. At one point, they were 10 games below 500. Now they find themselves 1 above. As the 1-2 to deGrom swing and a miss for the first out for Ohtani.
Well, first off, that was a great strikeout there from Ohtani to start off the ball game. But going back to the Astros, they have two guys basically carrying them right now. Bregman and Alvarez leading almost every single American League category, sitting 1 and 2, and with the exception of maybe Jorge Soler on the outside looking in occasionally. It's just crazy to see how good those two guys are for a team that's still chasing 500 baseball.
And right now, you look back at this Angels team as well. I mean, they were in the race early on. They faded a little bit, but 6.5 games back is still a reachable statistic even when you come to the midway point, as that one misses low 2-0. Guillermo Castro signed out of Venezuela, one of the very consistent pieces for this Detroit team for the future. As that one's hit on the ground, fielding and firing to first in time, just barely, with the second baseman there, Fletcher.
The second baseman, Jonathan.
Well, you mentioned how tightly compact that AL West is, and considering that, it's almost certain that the 2 wildcard spots are both going to come out of the crazy AL Central. Even the Rangers, who are 8 back, are still, in it, theoretically, if they can just get a hot run of form. It's going to be interesting down the line to really see, whether we see a surprise and see the A's falling off the top.
And that's what we're seeing with the Astros now, is that one's hit the left center field. That'll fall down for a base hit. The thing is Trout, he'll throw to second to hold Scope for single. So a 2-out single. Scope is at a 238. That's going to raise the average a little bit, as he typically has been over the past few weeks the cleanup hitter for the Tigers. He moved up into the 3 slot and gets him going here with 2 ways. Now the cleanup hitter of Kristen Stewart steps in. 28, 6 home runs, 17 RBIs. But yet again, the anemic offense for this Tigers team. And we'll see a starter coming up in the bottom half of the inning for Detroit that has had minimal to no run support, to say the least, from this Tigers offense.
Yeah, they're going to have to figure something out. Obviously, they're rebuilding here and already, they knew they were not going to be in the division at all, and now they're just getting completely beat up on by the Twins, Sox, and Indians. Miguel Cabrera, obviously, has had injuries, he's getting older, but, you'd expect him to be a better leader, and guys like CJ Cron to be putting up better numbers than they are this season.
Ohtani gets him to swing and miss. Second punch out for Ohtani in the inning. 2 runs, 1 hit, and a runner left on. We head to the bottom of the first. Listella, Fletcher, and Trout up for the Halos. Here is Casey Mize, the pitcher we mentioned in the top half of the first, or rather that we referenced to. 3 starts, 0 for 3, looking for his first career win. 9 1/3 innings, 18 hits allowed, 2.25 whip. Its stat line doesn't look, quote-unquote, too promising through his first 3 starts. Yet again, the referencing of lack of run support comes into the picture, and why he has struggled out there on the mound, as the first pitch for Mize is taken high 1-0.
Well, I think it's, if you're the Tigers, you got to just have some patience. As you mentioned, the lineup is not getting the job done, and Mize is just trying to get used to Major League Baseball. And, even when there's, when you have a first overall pick, because he's number 1, first round, first pick, you tend to have, naturally heightened expectations for the player that he'll perform once he makes the bigs. But I think you just got to be patient, let him adapt. It's a big jump from AAA to the majors, especially if you consider the fact he was drafted 2018. So he's still got plenty of, a very small window between, just getting drafted and reaching the majors.
And there's a lot to learn as Mize throws a strike there. It's a 3-1 count to Listella. Won the World Series back with the Cubs in 2016. Also had an all-star appearance last year for LA as he works towards age 31. That one's taken downstairs. It'll be a leadoff walk.
Costello was a little unlucky last year because he got injured right before the All-Star break, so he got the vote, but he didn't actually get a chance to play with that injury. So looking to maybe try to force his way in there this year and actually get a chance to play.
Here is David Fletcher, and you see that stat line behind 305 versus right-handed pitching. It's not easy facing a pitcher who throws a splitter as the first pitch is called for a strike on the slur from Mize. 0-1. You know, Mize is, as you mentioned, I know he's had his struggles trying to develop. Man, does he have the arsenal, Hines, that could be dangerous for any future Cy Young type of pitcher. One's fouled off 0-2. He has that splitter that is just absolutely nasty. It's a slurve and a breaking ball. It's like Mize has all of the tools. Well, here's the 0-2. That one's outside 1-2.
Well, you're absolutely right. He's got stuff that moves in every which way you could imagine. He's got four-seam fastball coming in with good velocity. He can go inside with a two-seamer, away with a cutter, down with that splitter you referenced, and a little bit of a sliding slurve little thing that breaks away from right-handed batters and can go to the back foot of lefties. So you really don't know what to expect when you reach a two-strike count against him.
Ground ball, third base, flip second over to first, double play. Oh, there you go. Great job there on the defensive end as it was grounded over to the third baseman of Candelario. He just made that routine. It goes Candelario, Stoke, Crone. The 5-4-3, now 2 away in the inning. Here comes the world's best baseball player and the reigning MVP of Mike Trout.
Well, yeah, Mike Trout's always going to be the story of the game. You always love to watch him play, and this is my first time watching him on Bot Ball, so sometimes you just got to take in the greatness of this player and enjoy him while he's here.
It's crazy to think Trout's been here for a good little bit now since his rookie campaign, but he's still relatively youthful and consistent. One misses inside 2-0. I mean, when it's all said and done, not only is he going to break a WAR record by the time his career comes to an end, Hines, but one's called for strike 2-1. He's also going to be up there in a bunch of all-time statistics. May not necessarily pass Barry Bonds in terms of OPS, but he's going to be up there top 5 all-time with ease. As the 2-1, for strike 2-2.
Well, and you actually probably have 3 of the best, if not the 3 best players of the 21st century that were from this century in Trout, Cabrera, and Pujols today.
Well, Mize strikes out what is arguably yet again the best player in all of baseball for his first punch out of the day. So Mize gets a double play, 5-4-3, and then strikes out Trout to essentially retire them in order. Get to the top of the second inning, CJ Crone due to face Shohei Ohtani during the top half as he gets set to step in, watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Ohtani 12 pitches in the first inning. And Crone batting at 223. The first pitch is taken downstairs 1-0. The inning will be Crone, Cabrera, and Candelario 1-0. Getting upstairs now 2-0. We're seeing Ohtani delivering about 96 to 98 on that four-seam fastball. He can pump it still hard since his injury, as that one's fouled off to count now 2-1.
And he also, like his counterpart Mize, has very good breaking pitches, a slider, splitter, and a curveball that all have such great movement on it. So when you get to 2 strikes, you're in trouble.
Oh, looks like it'll be a leadoff single as Crone hits it down the middle. Time Ohtani left it up towards the belt, and Crone turned on, as you see back here yet again.
Good piece of hitting, and that's what this team needs. They need base runners. They don't need Miguel Cabrera to slug 50 homers or CJ Crone to hit 50 homers. They just need guys to get on base and just keep working station to station sometimes.
Well, you'd like to see Miguel Cabrera slug 50 homers, though, Hines, although his power numbers have fallen off. 3 home runs this year, and he's batting a struggling .233. Cabrera is starting to regress towards the end of his career. The first pitch swung on and missed 0-1. You see Ohtani with that splitter. He's capable of producing a double play. That one misses outside 1-1 now, the count.
Well, Cabrera can certainly ground into a double play as well. It's working both ways there. We saw one in the top half. See if we end up getting one in the bottom half.
It'll be a 1-1.
Ball out.
He's outside 2-1. Ohtani's trying to attack that high and away corner, it seems, Hines, against Cabrera. Perhaps, obviously, I know it's the more weaker spot where he's cold. This one popped up foul and out of play. 2-2, but that seems to be the approach from Ohtani, trying to blow it by Miggy.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a splitter off of that here, trying to work up and down, north to south.
Count is full.
Did as that one misses low, and it'll be a full count. But let's see if they try to take off with Crone. I don't think they will. As the 3-2. Down the left field line, it's going to carry over the fence, but goes foul as Cabrera thought he had it. But it curved left side of the foul pole. We'll try it again. The pitch, this one hit on the ground. Diving is Listella, but he can't get to it. It'll be a base hit. Actually, about there was Fletcher on the dive, and regardless, runners on first and second, and an opposite field single for Miguel Cabrera.
Ohtani tried to go with the slider down and away. Wasn't really a bad pitch, to be fair. Just a good piece of hitting by Miguel Cabrera just to try to slice it the other way.
So now here is Candelario, 205, but he has a lot of pop in his bat as that one misses outside 1-0. But now with this Tigers offense being quote-unquote anemic, they've gotten some hits early on against this Angels team. That one hit on the ground. Fielding is the first baseman of Listella over to second, but not in time for the double play. So we'll get one, and there will be runners on the corners. Good turn there by Tommy Listella, but overall, Simmons just couldn't get it back in time.
That's the ball. That's inside.
Now here is Romine. Still trying to get used, obviously, as a Yankees fan, not seeing Austin Romine on the dish for the Yankees, but rather with the Tigers. And obviously his brother Andrew played for the Tigers a little bit. But he's moved on past, and they've moved on to the new Romine of Austin. 26 for Romy as the pitch. Flying down the first base behind Listella, catches, and he tagged him on the dive tag for a double play. I mean, Listella, my oh my, what an athletic turn to get the double play.
And leading off for the Angels.
Well, big play by Tommy Listella, and we head to the bottom half of the second inning. Essentially, after no runs on 2 hits and 2 runners left on, Stella makes a big play to keep this game at nothing apiece as Rendon steps in. The first pitch from Mize, fouled off 0-1. And Angels, obviously a little bit ecstatic, make a big acquisition, sign Anthony Rendon in free agency. 285.
0-2.
One swung on a missed 0-2. A little bit of a drop back from last season in terms of average, but man, does Rendon have the pop capability of hitting 30-plus home runs a year.
Well, it was a big statement of intent there by the Angels in the offseason. Sort of a fringe team when you're looking at whether they were going to be buying or trying to just rebuild. But, you know, when you got Mike Trout, as you mentioned, the best player in baseball, you got to try to build a winning team around him while you still have him.
Rendon swings and misses, an ugly swing, looked like a self-defense swing. Mize threw a high-end fastball for the first out. Second punch out in a row now for Mize as he struck out Trout to end the first. And here's Albert Pujols. This one hit on the ground. It'll be fielded over to first by Crone for the second out. Mize working a quick inning here, Hines.
Yeah, and I mean, strikeout of Mike Trout, strikeout of Anthony Rendon, and a one-pitch ground out from Pujols. That's something to put on your resume as you go forward, especially in your first season.
It's the outs, and that's how you start building that momentum. as J-Up steps in.
One
First
and
pitch
out.
taken downstairs is a splitter 1-0. Walden has proven to be a relatively consistent player as his career's gone on. I know his offense has faded just a little bit, but he's been around in the majors for a little while, and he's been that piece, especially for the Angels, that they feel could be consistent, as that one's called for a strike on a splitter, the count 2-1.
Upton's still only 32. It's sort of hard to think about that. He sort of peaked very early from the looks of it. Still a quality ball player if you can, get him to hit
Two
well.
balls, two strikes.
But maybe another one of those veteran presence players to try to build a winning team around.
Obviously, Justin's still there. BJ it's retired, the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Mize gets up and down on strikes. So Mize goes 1-3 in the bottom half of the second inning. Tigers looking to perhaps try to give themselves a lead. It'll be maybe DeGrom Castro as we get to the top half of the third inning. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
Leading off for the Tigers, the right fielder, number 4, Cameron.
Moore and Hines here as we welcome you back to Los Angeles of Anaheim as the first pitch misses inside 1-0. Aben, 229 in that 9 slot. Had a great year last season for the Yankees. It's looking to
No, that missed. That's the ball.
continue. Was a solid start. Right now, obviously, 229 average-wise isn't too well, but he's been a key defensive piece. If I'm not mistaken, this is his third stint now with the Tigers in his career. The pitch high into the air. Calling it is Upton to make the catch for the first out.
Now batting, shortstop, Nico Goodrum.
Ohtani at 31 pitches, and you want to keep a close look because typically when Ohtani gets around the 50 mark, it tends to be his limit in which he's taken out. Here's Nico Goodrum.
One
This
ball,
pitch
no
misses
strike.
outside 1-0. Receives the second pick in the 2010 draft. On his way here with Detroit. Here's the pitch. And fouled off 1-1. Himself here in Detroit, a solid player. You need consistency on this offensive end as that one misses upstairs 2-1. It's almost like for this Detroit team since Miguel Cabrera started to regress that only 1 through 3 in the lineup can be continuous threats. That one's called for a strike 2-2. Now, Harold Castro has been off to a great start. Jonathan Scope, he's 1 for 1 today, and he comes up with big hits when it matters. Really after that, there hasn't been much consistency through the lineup. This is upstairs, and now it'll be a 3-2 count. And Ohtani, a little bit upset with himself there, Hines.
Well, as you mentioned, he doesn't normally get to go very far into ball games. So anytime you end up working a 3-2 count or any working of the count you can do against him, you're just shortening his outing by much, much more.
How about that pitch? A backdoor slider gets him looking
Next for the Tigers,
for the
center
second
fielder,
out.
Harold.
Wow. Goodrum could not believe that. That was a great pitch. Perfect textbook backdoor slider there.
Zero balls, one strike.
Castro now steps up. The pitch is swing and a miss.
Well, going back to that backdoor slider, that's the thing about Ohtani. He's got such great break on his pitches that pitch looks like it's going to the other batter's box and then just slides on back in,
No
for
balls, two strikes.
lack of a better term, into the zone.
Oh, Castro already down the count 0-2. Ooh, man, I'll tell you, he almost went there, but he holds on the check swing to count 1-2. Ohtani that time went to the high and away fastball. Let's see if he goes there again another time. Ohtani now at 40 pitches here in the top of the third inning. Ohtani will set, field the pitch. On the ground, fielded on, they'll say it's a line drive out by Rendell. So 1, 2, 3 go the Tigers in the top half of the third. Hamilton Simmons, Brian Goodwin, and Jason Castro due up for the Halos in the bottom half of the third inning. Let's see if the Halos can get their first hit.
And leading up for the Angels, the
Here
shortstop,
is Simmons, 261. He's on an 8-game hitting streak right now for the Angels.
Well, I'm sure they'd love to see that. He's obviously there for his bat more than anything, but when he can get on base, that's just another guy you can trust in the lineup.
Right now, the Tigers can put some trust in Mize as that one will be popped up
the right fielder.
for the first out. Now, it'll be Goodwin who steps in. You see a 314 for him. I'm surprised he's in the 8 slot in this lineup. Taking on the Angels an average 16 home runs, 47 RBIs. An incredible stat line for someone that's batting in the 8 hole.
Yeah.
Well, certainly he could be higher up. I mean, batting better than Pujols, Upton, and Simmons so far this season. I wouldn't necessarily put him too much higher with how good their front four of LaStella, Fletcher, Trout, and Rendon have been, but he could certainly make a case to be way higher up in the lineup than where he is now at 8.
I think he can make a case to be your leadoff hitter as well, if you think about it. I mean, I know LaStella is great, but you have someone hitting for average and power. That's a good mix, as the Twins proven with Mitch Garver. That time, Mize gets him to swing and miss on a cut fastball. First strikeout for Mize, and that's actually, I believe, the first time we saw the cut fastball here today, Hines.
I believe you're right, and against a left-hander, that's a pretty deadly pitch, because if you start that, that top inside corner, it looks like it's running in on your hands, and sometimes it's just a self-defense swing you get out of it, and then you're swinging and missing, you're out.
Here's the free agent acquisition of Jason Castro, who gets the call. 166 average underneath the Mendoza line. Castro looking to turn it around a little bit. You remember his time back with Houston, which he was successful. Here's the 1-2 for Mize. That one shot foul. The count will remain.
The Angels really haven't had a steady catcher role that I can think of over a while. They had Chris Iannetta for a little bit. And to be absolutely honest with you, I'm blanking on any other catchers that have played for the Angels. I'm not a very I don't have a strong knowledge of Angels players in general, but still need to find a guy to lock it down.
Castro swings and misses as Mize gets his 5th strikeout in his second one of the inning. So LA out to no hits for the first 3 perfect innings for Casey Mize. It'll be 3-4-5 for the Tigers here as Scope, Stewart, and Crone do up. Top half of the 4th here on Major League Ball. Scope steps in, 1 for 1. Ohtani coming out for a 4th inning of work as the first pitch to Scope's called for a strike 0-1.
Well, that's definitely something good to see. He's coming out again, and we'll see how long of an outing he'll get before Madden hooks him. But, the more time you can get out of essentially your ace, with the exception of Andrew Heaney, that's really good when your rest of your pitching staff is sort of in the average spot.
Now, it's funny, Hines, you mentioned about consistent pitchers for the Angels team. I mean, going back, the best ones, the best 2 I can think of was, I would say, Benji Molina. That was in the early 2000s. Mike Napoli. And he did catch. It's the only 2 catchers I can really think of that have been relatively solid, consistent catchers, the Halos, over the years. That one hit high into the air, left center field. On the run is up, but he can't make the catch as it bounces up and over the wall. So it'll be a ground rule double for Jonathan Scope, his 19th double on the year, and he almost got all that one.
Well, you know, he's one of those power-hitting second basemen, sort of a rare commodity nowadays, who hits for low average for high power. Certainly could have gotten it, but just a little off of it there.
That one hit the right field. That one's going to go over that. A good one. Rounding and scoring is Scope. On his way to second is Kristen Stewart. And it's an RBI double. And all of a sudden, the Detroit Tigers have the lead.
And that's not something you say very often, so relish it right now, because that's back-to-back doubles. That's a sign of a team that has good situational hitting it to both fields over the outfielders' heads.
Perhaps it's because Ohtani's starting to get towards 50 pitches here, and his stamina is starting to fade. And we talked about that in the top of the broadcast. Ohtani has been lucky to go 5 innings this season in all 15 of his appearances. This one hit the right field. Goodwin comes in, and it falls down for a base hit. On his way to third will be Stewart, and there will be runners on the corners with no out, and you have to waste a mound visit now.
Yeah, you absolutely do. You gotta calm him down. That's 3. It's not just 3 hits. It's three in quick succession. You know, he threw maybe 1 or 2 pitches in between there. I don't actually remember, but now you have nobody out. Fly ball scores 1, and that's probably the best case scenario at this point.
Here's another hitter who got a hit there last time up of Miguel Cabrera. And don't get me wrong, I mentioned as well, Miguel Cabrera, while his career may be quote-unquote fading, he almost went yard his last time up against Ohtani. This will be the 50th pitch from Shohei. As the pitch, this is outside 2-0. So runners on the corners, no outs. Tigers looking to make it 2-0, maybe 3-0. Seen Miguel Cabrera in his last 10 at-bats, 4 for 10. Pitch. For a strike, 2-1.
Well, and now Ohtani's got to be careful. This is a fastball count to a fastball hitter. You really cannot afford to walk him, but you can't afford to throw him a good pitch either.
High fly ball, right center field. Trout on the run makes the catch. Actually, rather, that one bounced. I didn't see it. There's a little bit of lag on my screen, so it's a base hit.
Up next for the Tigers.
Well, that's 4 straight hits, and as you see, going to be a mound visit here. Another one just bleeding in. Two well-hit doubles, and then 2 just bloop singles, and that's how you can get a rally started when you're a team like the Tigers who's been struggling all season.
Now they have Dylan Bundy up in the bullpen, and I apologize there, as my screen didn't look like the ball was down on the ground, but indeed it was. So it's an RBI single for Miggy, and now Candelario, the lefty, steps in. 0-1 in which he faces from Ohtani. As the pitch, get high, 1-1. So it'll be 7-8-9. Is also now Berea up in the pen for this Angels team. I think this is the last inning you see for Ohtani. And if he allows another hit, his day may be done. Going to miss. Candelario out in front of the count, 1-2.
Well, and you look at the 2 guys out in the bullpen, Berea and Bundy, both throwing over 70 innings already this season out of relief. Yes, they're converted starters back into the bullpen, but that's still not something you want out of your relievers, because they're going to get worn out, and come August, September, they're going to be completely gassed when you call on them.
That's the issue you have, is that one misses inside 3-2. Austin Romine on deck. CJ Cron on second. Miguel Cabrera on first. And a 3-2 count here. Candelario. Pitch. On the ground. Fielded. Fired to short. Simmons over to first. Double play. So they'll get 2 outs there. As Fletcher turns the 2. And there'll still be a runner on third here. 2 down.
That's exactly what the doctor ordered. Now, Romine up, you can try to just play to contact to get him out, or try to strike him out. You don't have to worry about, productive outs, giving up another run. You can try to hold it to just 2, which is a very great thing to have after 4 straight hits.
Right now, You're looking at it. Bromine, big opportunity. This is about to be the 60th pitch field here from Ohtani. Everyone's called for a strike 1-1, but this is a huge opportunity. If you're hitter up, you've got to, I would imagine, produce here because not too often do you see the Tigers have a 3-run lead in the game, let alone a 2-run lead. As this one's hit high into the air, Trout will settle under it and make the catch. Oh, the Tigers add on 2 runs to give themselves the first lead of the ball game. Runs, 4 hits, and runner left on. We head to the bottom half of the 4th. Angels still hitless here as KC Mize is dealing a gem early on. Watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
The first baseman, Tommy LaStella.
Mize will face LaStella, his only blemish in the stat book to this point. Essentially, he went perfect in his first 3 innings, but he did allow a walk that ended up turning into a double play against LaStella. No 1. And this is inside 1-1.
Well, that's really great, and that's going to bring down that ERA. That was at 13.5 coming into the game in that short sample size. Now we'll see what it's at after the game if he can keep something going. And when you get 2 runs and you're the Tigers, you really need your pitching to step up and hold that lead.
One's fouled off to count 2-2. Mize now have 40 pitches. And he's still yet to allow a hit. The pitch called strike 3, forcing him over the outside corner for the first out. 6th punch out for the rookie as he is absolutely dealing.
Painted corner and getting a bit of a benefit of the doubt from the umpire too. That's normally something only those veterans really get. They get the pedigree corner. But, you know, rookie getting that call, and now it's 6 strikeouts through 3 1/3. That's quite a game just to start.
Yo, 1, that's swung on a missed 0-2 as Fletcher steps in. Great splitter there. I'll tell you what, Mize is just, again, absolutely dealing. As the pitch high into the air, but that one's going to fall foul out of play. We'll try it again. Apologies.
No, he was just way out in front of the fastball. I was a bit surprised by that.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
It's not too often you're definitely out in front of a 4-seam fastball as the 1-2. 1 hit down the right field line. That'll carry foul over the fence. We'll try it again. Well, if I'm Mize, I think I go splitter here. What do you think, Hines?
I'd agree with that. He's thrown it a couple times, though.
Went to it, and that one's fouled off. They'll try it again. Let's see if they go to another time. Go cut fastball here. Pitch.
2-2.
Outside. 2-2 is that time he went to the spur. High ball right field. Coming and making a catch is Maiden for the second out.
Number 27.
Now he'll face Mike Trout, who he struck out as his first strikeout victim the last time up. See the average falling to a 333 for Trout, but remarkable, Hines, 1 for 3 essentially every game if you add up all the at-bats Mike Trout in the count as.
Well, I think that's crazy, and even more crazy is the fact that that's still only good for 4th in the American League. He's behind Anderson of the Sox, along with the previously mentioned Bregman and Alvarez 1-2 punch.
Was fouled off 1-1. Apologize if I'm having a little connection issue. As the pitch. High in the air, right field. Maben moves over. That's going to fall down for a base hit. Trout on his way to second. The throw wide. It'll be a 2-out double. I'll tell you, I didn't think Mike Trout was going to go for it, but he did turn for it, and he gets his 22nd double of the season, which now ties him with Tommy LaStella for the top for the Halos.
Well, I agree with you. I didn't think it was the right move, but I think that's a matter of knowing your outfielders. You got Cameron Maben out there in right field, not the best of arms, can try to test him, and he threw it offline, and that's really the only reason why Trout's safe.
Indeed, now Anthony Rendon steps in, and he struck out his last time up too. Tigers again up 2-0. The pitch, swing and a miss, 1-1, and as that one was a splitter, where Rendon was out in front. I mean, the way you look at it here, Trout obviously getting a base knock, it's huge because it's the first one of the game. Now this could be a spell of some momentum as that one's fouled off. Moves over now to 1-2. It looks like Rendon is still struggling a little bit here with Mize as the pitch. Line down the left field line, foul, and the count will remain.
Well, he got a good hold of that one, and no better guy to knock in a run right now than Rendon, only behind Trout on the team in RBIs.
I have hit hard on the ground, fielded and fired the first. Great backhanded play there by DeGrom to end the inning. Well, no runs, 1 hit, and a runner left on. Get to the top of the 5th. Tigers still up 2-0 here on Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
Leading off for Detroit, the right fielder, number 4, Cameron Maben.
Ball.
Pitch misses outside, 1-0, and you see Cameron Maben stepping up. It'll be Maben, Goodrum, and Castro due up here for the Tigers in the top half of the 5th. I'll tell you, with everything that went on early, Hines, and us being a little bit delayed here, once hit down the ground, fielded by Rendon over to first for the first out. With everything that went on, we had a little bit of a delay from the prior game. This game moving relatively quickly, keeping things on schedule.
Yeah, and that big inning that could have been for the Tigers, only resulting in 2 runs, and Ohtani did a very good job to halt it right there. But since then, with KC Mize dealing and with Ohtani facing some but not as many struggles as he could have right now, things are going by very, very quick.
0-1.
Indeed, as Goodrum steps in, he's struck it out twice. Again, you see the quick working pace. You know, I'm very surprised Ohtani is still out here. He's dealing his 65th pitch. That one fouled off, 0-2. Ohtani struggled last inning. He still has had his capability of producing strikeouts as the pitch. So, it'll be a base runner on.
Now batting.
Goodrum gets hit by a pitch, and that one just simply got away there.
Yeah, that's a breaking ball. Just turns his body, almost turns into it. I think it's gonna hit him anyway, but it's a breaking ball. That's always a positive rather than a fastball. Looks like that'll be it for Ohtani.
Indeed, so Ohtani's day is done. He goes 4 1/3 innings. And ultimately, yet again, can't make it through the 5th as he heads back to the dugout. Dylan Bundy comes in, 5-8 record. And again, nearing that 100 inning mark, a 4.66 ERA, but he struggles against right-handed hitters. I mean, this Detroit team has a good amount of, along with lefties, but he will face lefty to lead off this inning, or rather lead off his appearance of Harold Castro.
Well, Bundy does tend to struggle a lot with both the long ball and the base hits that he gives up. So if this is anything that we might see to come, maybe Detroit has a chance to push this lead a little further.
As that one's in the dirt. That one's going to be blocked as well. Good job there behind the plate by Castro. Well, let's see now, Hines. I mean, obviously, Bundy comes in as the throw to first, nowhere near in time. You think Detroit tries to go on a hit and run here?
I think it could be a very good idea. You've got Maben on, or not Maben, Goodrum on, who has some very good speed. And if you get the runner in motion with the guy on at the bat, Castro hitting 3.32, you know, if you, and with the lefty especially, try to draw the second baseman and maybe go first to third, and then you're in business.
One hit high into the air. Moving over is Upton on the run to make the catch. Going back to first will be Goodrum. There's 2 away.
Now batting, second baseman, Jonathan.
And now they've got Scope coming up, so Castro was probably the best chance they had to try to get, you know, the runner over in a scoring position. Now they're relying on Scope to keep his perfect line going and try to split a gap.
Throw over to first high, and Stella will throw it back over. They only have 4 pitches after getting that out, and Scope, as you mentioned, a very hard out to get 2 for 2 on the day, as that one misses inside 1-0. 1 for 6 though in his career versus Bundy. Pitch. Oh, 2-0. For Scope, you got to be licking your chops right here. And a miss to count now 2-1.
That's a good pitch. You know, 2-0, you got to throw a strike, but that one perfectly on the corner, drawing him into swing, but not throwing one that he can really do too much with.
This is outside now, 3-1. Bundy does have his history of walking hitters, as that one's a swing and a miss to count now 3-2. Let's see if he goes to that changeup again. Side ball 4. From first and second and 2 away. Apologies.
No problem. I was also thinking that he would go to the changeup or something off speed, because he hasn't found his fastball command. And really, you can't afford to throw a guy like Scope a fastball. And now you've got to be careful with Stewart at the plate, another guy who can hit a good fastball if you throw it to him.
Stewart, remember, he essentially gave a lead to Detroit off an RBI double after Scope led off with the double. What you need right now is 1 out if you're Bundy, and you saw 194 with runners in scoring position, in which the average got boosted up to for Stewart after that RBI double. Pitch down the field line. That'll go for a base hit. Rounding on his way is Goodrum. The throw is wide. It'll be an RBI single. My goodness. That was a terrible, and I mean a terrible throw there in right field by Goodwin.
Just splits the right-hand side, and yeah, Goodwin, no, he does not have the strongest arm, you know, granted, but from that area, you got to be a little more on target with that. If anything, try to get it in front of the catcher, no matter how hard you throw it. Bounce it into him if you have to, just to get him in a position to tag the runner.
I mean, he missed him very wide after his Chrome steps in. This one popped up foul, 0-2. I mean, you just can't afford that. That's needless to say. Now you're down 3-0 against this Tigers team. 0-2 from Bundy. Swing and a ground ball. Rendon fields for the first to end the inning. The Tigers add on one more run. The one run on one hit and a walk, and 2 runners left on. Head to the bottom of the 5th. Who's got their first hit last time? However, can they get their first run here? We shall find out as we head to the halfway point. Watch your Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. We ask you to donate here to RAIN, one of the many charities in which we are involved with here at Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. And if I'm not mistaken, this may be the last day, Hines, for RAIN, as we should have a new charity tomorrow. If you plan on donating, today's the day to do so. And any contribution is more than generous. I have a link attached to the Twitch chat down below. And we thank you for donating, RAIN, to say the least. Low steps in. The first pitch is fouled off, 0-1.
Can see the total of the hits there, 3,266. That's the sign of a well-lived career.
Indeed, as Pujols flies that one to center, will be caught for the first out. I mean, overall, it's good job at Pujols in his career. And you mentioned in terms of OPS numbers and extra bases and such, both him and Trout are just absolutely incredible. Pitched up and called for a strike, 0-1. I mean, who would anticipate? I know Pujols' career didn't go exactly to plan with the Angels, but who would have expected him to have the kind of career he's had? The first day he came up as a major leaguer.
Yeah, he's carved out an amazing career. He's got 2 World Series, several MVPs, and actually later in the game I did a little bit of math and adding together some of the accolades from Trout, Pujols, and Miguel Cabrera to see what those 3 players together looked like. So maybe I'll share that around the 7th or 8th inning or something, because it's just astounding to see how much these 3 players alone have impacted the game.
As Mize strikes out Upton for the second out. Now he deals to Simmons for a swing and a miss in the count, 0-1. Simmons 0 for 1. He popped out in the 3rd inning, and he's struggling still at the moment. Mize, 63, now 64 pitches. This one's found the ground. Diving and fielding his Candelario over to first in time! What a beautiful play by Candelario to stay with it and throw out Simmons and the inning. 1, 2, 3. The Angels go in the bottom of the 5th. Cabrera, Candelario, Romine due up in the top half. The Tigers expand upon their lead. You shall find out as you're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Cabrera leading off the inning here in this fast-moving game as he fouls that one off to count 0-1. I mean, what a play there by Candelario, Hines.
Well, he's not known for being the best defensive third baseman. I think, when he was coming up with the Cubs system, it was his bat that people were mainly looking at. And, man, that's making up for the fact that he's got a 205 average if he can pull one of those off every once in a while.
Indeed. When you make those big plays, that's what matters. This one hit in the right field. Goodwin will make the catch for the first out, as it's the first time today Cabrera is retired.
Now batting, third baseman.
So the first out here in the 6th, and now Candelario steps in. He made a big defensive play. Now let's see if he can make a big splash to say with the bat. First pitch, call for a strike, 0-1.
That was the pitch to do it on, too. That was a fastball up in the zone, perfect for a power hitter like Candelario.
Well, Hines, I have to ask you, if the game stays like this, do we think we see Dylan Bundy going the rest of the game?
Well, that's an interesting idea. They did have 3 guys go yesterday, Berea, Middleton, and Anderson. If it stays to a 3-run game, I could see maybe them go most of the game. I wouldn't say go the distance maybe, but if you can limit it to maybe bringing in one more guy, that's a bullpen well spent for a game. The Tigers did that yesterday with Ivan Nova going 3 innings after their starter went 6.
This is still one of the very few teams that have 2 long relievers, to my knowledge. Ole Miss is downstairs 3-2. And when I mean long relievers, this team really has about 7 starters. This one's short chopper in the ground. Bundy fields, fires to LaStella at first for the second out. That's what PFPs does for you right there, Hines. It's the first pitcher out made on the day, as Dylan Bundy made that one-look routine.
Yeah, if I can talk about PFP every game, there's been good defense. I'm a little partial because I'm one who likes to pitch more than to hit, really. But when that short contact gets hit to you, that's a sign that you're doing good. That's just as good as a strikeout because they got absolutely nothing behind the ball.
Now, what's the harder part, would you say, as a pitcher? Obviously, my background as well, growing up as a pitcher. But for you, what would you say is the hardest part? Going up and playing as a bunt, or a swinging bunt straight up, or going from left to right to make a play?
Ooh, I think it's easier if you go towards your glove side, as we see a great catch there. Because your momentum's taking you that direction, you can field it, and if you're a righty like myself, you're going down the first base line, you're already in line to throw.
But it's a lot easier to flip down the first base line, but I'd imagine off the backside, obviously it's a much harder play to make, but it seems like the throwers are a lot more easier to be distant. They're going straight on and risking to throw it in the back of the runner, to say the least. But Tigers went 1-2-3 in the top half of the 6th. Now it's Goodwin to lead off in the bottom half of the 6th. And Casey Mize, if he can go even just 7 innings here, Hines, and right now he's on track going more than that, if that one's going to be grounded for a base hit. So first base knock of the day for Goodwin, second hit of the game for the Angels. If Mize can at least go about 7 innings strong, this will be considered an excellent game for this Detroit team.
Even if he can get through this inning here, that's going to be when you consider it to be a success. And if you get 7, man, you're on cloud 9 with that, because he's gotten 9 innings in 3 starts. So if you can get him to go 6, you feel great. You know that you're in a good spot. And if he can go 7, like you said, man, that takes all the stress off your bullpen, and it means that you potentially have a guy who could stay in the rotation for the rest of the season if he can keep the performances up.
Indeed, and obviously he faces right now a struggling Jason Castro, as this one's hit high into the air. Moving over to center field and in front of the warning track is DeGrom for the first out. Actually, rather Castro for the first out. And obviously the shortstop. And LaStella now will step in. 0-for-1, walked back in the first inning. I would think here, especially with facing lefty LaStella, he's going to want to go with the splitters. One's called for a strike 0-1.
Yeah, I'd agree with that assessment too. And just to go back to the last at-bat, I'm a little surprised that Joe Madden didn't try to go with one of his funky little plays and try to throw a bunt down with Castro, who's only hitting 166. Obviously, he's a catcher. It's not something you'd expect, but it's a good way to get the runner over. Joe Madden loves the bunt. We all know that.
A ball left side, fielded and turned for a double play as CJ Crone does it yet again. So, 6 shutout innings for the rookie of Mize, who's looking to pick up his first career Major League win. Right now, he's in a great spot as the Tigers lead 3-0, going to the top half of the 7th.
Number 4, Cameron Mize.
Pulling Bundy out for another inning of work as the first pitch to Maben outside 1-0. Maben in his career, you see, well above 500 against Bundy. He, so facing Bundy, I believe, for the second time this season. We can get a check on that. But overall, it'll be Maben, Goodrum, and Castro in the inning. Right now, the Tigers
2-1.
Putting a 3-0 lead. And as a Tigers fan, if you are a Tigers fan, it must definitely feel like a relief, because to me, 3 runs almost feels like you're winning 9-0 with how good the game's going.
Well, and you have Casey Mize pitching like a bona fide ace out there too. So, you know, it's not just you have a 3-run lead. It's the fact that you have a 3-0 lead, and that just adds a whole, you know, extra level of satisfaction to it.
This one hit down the third base line, fielded by Rendon over to first, but the throw is wide. See if they rule that a base hit. It was a tough play to make. No, they'll say it's an error. Rendon had to spin inside to make the throw, which is why that was wide there. But ultimately, they will rule it an E5. And Nico Goodrum will step in with runner on first.
No, he saved.
It's never Hines an easy play. I mean, Rendon there, he had to move to his left. And then he had to spin to set his feet and fire to first, and ultimately threw it wide. I mean, obviously, yes, it's going to go down as an error. It's a wide throw, but I wouldn't say that's a routine turn, to say the least.
No, and Rendon's usually a sure-handed defender, so usually, you know, by some people's expectations, that is an error for the fact that he usually makes a play like that. But yeah, it's not something you do very easily. A turn, you're throwing your momentum off, you're completely, you know, sort of spinning around, you're almost frazzled as you're trying to throw the ball off, and you have to find the arm slot pretty perfect to really get it close.
Well, Goodrum steps in. 1-2 count. Pitch. Line foul out of play. Count will remain. I mean, if you're Detroit now, gotta find a way to move this runner over. Try to bring home a run. Swing and a miss. The first out there for Dylan Bundy, his first strikeout of the day, and it comes on a nasty changeup to get Goodrum swinging.
Got him on the outside part of the plate, maybe thinking there was going to be a fastball down and away. And then when you get the changeup, I mean, we all know how bad it is to try to think fastball and then see changeup, and, you know, in between your swing, you already know you're done.
This one line foul, and the count 0-1 as Castro steps in. You know, it's funny, I mentioned just a few moments ago, Hines, about how the Tigers having as good as a day they're having. It must feel like they have a 9-0 lead. It only means 3-0 against this Angels team. At the same time, if you're a Tigers fan, as this one's hit the right field, moving into making the catch will be Goodwin for the second out. But as good of a day as they're having, also with the Tigers' recent history of failure in terms of record and winning games and offensive production, you imagine it's in the brains of a couple Tigers fans where they have to start thinking, when is it going to go wrong in this game? Because it's going to go wrong eventually, is what the feeling they would have.
Well, yeah, I think, you know, whenever you have a long stretch of poor seasons, I think that can be sometimes the mindset. And it's not even sometimes for teams like the Tigers. I mean, I know as a Cubs fan how September, late innings, when your bullpen's been struggling, how you can sort of, you know, be in a false sense of security and then think, oh no, what's going to happen now? Because something is going to go wrong. But I think, you know, you just got to hope and trust in the team, and it's sometimes hard to do, but you just got to hope that your manager makes the right decision and the players can play like they had the first 6.
You even see that in successful teams as this one's hit on the ground, fired by Rendon to second on the fielder's choice and the inning. So Rendon makes an error, but then makes up for it. No runs, no hits, and a runner left on again via that error. It'll be Fletcher, Trout, Rendon to face Mize in the bottom half of the 7th. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
And leading off.
Alex Wilson, Gregory Soto up in the bullpen as Casey Mize at 71 pitches. It's a 3-0 lead, and will face 2-3-4 for the third time here today.
71 pitches is a very good total to be going through 6 full. Normally, you know, if you can stick to, you know, around no more than 10 above the 10 above the inning you're in, if that makes sense. If you're going through 6 innings, you want to have no more than 70 if you want to think, you know, for 100 pitches for a complete game. That's a great total.
This one hit down the line. Crone makes the play on the run for the first out. Good reach and grab there. And there's one away. But, you know, again, from this overall a great game in terms of that production. But you go back to what you were mentioning that last inning, Hines, about how, you know, sometimes you feel that false sense of security. You could definitely feel that with that bullpen. I mean, even, for example, last year, it happens to good teams, too, with the New York Yankees, feeling very false sense of security when Adam Ottavino or Jonathan Holder would come out in the mound and pitch in a relief situation.
1-1.
It's the same feeling because, you know, these fans can feel it. And I have a feeling I want Mize to go as long as he can because after the starting rotation, this bullpen has not been good.
Yeah, that's definitely always the thing. It's sort of, you know, you already can pinpoint the problem. I wouldn't say problem players, but you know, the players that you know are, you know, hit or miss players, and that's always when it's, you know, it hits you. Because if you're, you know, a Tigers fan, if you have Miguel Cabrera up, you might feel, you know, pretty confident. Oh yes, we got Miggy at the plate. Then you have, you know, someone else come up and you're like, I'm not so sure about him.
3-1. That one's fouled off 3-2. And I mean, think about over the years, the aces essentially the Tigers have had. I mean, who would have expected Max Scherzer to become the pitcher he is today after moving over to Washington from Detroit? Justin Verlander, who we know is an absolute stud every day. That one's down the ground. Crone fields again to make the second out. I mean, there's so many more pitchers that went through this Detroit Tigers team that turned out, in terms of the starting rotation, the excellent pitchers, but they just, with the exception of Verlander really, was never successful in Detroit.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's sort of an issue when, I mean, when you look at Scherzer, he was there for those, you know, postseason competition years, but then, you know, he leaves and, you know, you drop off and you sort of see how losing a player like him, you can imagine what could have been and what is.
Doan flies out to center to end the inning. So 1, 2, 3 go the Angels yet again. Get to the top of the eighth. It'll be Stewart leading it off for the Tigers as they lead 3-0 here. Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. This game has been gone by relatively quickly. Next game scheduled happens at 5:30. The Orioles and the Mariners, Brother Beard and Chris Sachi on the call for that one. And then night games slowly start to work their way in at 7:15 Eastern. You have PK and the Jinx.
No, that's outside.
Doing Blue Jays and the Red Sox. And hopefully the Jinx doesn't jinx the outcome of this one because this one's been a very good game to this point as that one's fouled off. The count now 2-1 as Bundy to throw his 50th pitch, next pitch out.
I'm probably beating a dead joke right here with PK and the Jinx. Everyone always mentions how it sounds like some sort of 90s band or something. It's always funny to hear it, I must say, hear those two guys' names back to back.
It does have that 90s feel, as you mentioned, Hines. It's a funny thing is that one's fouled off 3-2, and I would imagine that's going to be, to say our game isn't a game to watch because it's a game going on, but I think that may be one of the favorite games to watch here tonight as the pitch side ball 4. So leads off with a walk. Now at 53 pitches, and AJ Crone will step in, who's 2 for 3.
Well, a couple of these guys are 2 for 3 on the day. Crone had 2 singles earlier. Stewart, who just got on base, had 2 hits. Scope ended the last inning, has 2 hits. The middle of the order is finally producing for the Tigers. And, you know, when we look at the box score at the end of the game and look at that hit column, I think most Tigers fans will be relieved to see that some offense is really starting to show.
The offense is starting to show. The first pitch, Crohn's called for a strike 0-2. I'm 2 for 3, as mentioned prior, and he has that pop, Hines. You know, he can hit for power. I know he hasn't really done it too much for this year, but he does have the capability to, I mean, just hit absolute moonshots if he's left one up in the zone, and he's been successful in his career with middle-in fastballs. One's down in the dirt, blocked. And this is, you have to remember as well, this is his former team. This is where he started with. Back when Mike Trout got moved up, CJ Cron at home here in LA as that one misses downstairs 3-2.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, power against inside fastballs. If you're Dylan Bundy, you know you pretty much have to throw him your best pitch, which is going to be probably a fastball. You cannot, I repeat, you cannot throw it inside to him. Throw it away, throw it up. Just don't give it in his nitro zone.
Oh, let's see here. Again, Bundy up in the pitch count. 59th pitch.
Nope, ball 4.
This is outside, ball 4. Crone works a walk. There'll be runners on first and second. I think Bundy stays done after this. I don't see how you can keep him out there at this point. This is a lot of pitches. He's done a great job for the record. Indeed, yes, his day is done. So, even Middleton will come in, 6.49 ERA. He is here 2-0 record, and he has 7 holds. And while right now he wouldn't technically get a hold here in this losing situation, he needs to hold this team at bay at 3-0.
And if you don't mind, I want to just give the combination of Pujols, Trout, and Miguel Cabrera in terms of accolades, because, as I mentioned before, it's crazy. You have two-time Rookie of the Year, 8-time MVP, 29 All-Star games, 20 Silver Sluggers, 3 World Series, 5 batting titles, 1,427 homers, and 7,582 hits.
Oh, make that 7,583, as that'll be an RBI single for Miguel Cabrera.
Up next for the Tigers.
My goodness, Miggy. He produces for the 3rd time today. And how about that? Another RBI single. Man, was that a close play there at home?
Closer than I thought it would have been, actually. Castro nearly nicked the cleat of Stewart running around third. You know, you never know when you see that. There are always a couple interesting tags during a season. That could have been one of the best catcher plays we see.
Nope.
Make a play when it matters, but Miguel Cabrera went up clutch yet again to give it a 4-0 lead now for the Tigers. And you got to imagine Casey Mize is very ecstatic, to say the least, in a dugout. I'm not sure if his day is over.
1 ball, 1 strike.
It is. 7 shutout innings, remarkable. And Ilario steps in, by the way. The count already 1-1 against him. And another run here, Hines, essentially breaks the game open. I don't think you can come back down from a 5-0 deficit with 6 outs to go. Pitch misses downstairs, 2-1.
Especially considering that you'd need to string a fair amount of hits together to get back to the power part of that lineup, since Pujols is leading it off, meaning that Trout and Rendon would be 8th and 9th. So you'd need to be able to get 3, 4, 5 hits to try to get them to the plate and try to get something across.
Is that one's called for strike 2-2? Now, Hines, I have to ask you, do you remember, we're talking about obviously the past two of this Angels team, and obviously Trout, Pujols, and Miggy, of how great of careers they've had.
Count is full.
One's downstairs, 3-2. You remember when Trout first got called up, and obviously CJ Cron was right there, when Angels fans thought the future was Cron, Trumbo, Trout, and Pujols. one in line, Estella Fields, make the first out. But I'm not sure if you remember that. Mark Trumbo had a great start in his career, along with Mike Trout. He played for LA.
I mean, I actually forget that Crone was on that team. I forgot about it until I was preparing for the game, but I do remember it was Trout and Trumbo, the two T's, that were both supposed to be the next big thing. And once Trumbo left, you know, you could almost, I don't follow the Angels as much, but you could sort of sense a little bit of a sigh. You see a great hit here.
And deep base hit, rounding and scoring will be Crone. It's an RBI single for Austin Romine. It's a 5-0 lead as Omi comes up big. I mean, my goodness, you can't get any more textbook than that with an outside pitch.
Just slice it the other way, gets the runner home, puts you in another great position with Maven at the plate to get another one across.
Indeed, as Maben does bring another one across, as it's an RBI single, Cabrera will come across to score. And the Angels now trail 6-0. A big piece yet again, opposite field on an outside fastball for Cameron Maben.
Well, and now you look at the team, almost everybody's done something for this team. Goodrum has been on base with a hit by pitch. He hasn't gotten a hit, but Castro and Candelario, if my scorecard is correct, are the only guys who haven't actually gotten on base today.
That should be correct. It's a 1-0, misses downstairs 2-0. Goodrum, as you mentioned, 0 for 3. A great opportunity here. I mean, obviously the game's already broken open for the Tigers, scoring 3 runs here in this inning. But if you score another 1 or 2, I mean, do you even bring out Mize into this next inning if a couple more runs go on the board, Hines?
I think that's a tough decision because he's been going so strong, and now you really don't have a big risk because it's not like he would be in danger of giving up the lead. You know, 3 runs, he might walk 2 guys, give up a 3-run homer, and then boom, you're tied. But here, 6 runs, you can almost throw him out there and then go to the bullpen if he gives up one or 2 base runners. But at the same time, you don't want to overdo it on a guy who's only pitched 9 innings his whole major league career and then try to get him to go 8 in one start.
Indeed, and obviously you mentioned only 9 innings through his first 3 starts. This is start number 4. He's in line right now to have his first career win, but the matter is as that one's called strike 3. Wow, I'll tell you what, Goodrum can't believe it, but that was a strike at the knees. And there is your second out of the inning.
And there is his golden sombrero for the evening as well. 4 Ks and a hit by pitch.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that as well. That's a very good point. As the golden sombrero, first one I think I've called in about maybe 6 games, I would like to say. I know there was, the first one in 6 games. And actually, you know what I just realized too? The last golden sombrero came in the Tigers game that I last called. That's kind of ironic.
1-1.
I don't know if I actually have called the golden sombrero. If I have, I didn't reference it, and I've made a grave error by not doing so.
Now ball for the pitcher, Middleton fires the Rendon to end the inning. So let's see if Mize comes out for the 8th. The Pujols, Upton, Simmons do up. And to me, the smart decision is bring him back out. Let him try to chase his first career complete game as well as shutout. Only allowed 2 hits to this point as Albert Pujols steps up to the dish. And you see they have 2 players helping the bullpen, but KC Mize at 80 pitches up here in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Well, there you go. He has a chance. I think he's probably going to have a short hook here, but
1 ball, no strike.
be able to go out in the 8th inning in that game, you know what? I think he's just, almost running on pure adrenaline now, knowing how good he's been.
Well, you definitely like to see him, double the amount of distance he's had combined in the last 3 games. Here in 1 start, he has a chance to go for his first career shutout.
Yeah.
That one's called for a strike 1 and 2. I mean, regardless, yet again, this Detroit team has a future pitcher and a future ace. There's no doubt about that, as this one's hit high into the air. Making the catch will be the center fielder of, I believe that's, gosh, I don't know why, I keep on saying Goodrum, but it's not Goodrum. Rather Castro for the first down. I don't know why, I just keep on wanting to say Goodrum for no reason. Goodrum's a shortstop.
He does, however, have the ability to play everywhere, so I can see where that could be a bit of an issue, knowing that he could, you know, he very well could be playing in center field for all we know.
Upton steps up. That one popped up behind the plate. Calling it his Romine to make the catch for the second out. Oh, if you're Mize, throw another fastball, throw another something. Get it out here. You'll definitely see the 9. 85 pitches. They'll face Andrelton Simmons, someone he's been successful at getting out in this game. He backed out softly to third base his first time up and popped out his last time up. This one hit on the ground. That'll get through for a base hit. So perhaps the broadcaster jinx as successful against Simmons no longer. Be a base hit.
Well, it's only one hit. As you see, the hitting streak extended to 9. But, you know, the advantage, it's one pitch. It's not like he worked a long at-bat. So we'll see. Maybe if he can get a quick out, he might see the 9th inning for all we know.
He's only allowed 3 hits. This is another one. Another player in which he allowed a hit to his last time up. Goodwin 1 for 2. And a base hit to right center field. And indeed, couple mentions, the reverse jinx stocks. They moved their way down to 79. Pitch high into the air. This one's going to be an out. Making the catch will be Castro. That's right, I got it right this time to end the inning. No runs, 1 hit, and a runner left on. We head to the top of the 9th. The home stretch just right around the corner. It'll be Scope, Stewart, and Crone due up for the Tigers in the top half.
Now pitching for the Angels, number 38.
Justin Anderson coming in on the mound, 13 2/3 innings, 14 games on the year, so he's averaging just about an inning per appearance. A 3.95 ERA, and he'll face 3.45 for this Tigers team as Scope 2 hits on the night, including that big double that eventually allowed him to score and give the Tigers the lead early on this game.
Well, I think, well, this is definitely damage limitation for the Angels and Joe Madden. It also is a very sort of smart decision if you were playing it, you know, maybe later in the series you might see Anderson come back because he throws more sliders than he does fastballs, and against the 3, 4, 5 in this order who are all good fastball hitters, Scope, Stewart, Crone, and then even add Cabrera in there, it would be a good situational matchup normally as well.
It would definitely be a lot more ideal as that one's chopped on the ground foul. To face those guys that you have best advantages on. And, you know, the thing about, you mentioned that as well in regards to this one misses high and in 2-2. You mentioned that about matchups. All right. It's so important when you think about matchups come the postseason. Trying to get your best chances of making important outs, as that one's called strike 3. Great slider from Anderson, as Hines mentioned, is his deathly weapon for the first out. But you think about matchups and what you need to do to make outs matter in the postseason. You have an advantage against players that especially struggle with a certain pitch. You know you can trust the reliever to bring them in and get outs. It's important, and you'll use them multiple times. Almost like how back in the 2016 World Series, the Cubbies overused Aroldis Chapman, and Andrew Miller was utilized a bunch for the Indians.
Yeah, and well, we see one of those managers, Joe Madden, in that Angels dugout. He does like to play the matchups, Joe Madden. He does a lot of interesting decisions, which for the most part turn out for him, though. I think the big thing with the postseason is you have to have a reliable bullpen, which with the Cubs he did not. He really only could trust Aroldis Chapman to be the only guy you could consistently call on every day and know he could pitch, and that reliance ended up in overusage, similar to Francona, knowing that Miller's his best guy. You still had Shaw and Allen, who were their best guys as well, but even they got overused after that period of time.
Stewart's going to have an infield single here as Simmons tried to play it on the soft chopper down in the middle. I mean, you mentioned it as well. I mean, it's just so neat, to say the least. It is the way the approach is as Crone is a pitcher a strike 1-0, and of course, I'm referring to the manager of the Angels of Joe Madden. I mean, when you think about Madden, he's probably, and I can think of Hines, the most unique manager of all time. He's brought a lot of things into baseball, or back to baseball, as Goodwin makes the catch on the run for the second out. I mean, remember, he was a big guy having his pitchers eighth. He was the big reason the shift came back to Major League Baseball and is now a present factor every single day. And that's only two things. I mean, there's so many more things that Joe Madden's done just to win with average players. It's remarkable.
Well, and add into that how he keeps his clubhouse loose. That's one of the biggest things, especially when you look at the Cubs and now at the Angels, where you've got a lot of up-and-coming young stars and a lot of aging veterans, which sometimes can lead to a big rift between, you know, a pool of younger players and a pool of older players, and they struggle to gel together. But when you have Joe Madden at the helm, he keeps everyone loose, everyone sort of friendly together, and you know, with all those dress-up days on their getaway days and whatnot, yeah, it keeps everything loose, and he will do odd things too, and they work out. One of my best fun facts from now on with Joe Madden is one day he used the song 8675309 to do his lineup.
That's incredible. That one's going to fall down for a base hit. That's actually, I didn't know that. So that's pretty awesome.
I actually used that as a this day in baseball history a couple of days ago for the Cubs against the Rays on Friday, and he would just use the numbers to correspond to the defensive positions, with the center fielder, you know, number 8 leading off, followed by shortstop and left field. So it's however he keeps his players loose, and I think this Angels team perfectly exemplifies what he's all about. Young players, good aging players who can sort of mentor guys like Justin Upton, sort of fitting almost the mold of a Jason Hayward presence in the locker room that he had with the Cubs.
And you know what the thing is too with Madden is that you mentioned he likes that lax atmosphere, and I know right now things aren't lax. You're in the AL West, trying to, you know, run down the Athletics, and you had a good start, but you just haven't been able to keep up with it. This is a team that's going to turn around in the future, and Joe Madden, again, you know, you have to remember too, I know Joe Madden wasn't necessarily the team of recent that started the opener idea as well, Hines, but he was one of the initial catalysts of the idea of bringing an opener into baseball. He will do anything to win and keep his team relaxed, which is why he's just one of the most definitely unique and arguably the most successful managers, even though he only has one major World Series to his name in all of baseball, as Trout makes the catch to end the inning. Oh, Detroit's up 6-0. Castro, LaStella, Fletcher do up in the bottom of the 9th inning for the Angels. I think we'll see a comeback, but let's see if KC Mize can get his first career shutout and his first career complete game here on Major League Ball on Twitch.tv.
Well, quickly, just to finish off the Joe Madden conversation so we can have our full attention on KC Mize to finish this ball game. I think that this Angels team will be interesting going forward. It's a wide open division maybe in the future if the Astros struggle like they have this season a little more and you got a 4-team race. You never know what the Angels can do. Bring in some good players, bring up some youth like Joe Adell, and this team could be a competitor under Joe Madden and maybe get him another World Series ring and bring the Angels to the front of LA ahead of the Dodgers.
My last point about it too is, Matt, and the other thing too is it seems like every player that's played for him, I shouldn't say every player, but most players that he has great relationships with especially, tend to come back. So I would not be surprised if this is a winning team on the road. I know this year's more of a kind of fix-it-up kind of deal on a regards to a short, kind of tenure, but when he turns around, the team could be winning as soon as next season, I would say successfully, that is, in regards to being well above 500 compared to around 500. Mize at 93 pitches. It'll be a 3-2 to the catcher of Castro. One hit high into the air. Castro on the run to make the catch for the first out. So Castro hits it to Castro. There's one away.
The first baseman, number 9.
Well, and an interesting note is we have Tommy La Stella coming to the plate. He, of course, played for Joe Madden. He's now actually finally getting to start every day for Joe Madden. So I think Tommy La Stella, who had, I think, a pretty decent relationship with the Cubs and with Joe Madden, just frustrated not to get playing time. Now he can fully enjoy the fruits of his labor.
As La Stella takes this one for a strike 0-1, and obviously La Stella, as I mentioned, one of the players on that critical World Series teams in 2016 is, well, they say it hit him? It did. I thought he went around. They say La Stella held on. Man, I thought he went around there.
Well, I would tell you what I think, but I'm the victim of a stream freeze, so I'm still stuck pre-pitch. But I will agree with your assessment because it sounded like from what you said that it looked like he went around.
Well, it was a breaking ball that hit him in the knee. But to me, it looked like he went around before he got hit. As this one's hit on the ground, Mize will have his first career complete game shutout. DeGrom turns the double play. It's 4-3 to end the game. The Tigers win 6-0. The first career win for Casey Mize. It's his first career shutout complete game. What a game for Detroit, as the future is here.
What can I say but wow. Not to mention, he did it in under 100 pitches. That's a Maddox, everyone. Shutout, 9 innings, less than 100 pitches. So, not only getting, a complete game shutout, but to do it in style.
Remarkable. Again, Mize's first career win. Final stat line, 6 runs on 13 hits for the Detroit Tigers. And to be honest, I don't know when you'll ever see that again if you're a Tigers fan with how the offense has been this season. 2 runs, 3 hits, and 1 error for the Angels. And the reason why I say I don't know if you'll see that again, because the inconsistency has happened. But here in this game, you see the 1-0 lead started off. Moonshot. That was a 1-hopper off the wall. That would bring home Jonathan Scope to give them the early lead. But then Miguel Cabrera says, I'm going to tack on one more. RBI single to right center field. Trout wouldn't be able to get the throw in time. It'd be a 2-0 lead. Then Stewart again has an RBI single down the right field. Another run would score, and then it would be a 3-0 lead for the Tigers, Hines.
Well, another base hit. Miguel Cabrera getting 2 RBIs, so a couple guys with a couple RBIs. Great job there. And Romine, you mentioned just hitting that fastball down the line. These guys just chipping away, and we brought it up early in the broadcast that they don't need to worry about hitting the long ball. They just need to chip away and chip away and chip away, and that's exactly what they did.
Indeed, they chipped away with another Cameron Maben RBI single. Then Casey Mize getting Fletcher to ground out into a double play after hitting La Stella and turning the 6-4-3 to get his first 3-year win, his first career complete game shutout. Mize goes to full 9, 3 hits allowed, 7 punch-outs, and he didn't have a single punch-out, if I'm not mistaken, in his last 3 innings. Overall, what a day for Casey Mize. This is one he's going to remember for a very, very long time.
And that's a good sign of things to come. He only walked 1 as well. Sure, he hit 2 batters, but man, 97 pitches. As I said, that's a Maddox. Complete game shutout. I don't know what to say. We were coming into this game thinking, all right, he's struggled a bit. You know, you can attribute some of that to lack of offense, but now, man, I want to see what that ERA looks like. Went from 13.5. It's probably all the way down by now.
Remember, he started with his first 3 appearances, not even with 9 innings. Well, he just doubled his innings total, Hines, in a matter of, well, 1 appearance. So, I mean, that's a great job by him. I mean, overall, big win. But this is just one of many games to come, to say the least, as the Orioles and the Mariners up next behind. I want to get your final thoughts before we move it over to Brother Beard and Chris Sachi.
Well, we highlighted the pitching matchup before this game, Mize against Ohtani. We thought it would be interesting and potentially could have been a short outing for both of them, knowing Ohtani's stamina and Mize's sort of experience coming into here. But, man, Casey Mize, take a bow, young man.
Indeed, Mize going the distance. Overall, again, giving the Tigers a 6-0 win. That'll wrap it up here from the 3:15 game here on Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Tim Moore alongside Hines saying so long, as again the Tigers win in LA 6-0. Moving over to Seattle as the Baltimore Orioles and Seattle Mariners face off against one another. Brother Beard and Chris Sachi on the call. Take it away, guys.
Well, thank you, Tim. Thank you, Hines. Another wonderful call out of the both of you. And we head out to Seattle. It's going to be Alex Cobb taking the mound for the Orioles and Marco Gonzales for the Mariners. I'm joined, of course, by Chris Sachi. How are you doing, my friend?
Good. Beard, how are you? We're going out to your neck of the woods out there in Seattle.
Yeah, it's been a good homestand, picking up 2 or 3 in the previous series against the Phillies. So a lot of action in that series, and quite the sleeper yesterday in the pitching matchup that it ended up being. We'll see how the Mariners fare in this 3-game set against these visiting Baltimore Orioles. We'll get a look today at Mariners top pitching star here, Marco Gonzales. First time we've got to see him on bot ball action for a while. As we'll get underway, Jose Iglesias, the shortstop for the Orioles, gonna swing at the first pitch and drive a ball into left center field. Kyle Lewis tries to come down with it but can't make the catch. Alex Smith backs him up, and that's gonna be a stand-up double to start the ball game, the very first pitch out of Marco, and that's going to be Jose's 23rd double of the season.
Wow, Beard, it seems like this game started so quickly, and then once the game started, it got even faster. It looked like Gonzales wanted to get ahead, and Iglesias was aggressive.
It certainly did, as first pitch getting in there about 2:37 here in Seattle. And we finally get a second pitch, but there's already a runner at second. And that's going to go to Hanser Alberto, batting second here for the Orioles. Of course, moving right along. Lineup today for the O's is going to be Jose Iglesias, obviously. Hanser Alberto batting second. Anthony Santander batting third, as this one's lined. Straight at the batting at the third base coach there, 2-1. Renato Nunez batting fourth. Rio Ruiz batting fifth. Andrew Velasquez batting sixth. Dwight Smith Jr. batting seventh. Ramon Urias batting eighth. And Pedro Savino backing ninth. That's going to be a base hit out to right field. It's going to drive the runner in from second. And boy, less than 10 pitches into this ball game, and the Baltimore Orioles already have one point on the board here.
Yeah, Gonzales is missing with fastballs. That first pitch of the game, Iglesias doubled. And that one right there, good piece of hitting by Alberto. Inside out's another fastball.
Definitely not the Orioles team that perhaps some people expected to come into this series here in the bottom of that AL East. 32-59. Off to a hot start here, catching Marco Gonzales in the first inning while he's still trying to get settled.
Yeah, and even these foul balls have been hard hit. We saw Alberto yank one foul, and that one hit hard the opposite way by Santander. So Gonzales is going to have to settle down here. And the first inning is always usually the toughest to try to do so because just like this game, Beard, it started so quickly. All your adrenaline and emotion is usually in that first inning, but still nobody out. He's got to retire a batter soon.
Right you are. Well, he gets a swing and a miss here for strike 2. And perhaps he can get it here as take a look at our home plate umpire for tonight. See how that strike zone fares for these pitchers. Marco missing low and inside, so the count is now full on Anthony Santander. Payoff pitch. He lifts this one deep into right field. Ranging back is going to be Haniger. He's to the track, and he makes the catch. Just shy of the wall there. A well-hit ball, just dying short of putting another 2 runs on the board. You're going to see Renato Nunez step in. First pitch to him misses outside, 1-0.
Yeah, Beard, you mentioned at the top that Gonzales has been the pitching star for the Mariners. I mean, in 2019, he made that opening day start for the M's, and that broke Felix Hernandez's 10-year streak. So that's some pretty big shoes to fill. He was a 19th overall pick from St. Louis in 13, as this one is belted.
Now all the way to the wall here. That's going to be a stand-up double. Perhaps a little bit of indecision at the base running here, but the throw's offline, so it makes no difference. We'll see a double here out of Renato Nunez. And we'll bring up Rio Ruiz as the Orioles off to a hot start here in the first inning.
Yeah, it's a great example that no matter what team you face in the majors, if you're missing, if you're not on your game, they'll hit you around. And even the one out of this inning, Beard, was a couple feet away from a homer.
Marco getting it over there for the first strike here to Rio Ruiz. Yeah, Marco's definitely got to calm down here. Otherwise, he's going to continue to get rocked throughout this game, and it'll be a short one for him. Already 17 pitches here, and he's got a 1-2 count on Ruiz. One, two. It's going to be hit down the third base line. Kyle Seager to make the stop, and the throw is going to pull off Evan White from first base. So the run's going to score. They're not going to get the out. Runner at second stays. So Baltimore takes the lead 2-0, and a rough starting here for Marco Gonzales.
Yeah, he doesn't look too sharp at all, but good play there by Seager to at least stab it. Nice athletic try and prevent the runner from moving over from second. But that's about all the solace that Gonzales will have to take here. Only one away and 2 men on.
A swing and a miss here, but from Andrew Velasquez. Been on a bit of a hitting streak of late here.
1 ball, 2 strikes, count.
We'll see a ball outside, 1-2. Ball hit over to Evan White. He'll go to second for 1, back to first for 2. and he finally gets out of the inning. But that one, even that ground ball was hit hard. The Orioles out in front 2-0 as they stop the bleeding. We'll go to the bottom of the first and get these Mariners a shot. Of course, the starting lineup for the Mariners, they're going to face off against Alex Cobb, making his 19th start of the season. A 3-8 record with a 4.80 ERA, giving up over 100 hits, just like Marco. 95 2/3 innings of work. Very similar seasons these guys are having.
Yeah, both guys were opening day starters last year. Orioles signed Cobb for 4 years, $57 million in the offseason of 2018. But Cobb's had an interesting story, Beard. He's battled injuries a lot in his career. As we'll get to that after the play.
Alex Cobb's going to run over to first and beat Malik Smith down the line to record the first out. Swinging at the first pitch, a ground ball in the infield. Trying to get something going, but no luck. One away here. In steps Kyle Lewis.
Yeah, Cobb had surgery to remove blood clots during the 2011 season. That ended that year for him. He had a concussion after getting hit in the head by a line drive 2 years later in 13. And then in 2015 had to face Tommy John surgery. So he had that one fine 2017 season, which led to the big contract with the Orioles.
He'll miss inside here, 2-0. Yeah, a big payday indeed for a guy who has shown the longevity as a major league pitcher, even with all of the injury and health concerns.
Another fun fact about Mr. Cobb, and exit velocity is a stat that has started to really become part of the baseball discussion. Well, he, of any other pitcher in the major leagues, he had the highest opponent exit velocity of every pitcher with a minimum threshold. So he struggled last year, and this year's ERA is still close to 5.
2-2 pitch to Lewis now, and he's going to pop it up behind the plate. Pedro Servino is going to come out of the stance to make the catch, and there are 2 away. A bit longer at bat out of Lewis, but a couple of missed opportunities to get this ball game going here. Already in the hole, 2-0. We're going to see the former All-Star Mitch Haniger step in. He's been absolutely crushing the left-handed pitching this year. Not so well against the righties, facing off against Alex Cobb today. Broken bat pop-up down the line, and, well, he'll have to get a new one, clear the debris off the field, and go again. Swing and a miss. Quickly 0-2. Haniger does not look very comfortable out there against the right-handed pitching. Connects with this one. It's a fly ball out into the gap. The center fielder Velasquez is there to make the catch. And that's the 3rd out. We'll go to the top of the 2nd. Baltimore still out front, 2-0.
Leading off for Baltimore, the right fielder, Dwight Smith.
Well, Dwight Smith Jr. is going to step in to lead off the 2nd here for the O's. Hitting quite well, 13 for 36 over his last 9 games. Swing and a miss, strike 1 here. This one's going to get popped up and flied out to center field. Smith is going to camp underneath it. Plenty of time, and that's the 1st out.
So a better start for this inning than Gonzales had last time. Lead off double by Jose Iglesias really allowed the Orioles to get after their lead, but now he has 7, 8, 9 to face, and maybe he can start to settle in here. A clean 2nd inning can do well for him and try to keep this game at 2-0.
Yeah, Marco's always been kind of jittery in the 1st inning. That's the best opportunity to take advantage of leaving pitches over the zone. He's seemingly calmed down a little bit more, able to get the easy pop out there. We'll see how he does moving forward. Missing 2-0 with that changeup.
Yeah, that changeup is his bread and butter. His other off-speed stuff is developed later, some of it even while he was in the big leagues.
And a line drive out to right field. Haniger tries to lay out for it, and it gets all the way to the wall past him. He'll turn second and go for third. It's going to be a triple here, as he is in there in plenty of time. Ramon Urias records his first triple of the season, and it comes after Mitch Haniger tries to lay out in front of this one.
Yeah, some managers have a rule, never dive in the outfield, and that's why. If Haniger lets that one fall in front of him, that's just a base hit. Instead, he goes for the risky out, especially when you're trailing early. Let him get the single. Instead, you have a runner at third here. Sac fly can make it 3-0.
Well, that's going to bring in the catcher, Pedro Severino. Excuse me. The 1-0 pitch from Marco. This one's a well-hit ball out to center field. It's going a long ways. That's going to come down at the track and hit off the wall. Another run will score, as that's a stand-up double.
The batter, number 11.
So what is that? 3 or 4 extra base hits for the O's already. I mean, Gonzales, a lot of these pitchers are getting really squared up. I mean, there was a earlier out, the first out of the game for Gonzales that was 2 feet from a homer. But yeah, going back to that play before, I mean, sorry there, Beard, that Haniger dive, you have to help out a pitcher when he's struggling. Instead, he goes for the risky out. And this could continue to snowball.
Yeah, there's been a lot of well-hit balls here off of the pitches from Marco Gonzales. You know, you definitely don't want to see your starter, especially Marco in this case. You definitely don't want to see them going, getting pulled here only in the second inning, but he hasn't shown the ability to get the outs yet, as they're already down 3-0.
And down 3-0 in this count. And especially game 1 of a series, too. You don't want to, like you said, Beard, you don't want to have to tax your bullpen in game 1.
Nope, that's down. Ball 4.
And ball 4 on 4 straight pitches. So we'll get a visit from the pitching coach. And it's about time, as we'll go back to the top of the lineup.
Yeah, this is needed here. Just at least to give him a breath. Let him collect his thoughts a bit. And here we go. 2 on, just 1 out. Almost as many runs out so far in this game that Gonzales has had to contend with.
And he gives up another base hit here out to left field, and they will hold at third. That was a shallow hit, but how much more do we really need to see? Clearly, Marco does not have the stuff here. Only 35 pitches, giving up 3 runs, 7 hits, all of them earned, and a walk to boot.
Yeah, 7 hits. I mean, that jumps out like a sore thumb. And Gonzales is a guy who has had 2 fine seasons with the Mariners since they acquired him in 2017. And he's had a fine year again this year. He's been very consistent. His ERA has improved each season with the Mariners, But today he hasn't found the stuff. I don't know what it might be, and hopefully the pitching coach there could try to figure it out after that mound visit. Of course, for the Mariners' sake, they're hoping it's not something on the physical side.
It's a long season. We'll see how he does. He's definitely an integral part of this rotation.
Yeah, he was someone, sorry there, Beard, very highly touted. He was named to the 2014 Futures team just a year after getting drafted, but the day after he was named to the team, he was called up to the bigs, made his major league debut, and then had an up and down 14 season. This is with the Cardinals organization, but had 2 wins in their NLDS against the Dodgers to help them move on.
A hard hit ball down the third base line. Runners are going to move up 90 feet as Kyle Seager's not able to get the throw over in time. Another run on the board here for the O's, and they continue to pile it on.
Yeah, and who knows how long this leash will go, but now it's official. He's had just as many outs in this game as runs allowed. Still in a tough spot, too.
Fouled off here. That fastball just high. 0-1. Of course, Nunez already with a double back in the first. He'd be happy with another one here.
Outside, that's a ball.
Marco catches the corner, but the umpire says, nah, dude. That's not a strike. I don't know.
You hate getting squeezed like that, especially when you're struggling, too. It doesn't help matters at all.
Especially because that's exactly where you want that pitch to be.
Yeah.
That's like there's no part of that ball that is missing the edge. That ball is squarely over the plate. The umpire just blew the call. 2-2 pitch here to Nunez. Runners at every bag, and it's going to be a base hit out into left. Crawford tries to cut it off, but he can't do it. The throw into the plate. Murphy tags him out at home. A silver lining here, they only score one. Well, and that's going to do it. Marco Gonzales going 1 2/3 inning, giving up 5 runs.
My goodness. Well, Beard, this is the exact scenario we feared for these Mariners. Game 1 of a series, and your starter does not exit the second inning. This game, they're just going to have to figure it out, and then this could bleed into the rest of the series as a whole.
Well, we're going to call on the young righty Connor Sadzik. It'll be his 5th appearance in the major leagues this season. 1-0 record and an ERA sub-2. Small sample size, obviously, but they'll probably look for him to get 4 or 5 innings out.
Yeah, he made 2 starts with the Rangers back in 2018. That was his first year in the bigs. So the Mariners look to him to get some length. But first of all, he's got to get out of this second.
The 0-1 pitch to Rio Ruiz. It's going to be below the zone, 1-1. This is going to be a fun series. I always have trouble with R's.
Oh yeah, they'll be coming in throughout the series here.
It'll be great. 1-1 pitch, fouled off here, 1-2. Well, Baltimore giving Seattle a little taste of their own medicine. Of course, Seattle able to put up a 5-run lead in the top of the second of the first game against the Phillies in the previous series. So a little bit of mirror action here. The 1-2 missing high, 2-2 now.
Yeah, you see the fastball 98 from Sadzik. That's probably his best weapon. He might just go right back to it here.
Big breaking ball high. 3-2. Yeah, he's got that heater that he can throw in there, but he's also got a couple of breaking ball and off-speed pitches. He goes back to the fastball. Misses the top of the zone, so the bases are loaded once more.
Yeah, you look at the standings on the left. The Orioles, besides KC, are the worst team in the American League. But this is a team that could certainly use a big offensive outing. Those, especially to start a series, it fuels your ball club. It can keep you going for a series or two. I mean, already at 5 here, and here we're not through the second. We'll see if Sadzik can walk out of trouble. And the other problem is Sadzik is in a high-pressure situation. How long can he really go if he's facing bases loaded and you just walk the man, too?
Well, he starts it off with a fastball right down Main Street at 98 miles an hour. That's a big stepping stone to getting out of this inning. You always want to start it off with a strike. And, oh boy. Talk about pressure. Connor Sadzek pegs him. And it's going to be a base on balls, but also a run walked in.
Yeah, that was a slider that he couldn't get on top of. I was thinking Sadzek would just go right fastball, fastball, fastball. Why not if you have nowhere to go? Instead, he tries to get tricky with the slider. It started in and then hit the player right in the back. So now 6 runs for the O's, and we'll see now if he can find his command with nowhere to go. I mean, this is also a reliever who did not expect to come into the game in inning 2 with Gonzales starting.
Nobody could have seen this coming, as that's going to be a double down the line. 2 more are going to score, and still 2 outs here in the top of the second. A 2-run double here for Dwight Smith Jr. And now the O's are out in front, 8-0. Oh boy.
Yeah, they now batted around here in the second. So they are really come to hit today. I don't know what kind of switch has been flipped. Urias is trying to, after hitting a triple earlier, right back in the box, looking for some more damage.
1 ball, 1 strike.
The 0-1 pitch misses outside with that curveball. You know, and at this point, if you're Connor Sadzek, you just got to forget about the runners out there. The score doesn't matter anymore. Now it's just about getting some good pitches in and getting outs.
Yeah, you just got to stop the bleeding, get your work in. You do have first base open, but he's being aggressive here. He wants to get out of this, no doubt.
Well, perhaps a little bit of help from the umpire here. Mercifully, this second inning is over, as now the Orioles, after batting around here in the second, now lead 8-0. That'll bring up Daniel Vogelbach for the first time tonight.
Number 20.
Well, the good news here, is that there's still so much time in this game, and we've seen the Orioles hit around. We talked about Cobb earlier as a guy who has mostly struggled. The results haven't totally been there for Cobb as an Oriole. So hey, Mariners, you just chip away here. I'm sure that's the message in the dugout: is try to get 1 or 2, and all of a sudden you get back in the game as the innings go on.
Trying to get win number 40 under the belt. Not able to pull it together last night. Good outing from the Phils and their bullpen, able to shut down these Mariners. These bats trying to turn it around here today. 2-1 is going to be the count here from Cobb. Misses inside, 3-1. Vogelbach, after sitting out yesterday, back in the starting lineup in the designated hitter position today. The 3-1 pitch right down Main Street and a swing and a miss. Daniel Vogelbach just can't quite connect there.
Yeah, can't hit the 8-run home run. Looking for base runners, but Vogelbach might have been looking for the seats on that swing.
If there's one thing I've come to expect out of Daniel Vogelbach, is he's always looking to put one in the seats. And that's why his average is sitting right about the Mendoza line. He does draw the walk here, though. That's the other usual outcome you can expect out of him. He's going to draw walks and he's going to strike out with the occasional dinger. Well, speaking of dingers, the Mariners' home run leaders stepping up to the plate. Al Seager leads his team with 21 home runs. Swinging at the first pitch, it's going to be a lazy fly ball out to center field. There to make the catch is going to be Andrew Velasquez. And so the slowest guy on the team is going to retreat back to first.
Well, yeah, we just talked about how Seager, especially this year, has become, like Vogelbach, more of a a 3 outcomes guy, walk, home run, strikeout, averaged just above 200 like Vogelbach, and swinging at the first pitch, hitting it up the elevator shaft. He was trying to get that one out, but like I said earlier, at this point you need base runners. And especially with Vogelbach at first base, you need a couple of them to try to get him around to score.
Right, you are.
I think it's interesting too, Beard, about this Mariners team. They have those 2 guys in the middle of the order. You know, they are so powerful and they're hard to contend with, but at the same time, you get 2 strikeouts. You know, those are guys you can get through. It's very, you know, hit or miss with that middle of the order, and if it's missing, especially when you're trailing, it's a tough spot to be in.
3-0 here, so perhaps the pitching bug is getting around to Alex Cobb here in the second as well.
That's ball 4. Take the base.
Now, ball 4, Evan White draws a walk here.
Batting 7th, the shortstop, JP.
Well, the manager and the pitcher are not happy about that call.
But hey, there we go, 4-pitch walk, and that's why you try to wait pitchers out. And now, hey, the Mariners chip away. That's the message. Good spot here for J.P. Crawford.
He's out.
Well, J.P. Crawford hits into a fielder's choice that probably should have been a double play. Somebody hit the reverse jinx up stomps.
Yep. There it is. Right as I said it too. But good takeout slide at second. That did allow the Mariners to extend the inning. And hey, you still have runners at the corners here. So very nice takeout slide to prevent 2.
That's ball 2.
I'm glad you're here today, Chris, because I'm feeling very sour about this Mariners game already. You seem to see the positive side of it.
Yes, sir. Hey, you know what? You always got to find the positive. Hey, it's still early, you know.
It's definitely still early.
And you get a little bloop here, and who knows? You know, Alex Cobb hasn't been all too sharp either. He did have the 1-2-3 first, but this second's going on a bit. I don't want to jinx it again, though. There we go.
Tom Murphy delivering. There he goes. My strikeout king with the 3-run blast out to left field. Fly away, Tom Murphy. His 11th home run of the season. This one getting out beyond the manually operated scoreboard in left. We'll take another look at it here. He knew it was gone. And so did Alex Cobb. A great hit there by the catcher to pick up his team. Orioles still lead this one by 5, but as we begin to chip away here, Jake Shiner is going to ground out to the shortstop to end the inning. The damage is done here in the second, though, as Mariners putting 3 on the board on this beautiful shot from Tom Murphy. Well, as we get here to the top of the third, we'd like to remind you that we're still raising money for RAIN. The organization provides counseling and support to survivors of sexual assault and abuse. Please go ahead and hit that donate button and show your support. We're going to start off the top of the third here with Pedro Severino.
Ball, that's off the plate.
First pitch missing outside, 1-0 from Sadzek.
Yeah, for those just tuning in, you're wondering, hey, where's Marco Gonzales? I saw him on the schedule. Well, what, 1 in the third inning, 7 earned runs? It's about as ugly as a start as you can get. And now Sadzek, he gave up an inherited run too, so and now trailing 2-0. The Mariners bullpen will be taxed here. It's game 1 of the series to boot.
Well, there's a couple of good long guys out there that can perhaps get, 3 innings apiece to lighten the load here. Paddack already coming in to make 1 long appearance this season, and feel comfortable going back to him again. 3-1 here to Severino. Fouled off. That fastball up and in. He has thrown that one quite a bit already here. Slider low and inside, fouled off. We'll see another 3-2.
Severino bailed him out. I thought he was going to go back to fastball. And there it was again.
And fouled off once more.
So Severino swung at ball 4, but then battled back to see the fastball. He might be seeing the fastball well. And there it is again. Yep, so Paddack's in a tough spot because his slider today has looked well off, but Severino's right on the fastball.
Well, popped up just over to the first baseman, Evan White. Good defensive glove, gets it for the first out. A tough battle at the plate there. Severino deserves to be commended for that one. We'll go back to the top of the lineup for the 3rd time around here today.
You mentioned Evan White. I also, earlier on he had that takeout slide that prevented the double play. It extended the Mariners' home second. Then came the home run.
Yeah, Evan White is a guy with a ton of upside potential, making his major league debut this season. Signed a 6-year extension with the Mariners before coming to camp this spring. This is a guy that they see so much potential and quality to be able to play at the major league level. He's just got to get the time under his belt and continue to grow. He's really shown that he's got all of the defensive tools over there at first. Ground ball out to second base. Shiner corrals it easily and records the second out with a throw to first.
Now batting.
Yeah, you look at the Mariners lineup on the left. I mean, there's just so many young guys here. I mean, Shiner, Murphy, White, like you mentioned. Seager's really in Vogelback and Henniger. Those are the mainstay guys, but you have a lot of players with great potential. Kyle Lewis is still developing. Malik Smith is great at the top of the order. This is a lineup where you don't have to do too much plugging into the holes. The guys could be there. You just have to give them time, like you said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the system is full of them, too. Jerry DiPoto has definitely taken a very specific approach to how he wants to build this team. Obviously not for this year, but for the next, 4 or 5 years down the road. They've got a lot of the guys that they brought in have been first round draft picks, I should say. Not necessarily number 1 draft picks, but first round draft picks. Guys that have competed at a college level and excelled at a college level. Guys that are highly touted prospects, and Seattle has always been able to develop the pitching prospects. There's a dearth of them throughout the system as Connor Paddack racks up the strikeout here to get out of the 3rd. Score is still the same as it was before, 8-3, O's on top. And so this whole organization has been built around guys that have shown a lot of talent and a lot of potential at every level. A name that comes to mind is going to be the outfielder Jared Kelenic. Highly touted first-round draft pick coming out of New York. He's getting his work in the minor league levels. We'll expect to see him out in that outfield in the next couple of years.
Yeah, Beard, when you said that name, Jared Kennel, my stomach, I can't even say it. It just filled with pain. I'm a New York Mets fan, full discretion. I still can't stand the trade from Brody Van Wagenen, agent turned GM. So you can, I mean, you're right. Jerry Dipoto is a great GM, and he really did some magic on that Robbie Cano, Edwin Diaz deal. Justin Dunn, too, a Long Island guy. Great pitching prospect as well. He got in that deal along with Kalenic.
Yep.
So you're right. Mariners and Dipoto is, this team is building something for sure. And I think you mentioned it well, too, is the pitching side is what will be interesting to see going forward.
And the pitching is kind of something that, as a Mariners fan, I've just kind of taken for granted. You know, I've had over a decade of Felix, you know, and before that we always had really good pitching as well for a long time. And we've just never been able to put together the offensive support, especially since, you know, the Mariners teams of yore, the early 2000 teams, you know, the late 90s, early 2000s teams. It's really been hard to put together solid run production outside of when Jerry Dipoto started putting this team back together. Well, we're going to see Mitch Haniger here as Kyle Lewis records a second out. Haniger waiting on these pitches here, 1-1. After going up there free swing in the last at bat, he's taking a more reserved approach here, staying with it. That was a much better swing than I saw out of him previously. The 1-2 from Cobb now. It's a curveball all outside, 2-2. Haniger is going to lift this one out to center field, and that's going to be an easy fly ball out there to make for Velasquez. And the inning is over. We're through 3. Orioles still on top, 8-3.
Leading off for Baltimore, the left fielder, number 25, Anthony.
They'll bring up Anthony Santander. He's going to lead it off for the O's.
Sadzik will get his third inning out there, not third full inning. He came in relief of the starter Gonzales. But after that inning where he came in the second with a bunch of traffic, he's kept the Orioles at bay.
Yeah, and like a starter, he struggled at first and has since been able to calm down and get through the innings. He's back to attacking the zone here, 1-2. Perhaps try and get him to chase one here. He grounds over to the right side. Shiner in the shift, deep in shallow right field.
Now batting.
That's going to be an easy out for Shiner. Take a look once more at the 9 hits that Marco gave up, the 7 earned runs, and that solo walk on 44 pitches. Good sport sticking it out in the dugout with his teammates. I probably would not be sitting there.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, Beard. I mean, you see a lot of guys struggle. They hit the shower, you know, they might just dress and either leave the ballpark or watch from the clubhouse, but he's still in his jersey. Still his full jersey, hat on, everything. Cleats too. Very good soldier. I mean, his team did answer back with the Tom Murphy home run to get 3 on the board, and Sadzik's kept them at bay. That's the key. You get some runs back, and you cannot let the Orioles score anymore as you try to make your own comeback.
Yeah, and Sadzik is really battling here as he delivers a 1-1 inside, missing 2-0. Already 40 pitches in relief. Probably want to get at least one more inning out of him. This one's going to be lifted out to left center field. Ranging over is going to be Kyle Lewis. He's there in plenty of time to make the catch. 2 away.
Up next for the
You can
Orioles.
see Nestor Cortez Jr. out there in the bullpen getting warm just in case he's needed.
Seems like every one of these O's hitters come up and they have either a run or a hit, at least an RBI in there.
Mm-hmm.
Tough outing for Gonzales. I mean, that is something you don't expect to see. He's been so consistent with the Mariners since coming over in 17. But today, and we'll see if it affects his next start, and looks like there was nothing physical, nothing that we saw. So maybe just a tough outing. And a lot of pitchers, they have those, 4 or 5 starts every year. Even a top dog like Gonzales, those starts you just want to erase from your memory because they inflate the ERA and they end up having a tough outing. You come back and get to do it 5 days later.
Count 1 and 2.
Yeah, Marco coming into this game 6-8 record. If the Mariners don't make a comeback here, he'll go to 6-9. 104 innings pitched in coming into this game. So, and that 3.55 ERA is gonna climb a little bit, giving up those 7 runs. He's definitely going to need to bounce back. He's had more of these appearances than perhaps the Mariners would like to see out of him, but this team just going to have to soldier on through and try and do better next time out.
Yeah, the tough thing with pitchers too, just on the mental side of it, is you have a tough day as a hitter, more than likely to come back and do it tomorrow. But pitchers, I mean, having to wait 4 days in between starts, especially after giving up 7 runs. I can't imagine how tough that is to want to get back out there and do it again.
Well, Jake Shiner going to record the out on a what looked like an accident swing, little blooper in the infield to end the inning here in the 4th. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th and bring up Daniel Vogelbach.
Number 20.
He battled through a longer at-bat and drew a walk back in the 2nd. Big bopper lefty gonna swing at the first pitch and get a base hit out into the outfield. Hitting through the shift here.
Now batting, third base.
Yeah, nicely done by Vogelbach. He started things off when the Mariners scored in the 2nd. That threw in a home run by Murphy. He, like you said, had a great at-bat, drew the walk. Now is hoping to lead things off again and start another rally.
Kyle Seager swinging at the first pitch as well, driven deep into right field, and that's going to careen off the wall. So he'll chase Vogelbach off the 2nd. He'll have to shuffle over to 3rd, and oh boy, that should have been a 2-run shot. Instead, Kyle gets his 11th double on the season.
Yeah, and that probably would have been a triple if not for Vogelbach running in front of him. He almost passed him. I saw the graphic there at the top. You saw Vogelbach 4-speed and Seager in the high 30s right next to each other. So Seager had to stop at 2nd, but the Mariners are cooking here, and Cobb has really struggled to begin the 4th.
Evan White's got the pop in that bat as well to put it over the wall. A couple of good hits here by the 4 and 5 hitters. Say we're not done with this one yet. Still plenty of ball game here, only in the bottom of the 4th.
Yeah, I have to go back to it here.
Strike 2 here.
Sorry there. I have to go back to it, but that Evan White takeout slide, and you mentioned his defense and his upside. You love to see players showing that baseball IQ, and that allowed the Mariners to extend the 2nd inning, and then Murphy with that homer. So a high upside guy, and you love to see a player execute the fundamentals. His defense and plays like that can help him become a sticking point here in Seattle.
Yeah, this kid has really got it all, and he can even put together little bloops like that. That's going to drive in a run. We'll call that a sacrifice. What would that be? A sacrifice pop-up?
Yeah,
I guess he didn't catch it, so that'd be like it's not, you can't call that a ground ball, but it did hit the ground.
Yeah, a little fielder's choice, but good piece of hitting, especially on 2 strikes, just to protect, put the ball in play, and you cut the deficit to a 4-run ball game, and you still have. If Crawford could do something similar, you cut it to 3, and you're at home with a lot of time left. And even a base hit here can keep the rally going.
Well, and you talk about the fundamentals too on that 2-strike swing. You know, even if he's just trying to foul it off so he can see another one, he's still able to put it to the correct side of the bag so that the runners can advance. It's those little things that add up to a really good ball player. As J.P. Crawford strikes out swinging here, surprisingly, Alex Cobb's first strikeout of the ball game here.
Yeah, and that's the difference between having a 2-strike approach and fouling it off or putting it in play versus getting the strikeout. Some people, they might think, strikeouts don't matter, and over the course of the season they might not, but in a game, they're really important to avoid. Because say Crawford does the same thing as White, just gets the bat in the ball, puts it in the air, you could have a sac fly. Instead, now 2 away. So that 2-strike approach is really important. White showed it, and Crawford could not avoid the K.
1-1.
Tom Murphy free swinging here, 1-1. Murphy's really been a pleasant upside to pleasant addition to this Mariners offense. Some good defense behind the plate. Splitting time with Austin Nola off the bench as well. But his bat has really been crucial to run production here in Seattle. This one's going to be lifted out into right field. Ranging over is going to be Dwight Smith Jr., and he'll make the catch to end the inning. The Mariners chip away at it again here as they cut the lead to 4. We'll go to the top of the 5th now.
Leading off for the Orioles, the center fielder, number 88.
Well, the center fielder, Andrew Velasquez, been getting plenty of workout in the field. He'll try and not get hit by the pitch in this at-bat.
Yeah, and after a 1, 2, 3, 4th for Sadzik, he has thrown a lot of pitches, but they're going to run him back out there.
Swinging it at the first pitch, and that's going to be a base hit up the middle. Second baseman Jake Shiner not able to get his glove on it. Capitalizing on the fastball down on the inside part of the plate here. Always a dangerous place to throw a fastball to a lefty.
Especially Sadzik hit him with the slider in the last at-bat, so he must have been thinking, I won't get another slider, at least in the first pitch. And that was good approach there. Probably looking fastball, and like you said, down and in, great spot there for a lefty especially to punch it in there. So we'll see how long the Mariners go with Sadzik here. He's been good at keeping the Orioles down, but now out of the bullpen, you never want a pitcher throwing more than 30. I know Sadzik's more of a long guy, but now over 50, it gets a little dangerous, and especially when the Mariners are starting to chip away. You don't want the Orioles to add any more, especially trailing 2-0. We'll see how they decide to navigate this situation.
Well, as you pointed out, already over 50 pitches. That leash is getting shorter by the moment as he goes down 3-0. I imagine if he walks him here, that's probably going to be it. This is a crucial situation, and like you said, you don't want to let them score anymore. Really what you want is you want to induce a ground ball and get... well, this isn't so bad either. That's going to be a pop-up out to center field. A long fly ball, really, but the runner's going to have to retreat back to first. So, not the greatest outcome, but not a bad one here for Connor Sadzik. We'll stick with him here. Ramon Urias is going to step in 1 for 2 with that triple.
I guess they figured a little bit more leeway with the bottom of the lineup coming up, but also you start to see him here miss with pitches more than he would. I mean, that one wasn't really close. That curveball started. Boy, that went about 58 feet on that curve.
Yeah, That one definitely in the dirt. Some good defense. Some from Tom Murphy there, able to keep it in front of him.
2 balls, 1 strike.
And his breaking pitches have not exactly been the greatest of late. He's definitely had more success at fastball. 2-1. Here the count on Urias.
Count is 3-1.
Ooh. High and inside, 3-1.
Yeah, when pitchers get fatigued, they tend to start rear back too much to overcompensate, and then the release point is too late and too high. But he does spot that one. Way to battle.
A lucky one here as that pops up in the infield.
The catcher,
Evan
number
White's going to corral it for the second out.
Severino.
So, giving up the hit to start the inning, proving not so dangerous as there are 2 away now. We see the number 9 hitter, Pedro Severino.
Ball 1.
Missing outside, ball 1.
Now this could be a situation where you could say, all right, this should be a last batter. If you were in the Mariners bullpen and in their dugout. Number 9 hitter will pitch out here. But number 9 hitter, and if he can't retire him, then you have 2 men on. And if the runner doesn't score, then you might have to make a decision here going back to the top with Iglesias, who's swinging a hot bat.
Yeah, here already in the 5th inning. Sadzek over 60 pitches. I got to imagine this will be it for him. 3-0 the count to Severino. And he'll get the call there on the fastball. 3-1. Perhaps just catching that bottom's part of the zone. 3-1 pitch, fouled off, and he works the count back full.
Yeah, he is pitching on pure guts right now. Coming out of the pen in the 2nd inning, he's approaching 70, but has battled back to all these hitters. He had 3-0 on all of them, or 3-1, and he retired 3 straight.
Evan White with the good defensive play there to just go get the out running at him. And that's going to get him out of trouble here. The broken bat. I guess we can call that a swinging bunt. On the broken bat there, gets the 3rd out. We'll see the number 9 hitter for the Mariners, the second baseman, Jake Shiner. Really struggling at the plate lately. He'll look to turn it around here against Alex Cobb, his 2nd time facing off. He connects with this one, but way early on that one. 0-2.
Yeah, Beard, we did that game where Shiner it was a walk-off home run or a big home run in the 9th to propel the Mariners to victory, but it seems like that wasn't really a jumping-off point for him yet.
Yeah, over the last couple of series, his bat has really cooled off to the point where I'm hearing rumblings that he needs to turn it around today, or perhaps catch some of the bench for a little while. There are plenty of guys looking for a spot. Can he beat it out? He does. A true swinging bunt here. We're going to call that a base hit. This one just dribbles right out in front of the catcher. Severino coming out to make the throw down. A good throw, and it's a bang play over there, just getting his foot to the bag.
Yeah, here's a good chance for the Mariners now. You have good speed over there at first, as we just saw Shiner hustle down the line, and now the top of the lineup.
And this is a guy, Malik Smith, who leads the major leagues in stolen bases. He can lay down bunts with the best of them as well. Would be surprised to see a bunt and run type of situation.
Yeah, you know, you are down by 4, but I am a fan of the bunt and run as a play, especially with 2 speedy guys. You know, you can drag it, try for a base hit, and even if you're not successful, you do get the runner to second. But I think down by 4, we'll see Malik swing away here, especially now 2-0.
I agree. He's definitely been on a hot streak with his bat of late. As somebody hit that reverse jinx up stonks again.
Yep.
I jinx my leadoff hitter. That's 0 for 3 on the day. Speaking of 0 for on the day, Kyle Lewis stepping in, a fly out and a pop out in his 2 appearances. Still hitting rather well comparatively for the rest of this lineup. 269 is where his average is sitting. That's going to go foul.
Yeah, Lewis, another former first-round pick, and he's been the guy, like you said, that's really been a key. You know, someone whose offense is here's a stolen base attempt. He's in there. But Lewis is a player who, first-round pick, he's been the one who has shined the most out of this young Mariners hitting core. And, you know, batting in the number 2 spot in the lineup, big responsibility for a youngster, but still hitting pretty well. Could use a big hit from here right now, too.
Well, there's a hit ball, but it's going to be corralled by the right fielder, Dwight Smith Jr., and Shiner is going to stay planted at second.
Now batting, the right fielder.
Now they're 2 away here in the bottom of the 5th. Alex Cobb still plugging along with a 4-run lead. Getting up to 63 pitches here as he'll face off against Mitch Haniger.
Yeah, can't hate the 8 runs of run support. That's how important run support can be. Cobb has been nowhere near perfect, but that 4-run lead, it doesn't really matter. They can keep him out there.
Swinging at the first pitch is Mitch Haniger, and that's going to be another pop out. So we'll go to the top of the 6th and the top of the order for these Orioles. Jose Iglesias, Hanser Alberto, and Anthony Santander due up. And there's the pitching change. Nestor Cortez Jr. going to come in with the Mariners down by 4, making his 22nd appearance of the season.
Leading off the Baltimore, the shortstop, Jose Iglesias.
Yeah, Nestor was drafted by the Yankees, 36th round pick out of a high school in Florida. But it was acquired by the Mariners this past offseason. They're going to keep this one 4-run ball game.
JP Crawford not able to get the throw over in time. Not quite the usual flair over there at second that we've perhaps come to accustomed to seeing. Is that's going to be an infield base hit by Iglesias.
Yeah, Cortez also a former Oriole as well. Facing the top of the lineup here, big spot, especially you now have to contend with the leadoff man.
Hanser Alberto 2 for 3 on the day with a couple of singles, RBI, and a run. Seems like everybody's got at least two out of those 3. As a hard hit foul ball over into the seats. Look out. So 0-2, runner on first. Of course, Nestor, the left-hander, able to keep a closer eye on him.
1 ball.
Runs a fastball up and in. 1-2. Take a look. Eric Swanson, the right-handed reliever, out there in the pen.
I got to count 2-2.
Try to attack the inside again there with the slider. 2-2.
Yeah, I like the idea there. Fastball in, then slider in to try to make it look like the same offering. But that was an easy choice for Alberto. It started way inside and then finished even closer. Almost hit him amongst the hands.
Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Nestor Cortez Jr. able to rack up the strikeout here against Hanser Alberto.
That's beautiful pitching, Beard. Bust fastball inside, bust slider inside, and then go change. Different eye level, totally different location, totally different speed. Alberto had no chance.
Anthony Santander's going to step in, 1 for 3 on the day. Well, would you look at that? A single, an RBI, and a run.
I think every one of these hitters has some sort of positive line on his line score.
Well, we can have Marco Gonzales to thank for that, and that's going to be another base hit right back up the middle. Santander on at first now after a well-hit ground ball right back up the middle past the infield. Crawford not even making a play at it. First pitch now to Renato Nunez. 2 for 3, a single, a double, and an RBI. No run though.
That's something to hang your hat on. Yeah, that Gonzales start is really, it has had an effect on this game, of course, and then Orioles line score as well.
Oh, and 2 here to Nunez. The runner's on at first and second. He'll try and get him to chase one low and outside. Good off-speed pitch there. Comes set for the 1-2. And he gets him to pop up. This one's deep out into left field. Kyle Lewis ranging back, and there's 2 away here. Runners are going to stay put at first and second.
Yeah, you mentioned the good changeup low to try to get him fishing. Nunez lays off, but then a fastball that actually had some play to it, but because of the difference in speed and eye level, just got under it a bit.
That's going to bring in Rio Ruiz. And Nestor looking to get out of a jam here. Attacks with a fastball, 0-1. Not nearly as much heat on that fastball as Connor Sadzek, only 91 mile an hour. But he's got the movement on his other pitches, as he has shown already here in this outing. 0-2. Gets them to strike out swinging at a slider that was nowhere near the plate, and that's going to do it here in the top of the 6th. Big Bopper Daniel Vogelbach is going to step in. He's singled and has come around to score twice.
Yeah, both times he led off, the 4th and the 2nd. So 2 innings again later, we shall see.
He lets the first pitch go, ball 1.
He's been getting his cardio today too, huh, Beard? Running around the base fast. He could be exhausted by now.
He's definitely getting it.
Yeah.
As
thank goodness he's
going to be.
DH.
He's too young to be getting fat yet.
That's true. That's true.
He's only what, 26? I think he's in his 26th season.
I'll check that out. But you sound right.
He's either 25 or 26. He's a young guy.
Yeah, age 26 season.
Yeah.
Ball, that's inside.
Which, I mean, to be completely honest, this guy, I like Daniel Vogelbach. He just doesn't have enough quality at-bats to really warrant that DH spot. And his defense just is abysmal compared to Evan White out there. And even with a guy like Austin Nola on the bench that can play basically anywhere in the infield, except for shortstop. Yeah, it's kind of short stick of where Daniel Vogelbach can go.
Yeah, and it'll be really interesting as the Mariners continue to build how he fits into their plans, and even this guy Seager too, he's been here for a long time, but will he still be here when this Mariners team is ready to start contending in the AL West?
Yeah, Kyle Seager, the lone leftover from the Jack Zarenzik era. Gonna see a 3-2 pitch here from Alex Cobb. That's gonna get hooked foul. He'll turn around and do it once again. Seager, 33 years of age. He's gonna ground into the shift here. And that's gonna be 2 away here in the bottom of the 6th.
I believe here in the Discord there is a trade to announce. I just saw it come through, so I will get that up. Here it is, per source from Jeff Botson, the bot version of Mr. Jeff Passan with ESPN. Philadelphia gets reliever Josh James, outfielder Kyle Tucker. Houston gets Jake Arrieta and Josh Harrison. Trade is awaiting league approval. That's certainly an interesting one from two teams not exactly at the top of the standings, both shaking things up.
Well, we're going to see a fly ball out to right field. That's going to do it here in the 6th. Some interesting trade news coming out of the ML Bot Ball community. We'll see how that plays out and what the league decides.
Leading off for Baltimore, the center fielder.
Meanwhile, we'll come to the top of the 7th here. Nestor Cortez coming back out to work the 7th. He'll face off against, let's see, 6, 7, and 8 here from the Orioles. Swinging at the first pitch is Velasquez. Shiner's there to corral it in time. Makes the spin around throw.
Right fielder.
And there's one away.
Yeah, so Houston making the move for Arrieta, but they have to part with young outfielder Kyle Tucker, who is a toolsy guy who hasn't exactly put it together, but Philadelphia banking on that, and they shed a lot of salary. Houston taking on that Arrieta contract.
Ball that close.
Well, ball 1 here to Dwight Smith Jr., 1-0.
Yeah, just last thing about that trade. Both teams are either 2 games or 3 games below 500. Houston 3, Philadelphia 2. Now, they are in different leagues, but usually you don't see 2 teams with similar aspirations making those deals. But looks like the Astros are going to try to go for it here in the AL West, while the Phillies will decide to lessen some salary, although they take on a younger player in Tucker who they can try to plug in.
Strike 3 swinging here from Nestor Cortez Jr. That's going to be his 3rd strikeout of the ball game. He gets Dwight Smith Jr. That's going to bring up the designated hitter, Ramon Urias. First pitch missing high, 1-0.
So, hey, Beard, I mean, we look at this Mariners pitching staff. When you have your starter only go 1 2/3, and yet Cortez is only the 3rd pitcher with 2 outs in the 7th, that's a brilliant job to not only from management, but those pitchers on being efficient out of the bullpen and figuring things out. We had all these fears about the Mariners taxing their bullpen. Well, these 2 guys have done a great job, Skadzik and now Cortez.
Yeah, Sadzik did a great job of eating up those innings out there. Probably helped fuel him along to see that the guys in the lineup are trying to fight back with the runs, putting the 4 on the board. And now Nestor Cortez coming in and getting some good work done here in the 7th. Still able to stop the bleeding here. After putting up 8 runs, they have not been able to put another one across the board.
That's a ball.
JP Crawford's going to lead it off here. Still hitless in the ball game. Alex Cobb just continuing to work here into the 7th. Extremely efficiently, I might add, as 75 pitches coming into this one.
That's ball 2.
And this is low, ball 2.
Yeah, now he's got the bottom of the order, and this is the interesting part about the Mariners is that you have such young guys here towards the bottom. That sometimes, especially when you're trying to make a comeback, it's getting late early. We saw Murphy's home run today, but the rest of that bottom half is not done too much, although we got Crawford in a 3-0 count, and we'll see with Murphy on deck.
It's going to look at the strike over for 3-1. Cobb delivers. That's another fastball in the same spot. 3-2. Crawford gets a seeing eye single through the second baseman's glove. So dragging that one out to a full count, and then he gets the base hit. Nicely done there by Crawford. And in steps Tom Murphy. Already some heroics here today with the big 3-run shot, excuse me. He'll check his swing, but can't hold up. 0-1.
Yeah, ever since that dinger, Beard, I think he's been very aggressive in the box. I don't blame him. That was a big home run. But now he's down 0-2 here. He's got to protect. But ever since that homer, he's been a little zealous. And as you do see the graphic there a moment ago, the Orioles are now heating up a couple righties in the pen.
Yeah, and Tom Murphy has kind of taken that approach to hitting this season. You see him striking out there to Alex Cobb, only the second strikeout he's recorded today. Tom Murphy has taken a feast or famine approach. He likes to swing that bat. Well, Jake Shiner is going to step in and get a single out to right. Good eye on that first pitch there, taking it the other way. Just taking what Cobb gives him, and that's going to chase him out of the ball game now. A good outing by Cobb here with a ton of run support. Not able to get out of the 7th inning.
Yeah, good job of him. Yeah, he wasn't perfect, but he got deep. He was so efficient with his pitches. But the Orioles figure they got to go with the reliever here back to the top. And look at the unsightly statistics so far out of the pen.
Oh boy. An 8.12 ERA out of Dean Kremer in 20 appearances, 37 2/3 innings of work. If you're the Mariners lineup, coming back to the top here, this has got to be you got to be salivating just a little bit here, taking a look at that ERA.
Yeah, especially for Smith, who's had a frustrating day at the plate. Last time up, popped it up on 2-0.
Frustrating day at the plate, and turns into a long double into the corner, chasing the guys off of second, as he probably would have turned that into 3, given all the chance in the world. Base runners, so an RBI double out of Malik Smith. Chases, what is that? Tom Murphy all the way from second to home, Shiner from first to third, and now in steps Kyle Lewis.
Yeah, that could have been, like you said, it could have been a triple, which of course would have then scored 2 runs. I think it was Crawford out there on second. He had a poor read on the ball. He was tagging up, even though that was clearly in the gap. He saw the ball in the air. He must have thought, I got to get back to second. But even halfway on that play would have been better than tagging. Because you could have gone halfway and then tag if the ball would ever have been caught. But that one was so deep, it wasn't really a possibility.
Yeah, so some poor base running decisions out there by, I think you're right, I think it was Crawford. 0-1 here to Kyle Lewis. He swings and a misses. 0-2. If ever a time for Kyle Lewis to figure it out, right now would be a good one. The 0-2 pitch fouls it off. Any base hit, and both of those runners are going to score. Malik Smith, lightning on the base paths.
Yeah, you still have good speed out there, and Lewis, just like Smith, looking to break through after a tough day. And a single here would almost ensure, too, with Shiner's got good speed at third and Smith even faster at second base.
1-2 pitch, misses low, 2-2. Lewis battling here, the 2-2 pitch. This one's in the dirt as well, 3-2. Really trying to induce that swing and miss. Continuing to work the bottom part of the zone and below the zone. Three-two pitch.
Nope.
All four. So he walks the bases loaded, does Kremer.
The batter, the right fielder.
That's going to bring in the right fielder, Mitch Haniger.
Yeah, Beard, you made a great point. Oh, sorry there. Yeah, 0-for-3 for Haniger. But you made a great point about how the Mariners have been fighting all game. Their eyes must have lit up when they saw Kremer enter the game with an ERA over 8. And this is his third batter, so he can't come out yet, but he hasn't retired anymore. So Haniger's digging in here. He's got to feel pretty confident.
One upside that I bet Kremer is seeing is if he can get a ground ball, he can roll up the double play now with Kyle over at first base. Fouled off for the first pitch, 0-1 to Haniger. Mitch Haniger, like we mentioned before, struggling against the right-handed pitching, only hitting 179. Good opportunity to turn it around here with the bases loaded. Mariners down by 3. The 0-2 pitch, this one's outside and in the dirt, but Mitch Haniger decides to chase it anyways. And with the bases loaded, they won't have to chase him down at first, so that's going to be the second out.
Yeah, I was shocked by that. You see guys, maybe if it's the first pitch of the at-bat, and they're looking dead red fastball, and then the slider in the dirt, that's what gets them. But not only was he, way far away from that, but he was late on it. He swung at it almost after it hit the dirt. Strange from Haniger, and almost as strange as the fact that he's hitting under 200 against right-hand pitching, and something might be up there. But now Kremer's day is done. Just 1 out recorded. Still bases loaded for the loogie.
Well, a spot that Daniel Vogelbach likes to see himself in here with the bases loaded. Chance to put the Mariners on top here with 2 away. 0-1 after that foul ball.
A good move by Baltimore. Get the lefty in there against the powerful Vogelbach, who's had a good day at the plate.
And 2 here. Ty Block coming in, the lefty to face off against the power bat of Vogelbach. Looking to get out of a jam here. Bases loaded. The 0-2. Vogelbach drives it the other way, ranging back to the warning track. That's going to be tracked down by Anthony Santander, and the Mariners strand the bases loaded. Malik Smith with the best hit of the inning here. A big double that should have chased everybody home. 4 base running decisions leaves the score at 8-5, excuse me. We're going to see Eric Swanson come in, making his 45th appearance of the season. A 5.25 ERA across 61 and 2/3 innings of work. Surprisingly, a 6-2 record.
Yeah, I mean, the fans here at T-Mobile Park must be frustrated. The Mariners, not only did they have that misread on the Smith play that could have been 2 runs instead of 1, they stranded the bases loaded with 1 out against a poor pitcher. And I know they made the move for the lefty, but Haniger with that strikeout I mean, the Mariners had a great chance to tie the game, and now it's getting late early, as Yogi Berra always loves to say.
Down, 0-2.
It might be getting late early over there in New York, but it's definitely early here in Seattle. Well, I guess I should say late, as it's already the 8th inning. 0-2 here from Swanson.
Sorry there, Beard, but when you're making a comeback like this, you really don't have any room for those kind of mistakes.
You really don't.
You failed to get a run in with bases loaded, 1 out, and that misread by Crawford. They do have a couple more chances here, but it could be important as this game gets to the later stages now.
Well, he gets the strikeout here. Eric Swanson with the punch out to start the 8th inning. That fastball up and in gets him to swing underneath it. So we're going to go back to the top of the order. And Jose Iglesias
0-1.
had a good day at the plate. A double and a single to his record on those 2 for 3. Came around to score both times. The 0-1 pitch misses low, 1-1. Well, after a jam-packed house here in T-Mobile Park the last couple of days over the holiday weekend, we are back down to about 15,000 fans here today. I think it was 14 and a half.
Inside, ball 2.
The 2-1 pitch here from Swanson. In there for strike 2. Two-two pitch. Gets him to ground that one over to the second baseman. Shiners corrals it easily and throws over for the second out.
Now batting.
Well, as we get through the 8th inning here, stay tuned for the rest of the broadcast here on MLBotball.com. We're going to see a rare appearance from PK and the Jinx coming up for you Red Sox fans after this broadcast.
Yes, sir. Full slate of games. It's always so fun having so many of them. If you're a fan of any team, there's a great chance on any given day that your team will be out there on Bopple.
Hanser Alberto is going to get a base hit out into center field here with 2 away in the 8th inning.
Number 25, Anthony.
He's able to connect with this ball left out over the plate. Not trying to do too much with it, just a line drive base hit. And of course, these Mariners will be taking a couple of days off of the broadcast schedule, as this is going to be rolled into a third out from Crawford, taking it 6 unassisted. The next time we'll see the Mariners is going to be Thursday after dark. Oakland coming to town. Going to be a big set with the division-leading Athletics.
And Beard, I know I mentioned the trade earlier that was awaiting league approval. It has since been vetoed by Bot Manfred. So Philadelphia will not trade away Arrieta and Josh Harrison in exchange from Josh James and Kyle Tucker to the Astros. No trade.
No trade? No trade.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure there's some reasons behind that, and perhaps we'll hear more from broadcasters down the line tonight. I'm sure everybody will want to weigh in on that sort of a deal. Take a look down at the Orioles bullpen. Some double barrel action. Lefty and righty getting warmed up. 2-0 pitch here to Kyle Seager. It's going to be fouled off. 2-1. Ty Block back in to pitch the 8th.
Yeah, he got that big out. Came in with 2 outs, bases loaded against Vogelbach, who has been the best hitter today for Seattle. Maybe outside of Tom Murphy with the homer. And now they're going to trust him to keep going, and why not? You have Seager at the plate. Another lefty.
Outside, that's the ball.
3-1 here to the third baseman, Seager. Really trying to get something going here for the Mariners. He doesn't go. There'll be ball 4.
The first baseman, number 12.
So a leadoff walk here by Seager. Take a look at the check swing here.
Wow, that was as close as can be. That's a true 50-50. And check swings are always a 50-50, it seems like. But that one was a tough one, but good call down there at third.
Yeah.
So the Mariners, at last inning, they could have had more, but do you have a base run around here to lead things off? Miss it.
Evan White chasing the first pitch here is going to fly out to center field. Kyle Seager is going to have to backtrack first base. So Seager trying to get something going. Evan White squandering his opportunity here late in the ball game. We'll see J.P. Crawford step in now. Trying to recover that batting average, still sitting right around 200. He's got great defensive ability out there at shortstop, but we want to see more out of his bat. A 1-0 pitch from Block. Fouled away, 1-1.
Yeah, and this does bear repeating. I know I said the Mariners could have had more. Crawford was part of it. Misread a play deep that prevented one run from scoring, so we'll see if he can pick up his teammates and himself, too.
Foul it off here, 1-2. The lefty tie Block comes set. Delivers the 1-2. Crawford puts a liner into this one. That's getting out into the gap. That's going to be at least a double out of Crawford. The runner's going to stay at third. Try to not be the second out at home. And so J.P. Crawford with his second hit of the ball game.
Yeah, he does pick himself up. Way to be, Crawford, getting that one in the gap. I talked about the 50-50 call earlier. Another 50-50 to send him home. Mariners elect to keep him there, but another chance here. They're cooking again. And another struggling reliever coming out of the Orioles' pen. It's been their Achilles heel all season. It's really prevented them from holding any leads. They scored 8 runs in the second inning. Or they scored 8 runs through 2 innings, have not scored since. The Mariners' bullpen has been great. Can their hitters for the Mariners pick up their pitchers and try to get themselves some runs here at home?
Well, in steps the big bat of Tom Murphy. 1 for 3 on the day with the 3-run shot already to his name. We don't quite need a home run out of him today. A double will do.
Yeah, you got
First pitch from Harvey is going to get in there for strike 1. Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem. It's just going to say, yeah, he does have first base open, does Harvey, but Murphy's a guy, like you said earlier, Beard, is very aggressive at the plate, so it looks like Harvey will just attack him and then decide on the next matchup.
0-2 here to the catcher. This one's in the dirt. It's in front of them. The runners are going to stay right where they are. As the catcher decides not to come out and get it, makes the pitcher come in and get it. Gotta love pot ball.
Yeah. Just sitting there. Usually it's the rule.
Somebody throw me the ball. Somebody throw me the ball. They might be coming. Somebody throw me the ball. Well, a full count here to Tom Murphy, as he's shown plenty of patience here against Hunter Harvey.
Yeah, he has
got Jake
here.
Shiner on deck. 3-2 pitch. Tom Murphy puts a right into this one, but it's going to be flied out to right field. Runner's going to go from third. The throw into the plate is in plenty of time. And boy, that was a terrible base running decision by Kyle Seager to end the 8th inning. talk about the worst of both situations. What they tried to make a sacrifice fly ends up getting both of them.
Yeah, so that's back-to-back innings, Beard, that the Mariners had a good chance, had multiple runners in scoring position, and didn't get enough. Last inning, they got one. This inning, none. With the amount of runners you had on base, if you were the Mariners, you'd love to have more.
It really is crucial, those last 2 innings. Not able to score. Pitching has picked you up since the second. Like, ever since Connor Sadzek came in the second, we held them to the runs they had already scored. And they've been fighting and fighting and fighting, and they could be out in front by like 4 runs right now.
Oh, yeah, they had...
this could be a blowout, and the Mariners have blown it. Only the Mariners could coog this hard. Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. You have to have a lead in order to coog it. So, no, they just straight up Marinered. These last 2 innings have been... oh, boy. Top of the 9th here, Eric Swanson going to stay in.
2-0.
2-0 here to Rio Ruiz.
Hey.
2-1 as he gets that one over the inside corner. Swanson, one of these workhorses that has been serviceable all season out of that pen. Coming in about every other day, getting at least 1 inning of work. Him and Matt McGill have been holding it down in the pen around the rotation. This one's going to be driven deep into center field. Malik Smith is going to try and track it down. It careens off the wall. That's going to be a stand-up double here in the top of the 9th.
Now batting,
Rio Ruiz racks up his 15th double of the season.
Yeah, both these teams feature a lot of young hitters, and some of them making strides, some of them not. Ruiz has had a good day like a lot of these Orioles hitters, but he's also had a fine season.
1-0.
1-0 here to Andrew Velasquez. Swanson takes a look at the runner on second, delivers the 1-0 pitch. This one's going to get fouled off, 1-1. Who'd have thought that a couple of teams that are dwelling in the basement of their respective divisions this season would put up an 8-5 ball game. Of course, when you look at the actual happenstance of how the game goes down, you can see why both of these teams are sitting in the bottom.
That's true. I mean, the Orioles, all 8 of their runs in the first 2. The Mariners should have more. So you're right. Yeah, this game, like you would expect with a couple teams in the cellar, certainly had some interesting moments too.
3-2. Full count coming to Velasquez. Swanson comes set, kicks and delivers. It's going to be lifted out to center field. Malik Smith going to range in to make the catch. Runner's going to have to retreat to second. And they're 2 away here in the top of the 9th.
up next for the Orioles, the right fielder.
So can Swanson finish the job of the Mariners' pen, which has been so good today? And you figure when your starter comes out in the second, you'd expect a messy day, but they've kept their team in it. It's been great to watch. If only their offense could do the same and keep fighting.
0-1's the count.
The 0-1 pitch here inside, 1-1. Dwight Smith Jr. 1 for 4 on the day.
Come on, Mariners. Ball, that's in.
Missing 2 and 1 here from Swanson now.
And Beard, this game started so fast. I mean, Iglesias with that double to begin it against Gonzales kind of set the tone. But since then, it's been much more back and forth.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
2 and 2. Here, Smith Jr. gets a second strike. Two-two pitch. This one's going to be popped out into center field again. That's going to be a lazy fly ball. And the third out here in the top of the 9th. Mariners get one more chance to put up 3 to tie it and 4 to win here in the bottom of the 9th. Shiner, Smith, and Lewis due up.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Orioles.
We're going to see
Number 60.
Michael Givens come out of the Baltimore Orioles pen. His 26th appearance on the season. 18 completed saves out of 22 opportunities.
For the Mariners, the second
He'll
baseman,
face off against the 9-1 and 2 hitters.
Shiner.
First pitch here from Givens, misses low, ball 1.
And Givens has been with the Orioles for a long time. It's his 6th full season with the club. He was drafted by them in the 2nd round back in 2009. He's 30 years old at this point. Looking to close this one out. This is a safe situation. It's been a wild game. Mariners could be on the high side, but they have one more shot to right those wrongs.
A big swing and a miss at this 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Shiner way out in front of that one. The 1-1 pitch. He checks it. 2-1. That slider missing the bottom of the zone there.
Hey,
2-1. Gets in there for strike 2.
Good pitch by Givens. Fastball 95 outside. He knew Shiner, with a hitter's advantage, would leave a fastball at that spot. Now he's back even.
Fouled off here by Shiner, not going away easily as he fouls that one off. We'll see another 2-2. It's going to be a ground ball out to his counterpart at second base. Over to first for the first out here in the bottom of the 9th.
The center fielder, number 00.
So far so good for Michael Givens out of the pen. As now comes the real challenge in Malik Smith.
Yeah, good battle there from Shiner, like you said. Let's see if it takes anything out of Givens here. But yeah, if Smith gets on, that gives the Mariners a little more hope. Some great speed out there, but you are chasing 3.
Swing and a miss. 0-1. Givens comes set. Kicks and delivers. Misses low and inside. 1-1. That changeup just missing the inside. The 1-1.
count is 2-1.
High and outside. 2-1. And a fastball in there. 97 miles an hour. The 2-1 gets Malix to check his swing and lean out over the plate, but they'll say that's ball 3. The 3-1 pitch here from Michael Givens. Smith's going to foul it off here, so the count is full here in the bottom of the 9th. And Malix needs to get on base here if the Mariners are going to have any chance of coming back. And a ball hit over to the first baseman. He's able to snag it, is Ruiz, and that's 2 away here in the bottom of the 9th.
I thought that one had single written all over it, but Ruiz puts a nice stamp on his productive day. He had a good day at the plate, but snared that one. It was hard hit from Smith, and then beats the foot race to the bag. That's not easy to do.
not easy to do indeed. A great play over there at first. And that brings us to Kyle Lewis, who lines out to third base to end the ball game. Well, the Orioles squeak out a win here after putting up 8 in the first 2 innings. And doing their best to unfold throughout the entire ball game. Mariners saying, "No, dude, this is Mariners baseball. We can't win this ball game."
Yeah, Beard. I mean, I could hear it in your voice, and I'm surprised you weren't more upset. I mean, if this was my team, with full discretion now that the game is over, I mean, this is a Mariner. You see the disgusting, reactions on the faces. The Mariners had multiple chances in the 7th and 8th innings to score at least 2-3 runs. You see there on the line score, they only get 1 in the 7th. They had the bases loaded with 1 out, did not score. Misread by Crawford, so a frustrating loss for the M's because their bullpen did a perfect job. Gonzales left the game in the 2nd inning. The bullpen did not surrender. They only surrendered 1 more run.
Right you are. That was a absolutely fantastic outing from Connor Sadzek and Nestor Cortez Jr. Both of them picking up Marco's dropped start here. He'll pick up his 9th loss on the season. This is, and like you said, they had so many opportunities to pull themselves out of this ball game. This is a very beatable Baltimore ball club. Doing one of the few teams in the league that's doing worse than the Mariners in terms of record. They didn't show it today, as they're able to put together 8 runs in the first 2 innings. So we'll see it all unfold before you here. Santander with the big hit over to third base. That's the throw he beat out from across the diamond that drove in a run, and the bases stayed loaded. And it would continue from there. Nunez line to the left field. That's gonna drive in a run. Alberto's gonna try and score from third. The throw in is gonna be perfectly placed. Kyle Lewis with a great assist there. Tom Murphy with a perfect tag to get the out. But another run scores, 5-0. Still only the top of the 2nd. And then Dwight Smith Jr. with this big double down the right field line. That put 2 more on the board, taking the score to 8-0. Mariners started to answer back in the bottom of the 2nd. Important to make a statement right off the get-go. Tom Murphy with this big 3-run shot out to left field. And looking at that, followed by this double out to center. This one coming in the 7th. This was really where the only time they took advantage of the poor pitching out of the bullpen was right here from Malik Smith, and then they would not be able to get out of it. The bottom of the 8th, this was really the momentum killer. The fly out, throw out at the home plate, a double play, F9-2. Kyle Seager trying to score from third on the sacrifice to right, and then a not bad hit ball from Kyle Lewis, but right at the third baseman. And that is how this game shook out. Mariners lose. Orioles win. Final score 8-5. Orioles putting up 8 runs on 15 hits. Mariners 5 runs on 8 hits. Of course, we are joined by one of my good friends, PK, and his broadcast partner, the Jinx.
Brother Beard,
coming to you live from morning drive radio. PK and the Jinx.
Either that or a cover band. Don't sound so depressed, Brother Beard. You should just feel excited that we get our once every 2 week opportunity to chat for 3.5 seconds.
It's always good to see you. When are we going to do this again?
I know, man. I know. I stood you up last week. I would have loved to do that one with you and the Mariners, but unfortunately, life got in the way. One of these days, I am absolutely in. I promise you.
One of these days, we'll do it indeed. Well, Chris, it's been a fun game. Thank you for joining me. Again, we'll get out of here and let these guys have their rare broadcast.
Thank you, gentlemen. Have a great night. And Jenks, good evening to you, my friend.
PK, I'm excited. We got a great pitching matchup tonight. You know, I'm a big fan of a pitcher's duel, mainly because it means our ball game goes fast. So a couple of studs, Marcus Walden, Hyunjin Ryu. I'm pumped, PK.
Yeah, I think you know, as you just insinuated, we do have a good pitching matchup. It feels like both of these teams, while they're not necessarily in the running for their division as we speak, they certainly have some good pitching at their disposal. And tonight you're going to see that. And it's as you take a peek at some of the statistics for both of these teams, as you can see, most of the rankings are middle point in the league, if not bottom third. And you take a peek at the lineups on the left side. But nonetheless, that ERA for both of these teams, 3.87 coming to this game for the Blue Jays and just below 4 for the Red Sox.
Yeah, no question. Both these teams, you know, struggling right now to keep their seasons alive. The Blue Jays coming into this one just 2 games below 500 on the year, and the Red Sox coming in at a very disappointing 40-50 record, hoping to, you know, make some moves here in the back half of the season. As you see, arguably, you know, what's been a crazy season for Marcus Walden as he takes the mound just 1-8. But, I mean, he's got a glowing 2.57 ERA, 99 strikeouts, and just 84 innings pitched. What's been going on with Walden this year, PK? Talk to me.
Well, run support would be the biggest thing, but we've had a chance to take a peek at him a couple of times this year. That ERA 2.57. This is 18th appearance, 18th start of the year tonight against the Blue Jays. The hits, the walk ratio, I mean, he's been solid for this Red Sox as a starting pitcher. In some seasons, we might be talking about a potential all-star in the hands, but that 1-8 record, the run support just hasn't been there for the Red Sox righty.
Yeah, as we see Bo Bichette in the plate, up to the plate, first pitch is going to miss for a ball. I think the other, kind of downfall to Walden's campaign thus far has just been as this one is grounded up the middle by Bichette, and the leadoff runner is on for Toronto here in the top of the first. I think the other issue, though, has been just some of the absolutely, mind-blowing decisions made by Ron Renneke and his decisions to pull Walden, leave Walden in. It's been interesting as we see one of the youngest stars in baseball, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., stepping up to the dish here.
Yeah, you see Guerrero's stats there, 271 on the season, 10 home runs, 24 RBI. The Blue Jays, I think, would have expected a little bit more out of their young righty. The 271 average for the free swinger seems to make a little bit more sense, but that power number, and certainly the runs batted in so far, seem a little bit low. And then you see that stat on the screen, grounded into 13 double plays, another lack of benefit, quite frankly, for a free swinging righty.
Yeah, there's no doubt as that one's in there for a strike to move the count here to 1-1 on Guerrero. Going to be interesting here, PK. Walden's got to keep his pitch count down early in this one. That's what's kind of been, one of his shortfalls, as this one is skied out to left center field. Won't be a problem. The catch is made, and we've got one out here in the top of the first. But listen, if you're Walden, right, you got to come into this one looking to pound the strike zone, get these young Blue Jays batters swinging. And listen, you can't give Renneke an excuse to pull you out early. I mean, I think that's got to be his mindset.
Yeah, Renneke has had a short hook all year. We've seen it happen a couple of times as you take a peek at the starting lineups, and JBJ brought that one in from center field there to retire Guerrero Jr. And for Walden's perspective, is exactly what he's doing now is just pitching and hammering that strike zone. You don't have a lot to lose if you're Walden right now. You've got a great ERA, the win and loss record. I think people see that and understand that is the downside of this Red Sox offense. And Walden has paid the price for it. So hammering the strike zone has got to be the name of the game tonight. Keep him in there against this Blue Jays team and see if he can't get to the 6th or 7th inning.
Yeah, as we see the 1-1 to Travis Shaw misses low for ball. Count moves to 2-1. Interesting, kind of the career trajectory of Travis Shaw. One time an all-star for the Milwaukee Brewers. Looked like he was a former Red Sox, too, if I'm not mistaken. Looked like he was bound for greatness, and really just injuries have been his shortfall here the last couple years, as that one misses for a ball. But he's having a solid campaign here for Toronto, obviously hitting right in the middle of that lineup here, flanked by youngsters Guerrero, and obviously you got Rowdy Tellez and Hernandez, a bunch of other guys in the bottom half. And listen, Walden walks him here. Nice job by Shaw drawing the walk, and now Walden in trouble early. Runners on first and second here with just one out.
Yeah, Shaw, as you said, had some injury issues, especially last year in 2019, his final season with the Brewers, hit just 157 in 86 appearances. And then you called it, started his career with the Red Sox in 2015 and 2016, way back when he made his debut, and now has found his temporary home with the Blue Jays.
Teoscar Hernandez stepping up to the dish here. He's got 17 long balls on the season, as you can see there, second to just Guerrero Jr. on the team, as that one misses low. Count moves to 1-1. PK, is it fair to say, and I know it's early, and it's the top of the first inning, but this is a pivotal at-bat in this ballgame, is it not?
I would hope and pray that the first out in the top of the first inning is not as pivotal as you're making it out to be, Jinx. But I know where you're getting at.
Big swing and a miss there, and Walden sends him down on strikes. What do we see there on that last pitch?
Well, great piece of pitching by Walden there. He's got an aggressive hitter at the plate in Hernandez. He's got him ahead of the count, 1-2. Why not waste a pitch? Worst case scenario, goes high and away with the fastball right outside the zone. He knows he's got a free swing hitter with Hernandez at the plate. I think it's a great perspective and a great pitch by Walden to be able to get to Hernandez to swing and miss on that one, and potentially out of this jam already at 15 pitches here after just 2 outs.
Yeah, big at bat here with Rowdy Tellez stepping up to the dish, another former top prospect who's now getting some playing time here in Toronto. The 2-0 from Walden to Tellez. Fouled off, count moves to 2-1. Walden readies his 18th pitch of the top of the first here. And that one misses low, 3-1. You see Gurriel on deck, already runners on first and second. The last thing Walden wants to do here is issue a walk to Tellez. Big pitch upcoming, the 3-1 from Walden. In there for a strike.
Yeah, Tellez looked like he did not have the green light on that one. The signal came to him, and he was told to keep that bat on his shoulder. He obliged, but took a strike right down the zone there from Walden.
And the 3-2, he gets him swinging. Walden works in, and then out of trouble, strikes out the last 2 batters of the inning. And we are through half an inning of baseball here in Boston, 0-0 ball game. And we're back, PK, as we see Hyunjin Ryu, the big-time free agent acquisition coming over from the Dodgers here in the offseason to the Blue Jays. And he has been nothing short but brilliant for this team so far. 11-3, a minuscule ERA under 2. Red Sox are going to have their work cut out for them tonight, PK.
Yeah, Ryu, certainly one of the big signings in this offseason for anyone within Major League Baseball, but especially for this Blue Jays team. The absolute best signing they could have gotten. They got their man. They targeted Ryu right out of the Dodgers from last year. Previously, it's been his entire career with Dodgers from 2013 to the 2019 season. And this is 18th appearance. He's 11-3 on the year. As you stated, a 1.63 ERA. The thing that gets me about him is his control and his ability to spot pitches. A whip. Walks plus hits per innings pitched below a 1, a .99. Just 24 walks on the season compared to 113 strikeouts. He's certainly in contention for that Cy Young Award winning position in the American League. And quite frankly, Jenks could be in the MVP discussion as well.
Yeah, there's no question. I think the other really nice thing he's done is he gets ready to deliver the 1-2 here to Peraza, and that one misses well. He's been innings eater, 116 innings pitched, for Ryu, able to really help save that bullpen as he gets Peraza swinging there for the first out and the first strikeout of the night for Ryu. But he's really, been able to go deep into games, give that bullpen a break when he's out there, and you can see why there with that devastating pitch already getting his first strikeout as we see Kevin Pillar in the 2-hole tonight for Boston.
Yeah, Ryu, as you said, an innings eater for sure. They've also got a ton of faith and dependability in him, knowing that when they have him out on the mound that he's going to give him a lot of innings. Also, this Red Sox team, not great against lefties. They've had opportunity against left-handed pitchers all year long, and then you combine that with the type of stuff Ryu has, it could be a long night for the Red Sox offense. And quite frankly, it could be a long night for both of these offenses.
As that one is skied to deep left field, not going to be a problem though, as Gurriel is there. He makes the catch, and just like that, PK, 2 quick outs here for Ryu in the bottom of the first.
No doubt about it. And while we have a moment, want to thank all of our Twitch listeners, and we see you chatters out there on the Twitch feed. Thank you so much for joining us as always. We've got a few folks already joining us. Mo Red Wings, good to see you again. NP Squared 42, hoping for at least 6 innings out of Walden tonight. And he agreed with you. It's all about the pitch count, Jinx, for every pitcher. And to expand on that is just the short hook that Renicky has had on his starting pitchers all year this year. We got Bruhan asking, does Toronto have a rally-like mascot? I don't believe so. We'll see if they pull it out tonight. And then we've got Anna Liz joining us for a great night of bot ball. Appreciate all you joining us. Feel free to chime in on the Twitch chat. Love to converse with you all night long.
Well, PK, it'd be really interesting if the Toronto mascot traveled to Boston. That would certainly be a sight to see for sure. The Toronto mascot flying around Fenway Park trying to get the crowd fired up. So we'll see. Certainly something to keep an eye on.
Well, and this is, as you said, Jinx, with one of the best pitchers in all of ML bot ball on the mound. A lot of folks might be here just for Ryu. In fact, that's what MP Squared is here for, checking out one of the best lefties, if not the best lefty in the league.
As this one's driven to deep left center field. That one's off the wall. Chunking in for second. He's out. Oh my goodness, what a base running blunder there by JD Martinez. Thought he could stretch it into a double, but he's gunned down by Gerchik. We are through one inning here, PK, and it's a 0-0 ball game. What in the world was Martinez thinking there?
Yeah, on the one hand, I like the aggression, but the other hand, JD Martinez, this is the 3rd season for the Red Sox. You've got to understand when you hit those balls to left off of the wall, you've got to make that judgment and know the type of outfielder you're dealing with in center field, the type of gun they have in center field, and then you also got to know just the caroms and how the ball works in Fenway Park. JD Martinez has got to be smarter than that. I also blame a little bit on the first base coach, right? That's where the first base coach has got to be watching that ball the entire time, be able to call out JD for potentially not going for that stretching the single into the double. But heck of a throw in center field there. Can't complain about the defense.
Yeah, throw was great. Just, Martinez has certainly never been known for his speed. You would think with 2 outs, just, I don't know if you want to make it, especially against such a good pitcher, on the Toronto end. I don't know why you even risk it there. But anyway, back to Walden. Already has 1 out here in the top of the second as he now faces the defensive stalwart who made that great throw, to end the bottom of the first. Randall Gerchik, as we see Walden ready, the 2-0 in there for a strike. Two-1, and that one is swung on and driven into the gap down the left field line. He was going to stay at first, doing what Martinez should have done in the bottom of the first, and that is a 1-out single for the Blue Jays.
You gotta think Gerchik was just the entire time thinking about what he just did to JD Martinez in the bottom of the first, and didn't want to be an example of that here in the top of the second. So wisely held at first, because that one was dug out easy and brought to second.
As Biggio grounds this one back to the pitcher, the throw to second for one, back to first, double play. The struggles for Kevin Biggio continue. We are through 1.5 PK, 0-0 ballgame. And as we get ready for Ryu here, PK back in Boston for his second inning of work. Listen, Walden's done a nice job so far for the Red Sox, escaping, working into trouble, and getting out of it. Kevin Biggio, it's so much expected out of the youngster. Him and Guerrero Jr. really meant to be the futures of this franchise. Biggio hitting just 202, and you saw it there. Walden got him to hit into an inning-ending double play to get out of that one unscathed.
Yeah, a couple of key pitches here for Walden that have impressed me so far tonight. First of all, that strikeout to Hernandez to get the first out in the top of the first inning, that fastball high and away. Then he ended the top of the first with the strikeout, the 87-mile-per-hour slider on a 3-2 count, by the way, so some guts there to throw the slider. And then just now to get that double play there, which was a huge spot, and was able to get out of the inning. So between the Hernandez strikeout, the Gurriel strikeout, the Biggio double play, so far worked in the favor of Walden at this point.
As we see Xander Bogaerts ground that one out to Travis Shaw for the first out of the inning. Raul already went out here in the second with just 19 pitches thrown, as we see Rafael Devers stepping up to the plate. And PK, you can see the incredible splits from Devers so far this year. He has just been a completely different hitter on the road than he has been at Fenway, which is just interesting given obviously he's got the friendly pull out in right field there. Why has Devers struggled so much at home as he grounds that one out for the second out of the inning?
Yeah, there's a few things to Devers. A couple things. First off, to your point, there's a lot of pressure on Devers. Had a absolute breakout season in 2019, hit over 300, had just great power at the plate, comes into 2020 with really high expectations, especially with Mookie Betts leading this team. I think the crowd just might be getting him. Didn't get off to a hot start in April and in May, and that continued on in June, July. So his entire season hitting 259 with just 9 home runs. It's a far cry from what 2019 was. Maybe he's getting his head clear a little bit on the road, and that's why you see the average over 300. You see the power a little bit better on the road. The runs batted in a little bit better on the road. And meanwhile, at home, he's just struggling, barely above the Mendoza line at 210, and hasn't come through at all. And certainly hasn't been what the Red Sox would expect out of their number 5 hitter. And some would say he could or should even be the number 4 hitter, where you got Bogaerts right now.
Yeah, there's no question as we see Ryu ahead 1-2 here on Andrew Benintendi, and that one is driven deep down the right field line. Is it going to stay fair? No, and that one is going to hook foul. Benintendi almost just gave the Red Sox a 1-0 lead. Instead, next pitch now fouled off, and Benintendi was just a split second ahead of that offering from Ryu. Ryu doesn't make many mistakes, PK, and you gotta imagine Benintendi is kicking himself there.
You won't get many of those opportunities tonight, and to miss that one by, it looked like maybe 15 to 20 feet to the right of pesky pole, not good.
As that one once again fouled off, gotta give him credit. He's still making Ryu work here. As Ryu readies the 2-2 offering again to Benintendi, but he gets some swinging to end the inning. Ryu is dealing with their 2 innings here in Boston, and we're scoreless. And as we come back here for the top of the 3rd inning, PK, just want to take a minute to shout out everyone on Twitch that's viewing this game. If you got a second, we are asking for donations tonight to RAIN, which helps, a hotline for abuse victims around the country. If you are enjoying PK and me calling this game, if you're enjoying Ball, please go through, take a minute, donate $1, $5, $10 if you have it to a great and amazing cause. You can click that Donate Now button right below the video. As we go back here to Marcus Walden, getting ready to face Danny Jansen, stepping up here to the plate in the 2-0 from Walden to Jansen. Misses to move the count now to 3-0.
Well, for Danny Jansen, you got to feel pretty good. He's 5th in the American League for catcher all-star voting, Jinx. I mean, listen, he's not going to be a starter. He's probably not going to be named to the team, but heck, got to feel pretty good about that one as he takes the walk there from Walden.
That's true. Listen, that walk will help his on-base percentage, which may help get him another vote or two, PK. You never know.
You never know. You never know.
As we go back to the top of the lineup here, Bo Bichette stepping up. And PK, it's interesting. Walden scores through 2, but you can tell he is not nearly as sharp and effective tonight as we've traditionally seen him so far this season. There's something off with his control tonight, and he's just going to have to grind to get through this one if the Red Sox are going to win it.
Yeah, control is exactly the word I was going to use. He's been a little bit all over the map, and in some cases that's actually played to his benefit, as I spoke about last inning, where he had those convenient, well-timed strikeouts at the plate to strand a couple runners on the base pass, and then in addition to end the second inning with that double play. But we're just a couple of pitches or a couple of balls left or right that were hit out in the infield or outfield, and all of a sudden Blue Jays could be up 2 or 3 runs here. So he's got to be careful with who he's got at the plate, and pitches like that, working the corners, working the edges of the strike zone. That's what you got to see out of him.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And the nice thing is his velocity's there. He's hit that 4-seamer sitting in the upper 90s. He just hit 97 a couple of pitches ago. So the good news is that velocity's there. If you can just, make some small adjustments and get that control back in line, he certainly is going to have a good chance here against this jumpy, young Blue Jays lineup, as we see the count move to 2-2 here on Bo Bichette. Oh, tried to get him chasing, but nice job by Bichette holding up on that one as the count now moves to 3-2 with the arguably the best hitter in this entire lineup, Vlad Guerrero Jr., waiting on deck for Walden. This is a big spot. You don't want to walk Bichette with that guy waiting next. The 3-2, that one's grounded through the left side of the infield for a base hit, and the Blue Jays are once again in business here in the top of the third with their first 2 runners on base.
Nice piece of hitting by Bo Bichette. Just in general, what he's done at the plate here, he's 2 for 2 now on the night, and this at bat especially was impressive to me. First of all, he was down in the count when he swung through that 95-mile-per-hour sinker, which I thought Walden had him dead to rights. And then Walden, on Bichette's side, he stayed patient at the plate, didn't go chasing, down and away in the strike zone when he was 2-2, worked the count to 3-2, and then was able to get that single into left field. Great piece of hitting, and a really good at bat for Bo Bichette.
Yeah, there's no question. Walden made his pitch, and listen, Bichette just beat him on it, as that one is a big swing and a miss there by Guerrero to move the count to 2-1. You see Travis Shaw waiting on deck. Walden readies his 41st pitch of the evening. And squeeze him a little bit. They're going to call that one a ball. Walden not happy, as he thought that one painted the corner. And we've got a big 3-1 pitch here to Guerrero. And he misses inside, and the bases are now loaded with nobody out here in the top of the third inning, and Travis Shaw stepping up to the dish.
Yeah, it just has the makings to be a short night for Marcus Walden at 42 pitches through just 2+ innings, and the control, as we've already discussed here in the top of the third, getting away from Walden. This is just an absolute must-have at bat for both of these players, but especially Walden here with the bases loaded and nobody out. Wouldn't be surprised if you start to see some Red Sox bullpen action here in the next couple of pitches.
Yeah, there's no doubt. You definitely don't want to let this one get away from you, especially when you think about who's on the other side for Toronto, with Hyunjin Ryu pitching an absolute gem so far. The 1-1 here from Walden to Shaw. And he gets Shaw to pop up to right field, shallow right field. That shouldn't get a runner in. The catch is made, the throw in from Pilar. And we got one out.
Well, certainly was helped out there by Travis Shaw. Swung at the ball, shallow right field. Pilar comes in, and wise move with only one out here, and the Blue Jays keeping the runner at third. But for Walden, can't allow too many more of those deep fly balls. Could easily give this up here and give the Blue Jays a lead.
Well, think about it, though, PK. He just got one out right there, and now all he needs is a ground ball, and he's going to escape. He might escape another one unscathed here with Teoscar Hernandez up at the dish. This is a huge at-bat here for Walden as he gets ready to deal the 2-0 to Hernandez. A ground ball away from getting out of this jam as Hernandez drives that one to deep right center field. That should be deep enough to score a run. The catch just made it to throw in, not in time.
That was a lot closer than it could have been as the Blue Jays take the 1-0 lead. First of all, check out JBJ in center field, Jinx. I mean, he went more into the right field than he did into center field there, and booked it over to grab that fly ball, and then to get it into the cutoff man like he did, and to make that play close at the plate. Got to give applause to the defense of the Red Sox there to make the play. Nonetheless, Blue Jays take the lead.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You definitely did not expect that one to be as close as it was, but that just goes to show you why Bradley Jr. is, widely regarded as one of the best center fielders in all of bat ball. As we now see Rowdy Tellez up to the dish, the 1-0 from Walden to Tellez, gets some swinging ground ball, the foot to short, and that is going to end the inning, but not before Toronto gets on the board. 1-0 heading into the bottom of the third. All right, PK, and as we're back, your boy, Christian Vasquez, stepping up to the dish.
As we go to Christian Vasquez trivia on a 6-game hitting streak, 9 for 26 over that time period, has got that average up to 258 on the year. And tonight we're going to go with a theme, which you'll get in a moment. But in honor of the starting pitcher tonight, Ryu, who is a South Korean-born baseball player, we're going to make it all about Southern Korean baseball players, Jinx, who have made their work felt in the Major League ball world. So Ryu is one of 3 active South Korean players. Can you name the other 2, Jinx, or anyone on Twitch for that matter? Because, as you know, Christian Vasquez, a big supporter of South Korean baseball players, and hence why we're going that direction tonight. So, who do you got? We'll give everyone a minute to take a peek. We know we got Bruhan out there. We got MP Squared. We got EBTO. We've got a guess already from EB_TO. We'll see if that one sticks. And, we'll get to that in just a minute here, Jinx. As, by the way, Christian Vasquez put it out to the former said Ryu.
There it is. I love it. That's a good question, PK. I think I know one. I don't know the other 2. I think I've got one, though, if I were to guess here. As we see Ryu quickly ahead 0-2 here on Mitch Moreland. Moreland dropped all the way down to the 8th spot in the order as that one misses high. Interesting lineup here from Renicky. Obviously, when Bogarts came back, it forced a lot of changes, but I don't know if moving Moreland all the way down to 8th would have been the decision that I would have made. But listen, nonetheless, it's been made. The 2-2 here from Ryu to Moreland misses inside, and we got a full count.
Yeah, the moving Moreland down the lineup, I actually don't hate it. It's actually motivated him and gotten that batting average up. He was down in the high 240s, 250s for a while, and now he's up to a respectable 263. Could be worse, but I don't mind having a little bit of power at the bottom of that order. You could argue potentially switching, him or Pilar or Vasquez. But to this point, well, there it is.
There it is. Let's see. Moreland goes down swinging for Ryu's 3rd strikeout of the night. PK, can I give you the one player that I would guess, for Christian Vasquez trivia?
I'll allow it.
I'm going to say Shin-Soo Choo.
Shin-Soo Choo is correct, of the Texas Rangers. In fact, I believe you and I called a game where Shin-Soo Choo hit a home run against this Red Sox team. That is correct. Shin-Soo Choo is one, and then got to give it up to EB_TO, who got the other one as well. Ji-Man Choi on the Tampa Bay Rays is your other. 3 active South Korea baseball players, born in South Korea, now in Major League Ball. And then the rest of the night, we got Christian Vasquez trivia, going to be all South Korean ball player based. So keep an eye out for that.
I love it. As we see Jackie Bradley Jr. take that one for a strike. Countdown moves to 3-1 here. As Ryu is just cruising so far through this Red Sox lineup, having faced the minimum here with Bradley, the number 9 hitter, stepping up with 2 outs in the bottom of the third. And Bradley's going to sky that one to center field. The catch is made. Ryu through 3 innings here. I think he's perfect, PK, if I'm not mistaken. But it's 1-0 Blue Jays, and they are coming to bat.
And while he's faced the minimum jinx, he did give up that single to JD Martinez.
Oh, that's right. He got gunned down at second.
So while he should be, not even the no-hitter facing the minimum, because he gave up that one hit there.
Well, you know what, PK, as the kids say, crow for me.
Well, they don't call you the jinx for nothing.
As we're back here in Boston, Toronto has a 1-0 lead here as we start the top of the 4th inning. As we see Gurriel stepping up to the dish. Walden has been wildly ineffective tonight, all over the place, with his pitches, but he's been able to somehow limit the damage so far to just 1 run here as he gets ready to face Gurriel. The 1-0 here to start the top of the 4th. Fouled off, and the count moves to 1-1.
And from a Major League Ball news perspective, quite a bit happening as we're getting closer to the trade deadline. There has been some trade chatter here for sure. There was a rumor earlier that there was a trade that had happened by Jeff Botson, our colleague, calling anything and everything that is potential trades that are happening out there. But the trade has currently been declined. Looks like both teams are trying to figure it out. But the trade was, according to a source, the Phillies would have received right-handed pitcher Josh James and outfielder Kyle Tucker from the Houston Astros, who would have received Jake Arrieta and Josh Harrison. It awaited league approval, and as for now, has been denied. However, there is still talk happening between those teams. There could be some potentially some prospects that could be coming out of it. So there's more to come on that, but stay tuned to ML Bot Ball for the latest, as we are going to cover every trade that happens through Major League Bot Ball throughout the month of July, up until the trade deadline in just a couple of weeks.
That would certainly be a big trade, PK, if they can hammer out some big names. Jake Arrieta obviously signed that big contract with the Phillies. Hasn't quite lived up to expectations, but certainly, when he's right, one of the better pitchers in bot ball. And then listen, Kyle Tucker, one of the, former top 10 prospect in all of baseball. So certainly some names in that deal for sure.
Yeah, and it's clear the Houston Astros, who are 45-44 on the season so far, they're just 5 games behind the Athletics. If you remember back to the end of May, just a little over a month ago, the Athletics had an 11-game lead in the American League West. And by the way, the Astros weren't second; they were even further behind them.
Yeah, as we see Walden pick up now his 3rd strikeout of the night with Kevin Biggio now stepping up to the dish. Walden having the nice settle-down inning that he needed here. So hopefully a sign of things to come as this game progresses for Walden. He gets ready to face Biggio and hopefully have a nice, easy 1-2-3 inning here. A much needed 1-2-3 inning as Biggio skies this one to deep right field. But Pilar is there. He makes the catch to end the inning. With the 3.5 PK, 1-0 Blue Jays. All right, and as we're back and we see Jose Peraza stepping in now for his second at-bat of the night, we'll take a minute and check in on Twitch, NP Squared 42. Shout out to you, as always, in your engagement tonight. We got Bruhan, who was excited for some Christian Vasquez trivia. And, of course, our good friend Eb_Toe, who got it right, talked about Shin-Soo Choo and He-Man Choi. So keep the commentary coming. We're here for it all night long as Peraza goes down, and we now see Kevin Pillar stepping up here with one out in the bottom of the fourth. First pitch from Ryu is going to be outside for a ball. As that one misses again, and the count now moves to 2-0 on Pillar. Ryu's been brilliant so far tonight, just 45 pitches with one out here in the bottom of the fourth as he gets ready to deliver the 2-0 here to Kevin Pillar. And that one misses high. Ryu uncharacteristically wild here, facing Ryu with J.D. Martinez waiting for him on deck. The 3-0 misses, and Ryu, you talked about it, PK. What's made him so good this year has been his impeccable control, but he walks Pillar on 4 pitches here, and now he'll have to deal with Julio Daniel Martinez and that big bat of his here with a runner on and one out.
The sole hit for the Red Sox so far this evening.
Oh, he catches him going, the throw to second. He's out. Oh my goodness. What a heads up play by Hyunjin Ryu. Caught the runner with a big lead at first, and he gets him stealing. And oh my goodness, PK, what a base running blunder. The second one now for the Red Sox tonight.
Yeah, Pillar just caught leaning a little bit to second base. He wasn't stealing, by the way. He just had a big lead. And Ryu just threw over there quickly with that good pickoff move to first base. Pillar knew he didn't have a chance of getting back to first, so did the right thing, by the way, and ran to second. You got better chances going to second than trying to get back to first when you're dead man arrival at first base. So a great play by Ryu. Pillar's got to stay closer to first base, especially with J.D. Martinez at the plate. And this just continues to be a game here where Ryu has faced the minimum through 3 2/3.
Yeah, there's no doubt. It's a 1-2 here from Martinez. Is driven down the left field line, but the play is made, and Ryu gets out of it. We're through 4 here in Boston, 1-0 Blue Jays. And as we are back here, PK, for the top of the 5th inning, you just can't help but wonder so far, what if, for the Boston Red Sox, what if J.D. Martinez stays at first in the first inning, doesn't try and stretch that single into a double, and then right there, if Kevin Pillar is just, honestly, just disciplined. You know, there was no reason for him to get picked off there. And you got to give the Blue Jays credit. But the Red Sox just kicking themselves in the foot, shooting themselves in the foot so far.
Kicking themselves in the foot, shooting themselves in the foot, all the same thing. Yeah, it's been certainly interesting. Bad decision-making for this Red Sox team. On the one hand, I appreciate the aggression. We've talked about before the aggression from this Sox team. They're doing it tonight.
As this one driven off the monster in left center field in there for a leadoff double, PK. Danny Jansen, you talked about it, 5th in All-Star voting from the catcher position, having himself a night with a walk, and now that big double. And you have to wonder if that's the last batter of the night for Walden.
I think they're going to keep him in. Renicke's going to stick with Walden here, up to 65 pitches so far on the night, just with that run he's given up so far this evening.
As he gets Bichette to ground it to Devers for the out, and a nice bounce back at bat there for Walden as he attacked Bichette early and got him to ground out Devers. We now have one out here with Vlad Guerrero Jr. stepping up, runner on second, 1-0 Blue Jay lead. Big spot here. Walden tiring, guys up in the pen, facing the best hitter in the Toronto lineup. This This is big, PK.
It is big, and it doesn't get any easier. You got Guerrero Jr. at the plate now, Shaw on deck, or Hernandez rather, followed by Shaw. So there's a lot coming up for this Blue Jays offense here. So Walden's got to be really particular with how he pitches to Guerrero. By the way, wouldn't be the end of the world to put Guerrero on first if you absolutely had to set up that potential double play.
Yes, Guerrero skies this one out to right center, but Jackie Bradley Jr. is there, fires it over to third to make sure that Jansen isn't tagging. And once again, PK, a nice piece of defensive showmanship from Bradley, not only getting over, but then quickly spinning and getting that throw back in to make sure Jansen stayed at second.
That's the defense you get out of center field with Jackie Bradley Jr. does that every night for this Red Sox team.
As this one's driven to third base, Devers knocks it down but can't get the runner at first. That's going to be scored a base hit, and I most certainly agree with it. That was a hot shot. And now Walden's going to face Teoscar Hernandez with runners on the corner here and 2 outs.
Well, Devers gave a valiant effort at third base, knocked it down, got up quickly, picked it up quickly, and Shaw, who doesn't get great down the first base line, does at least get down fast enough to beat that throw. And Walden's going to be in it here. This could be his last hitter of the night.
As Hernandez swings through that one to move the count to 1-1. And listen, I agree with you, PK. I think either way, this is the last batter of the night for Walden. Whether he gets out of it, they'll bring in somebody to start the 6th. Or if the Blue Jays put some more runs on the board, they will bring somebody else in to get put out the fire. So Walden's probable last batter of the night. Big swing and a miss there. The 1-2 coming from Walden to Hernandez. And he fouls it off. We'll do it again.
Well, it's going to come down to 1-2. I'd love to see him do that high and away fastball, just like he did way back in the first inning to get Hernandez swinging here.
The 1-2, and it's going to be a ground ball to second. Peraza makes the play, and Marcus Walden once again gets out of it. Boston coming to bat here, trailing 1-0 here, heading into the bottom of the 5th. And listen, PK, as we get ready here for Hyunjin Ryu to start another inning, if that was indeed the last batter Marcus Walden faces tonight, you got to give the kid credit. Didn't have his best stuff tonight, but he grinded and battled through 5 innings of just 1-run ball.
Yeah, Walden, I've been impressed by him to this point. Yeah, for the most part, stayed around the strike zone. Don't get me wrong, he got out of it with some luck, for sure, between the ground ball, double play, between getting a couple of the Blue Jays to swing at some pitches outside the zone. But I credit that to smart pitching and someone who's aggressive and knows and has done the research and done the video on this Blue Jays team to know that they're free swingers and aggressive swingers at the plate. So I tip my cap to Walden for what he's done in this 5 innings against the Blue Jays. Meanwhile, the man on the mound has really been the story so far this evening.
Yeah, Hyunjin Ryu, despite giving up 2 hits on the evening, now 3, he has faced the minimum up to this point as Xander Bogaerts starts us off here in the bottom of the 5th inning with a leadoff single. And listen, PK, if Boston can get their base running under control in this inning and not have any blunders, they will try to finally string something together, which they have been unsuccessful up to this point in doing against Ryu, as we see Rafael Devers stepping up to the dish.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge spot for Devers. Good to see Bogaerts able to get on base there. And Devers, who earlier did not do much at the plate, would love to do something against Ryu here and tie this ball game up. It's a shame when you got a pitcher like the starting pitcher Walden tonight, who's pitched pretty well, gave up just the 1 run through 5 innings. You want to bail your starting pitcher out so they don't get that loss.
Yeah, there's no doubt, but Devers will be unsuccessful in doing it as that one is skied to center for the first out of the evening. Listen, PK, this has been a theme really all season long for the Red Sox. We've done a bunch of their games, but like coming into the year, right, you would have thought their offense would carry this team, and really what would make or break their season would be the pitching. The pitching hasn't been the problem. They got a solid I believe their staff ERA is 3.9 or 3.8, somewhere in that ballpark on the year. But their hitting, which has just been so inconsistent and so disappointing as we see Andrew Benintendi now, another one of those young stars that you would hope would have taken the next step, instead has regressed and disappointed in a big way now up to the dish here as he gets ready for the 2-0 from Ryu in there for a strike.
Big spot for Benintendi. Missed a home run down the right field line. As you've said, Jinx, this is a big spot for him as he swings through that one to make the count even 2-2. But does he have the ability to get that one down the right line and this time to the left of Pesky Pole? Nope. The answer is no.
No, he does not. And in typical listen, PK, there's only room for one Jinx in this booth. All right, don't steal my thing. As we see a big swing and a miss there for yet another strikeout for Ryu. The Boston offensive struggles continue, and it will now be left to Christian Vasquez to turn the trend around.
Yeah, we talked about Ryu already, and tonight's trivia is all about South Korean players. So my next one for you is this pitcher was in a trade to the Red Sox in 2003 that traded Shea Hillenbrand to the team that they got this pitcher from. And a little bit more about this pitcher, he did not win a World Series with the Red Sox, however did win a World Series with another team in his Major League ball career.
As that one is going to be in there for a single, so Christian Vasquez extends the inning here. We've got now runners on first and second with 2 outs. PK, can I ask a follow-up to maybe help the audience?
I will allow it.
Can you tell us what team this trade was with?
Does it give it away? We'll see if someone gets an answer. Do you know the answer, Jinx?
I don't. That's why I'm asking for some help from me personally.
Okay, fine. Okay, I'll allow it. The trade was from the Arizona Diamondbacks. Sent this South Korean pitcher to the Red Sox, who in turn sent Shea Hillenbrand to the Diamondbacks.
Gotcha. All right. Runners on first and second. A big spot here for the Red Sox. This has literally been their best, their best opportunity tonight to make something happen, as Ryu has been absolutely brilliant to this point, as the count now is going to be 1-2 here on Mitch Moreland. And that one misses. Count's going to move to 2-2. Oh, big swing and a miss there from Moreland. And once again, Ryu gets out of it. We're through 5 here in Boston. Still 1 left in Blue Jays.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
And there it is, PK. As we talked about, the night for Marcus Walden is done, as we see Ryan Brazier coming in here. Impressive on the year, 3.88 ERA, 54 strikeouts over 44 appearances. But again, you got to give Walden credit for battling through 5 without his best stuff.
Yeah, Walden did well for this Red Sox team tonight. Gave him 5 innings into the game, still just down by 1 run. I certainly am not disappointed in Walden's appearance tonight. And while we take a peek at Ryan Brazier in his first at bat here as he faces Tellez, the answer to that Christian Vasquez trivia was Byung-Hyun Kim. Byung-Hyun Kim, the famous submariner who won the World Series with the Arizona Diamondbacks way back in 2001. And they traded for him back in the day to become their closer, because they went through with a closer by committee, what the Red Sox did in 2003. And then they brought in Kim as more or less their closer. Didn't pitch all that well in a Red Sox uniform, but nonetheless, he's the answer to your trivia question.
Yep, that ball went out.
Yeah, as soon as you said the Arizona Diamondbacks, I certainly put 2 and 2 together. But I had forgotten up to that point that he got dealt to the Red Sox. Of course, as a Yankee fan, I always associate him with the Diamondbacks, as this one is driven deep to left field off the monster, and we are going to have a leadoff double here in the top of the 6th. Not the start for Ryan Brazier that he had hoped for, as Rowdy Tellez just pummels that one into the left center field to kick us off here in the top of the 6th.
Certainly not the first time that we've seen a Red Sox reliever relieve a starting pitcher and immediately start off with a hit, as it did here in the top of the 6th with Ryan Brazier.
As the next batter here, Gurriel grounds out. Runner moves over to third here with now 1 out in the top of the 6th. PK, I'm going to defer to you on this one. We've got some commentary on the Twitch stream. The people want to know, where's Alex Verdugo? Why is he not in the Boston lineup tonight? I believe he's injured, but I'll defer to our resident Boston expert on that one.
Yeah, Verdugo was injured, had an injury, but he did, as you take a look at Hembree and Barnes-Warman in the Red Sox bullpen, he did come back from that injury. Tonight, though, not in the lineup, just on the bench, whether that's an act of the Ryu matchup and Verdugo's ability to hit against Ryu, or just to give him a night off, he's on the bench tonight, which has really gotten me to the point to see Pilar in right, Benintendi in left, and JBJ in center. So that's where it comes down to for Renicky to make these tough decisions for this Red Sox team. Putting Verdugo in the lineup, especially into center field, you lose that glove from JBJ, which arguably he saved you a run tonight by being in center field. Got to that gap shot in right center field back in the 3rd inning, saved the run from being scored on what would have been potentially a sac fly. So, you potentially lose the bat with JBJ in the lineup, but you gain the glove. And some claim that JBJ actually gives you more from a defense than whatever would be the offensive replacement. And I got to tend to agree with that. Verdugo has done not a whole lot at the plate this year for the Red Sox. So in my opinion, I like the move of having JBJ in center field.
The 1-2 to Grichuk misses 2-2. Yeah, PK, I don't know if it's so much the Verdugo-Ryu matchup as it is the Verdugo versus any pitcher matchup, as we see how awful he's been this year. As the throw home, not in time. That one was grounded in front of the catcher, heads up, base running, the flip to home plate. I thought it was in time, but clearly the home plate umpire had a better view than us, PK, and that is a pivotal run here as Toronto now tacks on to take a 2-0 lead now with 1 on and 1 out here in the top of the 6th inning.
A lot to digest on that one. First of all, Ryan Brazier to get off the mound the way he did, spin, throw to home, and threw a strike to home, by the way. So it was a great play by Ryan Brazier on the mound to at least make that a play. And then just great, smart base running from third to home there, sliding on the right side of home plate, knowing that Vasquez is in front of that plate, is going to have to turn around and do the sweep tag, and was able to just beat it there on the replay to give Toronto the 2-0 lead. But a great play by Brazier specifically, and then Vasquez did his best for that swipe tag. But smart base running to go in the corner of that home plate on that right side to get his hand just in before the tag. And that could be a huge run here, as the Red Sox haven't been able to do much offensively, and certainly now down 2-0 is going to be a lot more difficult.
Yes, that one is swung through now to move the count to 3-2 here on Kevin Biggio. But listen, with the way Ryu is pitching, that run is going to could end up being, just absolutely monumental, as Ryu has been firing, and that extra run is going to be big as Biggio works a walk here in the top of the 6th. Brazier clearly does not have his best stuff tonight, as we now have 2 guys on with just 1 out, and the always dangerous Danny Jansen come up to the dish here.
Jansen already 1 for 1, had that big hit earlier, and now in a big spot, looking to give the Blue Jays insurance runs. You've also got to consider how long the Blue Jays are going to stick with Ryu here, who's getting up there in pitch count. We know he's pitching well, but it's certainly a far cry from what he was doing earlier in the game. Allowed a couple of base runners last inning. Certainly was in risk of giving up the lead. This is a big spot to see if they can extend the Blue Jays' lead beyond 2 runs.
The 2-0 to Jansen with runners on first and second. Big swing, and that one's fouled off. As you can see there, telling the story, just 10 balls to 12 strikes so far this inning for Brazier as he throws pitch number 23 in there for a strike to Jansen, and now even the count up at 2-2. And the 2-2 Jansen grounded to third, the tag for one, the throw to first, double play, heads up fielding there by Devers to make the tag, and then the throw to first, and Brazier gets out of it, but not before giving up another run, and it's now Blue Jays 2, Red Sox nothing.
And while we're in this this middle of the sixth there, just want to compliment Devers' play at third base, Jinx. Had the presence of mind to be able to do that swing tag to the runner trying to go from second to third. And by the way, as an infielder, you get that ball and instinctively you are trained to get that ball in your glove and do the swipe tag with the glove. And instead, though, if you look at the replay on Devers there, bare-handed it right out of the glove because he knew that the runner was going to be on the right side of his body and actually tagged him with the ball out of his right hand as opposed to the normal move that you would do with the ball in the glove hand, and then was able to quickly sling it to first for the double play. A huge, as you said, heads-up play by Devers. I wanted to compliment him on that great play. As an infielder, you'll love to see that one.
Yeah, no doubt. And listen, PK, that's why some say you should be in the Ball Announcing Hall of Fame. It's analysis like that in-depth talking about the fielding glove of Devers, that some call you the best. So, as we're back here, that one fouled off as Ryu is back out in the bottom of the sixth. Just 75 pitches so far for Ryu. He's been wildly effective thus far as that one grounded to first, and the play is made for one out here in the bottom of the sixth inning.
Yeah, you take a look at the ERA leaders entering tonight. Check out Ryu, a 1.63 ERA, just ahead of Yarborough at 1.99, Playsack at 2.10. Some unfamiliar names, quite frankly, than what you're used to seeing in the top of the American League. You've got to assume that Ryu is going to be potentially your American League All-Star Game starter next Tuesday night here on Major League Ball. We've got the Home Run Derby for you. That will be that Monday night, followed by the All-Star Game the following night, that Tuesday. Ryu certainly making a case for himself to be the starter for that team. We'll see how it's handled, obviously, upcoming over the next 7 days or so, but a lot of decisions will have to be made and see if the lefty might be the starter for the American League.
Yeah, I think he's got to be PK. I mean, I don't think there's any doubt about it. Almost, a third of a run better than the next closest pitcher. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. So that's why they play the game. As we see Peraza take the 1-2 inside to move the count to 2-2. One out here in the bottom of the sixth inning. The Red Sox have been mostly ineffective tonight against Ryu as he gets him looking there. Another strikeout, the sixth of the night for Ryu, as there's now 2 down here in the bottom of the sixth.
Yeah, Ryu getting Peraza for the second time tonight. He's now over 3 on the night. And I don't want to steal the take out of EB_TO. Looks like they and I are on the same page about Ryu leading candidate to start the All-Star game, as EB_TO called that one out. So we're on the same wavelength on that one, but certainly would be a good one. And then the Peraza strikeout doesn't hurt the case any there as Pilar comes up to the plate.
Yep, as we see Pilar, you talked about it, up at the plate. The 7-year Major League vet, as you can see, former Blue Jay who had a stop in San Francisco before making his way over to the Red Sox. Takes that one low and inside. The 2-1 now upcoming from Ryu to Pilar. Big swing and a miss. Count moves now to 2-2.
And EBTO, EB2, EBTO, whatever it is, he clarified. I said they, right? I didn't know if it was a he or a she. He clarified it's he. So thank you for clarifying that. EBTO makes it easier to converse with the fans and the viewers in Twitch. So thanks very much for that.
I love it. Full count now. Ryu to Pilar. 2 outs. Nobody on. Big pitch. Fouls it off, and we will do it again. And PK, listen, if you're a Red Sox fan, tonight really encapsulates just what the 2020 Ball season has been for them. They've gotten some good, if not great, pitching performances to this point. Just 2 runs through 6 innings for Toronto, but the offense, as he gets them looking for the 7th strikeout of the night. And there it is. The offense has been ineffective, and that continues. But through 6 innings here in Boston, 2-0 Blue Jays. As we see another new pitcher for the Red Sox coming in as Matt Barnes comes in here to replace Frazier to kick us off in the top of the 7th.
Yeah, Barnes, this is 45th appearance on the year for the Sox. He's 1-4, just 1 win versus 4 losses. 42 innings pitched, so he's been used a decent amount so far. Not as much as you'd probably think out of the Red Sox bullpen this year. The ERA has crept up over the last couple of weeks up to a 4.43. Barnes did have that ERA down to the low 3s at one point. The scary thing about Barnes, the strikeout to walk ratio, 59 strikeouts to 23 walks. So if you look at that innings pitched at 42, there's pretty much a walk he's going to give up every other inning or so. He's had great success against right-handeds, by the way, this year, Jinx. 169 average versus righties, which you see Bo Bichette, obviously a righty tonight, 2 for 3. Lefties, though, hitting 239, so a little bit more success out of lefties.
Yes, certainly a trend worth watching here as Bichette with a big swing and a miss there. And the count now moves to 1-2. Listen, this game ain't over, PK. Despite it feeling like this one is a blowout, it's just 2-0. And at some point here, you would imagine the Red Sox are going to get into that Blue Jay bullpen as we see Bichette go down swinging for the first out here in the top of the 7th inning. And then they'll have their chance maybe to make a comeback. But it's so important that Barnes keeps us a 2-0 ball game as we see another righty in Vlad Guerrero Jr. stepping up here.
Yeah, first of all, good pitch by Barnes there to get Bichette swinging on the 83-mile-per-hour curveball. That was a really well-placed pitch by Barnes there that got Bichette swinging, and now tried to do the same thing with Guerrero just there, actually, on that first pitch that was outside for a ball. But love the aggression by Barnes, love going him after the hitter, and not resting there to wait for Bichette to look at a called strike. Instead, goes aggressive and gets him swinging. Love the pitch by Barnes, and love how aggressive he is against this Blue Jays hitter. And that's what made Walden successful. Outside of some of the control issues, what made him so great through that 5 innings was the work he did around the plate, able to spot some pitches and be aggressive against his team. The bullpen's got to continue that on here.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it as the 1-2 to Guerrero. Big swing and a miss. And Barnes looks locked in as Guerrero stood no chance against that 99-mile-per-hour heater from Barnes. And you can see Guerrero just turns and looks at the umpire and says, "I've got nothing."
Well, and I'll tell you what, whether or not Guerrero swung on that or not, it was going to be strike 3 either way. That was a perfectly placed pitch. Bottom right, inside corner, didn't give Guerrero an opportunity to even blink at it. Guerrero was just trying to defend the plate. He knew he wasn't able to get much on that and put it in the outfield or even get a chance to put some good bat on the ball. Instead, it was a swing and a miss. But either way, Barnes would have had his second strikeout out of 2 opportunities there. Great piece of pitching by Barnes.
That's a ball.
Yes, we now see the lefty, Travis Shaw, stepping up to the dish. Barnes, you talked about it, PK, has struggled big time against lefties so far this year. And it's interesting. He just blew away the first 2 guys, looked locked in, and he's now fallen behind 3-0 here on Shaw. You have to maybe wonder if the struggles against lefties are maybe in his head a bit. As that one misses low, and he walks him on 4 pitches, and that's the last thing you want to do, PK, with 2 outs, especially in a ballgame so close. And we'll now see Teoscar Hernandez step up here.
Well, Barnes was cruising, obviously, through the first 2 hitters there between the strikeouts of Bichette and Guerrero Jr., and then just Shaw, who arguably out of the 3 is the least intimidating hitter.
As that one bounces in front of Vasquez, he takes off, and Vasquez guns him down at second. Oh, PK, that could end up being pivotal. The Red Sox have made a couple of base running blunders tonight, and now the Blue Jays make one of their own. And listen, if the Red Sox can find a way to get back into this one, PK, we're going to look back at that mistake there as maybe a big reason why.
Yeah, there's a lot happening here. First of all, great play by Vasquez. Stuck with that wild pitch, picked it up quickly, knew that Shaw was running, and Vasquez, you just got to be careful running him into first base. His career throws up in the mid to high 40 percentile of base runners on the base paths. So Vasquez is a tough catcher to run on, and Shaw proving that as he gets thrown out and gunned down at second base. And then on Shaw's perspective, as the Twitch fans are chiming in now, I don't know why you're that aggressive. I get it's 2 outs, maybe a bad read or a bad look in the ball, but it took off almost immediately when that ball hit the dirt. Potentially the Blue Jays had some kind of, I don't know, hit with 2 outs. It seems weird, but a hit and run or something, because Shaw just absolutely moved quickly on that one. So very strange to see that happening.
Yeah, there's no doubt as Ryu continues to be locked in here with now, I believe that was his 8th strikeout of the night, if I'm not mistaken. And listen, at this point, the Red Sox batters just have to be asking, when can we get to this Blue Jay bullpen? Despite Giles has been great all year long, the Toronto closer, just I feel like anything but Ryu is what the Red Sox are asking for, as we now see Xander Bogaerts step up to the dish here. Listen, Ryu's pitch count getting up there. He's now about to throw his 95th pitch of the night. So going to be interesting here to see what happens in the next inning or two.
Frustrating to see JD Martinez have the wild swings there. Didn't work the count deep against Ryu. To your point, Jinx, we're up into the mid-90 pitch count for Ryu. You've got a lefty and a righty in the bullpen for the Blue Jays, meaning they are ready to pull Ryu at the first sign of any kind of danger, and that could just mean a base runner or two. And JD Martinez not really doing a whole lot to even attempt to get on base, and now you've got Bogaerts, who is already even at the count 2-2. This is critical to get in the bullpen here in the 7th inning.
As Bogaerts fouls that one off, and we'll do the 2-2 all over again. And listen, and this is what you want to see if you're around Reneke. Even despite what happens here, Bogaerts at least is making Ryu work. He's making him throw pitches. Nice eye by Bogaerts there as that one misses outside, and Ryu is now about to throw pitch number 100 as we see Rafael Devers waiting on deck. The 3-2 misses, low for ball 4, and the Red Sox now are going to have a runner on here with 1 out and 7.
Big decision here in the Blue Jays. It looks like they're going to stay with Ryu. They're not going to go to the bullpen at this point. They're going to stick with the lefty here. Already at the century mark in pitch count, just his 100th pitch that he threw to Bogaerts, which was a ball on a 3-2 count, and now dealing with Devers. And that might be, I know they had a lefty warming in the bullpen. Maybe they want the lefty-lefty matchup with Devers. Devers, who's already 0-2 tonight. Ryu's had luck and some good fortune against him so far this evening. That could be one of the pieces that went into keeping Ryu in this game. But if Devers is able to do anything here, you know every Blue Jay fan is going to look back on this and question the decision of keeping him in.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it, as that one's in there for a strike. A big at-bat here. Ryu to Devers, the 1-1 misses low. Count moves to 2-1. Listen, maybe I'm wrong, PK, but I feel like unless Ryu can get a double play here, this might be his last batter of the night, as that one grounded to second. They don't go for 2. Biggio fires it over to first, and that's an interesting decision there, PK. I thought he had a shot at 2.
Well, Biggio's momentum was carrying him to first base, and I think he was probably just concerned about getting the guaranteed out at first, making sure that you go with 2 outs here in the 7th inning, sticking with Ryu, by the way, with Benintendi, who almost homered down the right field line.
As Benintendi is going to harmlessly fly out to right. Ryu absolutely brilliant now with 7 scoreless innings for the Blue Jays. We're through 7, PK. It's 2-0 Toronto. And we're back as we now see Heath Hembree coming in for the Red Sox. And listen, you have to imagine that was going to be the last inning for Ryu. And if it is, what a performance out of the left.
Yeah, Ryu was facing the minimum, by the way, up until the 6th inning, if you can believe that. And then the Red Sox struck a couple of times in the 6th and 7th inning, still without able to get a run on the board. But to look at what he's done, 8 strikeouts on the evening against a Red Sox offense that's been doing a lot better, 7-3 in their last 10 games, which is the pitching stayed consistent. The offense is what's gotten a little bit better over the last 10 games. So Ryu, once again, making his statement to start that All-Star game for the American League East. And that ERA to 1.64, just going to drop even lower after this scoreless game so far.
Yes, we see Hembry with a big strikeout here to start off the 8th inning. Rowdy Tellez, who had that big RBI double to get Toronto on the board early in this one, stepping up now to the dish with 1 out and nobody on in the top of the 8th inning. Tellez swinging first pitch, and that one gets through for a single. You always like to say, PK, that's what the kids call a seeing eye rounder right back up the middle.
Yeah, off of Heath Hembry there, Tellez does a nice job of getting that right through the shift, by the way, which, by the way, if they didn't have the shift on, they would have been right to the shortstop. Nonetheless, it's a single into left field. Heath Hembry, by the way, as we see him pup.
Gurriel drives that one deep to right center field, and that one is gone. Goodbye, sir. A big 2-run shot for Gurriel, and the Blue Jays bust this game wide open now by a score of 4-0.
I was literally just going to say, as Gurriel Jr. gets his 19th home run of the year, I was just going to call out as that fastball is just belt high, no one would have missed that one. Easy piece of hitting for Gurriel. But Heath Hembry this year, what I was just going to call out, some misleading stats. In 51 appearances, he's 4-1. He's got 54 innings and a 4.17 ERA. The top line results, the top line numbers don't look that bad, but when you dig deeper, righties hitting 281, lefties hitting 287 against Hembry out of the bullpen this season. That is just call for absolute tough innings. And that's, by the way, Hembry is typically not called upon to come in with runners on, because that 281, 287, you're bound to let those inherited runners on base score. In this case, he started off the inning in the 8th inning with a 2-run deficit, trying to just keep it to 2 runs, and just quickly just loses that momentum the Red Sox offense seemed to have, and now down by 4 runs. Frustrating for sure here in the top of the 8th inning.
Yeah, PK, other than Bogaerts, who's missed a good chunk of the season due to injury, I don't think there's a single Red Sox that's hitting 281, like, on their own. And on a season, Hembry, you talked about it, giving up averages of 281 and 287, certainly not a formula for success as he gets ready to deal the 2-1 with 1 out. And now this, you can feel it, PK, the crowd here in Fenway has gone radio silent, and they feel like the air has been sucked out of this stadium. That home run really changes the feel and momentum as this one is driven to deep left field off the monster, and this one's going to be a double, and Hembry just getting knocked around as we see another one just clobbered off of him here in the 8th inning.
Yeah, and not to mention, by the way, Jinx, us here in the Northeast, we do it right on 4th of July weekend with a lot of celebration of Independence Day. So this Monday crowd might be a little tired as we take a peek and have a pitching change at the mound. And here comes Brandon Workman having another tough season for the Red Sox righty. This is 32nd appearance. He's winless on the year, 0-4, and was the previous closer for the Red Sox before the young Josh Taylor took over that spot a few weeks ago. Brandon Workman on the year, taken out of that closer role with 11 saves, blew 5 saves, 11 for 16 out of the opportunities he had in 27 innings. He's got a 6 ERA, and we thought that Embry had a rough time against righties and lefties with the batting average. Workman, righties hitting 304 off of him this season. Lefties, Jinx, 313. So there's a 3 out of 10 chance that we're going to see at the minimum a base hit here from Biggio. Hopefully that's not the case if you're a Red Sox fan. Nonetheless, Workman trying to see what he can do here and keep this a 4-run game.
With numbers like that, PK, I'm shocked that Workman hasn't been sent down. I mean, obviously he was brilliant last year in the closer's role, and they've given him a chance to work through his struggles. But I mean, we're in July, and the fact that you talked about it, both lefties and righties hitting over 300 against them. I mean, at some point you just got to cut your losses and move on, as the 2-2 here gets ready to face Biggio with the runner on second, 1 out. That one misses low. Count now moves to 3-2.
Well, I think it's a shame here, but I think this is I don't ever want to say you wave the white flag in the top of the 8th inning, but based on how this offense has been going with Ryu the way he's going, it's just a shame because you got the bullpen. You imagine Ryu's done for the night. You're going to get into this Toronto bullpen, and instead the hits just keep coming as Biggio works the walk here, and Workman his first at bat. I mean, that one wasn't even close to the zone on a 3-2 pitch as Danny Jansen comes to the plate already with a big hit earlier in this game. And the Red Sox bullpen, by the way, hasn't stopped. We got Bryson Hildenberger warming for Boston.
Yeah, I mean, you would imagine, even though it's a 4-run game, like I said, after that big home run, Boston still, with a prayer to chance here, maybe hoping to get into the Toronto bullpen here in the bottom of the 8th inning, but really every single batter, every single run at this point, absolutely pivotal, especially given where the Red Sox season currently stands. You talked about they had some good momentum coming into this game, PK. Winners out of 7 out of their last 10, so certainly not the setback they want tonight as Workman deals the 0-2 to Jansen, gets them looking for a big second out of the inning here.
Yeah, nice piece of pitching by Workman to get Jansen looking at that one. And for those of you that are here watching us on Major League Ball, we've got a couple of good games to close out this Monday action today on ML Ball. We've got the Arizona Diamondbacks at the Colorado Rockies. We've got Duggo and special effects on that call at 9 p.m. Eastern. And then at 10:45 for Ball After Dark, we got the Kansas City Royals at the Minnesota Twins. And of course, we got Justin Roque and Beardy Buddha taking you home later on. So if you're joining us for this Red Sox Blue Jays game, stick around. We've got some great calls coming up later on to close out your Monday night. Hopefully it's a re-entry Monday, right? A Monday after 4th of July weekend. Enjoying yourself here on a Monday.
Yeah, there's no doubt as Bo Bichette in at the plate, the count is going to be 2-1, 2 on, 2 out. Really, PK, this at-bat could indeed be the ball game. Bichette either puts them ahead for good or Workman gets out of it and keeps this one somewhat respectable as we see a big swing and a miss there from Bichette. Big pitch here, 2-2 from Workman to Bo, 2 outs, 4-0 ball game in the top of the 8th inning. And that one misses high. And we're going to have a 3-2 count. Vlad Guerrero waiting on deck. The last thing you want to do if you're Workman is walk Bichette. The 3-2, big swing and a miss. So Workman gets him swinging. And we are heading to the bottom of the 8th, but not before that man right there, Gurriel, with a moonshot to put the Blue Jays ahead now, 4-0 here, heading into the bottom of the 8th inning. And as we start the bottom of the 8th, PK, we've got Christian Vasquez stepping up to the dish for Boston.
Well, all night, Jinx, we've been doing, as Ryu is still in this game at 105 pitches, that is 106. Let's take a look at the Blue Jays bullpen with Font and Thornton warming up. Well, we've been having a little bit of an homage to our South Korean baseball players. We've got a couple of good ones for you already. How about this one? We've got this pitcher way back in the 90s on April 8th, 1994. South Korean pitcher made his debut as a reliever for the Dodgers. They were no hit, the Dodgers were, by the Braves. Kent Merker was on the mound, and this pitcher made his major league debut on April 8th, 1994 for the Dodgers, when the Dodgers got no hit by the Braves. This pitcher, by the way, never pitched a no-hitter for the Dodgers, for any other team for that matter, but his first appearance, his team got no hit. Any guesses out there?
Interesting. That's a good one, PK. I like it. As we've got a 3-2 count here on Christian Vasquez. Vasquez fouls it off, and we'll do it again. This game getting awfully late here for Boston, down 4-0, and they've just been unable to do anything off of Ryu all night as Vasquez bloops that one, and the catch is made by Biggio. Nice play there by Biggio, leaping to get that one and rob Vasquez of a base hit.
Yeah, great play there at second to get Vasquez retired. And we'll take a peek. Jinx, you got any guesses on that one before we go to the Twitch viewers?
Hideo Nomo, would that be it?
You are kind of sniffing as we see Moreland ground that one foul. No, the correct answer is the one, the only Chan Ho Park.
Oh, all right.
Chan Ho Park made his debut on April 8th, 1994. He's 20 years old. And by the way, he was the first South Korean pitcher ever to pitch in the major leagues. Pretty cool. There were only a couple others in the 90s. Jinho Cho pitched in 98, and the aforementioned Byung-Hun Kim made his debut in 1999. But yeah, Chan-Ho Park.
He had a long time major league career. I didn't know he came around that early in 94. He was around for quite some time. Good for him. I didn't realize he started off that young.
His last game was October 1st, 2010, in fact.
As this one is driven out to deep center field, but the catch is made, and the Red Sox, luck or unluck, as you want to call it, PK, continues as a nice job by Grichuk to chase that one down. Jackie Bradley Jr. now coming up with 2 outs, nobody on in a 4-0 ball game, and what a job by Ryu tonight. It's 117 pitches, pitch number 118 upcoming here, still firing and still keeping the Red Sox guessing.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, at 118 pitches, I think you got to start to question a little bit as to why he's still out there on the mound. We're into July, not quite the dog days of summer when the Major League Baseball season, but still pretty late in the year, has a lot of pitches. We spoke about earlier at the start of this game, the amount of innings that he's had and the workhorse that he is. He can handle it. I think we all get he can handle it. But this is a signing that the Blue Jays got not just for 2020, but for the years beyond. And this is one of those decisions you might second guess later on this year or in the years to come.
And there it is, ground ball. The play is made. Ryu through 8 scoreless and brilliant innings here in Boston. We head to the top of the ninth. It's 4-0 Toronto.
Your attention, please.
Yeah, PK, as we see Austin Bryce now coming in for the Red Sox with a perfect ERA through 8 2/3 on the campaign. You got to wonder how many teams might be kicking themselves. I mean, Ryu's age certainly played a factor into his free agency, but the Blue Jays got him on a pretty good contract, and you have to wonder, as his just dominance so far this year has continued, if there's some teams maybe thinking they made a mistake not pursuing him harder in free agency.
Well, and after that eighth inning, assuming he doesn't come back out for a ninth and give up a run, that ERA for 2020 is going to drop below a 1.60 on the year. I mean, that's just incredible. I think people have always known that Ryu is a certainly a top lefty in the game, but besides that, a top 5, certainly a top 10 starting pitcher in Major League Ball. And now you've got him coming in and, after tonight going to move to 12-3, assuming this lead sticks for the Blue Jays. The ERA below 1.6, the strikeouts, just incredible strikeout to walk ratio, well over the century mark in strikeouts. And then just the workhorse perspective. As I said earlier, the only thing that might be keeping him out of MVP discussion here in July is the fact that the Blue Jays are 11 games out in the American League East. If the Blue Jays were in a wild card contention spot, which they're not completely out of it, I get it. But if they were, in a spot where they were getting close to playoff contention, is it crazy to think he could be an MVP candidate for the American League? I don't think so.
Yeah, no, I agree with you guys. This one is a no doubt about it. Goodbye, sir. Vlad Guerrero Jr. with a moonshot here in the top of the 9th inning. Toronto now takes a 5-0 lead here on the Boston Red Sox.
Great piece of hitting by Guerrero Jr. Certainly didn't miss that one. That one was laced way over the monster into Lansdowne, and it was a no-doubter. He knew immediately at the plate. And the other person that knew immediately was Austin Bryce. And there's another shot at it. Looks like it almost eclipsed the Sitco sign onto Lansdowne in front of the House of Blues. But Austin Bryce, this is his 9th appearance. He was 1-0, called up earlier by the Red Sox to help out this bullpen. And in 8 2/3 innings, had yet to give up an earned run. In fact, had just had a .222 batting average against righties. Guerrero just changed all of that by getting the solo shot. So Austin Bryce off to a good start for his Major League career, giving up his first jack and his first earned run of this 2020 season.
Yeah, it was bound to happen at some point. But to get back to the Ryu MVP discussion, PK, when you think about it, Kershaw obviously broke barriers when he won the MVP back, 2014, 2013, somewhere around there. But you got to remember the Dodgers were dominant. I think they won their division that year. They might have won 100 games. So, he was the leader and had a historically good season on a team that won and, won big, right? To your point, I do think despite the absolute dominance and brilliance we've seen at Ryu so far, that unfortunately, the record that Toronto has is probably going to get in the way of him being recognized for that contribution.
Yeah, I agree with you. I imagine so. It's just a shame. It's the debate you're always going to have about most valuable player in any sport. Should the most valuable player be the one that gets it, even though their team potentially was not a playoff contender or didn't even get to the playoffs, be it any of the 4 major sports? So it's less about, whereas the Cy Young Award, I think, is defined, and I think we're all aligned that the definition of the Cy Young Award is very clear. It's the best pitcher in the league. Whereas the most valuable player is not the best player in each league. It is the player that did the most to get their team and made the most impact on their team to make their team successful. So that's a debate that will go on forever. In my perspective as a Red Sox fan, you think back to that Pedro Martinez season way back in 99 and 2000 and 2001. Certainly could have been an MVP any one of those years and was beat out by Pudge in one of them when he was the unanimous AL Cy Young, but then lost the AL MVP by just one vote to Pudge Rodriguez of the Rangers, the catcher. So there's a lot of, I think, passionate thoughts that go into it. I think that's meant for a podcast, not a broadcast, which is a quick perspective on that.
You said it best, PK, as we see a big swing and a miss there from Teoscar Hernandez. 2 outs now for Austin Bryce, as this one is going to be driven out for a single right in front of Kevin Pillar in right. And the Blue Jays now with a 2-out base runner here off of Austin Bryce in the top of the 9th inning. What a night for Rowdy Tellez. He's had a RBI double. He's seen a single there. So nice night for Tellez as we see Gurriel now stepping up to the dish. He obviously had that game-breaking 2-run homer in the 8th, which really kind of took the air out of Fenway Park and kind of, really put this one into a different sort of territory with Ryu on the mound tonight for Toronto. So Gurriel facing Bryce, the 1-1 here, 1 on, 2 outs and the 1-1. Fouled off down the first baseline, and the count now moves to 1-2.
Well, Bryce has had a tough inning already, giving up the home run to Guerrero Jr., and now the single here with 2 outs. Would love to get out of this here, which he does.
There it is. Big swing and a miss for Gurriel, but the damage already done. Vlad Guerrero Jr. with a moonshot here in the top of the 9th inning. It's 5-0 Toronto, heading to the bottom of the 9th inning as we see Wilmer Font coming in, who's been incredibly effective out of the bullpen for Toronto, sporting a 2.65 ERA across 32 appearances, 37 and the third innings pitched on the year. And he will have the top of the Red Sox lineup here to face as he looks to close this one out for Toronto.
Well, pretty amazing to see here coming in the 9th to see Jose Peraza leading off, meaning the Blue Jays have faced, and Ryu really, have faced just 3 above the minimum all evening for this Red Sox team. And that's just incredible when you think about the base runners that you've seen on and off. But based on a couple of bad base running plays by the Red Sox, a double play that helped out the Blue Jays and Ryu for sure earlier in the game, and all of that has led to just 3 over the minimum. And Jose Peraza 0 for 3, certainly happy to see Ryu out of this game. And he'll take his chances with Font, who's, as you said, Jinx, had a really good year, 2.65 ERA, 230 batting average against lefties, and a 246 from righties.
As Peraza lines this one to right field, but not a problem as the catch is made by Hernandez for the first out here in the bottom of the 9th inning. And there's the star of the night, Hyunjin Ryu, just absolutely brilliant. 8 innings, just 3 hits, allowed 2 walks. He struck out 8. Boston Red Sox throwing over 120 pitches while doing so. And listen, to your point, PK, I would be absolutely shocked at this point if that guy isn't your all-star starter for the American League come next Tuesday.
Yeah, the ERA now below 160 on the season. He's still got another start coming up. It's going to be this Saturday, and I believe our friend EB is going to have that game, if I'm not mistaken, so we'll be sure to tune into that on Saturday. But yeah, he's still got a Saturday one. It will be this Saturday at 3:45 Eastern, so tune in to see Ryu's final start before the All-Star game next week. But yeah, heading into tonight and out of tonight, certainly the one that's going to be taking that one. Jake's on the call with EB on that one, so thanks, EB, for your help on that. We're looking forward to the Saturday first half finale for Ryu on Saturday afternoon.
As Font readies the 2-1 Polaris, that one also skied to shallow right field. Not a problem as Hernandez again makes the play, and the Red Sox now down to their final out here on the evening, and the only thing standing between a shutout is J.D. Martinez, who had a single in the first inning but really set up the tone for this whole night as he tried to stretch that single into a double, was gunned down, but he's going to keep being alive here as that one's blooped into right field, and that one will get down for a base knock. And Boston says we are not done yet as that one gets in there. And listen, it got a runner on first.
Well, J.D. Martinez doing the wise thing this time around, didn't challenge the arm of Hernandez out of right field, just safely stayed at first base like he should have done way back in the first inning. Nonetheless, it brings up Bogaerts, who's 1 for 2 so far, that 307 average, then the best hitter for this Red Sox lineup so far this season, even after he's missed so much time with some of that injury. He was out for a few weeks earlier with that broken forearm. Now he's back, and see if they can't at least make this not a shutout.
Yeah, there's no question as Bogaerts with a big swing and a miss there to move the count to 2-1. Facing Font here with Martinez on first. 2 outs. Bogaerts the last hope for the Red Sox here as Font misses outside. Count now moves to 3-1. You got Devers on deck. And the 3-1 in there for a strike. Bogart's not too happy with that call, as it could have been called a ball potentially went out a little bit low as Bogart skies that one to center field. The catch is made, and that's the ball game here in Boston. Toronto 5, Red Sox nothing is your final here in Boston.
Well, the storyline of this game, I think, is pretty easy. On the one hand, you look at this Red Sox offense and you think, yeah, no wonder they got shut out. You've got struggling hitters at the plate. But I'd argue that Ryu was really the story of this game. I mean, Ryu was just absolutely outstanding, Jinx. He no doubt is going to be our player of the game. So 3 hits, 2 walks, faced 3 above the minimum over 8 innings. He goes to 12-3 on the season. And I haven't done the calculations, but we'll get that ERA below 1.6, and sure enough, he's your player of the game there. You know, the tough luck loser for me on this one, Jinx, is Marcus Walden. When he left in that after the 5th inning, had given up just a run over 5 hits. He was down by just 1 run heading into the 6th inning. In the 6th inning, Brazier gives up that run in his one inning appearance tonight. But Walden looked pretty good. He wasn't his best that we've seen all season long. We'll take a look at the highlights here. Is the first run and the only run that he gave up was that Hernandez sacrifice fly. And JBJ did his best, by the way. He raced over to get it, potentially saved a run, by the way, by cutting that ball off and not letting it land and keeping the runner at second. Meanwhile, the runner scored in what was a really close play, but Jensen got that hand on the plate and made it a 1-run game. And then later on, you see the Brazier run that he allowed. But Walden, I think, is just the tough luck loser tonight, Jinx.
Yeah, there's no doubt Walden certainly did not deserve to take a loss. And listen, that's been the story of Walden's season so far. He now falls to 1-9 on this spot ball campaign, but sporting a super impressive ERA under 3 as you take a look in some of the highlights tonight. One of the many strikeouts from Ryu as we saw Martinez chasing. Then listen, this is really, in my opinion, where the game changed. Gurriel with that monster 2-run shot in the 8th inning, and at that point, with Ryu still on the mound, it really, took the air out of Fenway. Really let the Red Sox know that this night was not going to be their night. And then you see Guerrero tacking on another one in the top of the 9th inning, but. Listen, that's been the story for Boston this year. Their offense has just been unable to get anything going, and tonight was no different for them.
Yeah, and to go back on the Walden commentary for just a moment, the offense obviously not able to do much here, but Walden, you got to feel good in general about his ability to be a starting pitcher for this Red Sox team. Unfortunately, the 1-9 record, just nothing to be proud about, right? And if you're Marcus Walden, despite the fact that your ERA is below a 250 on the season, you just look back at that 1-8 record and think, geez, this has just been a frustrating season. Any competitor wants to see their team win when they're out on the mound, and in Walden's case, it hasn't been that to this point. So frustrating if you're Marcus Walden. However, if you're Ryu's just feeling great going in to what will be his last start on Saturday, and then into the All-Star break after that, James.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. As you look at the box score tonight, Toronto certainly from an offensive perspective, Rowdy Tellez, probably your offensive MVP. Ryu obviously brilliant on the pitching side, but nice night from Tellez, 3 for 5. And look, the Boston box score says it all. They just 4 hits on the night. You talked about it earlier, PK. They were Ryu had faced the minimum going into the 6th inning, so certainly not what you want to see from an offensive perspective, as once again your player of the game, Hyun-Jin Ryu. As we welcome special FX here into the booth, PK, as we get ready to turn it over for the next game. Special FX, if you're there, if you're with us, give us some thoughts. What did you think of the Red Sox falling to the Blue Jays tonight?
Well, I gotta say, it was just a stellar pitching performance from a former Dodger, one of my favorite teams. Hyun-Jin Ryu had a great game today. And, as much as you want to blame the Red Sox bats for being so cold today, at some point you don't have really much to blame them about. Just sometimes you run into that tough pitcher. So I think the right team won today just because, like I said, Ryu had a great game. But, it was awesome listening to your guys call PK and the Jinx. I always think of, maybe like a radio station host, call in the 90s till now.
I've said it. It's pretty much the common thing. It's either a crazy zoo radio, as Duggo has said before, or it's a really good acoustic cover band. We don't really know which it is yet. But Jinx, as always, it was a pleasure calling it with you. I just love hearing special effects, and then my friend Duggo coming in, because you got Arizona and Colorado coming up here, a good one. Bumgarner versus Lambert, and then following that, stick around for our friend Beardy Buddha, who will be having the call with Justin for the Kansas City Royals and Minnesota Twins. So appreciate you joining us as always. And thanks as always to our Twitch viewers. We get the best viewers in the world. So thanks so much for all of you for joining us.
Yeah, there's no doubt. PK, I got a question. I feel like whenever you and I call a game together,
Duggo is the next
it's
one.
always followed by Duggo every time. Like, I don't know how. It's almost like between Duggo following us and then Colin McHugh just happens to be pitching almost every time. Like, it's our setup. I don't know. It's just meant to be.
Well, I mean, there was like a minute there when the 9 o'clock hour was the Duggo hour. Like, I swear, like the month of April, I think. So
that is true. What are the chances?
If you end up in that 7:15 spot, odds are in your favor that I'm going to be here.
True. Well, hey, Duggo, it's good hearing your voice. Special effects, good hearing you as well. Hope you had a great 4th of July. And we'll see you next week for the All-Star Game, the Home Run Derby. All that should be a good week. So thanks very much as always, gentlemen.
Are you, before you dip out, are you guys thinking about participating in either one of them? I think we've invited you guys to do so, but have not heard officially. Stop by the Gold Mike channel and figure it out.
We'll take a peek. We'll take a peek tonight. I think I'll be in for whatever you'll have me for. I think I'll be in for something.
We'll always have you.
Same here.
Well,
all right, guys. Have a good night. Enjoy.
See you guys. Have a good night.
Deuces. And special effects, what is going on, my man? I'm ready for some National League West baseball. I think you are as well.
This is going to be a very interesting matchup to watch indeed, with that NL West division race really starting to heat up. Dodgers were able to gain a game on the Diamondbacks after, finally getting a win after I think it was 6 or 7 losses in a row, but they got a win and Diamondbacks got the loss a couple days ago, and then both teams lost yesterday, so they're still sitting 2.5 back. But it should be a fairly easy task for these Diamondbacks. Of course, never easy when you're facing major league opponents. But the Rockies haven't had the best season. One of the few bright spots, though, going to be the starting pitcher, Peter Lambert, 3-2 on the year, got that ERA at 3.14, much better than his rookie year last year, ERA over 7.
That'll happen being a rookie pitcher in court. I'm pretty sure. I think he made his debut against the Diamondbacks as well at Chase Field. Feel like I remember that being a thing. So starting it off here, it's going to be Starling Marte, as the first pitch of the game is driven into the outfield. But Charlie Blackmon, Chuck Nasty, is there for the first out. 1 pitch, 1 out. We are underway officially here at Coors Field.
Yeah, definitely the right approach with that kind of pitch. On the outer half of the plate, don't want to pull it, so he slapped it out into right field. Unfortunately, Blackmon was right there. And really quickly, I did want to say a quick hi to NP Squared in the chat, who, said hi to me first, so I want to respond.
But I don't know if you saw it, I've heard some pretty special news going around today. A couple exciting things, but I think the most recent one that was brought to my attention, apparently yesterday was my 100th broadcast here.
Yeah, I just heard about that too. I want to say congratulations, be the first one on air to tell you that. And you're just such a great broadcaster. We love having you here. Love calling those Snakes games. And you just bring so much energy and passion, and you easily one of the best that we've got here.
I mean, I try. I'm just some ding-dong, man. I'm just some guy that works in a theater. This is, far from what I do. I know some of the folks were astounded to hear that the other day when I said that. This is just fun, man. I've just had a blast trying to keep myself sane. I've been out of work since all this started. The entertainment industry, one of the hardest hit out of everything here. I have no idea when it's coming back. And this is what I've had, man, and it's been a pleasure to be here. And I appreciate all you guys that have stuck around to listen to me ramble on for, 100 times. That's at least 200 hours of y'all's life just gone having to listen to me. Cattell Marte here works the walk, first base runner of the game. That'll get me to stop this gushy monologue. But thank you, man, and thank you to everybody for putting up with me.
Well, and really quickly before we let that topic go, you said 200 hours of your life, but with all those extra inning games, probably more like 250 now.
That's what I'm saying, man. It's been a stretch, man. It was the Rockies too. Speaking of the Rockies, let's keep it topical. It was, what was that? The first Rockies game of the year was that 17-inning marathon with myself and Jake. So we're got some history between these two teams. To be the 10th time they've faced off here in the BAL season. Right now, the record stands 6-3. Diamondbacks currently winning twice as many games as these Rockies in the head-to-head contest. Eduardo Escobar behind 0-2. Fouls it off, staying alive here with one out. But I think there's a little bit more special news going on here with these two teams involved. I'll get into that a little bit later. I think I'll break that news at some point. I don't know. What's a good inning? What inning should we do that?
We can do it. I don't know if you want to wait this long, but we've always got the lucky number 7.
There we go. All right. I can dig it. When I hear Chart chiming in, we can go through it then, as that one's going to go low for ball 2. Even count 2-2.
And that way we can also encourage our listeners to stick around and not change the channel. Keep them all the way at least 7.
There we go. It's like, we're going to tease this little bit. We're going to go way on break. Here, listening on 97.9, it's PK and the Jinx. Dude, you're right, dude. That is exactly what I hear every time. It's ridiculous. As that one's going to be in play. Ooh, slick little toss there by Story. Oh, man, 6-4-3 in beautiful fashion here. As the Diamondbacks don't get anything there except for that walk. See what the Rockies counter with here in the first.
Going to be tough for them to counter indeed. Madison Bumgarner, these Diamondbacks ace on the season, came over in free agency, of course, and he's looked every bit worth that contract that he got. 18 starts, 11-3 ERA, just a bit over 2. And I mean, I was gonna say, he was a prime trade contender, but then I remembered, the Diamondbacks are actually leading the NL West. It's due to them not doing too well for so long.
Hey man, the way I saw that deal go down was a Chuck Blackmon line out to Eduardo Escobar. That's not exactly what I thought the deal was, but that was an exciting first pitch of this at-bat. So Starling flies out with the first pitch of his ball game. Chuck Nasty hits it over. It's a nice little snag there by Escobar on the left side to get it. So 1 pitch, 1 out here for the Rockies. But yeah, no, I really saw that move as, oh my God, I'm not going to get any chance to talk. Daniel Murphy flies out quickly to left field. 2 pitches, 2 outs. Can these guys just chill out and take a couple pitches here?
I mean, I thought the whole point of baseball was so you could be bored out of your mind and eat a hot dog while occasionally checking in with the game. This isn't what I'm fighting for.
Dude, that's half the reason I have season tickets is it gives me 3 hours to kill, 81 times a year. It's great. I don't, unless history's happening, I don't want a 2-hour game. I will take a 4-hour game over a 2-hour game 10 times out of 10.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I don't have any issue with the length of games, but I know that, Mr. Manfred up there in the big box, he's trying to get more and more fans, and that's probably one of the biggest complaints we've heard all around is games are too long, there's not enough happening.
Yeah, no, I think it's just ridiculous, man. The shortest game I've been to was a Patrick Corbin one-hitter against the Giants. It was Brandon Belt with a slap little stupid single. It was the only hit in the ballgame. Johnny Cueto had a game of his own. I think both guys finished with game scores over like 75 or 80. It was like the definition of a pitcher's duel. But man, like I remember like looking up, you know, like an hour had passed and it was like the 5th inning, and I'm like, are you kidding me right now? I'm like, does this seem like it's going quick? And then we look up at the giant clock at Chase Field and we're like, oh shit, yeah, it is.
Yeah, well, and I mean, that's the thing is you got the trade-offs. Do you want a lot of offense or do you want the games to go quickly? It looks like Arenado's going to get on base.
I don't know, man. I just want a good game. I don't care how long it is, you know? Like, I guess I don't want to say I agree with Manfred ever, but, you know, it is somewhere along the line it got lost, you know, between game length and actual pace of play. Because, yeah, sometimes it is a little bit frustrating that you're burning, you know, 5 to 10 minutes on a pitching change. You know, and if you're Dave Roberts, it's happening like 4 times in 1 inning. You know, you get those like, what was it? It was Cubs, Giants, game. I don't even remember. It was 2016. It was that
Probably
game
like,
that went to like, what, 3 in the morning on the East Coast?
Yeah, I want to say that was like either game 4 or 5 or something like that. I don't remember how many games it went.
Yeah, no, it was somewhere in there. I think game 4. And, no, dude, it was nuts. Like, that was a bit ridiculous, especially because by the time that game was over, I was demolished and I had like a long drive home. You know, because like I was pacing myself for a, you know, 3-hour, 4-hour game. All of a sudden, it's like a 5.5-hour game, and I'm like, oh, okay. But you know what I mean? Like that's where I kind of have the issue. But you know, it's one thing too if you're watching it versus in person. You know, if all of a sudden the 8th and 9th innings are long, as that one's going to fly out to end the inning. Nolan Arenado gets on via the walk, is left on base as Story flies out to right to end the inning. Just a pair of walks in this game. See what Arizona's got with the sluggers do up here. You know, it's one thing if you're at the game and like the alcohol sales get cut off. That's when it gets frustrating.
Yeah,
like,
I can't speak from experience. You know, I'm only 20 years old at the moment, but you know, I can imagine it could get frustrating. Yeah, I'm always frustrated when the concession stands won't let me get another hot dog.
Dude, I mean,
you gotta stay there for 12 extra innings.
No, I mean, like, screw it. Screw alcohol. Like, just the concession shut down somewhere at, like, the end of the 8th. You know, and you're boned. Like that, what was it? Late September, St. Louis at Arizona. The longest game in Chase Field history, 19 hours. It didn't wrap up till about 1:45 in the morning. 7 a.m. or a 7:10 start time. And, like, I would have loved to stick it out, but, you know, by, like, inning 13 and there's no food, there's no drink, and you're just like, all right, I guess I'll just go watch this at home or at a bar as Christian Walker looks at strike 3 here from Peter Lambert. Lambert's first strikeout of the game.
That is it. The left fielder.
Yeah, and, you know, as much as I'd love to keep talking about this, we got a baseball game to call, so I might as well give some analysis as the color guy, but great job painting the outside corner on that one, and he's been looking sharp here through the first 4 batters.
That's the fun of working with me, man. Like, you never know if you're actually going to get a baseball game or if you're just going to get, like, a 2-hour rant.
I mean, honestly, I'd love to keep talking with you. You know, maybe we can throw it to the fans in the Twitch chat. Should I keep riffing with Doug or talk about how the...
both.
Okay.
A little bit of both, as that one's going to be into center field, the cavernous outfield here of Coors. Seth Beer looking for his first Coors Field-assisted dinger. It'll have to wait another at-bat. 2 outs now. Cole Calhoun coming on.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing that I don't think people realize about Coors Field is that dimensions-wise, it's actually really big. It's just the fact that, you know, you're a mile above sea level, the balls start to carry. But, you know, it's 390 out to the power alleys.
gents. Man, I'm expecting to see something fun, especially with Yasmani Tomas on the bench. That is a pinch hit I would love to see. I think that's part of the reason he's still up with the team. There have been some discussions about whether Kevin Crone or Yasmani Tomas really deserves to be up at the moment. And I just kind of want to see a Tomas dinger. That's really what I'm hoping for here. Counts 1-2 here to Calhoun. Inside, almost clips him. 2-2. Yeah, EB, that was just bonkers, man. Oh my God. 7 hours and 20 minutes. That sounds like a Dave Roberts game. 2-2 goes high. Cole Calhoun, no stranger to taking a walk, could do so here against Peter Lambert. Already 24 walks now and just 64 in 2/3 innings pitched. Payoff pitch to Calhoun. Going to be driven foul. Lambert trying to get out of this inning. Another 1-2-3, and it won't be. Second walk issued. Diamondbacks still looking for their first hit. Would have had two guys on via the base on balls now.
Yeah, a little bit of iffy control so far from Lambert. Hasn't bit him yet. He got that double play, and he's got 2 outs here, so, bottom part of the lineup might be able to manage to wriggle your way out of this one.
See what happens here with Nick Ahmed. Gold Glover, Silver Slugger. Number 1 in my hearts at the lovely 6th spot. 1-0 now is the count. Man, I see the Discord lighting up with talking about 100 games, man. Cookie was the one that messaged me, and he was so excited. He's like, man, Friday's going to be your 100th game. It's like, I didn't count opening day or spring training. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, I called 3 games in opening day. So he's like, shit. It's like 100 was yesterday. I'm like, all right. Got to celebrate somehow. Lambert's going to be celebrating that. Call sneaks it in the zone. 2-2 here to Leighton Ahmed. See if Calhoun breaks it all here. That one's going to go foul down the left field line. 2-2. Lambert looking for punch out number 1. Punch out number 2. Ahmed gets a hold of that one. That's going to be back at the wall. Lovely altitude at Coors Field. That'll be a double here. As the extra base hits finally get started, I'm sure they're not going to stop anytime soon.
The catcher.
Just great job getting out in front of that, like you said, using that Coors elevation to his advantage, driving it over the left fielder's head. And, Ian Desmond, it was always going to be hard for him to catch that one, but plays it off the wall pretty nice, and that's going to hold Calhoun over there at third.
So now Carson Kelly, newly promoted to the everyday catcher. Had only been starting against lefties lately. Let Stephen Vogt take that spot. See, the power is actually really there against righties. 5 home runs versus just 1. So maybe you see an uptick in home runs, and see, that's the perfect kind of thing to say, right? Here at Coors. Uptick in home run. It's Carson Kelly home run days, I think, what I'm trying to get at here.
As far as I know, Kenley Jansen doesn't pitch for the Rockies, so might not see too many today.
Dude, a couple of these Diamondbacks guys just have their numbers. You say Carson Kelly and Kenley Jansen, we saw it even in bot ball. It counts 1-1. And that one's ripped by Kelly, and that's going to be off a diving Ian Desmond. That'll plate 2. So no extra base hit, but 2 ribbies here. Arizona getting started. 2-0 is the score.
Desmond on the move again, and not able to make the catch this time on the dive. Carson Kelly, though, coming up clutch. And now we're going to see a guy no slouch at the dish, even though he's in that number 9 spot, Madison Bumgarner.
And you see the batting average not quite there. He's still rocking just 2 doubles as his only base hits. 5 for 33 on the season. But the thing, looking at his line, that's really blown my mind is the 7 walks in 40 plate appearances. Like, what kind of pitcher is rocking that kind of number?
Well, he's a pitcher that paid attention when he was in Little League, where pitchers had to hit everywhere. I mean, it's something that you don't always have to develop, something you might just be, born with, kind of able to see where the pitches are going. Might help being a pitcher himself to just kind of know how the break tends to work, but still, it's very impressive.
Another foul ball here, and man, that's just as impressive. I'll take a pitcher at bat that's a quality one like that, fouling off pitches, taking pitches, driving up the pitch count for the other guy. As it'll finally go down swinging. Second strikeout of the day for Lambert, but not before the Diamondbacks get 2 in on a newly minted everyday catcher, Carson Kelly's single into left.
Leading off for the Rockies, the left fielder,
Ian Desmond, the guy who that 2-run single ricocheted off of. It was a lovely effort, but just not enough.
I mean, can't blame him. He's not the most defensively sound outfielder in the world, but he made an effort, and it was pretty close, just kicked off of his glove. And, unfortunately, his team's going to have to pay for it, down 2-0.
It's not really an outfielder, man. That was the wildest thing about when you saw the Rockies signing Ian Desmond. Desmond, coming off some seasons with the Washington Nationals, had spent a little bit of time in the outfield, but when they signed him, Colorado's like, hey, we need you to play center field and first base. As Desmond goes down swinging here, first strikeout of Bumgarner's day, first out of the inning.
the second baseman.
Yeah, definitely a weird combination, center field and first base. I mean, doesn't really have the speed for the outfield, especially not center field, but
not anymore.
I think he did, a decent job out there. He's probably not going to be a shortstop, whether that's because Tulowitzki and Story blocked him or just because athletically I don't think he has the stuff for it. So if he wants a spot on the field, he's going to have to play probably corner outfield or maybe first.
And it's just wild, though. You take a career shortstop past, a little bit past his prime probably, by the time he's coming over here to Colorado, and you're like, hey, change up everything defensively. Like, what? And we're going to pay you like $20 million a year to do it.
I mean, for $20 million, I'll learn whatever you need me to.
Well, yeah, but like, how does that make any sense if you're Jeff Bridich? Like, that was the thing that was puzzling me. I'm like, you've got these young guys coming up, and I guess you need to build some sort of veteran core around them to try to stay competitive, but how is putting an out-of-position aging shortstop all over the field like the move? I just don't get it.
It was definitely very interesting, to say the least. But, the Rockies have to live with the mess that they made. Made their bed, they got to lie in it now. And they're doing the best with what they've got right now.
Just doing their best, man. What are the Rockies doing? Their best. Payoff pitch to Ryan McMahon is back-to-back strikeouts now for Madison Bumgarner, coming in today 9th in the National League with 110 strikeouts, now to 112 after these two in this inning. Also coming into play today, leading the National League in wins at 11, tied with division rival, former California rival Clayton Kershaw, as that's flied out into right off the bat of Tony Walters. That will end the inning. My gushing about Bumgarner will have to stay for another half inning. Diamondbacks going to send 1, 2, 3 here to the plate to start off the third.
Leading off for Arizona.
Couple of quick notes as we come back from break. We've got a guy in the chat, Look Alive 24. Looks like he's just joining us for his first ever ML Ball game. We want to say welcome, and I'm going to toss the Discord link into the chat if you want to join us and have some more talks. We've also got the Big Guys trivia question of the day. what two Colorado Rockies both had 30 home runs and 30 stolen bases in the same season?
Oh, that could have been trouble. One down the line to the wall for Starling Marte, hooking just foul. So Starling has taken he's taken 3 pitches and swung at every single one of them right now. That is not, you talk about the patience that Bumgarner had at the plate and what you want to see out of your pitcher, but not out of what you want to see out of your leadoff guy, man. You want to see a little bit more discipline than that.
Well, discipline and also just the patience. You want to make sure that you're making your guy work out on the mound. That's the key to winning ball games. It's not about, having the offense necessarily, but you want to get that starter out early and make sure he's not dominating.
Here we go. Ketel Marte takes strike 1 there. 0-1 is the count. Fine EB. I guess Hyunjin Ryu, former Dodger, passed Bumgarner and Kershaw with the 12th win over there in the AL, but we don't like to think about that inferior league.
Well, and if I'm not mistaken, I think Duggo did specifically say National League, so I don't think you have anything to argue about.
I do. I always clarify that in the league, not major leagues, National League. You usually say NL or National League, don't I?
Yeah, no, I thought that's what you said this time around, but we'll look at the tapes after this one.
Ketel Marte goes one second baseman to another. McMahon's throw in time for the second out here in the top of the third. I'll get back to the rest of the gushing about Bumgarner once he gets back on the mound. It's Eduardo Escobar still looking to kind of get back to that April form he was in. Jumped out. He was quickly the first bat in the National League to 1 WAR, I think to 2 WAR as well, but kind of cratered or kind of plateaued somewhere along there, and still a respectable line. I think I've said it before. I can't complain too much about a guy with an OPS of 850. But, for a guy whose OPS was about 1,100 through the month of April, it feels like, oh my God, on time, Ed, showing us what Coors Field is about. That is home run number 19 for Eduardo Escobar. It feels like it's been ages since he's gone yard. Love to see it. It is 3-0 now, Diamondbacks.
I mean, nothing is going to help you out any better than an ice-cold Coors, whether that's a beverage or the field here in Colorado. Great swing out there going out to right center field, and like you said, maybe his bat's going to start to heat up. 4.05 tail of the tape, only 94 miles an hour off the bat, so he really muscled that one all the way.
Man, Coors Field is just nuts. Have you ever been up there?
I have not. I've only, like I mentioned earlier, I'm only 20, so I'm relying on parents for most of my travel. I've only been to Comerica Park here in my hometown near Detroit, but I'd love to get out there. It's a beautiful stadium.
Dude, it is gorgeous. Like I'll just throw it out there. There's a La Quinta. That's a walk away. Not the ritziest hotel, but man, if you're just trying to go and do it cheap, just go do that. Walk over to the game. It's where they always put me up for work if they send me up there to Denver. And I'm just thinking about that picture I dropped in general chat of me threatening to break in the Coors Field on a cold November night. It was fun, man. Katy Perry was a good show too. Counts 2-2 here to Christian Walker, now 3-2 after the big Escobar home run is putting this one a little bit more out of reach here for Colorado. And Christian Walker, back-to-back home runs here for Arizona. They are putting on a clinic here as I'm celebrating here today. The Diamondbacks are celebrating here today. You got to be crying a little bit as somebody who follows the Dodgers. Now that's home run number 20 for Christian Walker, leading the team. It is something special here tonight.
Yeah, Lambert is not having a good time out there on the mound. Had a couple of walks earlier in the game, showed his shakiness. Now 2 home runs back-to-back with 2 outs. 502 feet, my goodness.
Oh,
my God.
Oh,
109.1 miles an hour off the bat.
Jesus.
I got a question, is that the longest home run in BOP ball history?
I don't know. I think I'll toss it over. I'll pose the question. I think, like, if anybody knows it's TARDIS, he's got to know somewhere. So now Seth Beer, the reigning Rookie of the Month, steps in here. He's in a good count to do something special here. 2-0. Lambert, oh my God, that probably would have been in the one right there. Fastball at dangerous, just drivable level. Just want to see him leave one up, make it back to back to back. Seth Beer's got the power to do it. Oh! And he just gets under that. That's a single into center. I guess I'll take it. So the Diamondbacks now with 3 straight hits here with 2 outs. 2 home runs and a single. Now tossing it over to Cole Calhoun. It doesn't get any easier.
Yeah, lots of hard contact in this inning. You thought with the first 2 guys being set down, he had some semblance of control. But not the case. 2 home runs and a single, maybe not the right idea or in the right order for what the Snakes want. But still, I'm sure they'll take this 4-0 lead.
So apparently finding out that the longest homer in... What? No, that's really the longest home run in recorded, like, StatCast history, 505 feet. I have a hard time believing that. I feel like that feels short.
In StatCast history, maybe just because they've only been around since 2015. Right. I'm sure there's been, moonshots that we've estimated way back when.
Right. Just ones that never seem to land. Oh, man. So now 1-2 here to Calhoun. Looking to keep this one alive. Fouls it off. Keeps himself alive at least. Lambert now 25 pitches through this inning, giving up 4 runs. 3 runs in this inning, excuse me, as that's going to go down as a strikeout for Calhoun. Going to leave a man on base, but not before back-to-back jacks. 4-0 now, heading to the bottom of the 3rd.
Dogo, really quickly, I don't know if you've been paying attention to the Discord or not, but, in the GM's chat, not going to spoil anything too much, but I want to give you maybe some quoted information that we have found the guy that you were looking for, at least, on TARDIS's machine. So I don't know with our updated ROS boost whether or not it'll happen.
All right.
Playing 12, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Sorry, I had to get my 2 cents in there. Got to make sure Cookie's on the right page, apparently. Trying to get me to take the worst deal in baseball history. And that's saying something considering what we saw going down between Philadelphia and Houston, as that's going to be strikeout number 3 here. And Bumgarner gets Peter Lambert swinging here for the first out of the inning.
It looks like Bumgarner and Corbin, the league leaders in the National League for wins. And he's already been staked to a 4-0 lead. If he finishes off 5 innings, it should be enough. But at the same time, we all know Coors Field, like was mentioned in the chat, no lead is ever safe.
As that one's going to be down the line. Foul. 0-1 here. David Dahl. Man, this guy, they've just been waiting for him to break out for years. I remember going to a game in 2016 when he was making his debut with the team, and I remember the hype train being full force back then. Seems like he's been injured, he's been inconsistent. It just hasn't been put together here for David Dahl. Just looking for that breakout season. Maybe he'll get it here, in the shortened season, man. Maybe that'll be the healthy time he needs, as he's going to go down looking. He didn't think it was a strike. Blue likes it. 4th strikeout of the day for Bumgarner.
Yeah, that slider looked to catch bottom outside corner. Painted that one with a brush. And I don't know what Dahl was upset about. It did catch the corner, and he's got to sit down.
There we go. That's Chucky now here with 2 outs. Blackman took the first pitch of the Colorado ball game sharply to the left-hand side, but Ed was there. Eduardo Escobar manning the hot corner, keeping it hot at lovely, cool Coors Field. As that's another opposite field slapper there by Blackman. That's going to go for extra bases as it hops the wall. Round rule double for 22 on the year for Blackman.
Yeah, great job going opposite field. Looked like Arizona had a bit of a shift going on. And I'll be honest, I didn't catch that hop. I thought it was gone. But just going to be a 2-out double.
Here we go, man. You'll take it. Dinger will surely take it. He's got to be one of my favorite mascots in sports, man. Dinger's fun.
Well, he's fun, and he's got a fun backstory to him.
Right? You wanna clue the folks in here on that? You look like you're ready to talk about that.
I mean, sure, why not? So, as you know, Coors Field located in Denver, Colorado, and it's one of the more newer stadiums because the Rockies are one of the newer teams. So when they were breaking ground for this stadium, they actually found Triceratops bones on the site that they had proposed. So in honor of that, they've adopted Dinger the Triceratops as their mascot.
That one's going to be popped up behind the plate, and that will do it on the inning. Rockies strand another here, but they do get their first hit of the ball game through 3. Arizona 4, Colorado nothing. Bumgarner's had some success so far in this season against the Rockies. A complete game shutout, 6-1 complete game was his first outing in that first series at Chase Field. 6-0 the second set at Chase Field, but the last time these two guys faced off was a 11-0 routing. Colorado taking advantage of Bumgarner early. Glad that, at least I'm glad that that's not the Bumgarner we're seeing here today.
Yeah, no, it's always difficult to pitch here at Coors Field, and Bumgarner just wasn't having the best of days. 11-0 Colorado. They've got a great offense, and it's helping out. It helps out playing in Coors Field, but even I called a game a couple weeks ago with Beardy Buddha. They put up 14 on the AL leading Twins at Target Field.
No, man, it's just nuts. Offense is just bonkers. 2-1 is the count here to Ahmed. 2-2 as he looks at a strike. So I zoned out really hard there. I'm sorry.
No worries.
I'm oh yeah, offense, Rockies. No, that was, man, we've seen some nuts games. I remember, what was it? It was St. Louis as well. Was it St. Louis? Here at Colorado, it was 17-14 or something like that. I remember that game was just nuts.
It was 14-7.
Okay.
Which one were you talking about? The Twins Rockies game. That was a couple weeks ago. That was 14-7.
I think there was a St. Louis and Rockies game that went at least 2 touchdowns each. It was.
I don't remember looking at that one. I don't know if that one was broadcast or maybe simmed. I know that they had a sim game between them. 18 innings. It only finished 2-1.
Oh God. No, I remember one of those games that just never ends, and this one's shaping up to be that for Colorado. It seems like it's never going to end for them. Nick Ahmed shoots one, Carson Kelly shoots one up the gut. His second hit of the day. The second single as Peter Lambert continues to be stifled here. 75 pitches, still trying to get out of the fourth. Up 6 hits, man. Not ideal, especially at Coors, as Bumgarner's going to show bunt. I hate it. Toss over to second will be in time and not in time for Bumgarner.
Now batting.
So I guess they'll just substitute Kelly for Bumgarner on the base pass, call it an out. It's not the worst, man. With a catcher running on the base pass, it's not the worst.
Yeah, I mean, the bunt is something that you've definitely vocalized yourself not enjoying. But, you know, it's a part of baseball. It's a part of the strategy of the game. And, you know, ball managers tend to seem they want to give up an out for the advancement of a base runner, especially avoid the double play ball.
As doesn't matter there, Starling Marte, 4 pitches, 4 pieces of contact, and 3 outs. 3 unassisted, ends the inning, strands another runner here for the Diamondbacks. Still 4-0, heading to the bottom of the 4th. A lot of 4s in that.
Leading off for the Rockies.
Lots of 4s indeed. 4s aplenty. 4s. There's not really a comparable to Deuces Wild that our boy Cookie has.
4s. No, there's Crazy 8s, Deuces Wild. Is there a cool one for 4? Like somebody's got to chime in here. There's got to be something fun, right?
We can make up something fun.
That's what I'm saying, man. And I don't know, all of a sudden I got like euchre stuck in my head, just like the game as like a whole. Even though there's no 4s involved, there's 5s, you know, when you're scoring it, but there's not even 8s either. Like, what am I doing? Like, what is wrong with me?
Probably thinking about Crazy 8 and then just kind of sidetracked all the way over to euchre.
Dude, man, I love euchres. That one's off the bat loud here by Nolan Arenado. But just not enough, even with the Coors advantage, as Seth Beer is on the track to grab that for the first out.
Now batting.
A good swing there by Arenado, and not experiencing the same Coors success today that the Diamondbacks have so far, but good swing on it. Probably the first good swing we've seen all day from the Rockies.
So now somebody looking for a good swing. The guy leading the team in home runs, Trevor Story, was leading the National League for quite some time, but seems to have kind of fallen into a little bit of a slump, at least in the power department. You know, wild to say somebody that's slugging .582 is falling behind at hitting dingers, but alas, here we are. Fouls that one off, brings the count to 2-1.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. You know, not batting average, slugging percentage almost at 600, and you're not hitting the home run, but extra base hits also contribute to that, like we might just see here.
As that one is going to go off the fence. Starling Marte playing that on the bounce. Story takes the big turn at second. That is a stand-up triple for our man, the Trevor ending Story.
Well, he's going to be pointing at the dugout, telling Arenado, this is how you do it. Drives it out to right center field. Big swing. I said Arenado's swing was the best of the day. This is the best swing of the day so far. Almost got out of here. That bullpen wall is a little bit higher than most, so just bounces off, and he'll have to settle for a triple.
So now the first run of the ball game for the Rockies is 90 feet away. All Ian Desmond needs to do is get something to the outfield. It should likely score him. Starling Marte, I mean, I guess the arms out there in center and right field are nothing to be trifled with. Starling Marte and Cole Calhoun. Yeah, there's a gun show out there.
Yeah, no, definitely something you want to be wary of. Story does have that great speed coming down from third base, and also, you know, make it a bit easier for Desmond, but ground ball up the middle, you know, shortstop, second base, that should be enough to get it done here in the earlier innings.
See what happens here is Desmond's going to work a 3-0 count. Almost don't want to put the double play, you know, like, you almost don't want to make that possible. I'd almost not want to walk here. We'll see what happens here, as that is a 4-pitch walk to Desmond.
Now batting.
Looking around the infield, I'm almost curious to see if they'll... I don't know, man. Part of me says the intentional walk is in play. You know, part of me says maybe you'll just pitch very closely and very low in the zone to McMahon the whole at bat. I don't know, man. If you're Torrey here, what are you telling Madison?
I mean, I don't think he really has to change plans. Just kind of, attack the hitters like he's been doing all day, and maybe try and jam them inside with a fastball. Get the punch out, and we see that fastball right there not quite working. But ground ball should get you out of the inning as long as it's hit hard enough, and strikeout, of course, that's going to at least get you one step closer.
See what he does. Counts 2-0 here to McMahon. Gets a swing out of that cutter again, but this time low. The double play would be the ideal thing here. Get yourself out of the inning. Prevent that run from scoring. As he'll look at a called strike 2. Count evens up here at 2s. Runners at the corners, 1 out. Colorado trying to get their first run of the ball game here, trying to counter that quick offense of Arizona. Bumgarner delivers 2-2. That one will certainly score Story, as it is a mile high out to deep center field. Don't even bother bringing that to the plate. It's 4-1 on a sacrifice here by Ryan McMahon. Trevor Story coming across to score. The triple will not go to waste.
Yeah, great job there. Doing his job, driving it to the outfield, and we're already in the Mile High City, so you got to think that one's 2 miles above sea level. Just launched it out to center field, wrong part of the ballpark, though.
Pretty much need to get it down the corners, especially the way how high those walls are, man. I mean, they got to be high, or else it will just be home run city, and your pitcher ERAs are going to be even worse than they are. I couldn't imagine being a pitcher in that organization. I couldn't imagine being Jeff Bridich trying to convince any sort of pitcher to sign here.
It's definitely a hard sell to make. I don't remember if he really signed Ubaldo Jimenez or if he just came up through the system, but I mean, that's really the only name I can think of pitcher-wise for these Rockies that had any success. Not a great combination.
Ubaldo was brought up by the Rockies. He's actually back with the Rockies on a non-roster invite here in the 2020 season. So maybe we see Ubaldo back in black and purple. Counts 1-2 here to Walters. Now 2-2 as the ball goes high. I remember actually asking Eddie Butler that spring training 2017 or 2018. As that one's going to be on the ground. That would have been your tailor-made double play. Catel's going to go the short way back to second. And that'll end the inning, but not before Colorado finally gets a couple hits and their first run. Arizona still in the driver's seat, 4-1 through 4.
Leading off for Arizona, the second baseman, Catel Martin.
I do want to remind everyone watching that, neither Doug nor I are getting paid for any of this. We're all trying to do this for a great cause. Raising money. Today's charity, last day that we're doing this one is RAIN. They do lots of great work for sexual assault victims and survivors. And we've got a PayPal link down below. All the subscription money is going to go towards that. All the ad revenue, we're just trying to raise money for great causes and help out our neighbors.
No, definitely. Everything we've done here has been for charity. Like you said, now it's doing it for RAIN, one of the best charities out there doing what they do, taking care of victims of abuse, sexual abuse, and all that lovely, lovely dinner talk. In the past, we've done work for Meals on Wheels. We've done stuff for the Black play-by-play grant that Adam Giardino started. We've done work for... I am totally just drawing a blank. It is too hot here in Arizona.
We've had Black Lives Matter on the channel. I know that. And then last week was also the Trevor Project, LGBTQ plus community.
Here we go. I'm not gonna lie, man. I've been really bad at remembering to plug the charity lately. I need to step my game up here. So thank you for doing that. As that one's gonna go foul down the line. Catel Marte now looking at a 2-2 count. See that pitch count there for Lambert. 83 now. Still trying to get the first out here in the 5th as Marte almost has one of his own. That'll go long down that right field line, but foul. Lambert trying to retire Marte here to start the inning. But Marte is looking for his pitch, man. He is fouling it off. He's getting some. Just need to get one between the big yellow posts, bud. Another foul ball.
Well, he and along with other Diamondbacks doing a great job driving that pitch count up. 86 already. Probably going to be his last inning of work.
He is due up first in that next inning, as that is going to be a called ball 3. That could go either way, in my opinion. Payoff pitch to Marte. Finally going to have one playable. Down the right field line, going back, and at the wall. Charlie Blackmon making the catch. Finally get the first out of the inning.
Number 5.
Nice long at bat there from Ketel Marte. One half of the Marte parte, and they're not even going to let him finish the inning. That's a very surprising move there by Bud Black, but it's his decision. Lambert's going to exit the game after 4 1/3 innings, giving up those 4 runs. I think he had a solid day other than, maybe those couple pitches for the home runs. We're going to see a new guy, Chichi Gonzales, one of my favorite names. I love the Chichi salsa brand. But 16 games, 3-1, 30 2/3 innings, ERA just a penny under 5, and 24 strikeouts, 10 walks. So not having the best of seasons, but, for Coors, that's actually a pretty good number.
No, man, honestly, he's done a pretty good job. I remember it was one of the games earlier this season that the starter for Colorado ended up getting yanked real early. I think it was German Marquez. He ended up tweaking something in his back. Had to get pulled after just 1 1/3. Chichi Gonzales went 5 innings of shutout ball. After that, it was nuts. As that one's going to be into deep second base, shallow left. Into the shift, and Eduardo Escobar going to get beaten by a step there. He throw to first in time for the second out.
Great jump throw right there, and we are going to see those stats for Lambert. 4 1/3 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs, all of them earned 2 walks and 4 Ks on the day. Something to build off of, something to set him back a couple of pegs, but, he didn't pitch bad, just had some mistakes that came back to bite him.
So now Christian Walker comes up after 2 quick outs to start this inning. See what Chichi Gonzales has in store. Walker had a home run back in that 3rd inning. He was the 2 back part of back-to-back home runs. As that'll be another one hit right to McMahon at second. Another throw just in time. So Chichi getting it done out of the pen. Curious to see what Buddy Black's going on now that the pitcher spot's due up first here to start the bottom of the 5th.
And if I know ball managers, we're going to see a pinch hitter coming right up.
Dude, why go to your long man if you're going to use him for 2 outs?
Well, honestly, you take Lambert out once you know the pitcher spot's coming up. And then if you do want to take him out, why not bring in, a middle relief guy, get the 2 out, and then pinch hit for him. I don't write code for San Diego studios, but I got to figure it's something that they might have discussed before, and we will see that pinch hitter. Raimel Tapia going to be taking his swings for the Rockies. I'm sure that's been something discussed for years, and it's just going to be something that's really hard to code in that logic to make sure that you're not, wasting a guy on just the 2 outs.
They just got to go take some tips over there from out of the park, man. They just got to steal one of those devs, right?
Yeah, honestly, out of the park baseball, if you could, take the coding language from them and then, the design from MLB The Show, that'd probably be my favorite baseball game, and you'd never see or hear from me ever again.
Problem is, you and me, and I'm pretty sure everybody else that's involved in this, at least in the back end. Yeah, we love it. But could you imagine, most of these people that play the show or play, your sports video games, not to disparage on those folks, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You know, like, Out of the Park is so heady. It's like the EVE Online of sports games.
Oh, it is very meticulous. I've been talking to you directly in our Discord. I've been trying to rebuild the Tigers for quite some time as the general manager. This one's sent out to center.
Playable for Marte for the first out there. Tapia not getting it done. Mostly sees his time against right-handed pitching. We'll likely see him later in this series. But there we go. Before you get too far in, actually, no, you finish up. Okay.
No, the thing came up. You can mention it real quick.
No, I was trying to get into this earlier, but it was way too quick of an inning. Madison Bumgarner coming into play, looking for that first man to 12 wins in the National League, tied with, I thought it was Kershaw. You said it was Corbin?
That was the wins lead, but the ERA lead, it's Kershaw, I believe.
So he's tied. I think he's tied with Kyle Hendricks for the ERA lead in the National League, as that one's going to be on the ground. Nice jump throw by my Gold Glover, Nick Ahmed. Gets him to the bag for the second out. But either way, leading the league coming into today in ERA, leading the league in wins, looking to have sole possession of first place in both by the time tonight ends. But he's been a workhorse, man. He's second in the National League and likely, again, sole possession of first in innings pitched as well. He's been putting the team on his back like your metaphorical Greg Jennings.
Well, that's such an underrated stat, is the innings pitched, because you can have a great ERA, great strikeouts, but if you're not eating up the innings and giving it up to the bullpen too quickly, my Tigers will tell you that's not always going to work. This one's sent over to second, flip onto first, and an easy 1-2-3 inning for the Rockies offense and for the Diamondbacks defense.
It took him 120 pitches last time he did it, but Madison Bumgarner looking for another complete game here against the Rockies, looking in good form.
So now that Gigi Gonzales has departed from the game, we'll tell you about another guy, Brian Shaw, 47 games, 1-3 with a 4.07 ERA, so a bit of a better pitcher in general, but you got to wonder just with that stamina. I would have rather seen this guy out first and then Chichi coming in after the pinch hit.
That's what I'm saying, man. It just doesn't make sense. Instead, Virtual Buddy Black is going to burn through a lot of these bullpen arms here today and what is likely going to be an offensive explosion of a series. It's not going to get any easier from here on out. Diamondbacks are going to be facing 3 righties, or 2 more, I guess. Let's keep it fair. They're facing 2 more righties in this series, so it'll be the same lineup top to bottom in games 2 and 3. Count 0-2 here to Seth Beer as he gets a hold of some of that, but mostly up, not out. Dahl puts it away for the first out of the inning. But it'll be pull it up here. It'll be Herman Marquez in game number 2 against Luke Weaver. Diamondbacks fans here on Bob Ball know that it was Herman Marquez who threw the first and, if I'm not mistaken, the only no-hitter of the 2020 Bob Ball season.
That would be correct to my knowledge. At least, in games that we've broadcast, I haven't gone through every single stats video to confirm this. But in the games that we've shown to you guys here on Twitch, there's only been the one no-hitter came from Herman Marquez. We've had a couple of close bids getting into the 8th and 9th innings, maybe even some perfect game bids, but no one's been able to finish things out.
Yeah, it was a no-hitter by Marquez. Which game was that? That was the 6th time these teams matched up. We were looking for the series sweep against the Rockies at home, and didn't happen. It was not great. But it'll be going up against Luke Weaver, who's seen some success. The game after that, he was able to take and won in his last time out against the Rockies. Game 3 will feature John Gray the best ERA on the team, but the record did not back it up. 4-6 on the win-loss record as Cole Calhoun takes a one-out walk here. John Gray's record, though, 4-6, but the ERA sub 3, 2.28. Brian Shaw, though, not looking too pleased about that called walk here to Calhoun.
Yeah, Gray with that ERA 2.88. Pretty much a godsend if you're out there in Colorado. Having a great season this year, and I almost wonder, how much contract he has left on him. Maybe you might hear his name coming up in some trade rumors.
Ooh.
And by the way, I'm not hinting at anything. I'm just saying, from a baseball standpoint, you got an ERA of 2.88 on a struggling team. You might want to, see if you can get some good pieces back for him.
No, I mean, Shaw was part of that failed experiment over there in Colorado, the super pen that Jeff Bridich tried to form. On paper, everything looked great, man. The team was there. Murphy was still swinging a hot bat. Nolan and Trevor, in the primes of their careers. David Dahl still waiting to break out. It seemed all there. They had a couple pitchers that seemed to figure it out. Kyle Freeland, John Gray, excuse me. A little bit of Antonio Senzatella. Pretty much the team they have now. But, they went to try to bolster the bullpen as that one's up the chute for a little one-out magic. Calhoun with the walk now follows up with Ahmed's second hit of the day.
The catcher.
But it just seemed there, and the pen was the only thing holding them back, coming off that wild card year, too, where they snuck into the playoffs against the Cubs. I was not happy about that game. But, they went after Brian Shaw. They picked up Wade Davis. They had Scott Oberg. They had Adam Ottavino. It was looking disgusting, man. It looked like that was going to do it. But if I'm not mistaken, I think every one of those guys finished with an ERA over 4.
I mean, it was very disappointing, specifically that Wade Davis deal that you mentioned. I mean, he was just, maybe a year or two removed from that World Series championship with the Kansas City Royals. He was a big part of the reason why they were able to get that far and win the whole thing, just being able to close down games. And he moved to Colorado, and it's almost like he forgot how to pitch.
2-1 here to Kelly as he swings at one on the hands. Not sure what he saw or what was going on there. Count now goes to 2-2. 2 ons, 1 out. Trying to keep some magic going as he gives that one a ride out to left field. Back is Desmond making the catch. No advancement on the runners here. 2 outs on the inning. Hope to see some magic now with Bumgarner stepping in here. Still is yet to record an RBI on the Bop Ball year. I don't know if I believe that. That's some heresy.
Well, I mean, maybe if he wasn't bunting every 5 at-bats,
right.
Maybe he could drive somebody in.
Right? You're going to tell me that Robbie Ray has a stolen base, but Madison Bumgarner doesn't have an RBI.
I'm gonna call it right here. I'll make you happy, Dougo. I'm gonna say Bumgarner gets it in this at bat.
Ooh. Could be interesting. Counts 2-0. Shaw might want to get back in the zone and leaves one hanging. Long run by Dahl, and he will camp under that. So the RBI will have to wait. Diamondbacks strand their 5th runner of the game here, as it'll be Murphy Arenado's story. Probably one of the best 3-guy chunks in the league.
The first baseman.
Yep, definitely the bright spot in this Rockies lineup. Murphy, you bring him in from 2015, and that looks a whole lot more dangerous, but he's still producing well here in Colorado. Rockies have something to build around, although that core is starting to get older. But you want them to succeed. You want them to do well. Maybe not if you're a Diamondbacks or Dodgers fan like me, but just in general, they've got some great pieces. They just can't find out the pitching.
Yeah, no, I mean, like you said, 2015 Murphy is what you'd want to see, but you got to remember, too, this is the Murphy that was coming off that second half after getting dealt to the Cubs. You know, he looked great, man. You know, I remember plenty of Cubs fans, including myself, that would have loved to see Murphy resign. You know, even if you knew that everything from the hips downward shot, as that is a shot into right field. Daniel Murphy has his first hit of the ballgame. Just the third hit allowed by Bumgarner here today.
Yeah, and I don't want to take any credit away from Murphy. I mean, good swing right there, pulling it into right field. I'm just saying, you know, maybe out of those three names, he's the one that stands out the least. Of course, Nolan Arenado, best third baseman in the National League, pretty much without contest. And then, of course, Trevor Story, the heir to Troy Tulowitzki, who was, you know, having very similar numbers and statistics, you know, through his first few seasons with the Rockies.
It's just wild how hard Tulo fell off, man. Like, it's so bad I forget about him constantly. Which is so nuts because, like, he was it, man. He was the next big guy.
Well, he was playing so great here at Coors Field, and then he just fell off of a cliff. And it was disappointing. I remember hearing a comment a few years ago, back when he was still in his prime. He said he'd love to re-sign with the Rockies. He wants to be one of those guys like Derek Jeter, stays with the same team his entire career. But obviously we know that didn't end up panning out, goes over to the Blue Jays and has, you know, even less success over there. So very disappointing, but Rockies, you know, getting a great guy, Trevor Story, to replace him.
Count is 2-1 here to Nolan Arenado as he gives that one a ride, but it'll be foul down the left field line. 2-2 here. Oh, geez, that's the first Diamondback I've heard to test positive, as that one misses. 3-2.
For those of you guys just listening, not actually, you know, checking out the Twitch chat, big guy pointing out that, you know, in real life, Cole Calhoun has tested positive for COVID-19, so we're not sure whether or not we'll see him this year, and if we will, it might not be for some time.
As that's a walk here, back-to-back base runners to start off the inning for Bumgarner. You know, if there's anybody on the staff, though, that I trust to get out of this, it's definitely this man.
Yeah, first real sign of trouble that he's been in, except for maybe back in, I believe that was the fourth inning, where Story had that triple and ended up scoring on. But nobody out, runners on first and second. And I hate to do this to you, Duggo, but one swing of the bat ties the game.
Oh, God, you're right. Oh, no. And this is a man who could do it, Trevor Story. I spent too much time talking about how he's been in a home run cold streak. This is, this could be what the doctor ordered. I'd hate to see it. Bumgarner cruising for a quality start here. As that one is going to be down. That is hard off the bat, and that is going to hook just foul. I was terrified.
I was excited to see that, just, you know, being the neutral fan here. Maybe a little less than neutral, but great swing there, just couldn't quite keep it fair.
So now another foul ball brings it to 1-2. Bumgarner still looking for the first out of the inning. And Story keeps driving him. But like I said earlier against Ketel Marte, just got to get it between those two big yellow poles.
Yeah, it doesn't help that Bumgarner's throwing a whole bunch of stuff right down the middle. It had in the count 1-2.
And there's the swing and a miss. He goes with the curveball, and he gets Story coming up wrong. Fifth strikeout of the day for Bumgarner. A big first out here in inning number 6.
Well, Trevor's going to meet good old Uncle Charlie here tonight. Great swing and miss, you know, drawn out by the Bumgarner curveball. Great break to it, and just got him way out in front of it.
Now Ian Desmond up with 2 on and 1 out. Takes a ball for ball 1. Anything on the ground here could be trouble. Nolan, not the fleetest of foot. Definitely not so Ian Desmond either.
Playing 11.
1-1 comes the count here now. Bumgarner comes, sets, and delivers. Swing and a miss, and he is one more strike closer to bailing himself out. We are creeping. There we go. He's going to go with the tag and the throw to second. That is an interesting choice. Could have gone 5-4 to 3. I think we would have been out of the inning. Instead, Eduardo goes with the tag on the runner advancing to third, goes with a short throw. Not in time, so just the one out on the fielder's choice by Desmond. Now McMahon up with 2 on and 2 out.
Yeah, and if I'm being honest, I don't think the tag was a bad idea. He was right in front of him, but going down to second on that one with the runner having that lead, going on a ground ball, I think the better play would have been to go maybe 5-3 to get the double play.
Either way, wishes and something, and I don't know how the rest of that phrase actually goes, but it doesn't matter. McMahon strikes out to end the inning. 2 left on for the Rockies. As you said, one swing could have tied it up, but we are going to stay where we've been. Arizona 4, Colorado 1 through 2/3 now.
Sounds like we're going to have a double switch, so I'm going to hop out really quick and take a listen to that.
Your attention, please.
As it'll be Wade Davis coming in here, trying to talk quietly to hear that lovely stadium announcer. Get the golf voice going here.
Number 1.
Wade Davis facing 1, 2, 3 out of the Diamondbacks lineup. Starling Marte 0 for 3. As he has yet to take a pitch today, flies out to right. Oh my God, how do you do this?
Now batting, second baseman, Ketel Marte.
Ketel Marte now, 0 for 2 in his ballgame. Walked back in that first inning. Ground out and a fly out are the 2 outs he's recorded. You have to have that information by now, right?
Yes. Well, they didn't say that. I was waiting for you to finish your little. That was just such a soothing voice.
Oh, I was waiting on you before I started that.
Yeah, no, I don't think they actually said a name, but number 1 is going to be playing second base for the Rockies on the double switch.
Brendan Rodgers?
We're playing 11. 1-1.
Just double check.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Well, Garrett Hampson, too. I can't remember which one of it is. They're both, I think it's Hampson. Garrett Hampson.
1 ball.
I'm like looking at pictures trying to find a uniform number. Garrett Hampson now batting 8th and playing second base for the Rockies. There's the answer. And Shark, what's going on, my beautiful man?
Hello. Apparently, when I showed up, there was some news that was going to be talked about in the 7th inning.
He's got a good point. I've got it on some pretty good information that by the end of the evening, the Diamondbacks will have pulled off a blockbuster of a deal here that is going to put them a little bit more in control, not just for this year, but for the next couple of years going forward. You heard anything about that special?
I have heard something about that. I will say it is contingent on whether certain players to be named later are found in the system. We haven't downloaded the official MLB The Show rosters, but have our own that we have set up. So it's just going to come down to in the show. I believe he's he is available, but. I don't know with our new rosters whether or not he's actually going to be a part of the trade. But I'm sure those talks can still be, ongoing if it doesn't get completed tonight.
Well, that's going to be a walk here for Ketel Marte with one out. As I'll just come out and say it, I don't care that you broke your elbow. No, wait, wrong thing. So, St. Louis and Arizona making one for the books here. The Diamondbacks going to be parting with their number 3 and number 8 prospects in their system. Actually, no, it's somewhere in there. I think according to MLB. Okay, let me get this right before I actually start like going off on this big. Like I was so ready to like say this. All right, the most recent prospect watch by MLB.com. The Diamondbacks are sending the number 5 and number 8 prospects in their system. Catcher Dalton Varsho and prep arm Levi Kelly to the St. Louis Cardinals in exchange for Andrew Miller and Giovanni Gallegos.
Now batting.
Yeah, that could be a big trade to shake up that NL West, race. We already saw a deal earlier this week with the Dodgers picking up Yoni Kila for, what seems, maybe a bit of a bargain, giving up just Caleb Ferguson on that deal. We saw his debut for the Pirates earlier today.
So, we just got to see how Kayla does over there for the Dodgers. Got a little bit of a long ball problem. That was the thing that scared off Mike Hazen from really pulling the trigger. Was playing here in the NL West, as that's a diving stop by Hampson. Throw is not going to be in time, so an infield single here for Christian Walker. Keeps this inning here alive. Now 2 on, 2 out. But yeah, no, that is Giovanni Gallegos has been just a stud of a young guy. He's this is only his 2nd year in the majors. He still has another year of team control before he even hits arbitration. And that's where the money came in, eating some of that money. One of the worst contracts in the St. Louis system, Andrew Miller, has not performed to the degree that they wanted him when they signed him. And, there was some discussion about whether Dexter Fowler maybe needed to be that piece. St. Louis has been deriding that contract for pretty much since they signed it. He has just not performed. As Seth Beer takes that one out to right. Blackman's going to retreat. That's extra bases for sure. That scores 1. They send the runner, and that'll score 2 as Seth Beer makes it taco night here in Colorado with a 2-run double, keeping this inning alive here.
Yeah, great swing, driving it out to right field, like we said, just off of that big wall. And that I don't want to say that's put it away yet because it is Coors Field, but a 5-run lead is a lot easier to protect.
But as I said, that is tacos, folks. Arizona Diamondbacks fans know that 5 runs or more from your Diamondbacks means 3 free tacos with the purchase of a large drink between the hours of 4 and 6 p.m. at your participating Arizona Taco Bell.
Now, my question is, are they going to actually honor that if I bring in the box score?
So,
participating.
Exactly. I am very careful about my words there. That is how it goes. It is at any participating Arizona Taco Bell. It might be hard to find a participating Arizona Taco Bell, but just in case there is a Taco Bell manager watching this stream, we would love it if you were participating. Cole Calhoun dribbles that one up the gut. Nice little jump throw by Hampson will end the inning, but not before Seth Beer makes it 6-1 on a 2-run double, and it is stretch time.
High
was
score,
special.
100 games, Duggo. Yay!
Appreciate it, my dude.
And Shark, you know, I gotta say, and when I say this, I want you to know this is a really big compliment. That sounds just like something Foolish Baseball would put in one of his videos.
Well, I love Foolish Baseball, so that is high praise. Right, thanks for having me. I have another special stretch coming up tomorrow in honor of my brother's birthday, but I'll let you two get back to it. Have a great rest of your call.
Appreciate it, my dude. As that's going to be the first out of the inning. Tony Walters rounds out to Ahmed to start it off. Newly entered into the game, Garrett Hampson has already made some phenomenal plays on defense. Going to take his first hacks here. Looks at strike one. Man, that was a solid stretch, man. I like that.
Yeah, no, I mean, he always does a great job, but he's been mixing them up of late, and I really like that one. That's probably one of my favorites.
You know, I told him, I just like, what do you want today? And I'm like, just give me something fun. And something fun is what we got. Now, 0-2 here is the count to Hampson. Bumgarner is looking good, man. The pitch count's getting a little bit high, but no stranger to throwing a few, as that's going to be another 6-3 put out. Back to back they go here to start the bottom of the seventh.
Well, the only thing I say to you, Duggo, is the reverse jinx monster is always lurking around the corner. I think we passed 80 today on the broadcast. So, you know, I don't think that's going to happen given how Bumgarner is pitched so far, but it's gotten us 80-something times since we implemented it just about a month ago.
I mean, last time he, he threw that complete game against Colorado. It was a 6-1 game, and it was 120 pitches. So, I mean, everything that we're seeing here is not out of the question. Apparently, throwing in the strike zone is out of the question here. David Dahl takes 3 straight balls here to start the at-bat.
I'm just trying to boost some confidence. He wants to challenge with Charlie Blackmon instead.
Give me some Chuck Nasty. As they'll call that a strike on the top edge of the zone. Dahl doesn't like it. He thought he'd be on first. He'll have to stay into the box for another couple. 3-1 here to Dahl. Bumgarner delivers. And a foul ball brings it full here with 2 outs.
We do have some more in real life news in the chat, but Silvino Bracho and I don't know your first name, Guerra, have also both tested. Junior Guerra have both tested positive for COVID-19.
And that's going to be a 4-3 put out, so 3 balls on the ground and 3 outs. They go in the bottom of the 7th. Arizona with the tacos here tonight, trying to tack some more on. Ahmed, Kelly, and Bumgarner duo.
If they are going to tack some on, they're going to have to do it against one of the better relievers in this bullpen, Jairo Diaz. 3-3, 56 innings, 2.57 ERA. As many strikeouts as innings pitched and only 14 walks. So really great stuff coming out of the bullpen. And, you know, maybe we're hoping that they'd have something like this throughout the bullpen.
I got to say, when you said Jairo Diaz there, like, all I could think of was Gyro from Bob's Burgers. It's capoeira time here.
I was thinking of the incorrect pronunciation of the Euro sandwich.
I mean, depending on where you are, apparently I think some people do pronounce that gyro, which is disgusting. As that popped up disgusting on the infield, Arenado there to put it away for the first out.
I'm not denying people call it a gyro. I'm just saying that is objectively the wrong way to pronounce it, just like Luis Robert is objectively the wrong way to pronounce it.
Right. Okay, thank you. Like, I know I'm not the only one that's crazy. Like, I know I'm crazy, but, like, you know, that one, that's a hill I'll die on. You know, there's plenty of hills I'm dying on. You know, I gotta die eventually. One of them must take me.
Yeah, I've been watching baseball for my whole life. Literally, probably 3 years old, I was at my first baseball game. And that's one of the things I really loved about the sport is the international inclusion, lots of Latin guys. And if your first name is Luis, you can't have a Caucasian-sounding last name. I'm sorry, but, Luis Robert just doesn't ring for me.
No, that's Carson Kelly's first strikeout of the day here. Jairo Diaz.
The pitcher, number 40.
Getting the strikeout here.
Bumgarner.
Y'all will never catch me saying Robert, though. Like, absolutely no way, no how. That's ridiculous. I got a 3-game set against the White Sox, and it is about to get. It's going to be bad. Like, I remember there was one game. It was Baltimore and White Sox. I was with Franco Mint, and we just called him the guy who won't be named, like Voldemort style, like just
That's
because
awesome.
there was going to be no agreement. And I'm like, no, fine. If you're gonna give me crap about that, I'm not saying Robert. So he was that center fielder. He was he who will not be named. He was everything but his name.
On one hand, I do want to give the benefit of the doubt to the guy who tells you what his last name is pronounced as, but at the same time, it's Luis Robert. That's all I'm going to say.
He never said Robert in that press conference. He was like, I guess if you're white, you could say Robert, but he still rolled R's in that too. Oh my God, that's a strikeout here for Bumgarner. That's the first 1-2-3 inning we've seen out of the Diamondbacks in quite some time here. As bottom of the 8th, it'll be the 4th time through the order for these Rockies.
Just to pull back the curtain really quickly, I've got my parents laughing at me behind me after we go through this Luis Robert debate.
Dude, it's okay. Like, tell me where in that he said that. Just call me Robert. Like, no, that's not even in. Like, I don't think he can say Robert. Like, that's just not part of his dialect. That's not part of how he talks. That's not how he says or we says his name. Come on.
I just refuse to watch that press conference. I'm just going to go along my day, and hopefully I don't have to call too many White Sox games. That one slapped in the shift shortstop. I'm going to sling it over to first. Love the alliteration.
I love that in a National League West game, we just burned like an inning complaining about a rookie, actually a guy who hasn't even made his major league debut in the AL Central.
If you want to make it come full circle, I am a Tigers guy. That's pulling at strings there, but,
I'm a former Chicagoan, but, like, that has nothing to do with the matters at hand.
I don't know. I'm just trying to, make this consistent, but I'm also fine with just saying, we go on tangents, and that's one of the things that I think we all love about dugout calls.
That is the first home run of the game for the Rockies. Took them until the bottom of the 8th, but Daniel Murphy goes a foot shy of the weed number, and it is 6-2 now here in Colorado.
Finally, some offense for this Rockies team. You would have loved to see that a couple of innings ago when you had the tying run at the plate, but I'm sure they're still going to take this solo shot from Daniel Murphy. Gets out in front of this one, middle in, and Bumgarner knew it the second it left the bat. Once again, not too powerful of a swing, 95.3, but that Coors Field difference is going to send it 419, and that will be the final pitch of the night for Madison Bumgarner. If you just joined us, that is definitely not how his night went. Just the 2 runs allowed, stellar performance, and, hopefully the bullpen doesn't blow it for his sake.
4 hits allowed, 2 earned runs, 3 walks. Hasn't had a strikeout in a while, but 6 strikeouts over a 7 1/3 innings pitched outing. Solid work for that man, Madison Bumgarner. Sucks that it's got to be on a low note that he leaves the game, but the Diamondbacks need to keep that lead in the National League West. Coming into play, 2.5 games above the Dodgers. And I can't believe it's taken us this long to start talking about the Dodgers. Where's the National League wild card race at?
Well, I'll be honest. I've been itching to talk about the Dodgers, but I want to try. I want to try and keep this somewhat team related. But I guess we can say, it is NL West related. But in the wild card standings, we've got Cincinnati and Atlanta really hanging on to those 2 wild card spots. It's been them for quite some time. Dodgers are 3 games back of that second wild card spot, 51-40 to the Braves, 54-37. And the Reds just a game better, 55-36 to top the wild card.
Man, it is going to be fun. There's enough attention paid over there to the AL Central where it's just bonkers. All 3 of those teams at the top just gunning for that spot. But I think the National League wild card's being overlooked when we're talking about just wild races at the moment.
I mean, we've seen so many names in and out of contention. Phillies were there for quite a while. Now they're starting to cool down. Marlins are on a hot streak. They're still 10.5. They're still 10.5 back, but I mean, they won 2 out of 3 against the Dodgers. There's a swing and a miss, strike 3. But they've slowly started to climb their way back up, and I could see them maybe contending if they can, keep things going.
I mean, yeah, they're probably not going to catch the Nationals out there. It's just a matter of catching the Braves, honestly. But, I mean, we can say that. But what? 19-31? That was the number from last year, right?
Yeah, 19-31. The Detroit Tigers record, 50 games through the season and absolutely nothing else. Don't need to be reminded about it.
Man, that was some fairy tale stuff. Let's be real.
Oh, it honestly was. Washington Nationals, same record as what ended up being the worst team in baseball. Ooh, great pick there on the back end from the ground ball to shortstop to end the inning.
So there we go. We see some good defensive work, but a Daniel Murphy home run puts Colorado back within 4. It's another run. They'll take it. 6-2, heading here into the 9th. High road Diaz for his 2nd inning of work. We have yet to see Starling Marte take a pitch this game.
Up until now.
No, he still hasn't taken one. He swung at everything. He lays down the bunt there. Goes just foul. We'll see if he takes one at all. 0-2 is the count here. Diaz delivers, and there we go. That is the first... That's the first one this game that Starling Marte has not made contact with.
Just trying to get those arm workouts in, work the biceps and triceps.
Yes, man. 1-2 to Marte. Swing and a miss. Who would have thunk? 1 out the inning.
Now back.
5-day for Starling. That'll happen when you have 0 discipline in the game. Not what you want to see out of a leadoff guy.
Oh, and a microcosm of that is just on that last pitch, fastball high up and in. I know it is 2 strikes, but, that's not a pitch you should be tempted by. So, unfortunate day for Starling Marte, but let's see if his not brother, but same last name guy, KCR Marte, can pick him up.
I mean, they are both from the Dominican Republic. No relation, though. That one's going to be trouble in the gap. No one's going to get there, and is that... What was that? That looked like that was off the, that looked like that was off the padding. That was gone.
The third baseman.
I think it might have hopped up first. We're going to take a look at this one right here. At the end of the day, it's going to be called a triple for KCR Marte. Sinking fast, and
okay.
I think it hops up before hitting the wall right there.
All right, because I was about to say there was a game last night, 2 nights ago. KCR Marte.
I think it might have been I think it was last night already.
It was off the rubber. It was off the foam, and they ruled it a triple. Oh, it was frustrating. That could have at least been like something positive for momentum, something positive for morale. But, I mean, it doesn't look like it was too necessary. The Diamondbacks putting it to him here tonight. So that's just the 2nd triple of KCR Marte's season. They've come in the same week. That's nuts.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Very crazy. Beardy also offering another option. Might have been off the base of the wall, so it looked like it, maybe popped up higher than it actually did.
All right. 2-2 the count here to Escobar. He homered earlier in the game. He started the back-to-back jacks off he and Christian Walker. Made it a 4-0 ball game. 2-2, another swing there. And another foul ball. Yeah, Jake, that's what I was talking about. I was getting worried that we were going to see it again. Swing and a miss. And Escobar goes down swinging for the second time today. Diaz looking pretty good in his outing here. It's 4 strikeouts for Diaz.
Yeah, just unfortunate that he had to give up that triple because he's been stellar all day. Probably the best bat of the game so far, Christian Walker. Maybe him or Escobar coming up to the dish, trying to finish the job.
There we go. Christian Walker had his 20th home run, leads the team. You know, it's been Christian Walker and Seth Beer really holding it down since David Peralta went down with that injury. He's still 3.5 weeks out from returning. Torn calf has been brutal. The foul ball brings it to 2-2. 2-1, excuse me. I remember when Justin Turner went out. Let's bring the Dodgers back into that. As that one's up at the letters, and another one off Ian Desmond is going to score a run, and he's going for 2. They're going to call that a double. I don't know if I agree with how they scored it, but Christian Walker is standing at second base. Another run's in. It's 7-2 now.
See, I think I agree with the scoring there because errors are usually reserved for routine plays, and that was anything but routine from Ian Desmond. Yes, he might have made a mental error trying to dive for it instead of just playing it on a hop, but, you know, credit to the man on the base pads, Christian Walker, to turn that one into a double.
I mean, I guess I wasn't saying it was an error. I'm saying, like, single stretched into a double, you know, but I guess it's not like he's advancing on the throw. He's just gunning for it out the box. I don't know.
With that double, probably not going to see it, but Christian Walker is a triple away from the cycle.
Ooh, we did see a triple here today. Can we at least have like a cycle in the inning? Could we see like a Seth Beer single and a Cole Calhoun home run?
Would be very interesting to say the least.
Especially here with 2 outs. Seth Beer is good for some power though. He's sitting on a 2-for-4 day.
Maybe get the home run first, then the single to cap it off.
See, that's what I'm talking about. I think that's doable. And not going to see either one of those. That's in the gap. That's going to be a problem. Is that going to be a triple for Seth Beer? It's not. He stands. Oh, my God. He's advancing on the throw. All right. That's got to be a double advancing on the throw, right? No, it's a triple. What? Oh, baby, a triple. Wombo combo here at Coors Field. 2 triples in the evening. RBI triple for Seth Beer.
Yeah, okay, now might be the time to check on the official score and make sure he's doing everything all right. That's a double and an error. I'm sorry, that's how I'm marking it down in my book. But Seth Beer going to take that bump to his slugging percentage and OPS.
Yeah, and that is, that's not a triple, man. Oh, no matter how you slice that, that is not a triple. I don't know what he's smoking here in the lovely legal state of Colorado, but it is certainly not the good rules. That's not what he's smoking.
Unless he used that good rule book to maybe roll something up. And that's as far as we're going to get into it.
See here now with Seth Beer somehow standing on third. Cole Calhoun swings hard, and that's going to be... There's the single. There's the single we needed. So I don't know. That's almost harder than trying to get the home run, especially here in Coors Field. So so a single, a double, and 2 triples here in this inning. This continues to get wild here. Oh my God. Jairo Diaz was looking great. 4 strikeouts
Your attention,
until
please.
he just made this
These
ugly.
changes for Colorado. Now pitching and batting in the third spot. Number 54.
Carlos, don't call me Emilio Estevez comes in here to try to get this last out.
Number 8.
A 3-run 9th inning has made it 9-2 Arizona on top here at lovely Coors Field. Nick Ahmed, 2 for 4 on his day. Doubled, struck out, singled, and popped out to Nolan Arenado on his day.
So, Dogo, you're going to love this double switch.
Yeah?
Let's take out our best bat, Nolan Arenado, and bring in Josh Fuentes.
Dude, okay, so the Fuentes for Arenado thing blows my mind. I've seen it so many times happen as a pinch runner. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Like, that's what happened in that 17-inning game. Fuentes was brought in a pinch runner in the 7th or 8th. Sure, close ball game, maybe I can maybe understand it. As that's going to be a strikeout for Ahmed. The inning is finally over. My gripes will continue, as they rightfully should. Colorado down to their last 3 outs. But yeah, no, like, if Nolan gets, doesn't get pulled in that 17-inning marathon at Chase Field, I don't think we go 17.
Nah, he's definitely launching one out of there to send everybody home happy. Maybe not the guys in the booth, but it's baffling to say the least. Just stupid to say the most. And we just got to live with the decisions that are being made for us. We don't have any control over it.
So Silvino Braccio, he's going to work another inning here. He's able to get the quick 2 outs to end that 8th inning for our lovely boy, Madison Bumgarner. EB reminding us that Nolan Arenado getting swapped out for his cousin in Josh Fuentes. EB suggesting that the scorer and Buddy Black are smoking the same thing.
Yep, definitely could be having a party there in that Rockies dugout. And all I'm going to say is maybe you can bring some of that up to the booth when we're done here.
1-2.
Hey, man, if that's your bag, go for it. Smoke them if you got them, not mine.
Well, not mine either. I was just trying to act cool up here in the booth, but I'm a nice wholesome kid here. Not really, not really going for the drugs or alcohol when I don't need to. Even though punched out here to start off the bottom of the 9th, as we take a hard left turn there. Great fastball, though, just blows right by him.
You're just saying that because your parents are behind you.
I'm actually not just saying that because my parents are behind me. Because they're not behind me, actually. So I would have no shame admitting that if I were, but I don't do that kind of stuff. I mean, part of it, I'm not old enough. Maybe when I'm old enough, I might start to partake, but I don't know. That's just never seemed interesting to me.
Hey, man, it's it'll rot your brain. I'll be that guy. Studies have shown that use with an adolescent still developing brain, not always the greatest thing, has led to prominence in early signs of underlying things like schizophrenia. I will be that reefer madness guy. I know there are plenty positives, but some folks got to take a step back sometimes and realize it's not, without its drawback. Rockies down to their final out here. I know Beardy Boot is going to have some words with me after I gave him the dare presentation here on air. As down to their last strike here are these Colorado Rockies. A strong start by Madison Bumgarner, capped off by the offense behind him, have led us to where we are as there is the ball game. Silvino Bracho getting it done as Arizona takes game 1 of the series. 9-2 is the final score.
Just a nice solid win for these Diamondbacks. Got it started early and often. Finished it out later on with the antics out in the 9th inning. So great game though all around. Madison Bumgarner definitely a candidate for player of the game. Going 7 1/3 innings, just giving up the 2 runs. And the Rockies offense just could not figure him out. You know, that last pitch that he threw was the solo shot, but just the 4 hits allowed in the ball game. 92, fairly simple. Not much analysis I can give ahead of that.
No, man, it was just a solid game for Arizona. Colorado just not able to get anything going, man. 2 runs on 4 hits. Can't complain too much about that except for the, 4 hits thing. Arizona, 13 hits, 9 runs coming across to score. They clearly had it figured out. We saw, a pair of home runs for Arizona. We saw a pair of triples in the same inning. Like, what kind of nonsense is that, man? I'll take it. The extra base hits were flying left and right as per usual here at Coors Field. Excuse me, I'm just so used to here at Chase Field. It was a solid game 1, man. If this is anything the way the rest of the series is going to go, I'm definitely looking forward to it.
Well, I'm looking forward to, just as a baseball fan, maybe a more competitive game, and as a Dodgers fan, for that scoreline to be flipped around, maybe even twice as many runs. But, it was a great game just as a baseball fan standpoint. You love to see all that offense coming together, and a great pitching performance like we mentioned so many times. Madison Bumgarner, I believe we are about to check the game highlights just about as ready as Garrett presses the button to get us started.
At some point, man, we'll get there. But, the Rockies, they've scored runs in the past. They've put up 11 in the first game between these 2 teams at Coors Field this year. But since that, in the other 3 games, just a combined 3 runs, including the 2 here today. So it's streaky here for these Rockies, man. In the 6 games at Chase Field, game 1, 8-6 Colorado taking it. The next 5, 4 combined runs, 3 shutouts in that time. It seems that Colorado, they can find that one game where everything clicks, but outside of that, they go ice cold. So could I see game 2 going similar to the, maybe game 2 is a 6-0 Arizona win, but game 3, if that happens, it's gonna be like 13-0 Colorado. That's just how it goes. So, it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out. We look at these highlights. Arizona got it started early with that first run in the 2nd, followed up. There is this Escobar home run, 3-0 in the top of the 3rd.
Well, not to be outdone, the man right after him, Christian Walker, demolishes it to left field. Now they're going to call it 503 feet.
Oh, come on.
Listed as 502 originally on our broadcast. Maybe StatCast had a little bit of an update, but nevertheless, one of the longest home runs we've showed you guys here on ML Bot Ball.
There we go. The Rockies were able to counter. They were able to get a leadoff triple by Trevor Story. Excuse me, not a leadoff, one-off triple by Trevor Story. Got that ball deep enough to score him on that McMahon sac fly. Made it 4-1. But the Rockies were unable to answer for quite some time. The Diamondbacks came back swinging. Seth Beer with a 2 RBI double there in the 7th inning, man. It just never seemed to stop for this Diamondbacks offense. 13 total hits in the game. First home run of the ball game for Colorado came here on a Murphy solo shot. As we said, 1 foot short of the weed number here in lovely legal Colorado. But there we go. The top of the 9th just kept on going for these Diamondbacks. See, there we go. Walker doubled and deflected. No, it was a Seth Beer triple. It is this thing. This is not a triple. There is no way this is a triple.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get to, show you the full highlight, but if this ends up on Ball tonight, or if you're watching in the game archive, looked like it was a double. The throw back to the infield was wild, and it looks like we are gonna see it. That wild throw then allowed Beer to advance, but for some reason, it goes down in the books as a triple.
That's a double advancing on the throw. That is a double advancing on the throw. It's hilarious, but incorrect. But there is the last run that we would see in this ballgame, a Cole Calhoun single that I thought would come after a home run, but we see it. That's 9-2. Silvino Bracho gives us a couple solid innings out of the pen, and that is your ball game. 9-2 Arizona increased their lead in the lovely National League West.
And really quickly, as we're about to wrap things up right here, there is a broadcaster feedback link all the way down at the bottom of our Twitch page. Douggo and I, we're not professionals. We want to make this as authentic of an experience as we can for you guys, the listeners and the watchers. We just want ML Botball to be as great as you can be. So just send us any feedback, good or bad. If you're sending any bad feedback about Douggo, I think you're maybe smoking the same thing that official scorekeeper is. But still, we'd love to hear it. We want to be better. Just check that out. And we hope that you can stick around with us for our final game of the night. We've got two great broadcasters, Justin Rock, along with Beardy Buddha, going to be on the call. Kansas City Royals, Minnesota Twins.
Should be good, man. The Twins have been on a monster tear here. Kansas City maybe not so much, so it might be another one-sided game here back-to-back, but those guys know how to make it entertaining as well.
Well, and I will say, just to make the game a bit more interesting, Kansas City has shown that they can compete with the big teams. Beat Cleveland, a couple of weeks ago. They've beaten some of the other great teams in the Central, Chicago, and I think they've beaten these Twins at least once. So, just great team, always a great matchup, even if the standings don't always reflect it.
Well, speaking of those lovely voices, they're here with us. What is going on, my lovely fellas?
What you doing today, Douggo?
I am doing lovely on this day that we finally figured out was my 101st broadcast here on the Botball Network.
And a special
Claps
prize.
in the booth.
Do you get anything for that?
I get Giovanni Gallegos from the St. Louis Cardinals. That's what I get.
Oh, I think if you check the announcements chat in our Discord, there's a little special something for you if you want to print it out and hang it on your wall.
Ooh. I love chintzy things hanging on my wall. This could be perfect. But yeah, no, if you did you guys catch that big old deal going down there in the National League?
I did just see that come across the screen. That is a huge deal. Great ad for the Diamondbacks, picking up some huge bullpen depth, and not a bad haul as well for St. Louis in some prospects, 2 top 10 guys in Arizona system.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, the general, the way I've always heard it is if neither team is okay giving up that much, it was a fair trade. So giving up, one of the best young arms was drafted out of high school just 2 years ago in Kelly there. And, Dalton Varsho, the catcher of the future, man, that's big. But getting one of the best young bullpen arms in the game back, plus a known postseason commodity in the fireman in Andrew Miller, man, it's going to be huge, especially come playoff time.
Yeah, those will be 2 huge additions, 2 guys, well, especially Miller, has experience and the stats to go with it in the postseason as well.
Well, yeah, we'll get out of here. It's clearly looking like game time here in the AL Central. So for myself and Special Effects, we'll get out of your hair and let you get to it on this lovely Monday night.
Thank you very much, Douggo. Thank you, Special Effects. Justin Rock, Beardy Buddha with you here for some late night bot ball on this Monday night. The Minnesota Twins at Target Field getting ready to open up 3-game series and a 6-game homestand here tonight against the Kansas City Royals. Jake Odorizzi on the mound for the Twins here tonight. And the Twins looking to continue their impressive play, entering the day tied atop the AL Central, Beardy.
Yeah, they about swept Cleveland this weekend on the road. And, first pitch, one out here for Odorizzi. Nice start for old Jake the Snake.
One pitch and a ball that barely makes it halfway back to the pitcher's mound. And there's one away in the top of the first, and that'll bring up Whit Merrifield. Yeah, you mentioned that big weekend for the Twins in Cleveland. Nearly a sweep. Big start that first game on Friday night. An absolute offensive barrage, and then get done with some pitching on Sunday.
Yeah, from Devin Smeltzer of all the arms in that rotation. 6 shutout innings, and the Twins won 1-0 thanks to a Miguel Sano home run. And yesterday was also the tale of home runs, but Twins fell 2-1 as couldn't complete the sweep on the road, but always nice to come back to the friendly confines of Target Field against the bottom dwellers here at the AL Central. But Twins trying to keep pace with those White Sox.
The Twins and the White Sox right atop the AL Central. The Indians during the day 3 games back as Merrifield looks outside 1-1. A very, very top-heavy American League Central through the first half of 2020 as Whit Merrifield a ground ball to second. Arias an easy play on to first, so 2 batters up, 2 batters down for Odorizzi tonight.
Yeah, and Jake, it's kind of been the tale of 2 starts for him all season. He's had kind of a roller coaster up and down year, and that's reflected in his numbers. 8-5 record is nice, but the ERA and WHIP kind of a little higher than Jake might want, but his strikeout numbers are there. 104 Ks, only 28 walks, and Jake is still working up in that zone with that fastball, and it's paying dividends for him.
I was going to say, you can never complain with a 28 walk to 104 strikeout ratio throughout the course of the first half of the season as Jorge Soler, dangerous power hitter, steps in. Talk about guys who's had fantastic years. Soler, not only the power is there at 33 and 74, 330 batting average, very impressive for Soler, and going to be the big target for Odorizzi tonight in this Kansas City lineup.
I've talked about it numerous times this season as I've done plenty of these Twins-Royals games, but I love me some Jorge Soler swinging the bat. It's a thing of beauty when he connects on one, and it usually goes a long way.
Time a one-hop liner to second, and the shift placed perfectly by Minnesota. Arias makes the play, and Jake Odorizzi, a relatively harmless 1-2-3 top of the first at the end of the half. It's Kansas City nothing, and Minnesota coming to bat. Jorge Lopez heading to the mound for Kansas City today, making just his start of the year, though his 28th appearance for the Royals, 2-6, a 3.42 earned run average, and he's going to have to go up against the best offenses in baseball. This Twins lineup has not slowed down after hitting major league record in home runs a year ago, Beardy. And Max Kepler, the guy who has been the kickstarter atop the lineup, hitting at 300, 312, 14 homers, 47 RBIs. He'll do the damage to lead off for Minnesota in the bottom of the first. And much like the Royals in the top half, first pitch swinging, ground ball to third, and Michael Franco throws him out. One pitch, 1 out, and that'll bring up Jorge Polanco.
Man, we're going to be out of here in about 20 minutes at this pace. Holy cow, that nice efficient start for Lopez and Odorizzi alike. And yeah, as you said, Max has been really, really excellent atop this Twins lineup, but you could probably take your pick among leadoff hitters from him, Jorge Polanco, or even Mitch Garver if you wanted to.
The look at this top of this lineup for Minnesota, the top 3 guys in the order hitting above 300, and Rosario in the 5 spot hitting a few ticks below that, 292. So not only a lot of power, but hitting for average as well, as Polanco takes high. 1 ball and 1 strike. You see the umpires tonight, Clyde Washington on the balls and strikes, and Polanco, really, really impressive guy. Went straight from high A to the major leagues back in 2014 and picked up a couple hits as Lopez with a beautiful behind the back stab. Throw out Polanco for the out. Beautifully done for the second out here in the first.
Yeah, great job by Lopez there. And, man, the efficiency continues. But, yeah, Polanco between him and Kepler, they both signed 5-year extensions, similar length, similar dollar amounts. They're members of this core, and those two, along with Miguel Sano, Byron Buxton, all of those guys, and Eddie Rosario even, they've been the predicted core here for a while, and that's why the Twins felt confident that the window was open to sign a guy like Josh Donaldson this offseason to really throw things open. Add Kenta Maeda to the starting rotation via trade for giving up their young reliever in Gratterall. So Twins lineup is stacked, and they're ready to compete, maybe beat the Yankees for once.
Mitch Garver with a high drive to left, and this one off the top of the wall. A quick throw in from Gordon, and he'll gun down Garver at second. Alex Gordon's got a rifle out in left, and he just threw out the Twins catcher at plenty. He gave it a ride, just missed a homer instead. A loud single to end the first after 1-0 score up in the Twin Cities.
Yeah, Garvstos hit it too hard there. That one was, you got to get that one over the fence if you're going to hit it that hard.
Yeah, seriously, that was literally just an absolute missile. Would love to ultimately see what the exit velocity be on that one from Mitch Garver, as that one just nearly missing a home run, ends up being out at second base as Hunter Dozier will step in, and the 1-0 is striking there for a 1-1 count. You see Dozier doing well, coming off a good series for Kansas City over the weekend against Detroit. Dozier went 4 for 11, hitting .296 on the year. And talk about the American League Central and all the talent to top the division. The bottom half has been tired and quite a bit of some grime as the Royals and Tigers struggling. The Royals just barely ahead of the Pirates for the second worst record of Major League Baseball and Bot Ball 2020 as Dozier takes low 2-2.
Yeah, old Tigers fans and Royals fans getting beat up on the last few seasons, and it wasn't that long ago that the Twins were getting beat up on, losing over 100 games, setting franchise records in losses, losing 90 games, and so even if you're Kansas City fans, you don't have to go that far back to find some hope, and it's the ups and downs of a smaller market baseball team.
Dozier fouls that one away. 2 balls, 2 strikes on the Royals right fielder this evening. The 2-2 swung on and in the air to center field. This one playable for Byron Buxton, and makes the catch. 5 up, 5 down here to start the night for Odorizzi.
The first baseman, number 66.
Yeah, and especially with Dozier being the tear that he's been on recently. Had 2 doubles yesterday. Good to see him just make some solid contact, but in the park. And Odorizzi just 14 pitches as the efficiency continues from the starter.
So that'll bring up Ryan O'Hearn as he fouls that one away. No balls and 1 strike. O'Hearn at 210 on the year, 15 homers and 44 driven in as he swings and misses at that high fastball. The count quickly 0-2 Odorizzi. Fastball, cutter, splitter, and curve. Talk about how good his numbers have been this season. The ERA at 3.73 coming into tonight. The 0-2 is fouled away, and the count stays 2 balls and 2 strikes, and his ability to attack the strike zone and get ahead in counts. 0-2 from Jake, and that one swung on and missed. Got him on a fastball. First strikeout of the night for Odorizzi. Now he's retired 5 straight to begin the night.
Yeah, you'll know if Jake is working well, if he has that fastball hitting his spots where Garver wants it, and if he has that splitter, pulling the string on that splitter as well. Odo can rack up the strikeouts in a hurry. Uh-oh.
Salvador Perez got a hanger, and he hit this one way up into the upper tank. Target field, that one in home run derby distance. Sal Perez, his 8th home run of the year, and the Royals at first somehow just 435 feet. 1-0 Kansas City here in the second.
That one was hit out to almost Washington Avenue, out to over about 5 blocks away from target field here. That one was absolutely crushed by Perez. A big sloppy tater, and nice little bat toss there. Sir, take your bases.
run number 149, Sal's major league career. And Sal, of course, right now dealing with COVID-19. He was the guys that tested positive for Kansas City, but he said he's feeling all right. He said if it was up to him, he'd be out there playing, and he feels well enough that he'll still be able to play on opening day. But all this stuff is crazy as Alex Gordon takes a strike. Gordon and the Royals in the bottom half of the first, throwing out Garver on the bases to end the inning. As the 0-1 is down and away. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. The Twins had a couple guys, Beardy, Miguel Sano, the guy who was the key part of the win yesterday. When the season starts in 2020 in a couple weeks, who knows if he'll be available for the Twins because he's one of their guys who tested positive.
Yeah, both him and our sweet, precious turtle, La Tortuga, 2 of the players that the Twins released the names of that tested positive. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see who's shaking out in that opening day roster, but it's also why they have 60 guys. And I wouldn't even be surprised if that number might not go down all the way to 26 as they originally intended. But, yeah, we ain't going to worry too much about that. How about what's going on with Bot Ball here?
It is very true as Alex Gordon fouls it off as count stays at 1 ball and 2 strikes on the Royals left fielder. Is this a breaking ball ripped foul out in front? Count stays at 1-2 on Alex Gordon. But yeah, no, it's going to be interesting to see what happens with that. Luckily, the Twins have a lot of talented youngsters in their farm system, as seen by what they put together in this starting lineup right now. You look down their starting 9. There's 2 guys in this lineup tonight, Beardy, that have not come up through or have been originally drafted or signed by the Twins, and that's Donaldson, Nelson, Cruz. That's a pretty good chunk. 7 and 9 have been brought up through the Twins farm chain as the 2-2 is up and in. The count runs full on Gordon.
Yeah, and that's why I think this Twins front office was really confident going out and snagging a guy like Nelson Cruz before last season and then getting Donaldson this offseason. They, like I said earlier, they think their window is open and they trust and believe in this core of guys, and there's a good reason for it. They've been in this organization since all of them were pretty little-faced teenagers, and back when Max Kepler looked more like a ballerina than a baseball player. Those guys have been around for a long time, it seems, and good to see a lot of them paying dividends here as they've been in the organization for 5, 6, 7, 8 years now, some of them.
Alex Gordon takes high ball 4, so he's on with a 2-out walk, and that'll bring up Mikel Franco. Kansas City ahead by a run. Out to Look Alive 24 in the Twitch chat. Missing some Daytona Tortugas games. Thanks for tuning in here on this late Monday night, just past 11 o'clock in the Eastern time zone. Royals, they 1-0 lead. Sal Perez a home run. Get the Royals going as Franco takes low 1-0. And Odorizzi got off to this great start, 5 straight retired, was mowing through guys, and then 1 bad pitch to Perez, and now he seems to got to find his way back onto the tracks. Now 1-1.
Yeah, and Odo has given up 12 home runs on the season, now 13. Is that Perez one went a mile?
This one fouled away from Franco. 1-2. Former Philadelphia Philly. And some run over at third base in Kansas City this year. Sort of a stopgap as Kansas City is waiting for their next line of prospects to come up. As this fouled away. 1-2. And a lot about prospects and story around Botball now is, of course, the trade deadline, and it looks like the first 2 deals will involve the bullpens in the National League West, as that's low. 2 balls and 2 strikes. We've yet to see any deals in the American League at this point in 2020. Your Twins right now, of course, a 3.5 game lead over the Yankees for the top seed in the American League. Is that one low? 3-2. What do you think the Twins might do? Try and beat themselves up to, as you said before, get over the hump and beat the dreaded Yankees in the postseason. 3-2 ground ball back up the middle and in center for a base hit. So Franco keeps the parade going for Kansas City. 3 straight of reach with 2 out.
Yeah, I was just going to say they're not going to need much help on the offensive end. When you got Miguel Sano hitting 8th and the 9th guy's Byron Buxton in there for defense. Probably ship shape 1 through 9. Could maybe do some bench help, but they also have some prospects who are just mashing at the time. So really about the only thing the Twins might be interested in, of course, as most people are this time of year, is maybe another solid veteran reliever. Perhaps maybe somebody in long relief, but even then they have some guys, some starters down at AAA, guys like Rich Hill, our good friend Dick Mountain. He's down there at AAA for the Twins and healthy, and even some of the Twins prospects, Lewis Thorpe and Randy Dobnik, are back down in AAA starting that could be long relief prospects to come in and take over for Julius Chassin and Fernando Romero.
It's a jam shot in a shallow left, and it's fair. And down the line, the throw to the plate from Rosario, not in time. Nicky Lopez, bloop single in a shallow left field, no man's land. Kansas City with a 2-0 lead here in the second, and very distraught Minnesota coaching staff here to begin this opening homestand.
Yeah, you wonder if Josh Donaldson might be a few ticks slow coming off of a hamstring injury less than a week ago and just couldn't get there. And sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, as they say.
Yeah, that is the case as Kansas City out to an early 2-0 advantage as Mondesi takes high, 1 ball and no strikes. Alberto up to third, leading off in the opening inning. Popped out on the very first pitch of the game as there's a strike to count 1-1. This Kansas City team rebuilding, and curious to see if they may unload some of their players coming towards the trade deadline. Not sure exactly who's got expiring contracts at the end of the season, who might be the suitable trade bait among the offensive and pitching, the rotation and bullpen, as Mondesi fouls that one away. 1-2, but they're certainly a team that look to unload some guys in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, well, if you've been a part of our Discord trade chat at all, people trying to get Jorge Soler on the trade block.
And there's a swing and a miss. And the top half of the second inning, Mondesi is the frame of the Royals strike for a couple of runs. They lead at 2-0 after an inning and a half.
Good shot of Minnie and Paul there. Give a quick shout out to my boy Thune. He does Twins streams, and he's actually kind of fast forwarding in his season. The Twins are facing the Yankees. The Twins just tied it up 1-1. So Twins fans, you can celebrate in some universe out there. The Twins finally beat the Yankees in the playoffs.
It seems like they're due. I was actually, I've actually been in most of the recent misery for the Twins games against the Yankees in the postseason, as Wilson Cruz takes a couple strikes from Jorge Lopez to begin the second. I grew up a Yankee fan. I was at the Didi Gregorius game in 2018 or 2017, the wild card game. I called that one over 3-0 after that first half. To the top half of the first inning, as there's a strikeout of Cruz to begin the bottom of the second inning, and then I was at game 2 where you talk about Randy Dobnak, a guy who has season experience. He started that game 2 where Didi Gregorius again hit that grand slam. I thought for some reason they were going to come through, especially the way game 1 started last year. There's a seeing eye base hit. The bat of Eddie Rosario, and the Twins have 1-on, 1 out here in the second inning. But bot ball right now, the Twins are looking really good, and maybe it's that bullpen is going to be the piece that gets them over the hump against the Yankees in 2020.
Yeah, the bullpen or even the starting pitching has actually been excellent for the Twins this year. I mean, Odorizzi was competing with Barrios as considered the ace last season, but Kenta Maeda has been absolutely excellent. I think he's still undefeated technically.
Yep, he is 9-0
on the record. Yeah. Kent has been a revelation, and Twins probably glad they gave up Brusdar Gratterall, at least at the moment, from the season they've had so far from Kenta. But yeah, this lineup is their moneymaker, though, and Eddie Rosario has just been absolutely on a tear lately, so not surprised to see him reach base. And Donaldson kind of trending the other direction, I said, coming off the hamstring injury, and his numbers maybe haven't been quite what the Twins expected, but still a bunch of home runs on the season, 15 so far.
Donaldson ahead in the count now, 2-0 against Jorge Lopez. The righty deals, and Donaldson a line drive into right center field down for a base hit. Rosario around second on his way to third. He'll be there standing, and Donaldson coming off a pretty good series against Cleveland, went 4 for 11. Continues to swing a pretty good bat, trying to trend back that other direction, and now the tying runs are aboard for Luis Arias.
Yeah, Josh had 2 doubles yesterday off dominant pitching from Shane Bieber, but got into the bullpen late, drove in the only run of the game for the Twins in yesterday's ball game in an RBI double, and Twins threatening to perhaps cut this lead in half. And Arias has come up with a number of clutch hits so far this season for the Twins. He's got that average almost up to 300, and the contact skills are legit.
Hitting at 295 coming into the night as there's a breaking ball strike from Lopez. It is 1-1 Arias. Another guy who had a great series against a key divisional opponent. There's a knee-high strike, 1-2, is 5 for 13 in that series. Double and an RBI, also stole a base. Up here with a chance to the Twins on the board here in the second. The 1-2 from Jorge. There's a breaking ball, grounded to first. O'Hearn on a second for 1. Mondesi back to first for the double play. That will bring an end. The Twins rally in the second. They get a couple of base hits, but a twin killing brings an end to the frame. 2-0 Kansas City after 2. Fluck for the Twins in the bottom of the second. We go to the third. Royals a 2-0 lead. Justin Rock, Beardy Buddha with you here on this Monday night. Twins coming into the day tied atop the AL Central, looking for their Major League leading 60th win of the year, and the Royals trying to avoid their 60th loss of the 2020 campaign. And Royals off to a pretty good start here tonight. Odorizzi picking up those 2 runs after retiring. The first 5 batters came to the plate as Whit Merrifield it off for the Royals here in the top of the third, and the first pitch is fouled away. It is 0-1, and Barry Basher in the Twitch chat noting the free agents at the end of the year for Kansas City being Greg Holland, Ian Kennedy, Trevor Rosenthal, who are all in the Royals bullpen right now, Alex Gordon as well. So Soler, Sal Perez, Maikel Franco, Mike Montgomery, Danny Duffy, and Jesse Hahn agents following 2021 as there's a strike in the count now, 1-2 on Merrifield. So not totally far-fetched Kansas City to deal Soler. I think Perez could be a really interesting guy.
Yep.
The team to go after needing a catcher. But unless I could see Soler being moved unless they really think they can compete next year. Is deep fly to left, but it'll stay in the park for Rosario, and there's 1 out in the third.
Now batting.
I know it's only a year difference. Perez is 29, Soler's 28, but I feel like you might want to keep Jorge around and maybe provide a little hope, at least if you're getting shelled 8-0 and he hits a bomb, it's a little excitement. I don't know. But yeah, if I was on the market for a catcher, Salvador Perez would be quite high on my list to try and get in the trade.
As Soler takes high and away, 1 ball and no strikes. Is there really only a 1-year difference in age between Sal Perez and Jorge Soler?
Unless I did my introductory notes right, probably way back in March when I made this original sheet. So that could change. I mean, they might have had a birthday since then, too. So,
I mean, it feels like to me, maybe I'm just crazy. It feels like Salvador Perez has been around for way longer than Jorge Soler. So I feel like Sal Perez should be 34. Maybe that's just the life of a catcher. baseball where it's sort of like that college basketball player where like it's only his junior. I thought he's on his 7th year there.
Okay,
I feel
so
like he should
Perez,
be 34 as opposed to.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Perez is just turned 30 on May 10th, but Solaire's 28. So
it's unbelievable.
I totally agree with you though. I think that should be a much bigger gap between those two.
The fly ball in his center field, and does he play there as Kepler makes the catch in right center? So, boy, now here at the top of the 3rd. That will bring up Hunter Dozier. So Solero for 2 here tonight. Dozier flew out to center his first time up back in the 2nd. Yeah, that's unbelievable. It's just about, I guess, really a year and a half difference between Al Perez and Jorge Soler. There's a strike to Dozier. Count 0-1. It's always interesting to see which guys are sort of like that. You feel like they've been around longer than others, and other players, it feels like they've been around for a minute, but they've actually been around for much longer than you actually thought. As Dozier high drive in his center field, Buxton back to the track of the wall, and all he can do is turn and watch that one land into some shrubbery. Dozier with the 2nd home run of the game for Kansas City. They take a 3-0 lead in the 3rd.
Look out, Jorge Soler. Hunter Dozier's been the hottest hitter on this club over the last 4 or 5 days. Man, what a shot to dead center from the right fielder, making the return from injury. He was banged up, missed I think a month or 2 earlier this season, and he's been swinging a hot stick ever since.
Yeah, this is just his 39th game of the year for Kansas City. 6th homer, his 21st RBI. Oils all up over Jake Odorizzi early as the first pitch to Ryan O'Hearn is low. Ball and no strikes. O'Hearn struck out just an inning ago. And Odorizzi, a guy who's had some success this year, getting himself in a world of hurt against the Kansas City lineup that has not shown much pop throughout the year outside of Soler as O'Hearn takes a strike. 1-1.
I called earlier this season. I called back-to-back Odorizzi starts that were probably maybe the worst of his career. I think he gave up about 5 home runs the first 2 innings in Cleveland, and then I think it was Detroit maybe that shelled him in the next game. So we've seen some bad stuff from Odorizzi. We've seen some good stuff. He was masterful his last start. Gets a nice punch out there, but the solo shot from Dozier, Royals early lead. How about that? We weren't expecting that tonight.
Oh, this was not exactly what we were expecting. We might have did 3-0 after 3 in favor of the Twins, but Kansas City by 3 through 2.5 as it'll be 8-9-1 due up Rocco Baldelli's Twins. No, Buxton, and then back to the top of the order, Max Kepler. And the benefit here for the Twins is they can try and work Lopez into the Kansas City bullpen. That has been their main weakness throughout the year as fouls it off 0-1. Sano had that huge game yesterday. Did not play in one of those 2 games of the series against the Indians, but big home run yesterday to give the Yankees a 1-run win against the Indians to close out that series.
Oh, Saturday's game.
Oh, Saturday's game. I apologize. They came away with the defeat. I apologize. Loss on Sunday, but yeah, no, Sano, a huge game in that contest, coming away with the home run to the Twins in the win column. Is that one low? Is now 2 balls and 2 strikes on the Minnesota first baseman.
Yeah, and Miguel's power numbers, you maybe expected him to be a guy closer to leading this team in home runs, but not the best start to the season for Sano, and those strikeouts are certainly super high. That's number 117 now on the year.
Sano down on strikes to begin the 3rd inning. That's always been an issue with Sano throughout his professional career, even dating back to the minor leagues, as Byron Buxton makes a strike in the count 0-1. Byron hitting just .217, 4 homers, 26 RBIs. Not have a hit in that series against the Indians, as there's a breaking ball low. Ball and 1 strike.
Man, Jorge Lopez has been just a masterpiece of efficiency so far this afternoon. 28 pitches here into the third inning with one down, and if you can make it through that first time through the Twins order in about 30 pitches, you might be sitting on a fine evening.
He is very familiar with these Twins hitters. As there's a swing and a miss. Count is 2-2. I actually had a chance to work with Jorge my first professional job. Minor league baseball. He was one of our guys on the Brevard County Manatees when he was a Brewers prospect, as Sexton strikes out for the second out. We're in the third, back-to-back strikeouts for Lopez. And Opie was a guy who had a tremendous amount of successes the year after that. 2015 was the Southern League Pitcher of the Year, but just a lot of Twins players in 2014, 15. Actually, that 15 season, it was his Biloxi team against Chattanooga, which was the Twins AA affiliate at the time in the Southern League Championship Series. And it was Lopez going up against the likes of Max Kepler, Aaron Buxton, Miguel Sano. Actually, those guys started the year in AA, and at the end of the year, all of them, three of those guys, Polanco as well, were all in the major leagues with the Minnesota Twins, as the count now 3 balls and no strikes. It's Kepler who's 0 for 1. Outside ball 4. Twins have a base runner with 2 out here in the third, so dreaded 2-out walk from Jorge Lopez, and now he's got a shot here with Jorge Polanco coming in.
It's always crazy. You do kind of forget how much time these guys spend in the minors, even when they are the stars now on the caliber and talent level of Polanco, Kepler, name off the list. But they really do face each other, not just in major leagues so often, but yeah, those minor league games are crazy sometimes. And I wonder what it's like facing a guy from the time he's a teenager now into your 30s even at some point.
Jorge Polanco, a fly out to left to end the inning. The Twins get a 2-out walk, can't do anything with it. We go to the 4th. Nothing Kansas City at Target Field. Perez, it'll be Sal Perez, Alex Gordon, followed by Michael Franco here in the top of the 4th. The Royals a 3-0 lead. Jake Odorizzi, a couple of home runs. Sal Perez is the guy who got it going. A home run in the second on the first pitch he saw. Now he swings with a high drive out to right. Kepler going back, looking up, and this one high off that fence. Have to field it on a ricochet. Great job by Kepler to prevent that one from getting past him. Sal Perez with now a homer and a double to start his night.
Do we start the cycle watch now? I don't know. It's tough to hit a triple here at Target Field, but Kepler does get it in, and Perez is slow enough. Thankfully, that wasn't a triple. But man, Perez is just smoking Odorizzi here this evening.
If Sal Perez hits a triple tonight, I'll donate. I'll donate an extra $30 to Rain.
Well, I said I've brought it up before. If I'm ever on a broadcast where I see a cycle, I'm gonna shell out a little bit of cash to whatever our featured charity is of the week. So maybe we can get a match going on that if that happens, especially if Perez hits that tasty triple for us.
If he hits the triple, it's an automatic 30, and if he hits for the cycle, I'll add another 100 onto that. You can quote me that tonight. Sal Perez coming into this 2020 actual season, 10 career triples in the major leagues. He had just 6 his minor league career, so that's how rare it is. Sal Perez. 2-1 pitch coming to Alex Gordon low. It's now 3 balls and 1 strike.
Well, hey, if Miguel Cabrera can hit a triple here in ML Ball 2020, and he also has stolen 2 bases and has 6 caught stealings, then Salvi Perez can hit a triple.
The looper down the left field line. That one will get in there. Another base hit. Perez will score on his way to second. Gordon, an RBI double, and a nightmare start for the day. Jake Odorizzi, 4-0 Kansas City, and there's still nobody out in the 4th inning.
Yeah, the ups and downs continue for Odo, and Twins, I wonder what they might do with Jake if he continues to struggle, and they do have a ton of starting options. Maybe they'll toss him for some long relief work just to maybe figure things out and try and get recentered. I'm not sure how you'd handle that if the struggles keep going and Odorizzi keeps getting banged around, especially from a team like the Royals. Sorry, guys.
This is not what you would have expected from Jake tonight, as the 0-1 to Franco fouled away. 1-2, 4 runs on 6 hits. Not an out recorded here in the 4th inning. Look at the back end of that rotation, and maybe Devin Smeltzer, you mentioned that great start he had the other day. Maybe that's something he can build upon and be an extra piece, the back end of that Twins rotation, as Franco waves and misses. And the strikeout for Odorizzi is 4th of the night.
Now batting.
1 down in the inning, and that'll bring up Nicky Lopez.
It was a good veteran response punch out there. Went inside on the hands on him, and Franco obliged. So Odo needs to settle down and just get out of this one with no more runs given up.
Be curious to see what starting pitchers are available, but you do mention there is some guys available in the minor league system for Minnesota, and better to have available in AAA than Mountain. Rich Hill, a guy who's had some success. Not some success, a lot of success at the major league level and in the postseason with Los Angeles. Is Lopez behind in the count 0-2.
Yeah, the big question for Hill is how healthy that arm will hold up. He did have off-season surgery, and basically it was between one surgery and Tommy John, but the TJ would have ended his career as he's 40 years old. So Hill could be a definite option, especially as the playoffs draw closer.
It's a lazy fly in his center as Buxton runs it down. So 2 down now here in the 4th, and back to the top of the order in Adalberto Mondesi. He's 0 for 2 today. He's flied out and struck out. Mondesi, of course, the son of former major leaguer Raul Mondesi. What you were saying, Beardy?
Oh, he had an inside the park home run this weekend, didn't he?
I do believe so. Mondesi, for the weekend, he did have a home run and 3 RBIs in that series against the Tigers. Got the wheels to get around the bases inside the park, Comer. As the 0-1 pitch in there for a strike, the count 0-2. A different player than his dad. More of a power bat was Raul in his days with the Dodgers and the Blue Jays. There, EB in the Twitch chat with the link right there to it. The inside the park home run from Adalberto Mondesi if you want to back and reminisce.
Yeah, Mondesi's, I think, a number. I put him up there with all these shortstops in the AL Central that are pretty fun to watch, whether in the field or with the bat. And Mondesi just 24. He'll be a guy to watch, I think, as the Royals look for guys to build around in these next few seasons.
There are doubles from Kansas City in the 4th. Add to another run. 4-0. 8.5 in Minnesota. Apparently, that inside the park home run was hit by some ineptitude from Jacoby Jones in Detroit. As it will be Mitch Garver to lead off for the Twins here in the bottom of the 4th. 3, 4, and 5. Twins against Jorge Lopez, who shut the door so far. Just 3 hits through 3 innings as Garver ahead at 2 balls and no strikes. Just 34 pitches to this point of the night for Lopez. Economical. Talked about the Royals bullpen being rather woeful throughout the course of 2020 in bat ball. We'll see if he can up that pitch count a little more. Garver doing his part here, ahead 3-0.
Yeah, and Lopez has just been attacking these Twins hitters, and they're aggressive, so they'll often oblige, and he's just been hitting his spots wherever Salvi puts it down. Lopez is getting them in there and keeping these Twins hitters off balance. And we'll see if he can come back from that 3-0 count to start out Twins catcher and probably their best all-around hitter.
1 line foul, 3-2. He was a guy I really liked. Had a chance to see him play in the Cape League when he was still in college at New Mexico. Really liked him there and really had doubts whether or not the Twins were going to give him a chance in the minor leagues. And did, and boy, have they reaped the benefits of that. He has exploded, particularly last year. Not just a great player in real life, but a great player in the show. Will it stay fair? Garver with a home run. 450 feet. 24th of the year, and the Royals up one. It's now 4-1 Kansas City.
Opened up the can of Garv sauce to get the Twins on the board. That one was smoked. Holy cow.
449 feet, officially almost 116 miles an hour off the bat of Garver. This is the big thing that he has developed for the course of the last few years in the Twin system. Power. Did not have this kind of power in college. Worked on that launch angle. Boy, he showed off a high one there. It's 4-1 now. For Kansas City.
Twins have a lot of great pull hitters, but in terms of pulling the ball down that left field line at target field, I think Mitch enjoys it the most and does it the most out of anybody. He just absolutely crushed that ball. That was a fun one to watch get out of here.
That is the second. It's hard to believe as Cruz swings and misses out 1 ball and 1 strike. It's hard to believe that ball was farther than the ball that Salvador Perez hit in the second inning as that line drive caught by Mondesi. Because, I mean, that ball that Perez hit, I thought would leave the stadium.
Yeah, so that's
Garver's shot was further.
Yeah, that's a factor of a little bit of weird architecture here at target field. So he just pulled it inside that left field line, and there between where that bar is down the left field line here at target field and the left field stands, the home run porch, there's kind of this little long stretch that goes back, and it curved just inside of there and down on the concourse. I think that's how he got that 450 feet on her, and whereas Perez's was stopped by the third deck bleachers. That was ridiculous.
Got to get out to target field. I've heard wonderful things. One of my best friends from college, also an avid show player, was actually at the Squirrel game last year. Is this a deep drive into right? And Eddie Rosario says, I want it on the front. It's a low to the home run porch. It's 26. Twins have cut the lead in half. It's now 4-2.
Eddie's gunning to be in that home run derby as the 4th qualifier. Nelson Cruz holds that spot now, but man, Eddie's been absolutely crushing as of late. I said earlier he's the Twins' hottest hitter. He's on a 10-game hit streak now, and man, home run 26, as you said. Eddie Rosario, one of my favorite players to watch swing a bat in all of Major League Baseball.
They're a product of that Twins minor league system. Orgy hung a breaking ball, and Eddie absolutely banged it deep into the night. It was territory I remember in the 2014 Futures game. That was where Joey Gallo broke the window of a truck, I think, out there in right field, that right field pavilion.
Yeah.
That was Joey Gallo territory there from Eddie Rosario. I don't want to Donaldson. Josh with a single his first time up as he was out in front of that hanger. He got happy feet. He saw that one spinning like a cement mixer and double lining it into the third base seats of the count 0-2.
Well, if you're Jorge, oops, sorry about that, man.
Go ahead.
If you're Jorge Lopez, you just gotta settle in after those and remember you're up still by 2 runs, and he's been rather masterful against the rest of this Twins lineup and needs to hold up and shut him down here, get the zeros through the rest of the way.
And the Twins have done a better job this inning working the pitch count at the 4th strikeout for Lopez. That'll bring up Luis Arias with 2 down. Arias grounded into inning-ending double play during the Twins rally in the 2nd. First pitch to him is lined into right, coming on Dozier, and he'll make the catch by his waist. And the inning is over, but the Twins do what they do best. This is a placata. 2 homers in the inning. They have cut the Royals' lead in half. It's 4-2. Top of the 5th inning at Target Field. Justin Rock, Beardy Buddha with you here on this late Monday night. We near the 12 o'clock hour in the East. Whit Merrifield lead off for Kansas City against Odorizzi. Merrifield 0 for 2 in this ball game as one inside, 1-0. Merrifield, you see the great numbers lifetime. Odorizzi 9 for 20. And looking for some help from his offense. Not a little bit here, and now 30th year Odo got to try and find a way to keep Kansas City off the scoreboard and let your offense go back to work in the bottom half of the fifth. And is that one inside, 2-0.
Yeah, and you definitely can't start out by, walking Merrifield there. You are 2-0, just got to throw some strikes. And he looked like he had the fastball planted where he wanted it too early, but then it just fell apart in a hurry. And not sure if maybe him and Garber's game plan was a little off facing these Royals hitters, perhaps a little more potent than we thought, as Merrifield's been one of the guys who's started out super slow and now has some pretty solid numbers on the year for the Royals in that 2-hole.
Now 3 balls and 1 strike on Merrifield. Entered the day 4th in the American League in stolen bases, so definitely not the guy you want to walk off an inning. And a great 3-1 fastball. Reason Merrifield 4 days in front of that one. Now full 3-2.
Well, yeah, Odo took about 6 miles an hour off that one. That was at 89 in there, and almost a quasi changeup from Odorizzi. Great veteran pitch.
Off pitch, and Merrifield fouls it away. And stays full 3 balls and 2 strikes. And Odorizzi up at 84 pitches now here in the 5th. So we'll keep an eye on that and see how much longer Rocco Baldelli will let him throw, as another 3-2 is high. Merrifield is on with a walk to begin the 5th inning.
Yeah, not how you want to come out for the 5th, Jake. And I am curious to see who will come in, if it will be Romero or Chassin. And hey, how about that?
Right on cue, Rocco Baldelli says, I've seen enough, and he brings the pull rope with him. As that will do it for the right-hander Odorizzi tonight. Just 4+ innings where he gets yanked, as he will make a call to the bullpen. And first man to appear from the bullpen tonight is the right-hander Fernando Romero.
Remember, Romero had some visa issues this spring training, and not sure if he'll join the Twins' 60-man roster because those visa issues still persistent. But he's pitching here tonight. How about that? He has that red glove, and of the Twins' 2 long relievers, he's been slightly more effective, although both, of course, have had their ups and downs, which is why, of course, they're long relievers.
First pitch he throws tonight is fouled in the air. Third base side, Donaldson. Does he play? And about efficiency, that's how the game started for Odorizzi. But starts Romero, 1 pitch, 1 out.
Now batting, right fielder, Hunter.
Yeah, the thing with Romero has always been his control and harnessing his raw stuff. There was a point at one time where he was thought to have some of the best raw stuff in the organization, but visa issues and command issues have both led to Romero kind of being an afterthought here in the Twins organization, but he can still spin him in there sometimes and fool hitters, so we'll see how he does against one of the Royals' hottest hitters.
Dozier 1 for 2 tonight, and he takes a strike. And now 0-1. Dozier 2 for 3 yesterday, had a pair of doubles and a pair of RBIs. Had a good series. Detroit was 4 for 11. Now Fernando Romero, according to Aaron Gleeman of The Athletic, as of June 25th, was still in the Dominican Republic. Visa issues, and the Twins president of baseball ops, Derek Falvey, said he's not expected to arrive for training camp this week, and availability, as you said, Beardy, very much in doubt for the actual 2020 season. But in bot ball, nothing stopping Fernando Romero tonight. So they'll try and get the Royals and induce a double play to get the Royals back in the dugout and back into the field here in the top of the 5th.
In bot ball, there are no visas.
If only that could be the case in real life. Probably for Derek Falvey and the rest of the people in the Twins front office. That one is low. 1 ball and 2 strikes. You see Baldelli in the signs there. 1-2 pitch, and Dozier thought about it, but a hold off. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
That is a tough, tasty pitch to lay off, and Dozier showing some veteran chops. How about that? Oh!
It's a hanger into right field, but Kepler back to make the catch. Back to first base there is Merrifield. So Romero, couple flyouts coming out of the bullpen, and now here's Ryan O'Hearn, the last chance for Kansas City in the fifth.
With how Dozier's been swinging the stick, I expected that one to at least be banging off the wall, but instead Romero has a chance to put out the fire here and keep that Kansas City lead at just 2 runs.
Bring up Ryan O'Hearn, and he takes a strike at his own one. O'Hearn for 3 yesterday with a walk. He's struck out in both of his at-bats tonight. Trying to keep this a 2-run game. Leadoff walk to Merrifield here in the fifth as O'Hearn takes high. Is 1 ball and 1 strike. Romero, a guy with a lot of talent. These issues in bat ball, so he's making it look easy for the Twins here tonight in relief, trying to get the Twins out of trouble here in the fifth as a little pitch out. Merrifield not going anywhere. The count now 2-1. Didn't think Merrifield was going there. That's what the Twins decided to do, and got a pitch from behind against O'Hearn.
Yeah, very curious decision, but hey, I was an AL Manager of the Year last year, or a Silver Slugger like Mitch Garver, so.
Sometimes just better to give those answers to the professionals. Is now the 3-1 pitch coming from Romero and fouled away. Count full, 3 balls and 2 strikes, so Merrifield will be off and running on this pitch without a doubt. Long pause from Romero, the 3-2, and this one lined to the seats, or actually off the netting foul. So it stays 3-2 on the Kansas City first baseman. Guy, some pop, was 0 for 9 in the series over the weekend against Detroit. The 3-2, and O'Hearn a little bit early on the 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Kept his weight back. I think that one is a 2-run shot.
Yeah, he does have the second most home runs on this Royals squad. Oh, nice snag from Donaldson.
Beautiful play towards the line from Donaldson. Brings an end to the 5th inning for Kansas City. The leadoff walk goes by without a whimper as Fernando Romero does his job. We go to the bottom of the 5th, halfway through, 4-2 Kansas City. As we go to the bottom of the 5th, it'll be Sano, Buxton, and Kepler due up for the Twins. The final line tonight for Jake Odorizzi, Beardy. 4 innings, gives up those 4 runs on 6 hits, walked 2, struck out 4. But all in all, able to hold down the fort a little bit. Just a 2-run deficit for the Twins as they go into the bottom of the 5th inning. Plenty of time left. It's powerful offense.
Luckily for Jake Odorizzi, the Twins lineup gets to possibly face the Kansas City bullpen. Although with how Lopez has been tossing and only at 51 pitches here starting the 5th, maybe he could go the distance.
Anything is possible, as it'll solely be up to the discretion of Mike Matheny and the Kansas City dugout of what they will do, as the 1-0 is up and away, 2 balls and no strikes. But it began to some prints in the armor of Lopez. The 4th inning, a couple of home runs as Sano just foul on first base line in the count 2-1. Just missed a double with the shift on there. 1 pitch, and Sano a ground ball through the shift and into left center, a base hit. Perfectly placed between Mondesi and Lopez, and the Twins will bring the tying run to the plate with nobody out in the 5th.
Piece of hitting there from Sano, just straightened her out and smoked it through the shift, as you said. And I think this was kind of similar to Lopez's last start against the Twins. He was pretty masterful through 4 innings, and then wheels kind of fell off a little bit. I think he ended up allowing 4 or 5 runs. So hopefully maybe Jorge straightens some things out and get a nice ground ball here off the bat of Byron Buxton.
Buxton takes a breaking ball strike. It's 0-1. Buxton, the former number 2 pick in the draft back in 2012. It was the draft where the Houston Astros took Carlos Correa at number 1, and people were questioning Houston for picking Carlos over Buxton. 1-1 from Lopez, as it's a breaking ball low. Balls and 1 strike. Amazing for Lopez. Just 3 innings, no runs, 3 hits. The last inning plus has given up 2 runs on 3 hits. Still threatening our Minnesota here in the 5th inning. The 2-1. Breaking ball swung on and missed, 2-2.
And that's maybe where some questions do come for Lopez if the starter role is the best spot for him.
This one sneaking past the glove of Lopez, a base hit. Buxton and Sano with a couple of CNI singles here to begin the bottom of the 5th inning, and the tying runs are aboard Max Kepler.
It's about the last thing you want if you're Jorge Lopez to have the 8 and 9 guys in this Twins order reaching before you got to go back atop and face a couple all-stars. It looks like Polanco and Garver probably be heading to the Midsummer Classic, but Kepler also pretty up there high in voting and has a good opportunity here to drive in at least 1 for the Twins.
Kepler has grounded out and walked tonight. His last time in the 3rd, and he's now way ahead in the count, 2-0. And boy, has he been great in these situations this year, Beardy. 386 runners in scoring position. 2-0. Takes all the way, looks at a strike, 1-1. Eddie's 2-1 pitch. That one just outside. 3-1. Now Lopez in danger of loading the bases with Jorge Polanco on deck.
There's been a couple close pitches in this at bat. Lopez got to be a little frustrated as well. Gets the call there, that away.
One right at the knee is 3-2. And see if Baldelli has the runners in motion here. Full count, the payoff pitch. Got him swinging on the high fastball. Excellent execution there.
Biggest pitch of the night from Lopez, and his 5th punch out of the evening. That was one you needed to pull out of your bag, as the Twins have a couple aboard, and Kepler's been one of the better hitters in this lineup. A huge strikeout.
Royals have 2 arms up in their bullpen. Polanco takes a strike. Jorge 0-for-2 has grounded out to the pitcher and flew out to left. That was last time in the 3rd. One from Lopez, and Polanco just a tad early. Is now 0-2. Polanco entering the day 4th in the American League in hits, tied for 4th doubles. 2. Low, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Royals had 2 arms up in the pen. Kevin McCarthy, righty and a lefty, and Richard Lovelady.
Yeah, Polanco's been on a bit of a power tear, too. I think he has 4 home runs the last 5 days. Ooh, swung through that one.
Chased a pitch bound. Still 52-foot breaking ball from Lopez. And back-to-back huge strikeouts from the young righty. There's 2 away in the 5th inning, and now the last chance is Mitch Garver. Garver got it started for Minnesota an inning ago with that home run. He's also singled in this contest, and he takes outside. 1 ball and no strikes, up to 337 with this 2-for-2 start to the day.
Yeah, Mitch also coming off of a little bit of an injury, tweaked something in his knee, so good to see he's all right.
Speaking of tweaking things, he rips one off the ankle of the pitcher, Lopez, and Franco very nearly making the play to first base, but Garver bored with a single. Now the bases are loaded, and we'll see if Jorge Lopez can continue.
Yeah, man, we just saw the Twins, Nelson Cruz, I think, smoked Matt Boyd and sent him out of the game in Detroit last week, and good to see Lopez thinks going to stay in there, just walk her off a little bit, but youch, that one had to had to sting a little bit. Don't worry, it'll feel worse tomorrow, Lopez.
I don't know what the remedy is for a virtual contusion, but Jorge will have to undergo that therapy tomorrow in the Kansas City training room, as now the bases are saturated for Nelson Cruz. Big first pitch strike for Lopez. It's 0-1. About 40 pitches some odd in the last 2 innings after about 30 in the first 3 innings. 1. Which is high. Ball and 1 strike. 1-1 delivery. Now 1 high, 2-1. He's got nowhere to put him. Bases full and 2 outs. The Twins 3 singles in the inning. 2 runs on 8 hits overall tonight. 1. Inside ball 3, and Perez telling Lopez to try and calm down.
Heard a story from spring training this year about Nelson Cruz. He likes to just stand in the box when the pitchers are throwing their bullpen sessions or whatever, and he won't take any swings. He just loves to track pitches.
It's a ground ball, ricochets off the glove of O'Hearn. Go to first, not in time. Cruz beats it out. The Twins are within 1. It's 4-3.
Bump up his speed rating, MLB The Show. You got to give him some credit after that one.
Hard ground ball knocked down by O'Hearn, and I agree with you. I thought Cruz's lack of speed, there was going to be a close play, if not an out at first. Nelson, gosh darn that 14 speed rating. He's safe. It's 4-3, and now Rosario, the tying and go-ahead runs in scoring position. For 2 tonight is Eddie.
Old Nelly looked pretty good down that first base line for just turning 40 years old on July 1st. Over the hill and apparently doing more speed work.
The ground ball up the middle and through in a center base hit. The tying run is in. Throw to the plate by Merrifield up the third base line. Garver scores. 2-run single for Eddie Rosario, and the Twins have erased a 4-run deficit in less than 2 full innings. It's 5-4 Minnesota in the 5th.
And Eddie just continues to come up clutch, come up anytime you need him. Already a home run on the night, and there's a couple more RBI for him. Gives the Twins the lead, and against this Royals bullpen, it might spiral even more out of control for Kansas City.
Be it for Jorge Lopez tonight. Boy, was he great through 3 innings and just taxed a little in the 4th, and the Twins really able to sink the ship in the 5th as Jesse Hahn, the new arm of the bullpen for Mike Matheny. Hahn making his 8th appearance, 0-1, a 5.06 earned run average, 7 walks, 7 strikeouts, 16 innings, and Twins just wore down Lopez tonight, Beardy, and hitting, able to finally come through this frame. They have scored 3 runs on the strength of 5 hits.
Yeah, man, Lopez was looking so solid those first 3 innings, and if you could frame innings, I think Lopez might have put those on a shelf somewhere. Those were pretty masterful against a potent Twins lineup, but the wheels started to come off on those back-to-back homers, and then the snowball rolled down the hill and turned into an avalanche and knocked him from the game. And as I said, this Royals bullpen, it's a doozy.
See Hahn coming on to face Josh Donaldson. This ball booted by Lopez, and everybody's safe. Things go bad, they get worse sometimes, and Lopez kicks it, and the bases are loaded again.
Man, just some bad luck followed by some maybe a little ineptitude trying to backhand that one awkwardly. I'm not sure what Lopez was doing there. Maybe it was just kind of an awkward spot to his right, but either way, Twins have him juiced once more. There are 2 down though, so Hahn just needs to focus and lay down some strikes and focus on getting out of this 5th inning with just the Twins up by 1.
Out away by Arias. No balls and 1 strike, and he swings and hits one in the air to right field. Dozier able to get over there and make the play to end the inning. The Twins send 9 men to the plate in the frame and score 3 runs on 5 hits. Take a 5-4 lead as we move to the 6th. Back to the 2nd inning with Kansas City now trailing by a run. And Perez got the offense going today with this powering shot back in the 2nd inning. 435 feet to give Kansas City at the time 1-0 lead. But now the Twins will switch the lead as Salvador Perez leads off against Fernando Romero and fouls it away. It's 0-1.
Yeah, he's absolutely crushed a couple balls. We'll see if he can continue that one against Romero, who's always a threat to give up something.
Pitch outside, 1-1. Had a little bit of a trivia question here in the Twitch chat from the big guy 73. 5 major league sluggers had over 500 home runs and less than 25 stolen bases in their career, as Arias with a beautiful diving stop to his feet and pulls out Perez for the opening out here in the 6th. Nicely done.
Alex Gordon.
That boy Luis, not necessarily known for the glove, but a nice little sliding pickup there, and had time to dust it off a little bit and toss it on to first for out number 1.
I'll bring up Alex Gordon, 1 for 1 with an RBI double and a walk tonight. But there are 5 players with 500 homers and less than 25 stolen bases. Can you name them? One of the 5, urban guest and Jim Tomei. Is this a deep drive into right from Gordon? And quick outs for the Royals here in the 6th.
Yeah, basically just guess any designated hitter you can think of.
Ortiz is a good guess. Eddie Murray, I would guess, is not a bad guess. I'm not old enough to know what his speed was like back in the day as strike to Michael Franco at 0-1. And Thomas was just over the threshold at 32 stolen bases, according to Big Guy.
It's all that testosterone pills he took.
As the 1-1 pitch to Franco fouled away 1-2.
That's where you kids will know where Frank Thomas from.
Heard baseball. I remember getting that game. It was the first baseball game I ever bought for my computer back in the day. It's a high fly ball into left center that Buxton will track down in the inning. So Fernando Romero continues to do his job. 2-3 goes Kansas City in the 6th. We head to the bottom of the frame, 5-4 Twins.
Leading off for the Twins, the first baseman.
Well, Sano will lead off for Minnesota in the bottom of the 6th against Jesse Hahn, and he will take inside for a ball, 1-0. He singled Gordon an inning ago, 4 for his last 12, including tonight. But, we got 2 of the 5. Ortiz is one of them. Here, you got that one. Big Hurt Baseball was the first game I ever got. First baseball game I think I ever purchased. There would be PC. You know what? I don't believe that's true. I think the first game I ever had was All-Star Baseball 99 for Game Boy Color. I think that was the first baseball game I ever owned.
For sure. I think my first baseball game actually came a little later. It was backyard baseball of all games. I've always been more of a basketball, football guy in terms of playing the game, but eventually got into the show a little bit. And nice snag there from Hahn.
See Hahn with a little bit of a look what I found. Sano with a rocket right back to him and makes the play for the opening out in the 6th. Bring up Buxton, who's 1 for 2 with a single and a run score. Backyard baseball was great. I remember that was another one I had. I think I had for Game Boy, Advance back in the days. It's a bunt laid down by Buxton. Nice bare hand by Franco, but not in time. Great play all around. Excellent drag bunt by Buxton and a tremendous play by Franco. Just not enough oomph on it. His Bucks are just too fast.
Yeah, and he put that one just in about the perfect spot. That was a heck of a play from Franco, but 9 times out of 10, that one's probably going to be a web gem. But here, of course, with the way things have been going for the Royals, it ends up being the base hit bunt.
Min Killebrew is the 3rd out of 5. So those guys with 500 homers and less than 25 steals at Jim Thome, Herman Killebrew, and David Ortiz. As a swing and a miss there. Max Kepler, it's 1-1 with 1 on, 1 out in the 6th, and the Twins up by a run. My guess would be maybe Reggie Jackson as one of those 5 guys. It's a ground ball through the left side, and their base hit for Minnesota. Max Kepler with his first hit of the game. Now 1 for 2, or rather 1 for 3, and there's 2 on, 1 out. And now here's Jorge Polanco.
Yeah, the only reason I have gotten those 3 guesses right is because all of those guys played for the Twins. How about that?
That would make sense as to why they are part of the conversation. Twins with Poppy, as well as Thome. Yeah, you forget Thome on the Twins a little bit. He's on the 2010 team, right? Is that one outside 1-0 now? Jorge Polanco.
Yes. He cemented himself early in that first season here at Target Field. Had the first walk-off home run that banged off the foul pole in right field here. It was a magical moment, and Jim, of course, endeared himself to Twins fans in a hurry, much as Nelson Cruz has done. But a guy like Jim Thome, how can he not love him? He was. They even put him in and dressed him up as Babe Ruth and got a big blue ox and had him be Paul Bunyan, not Babe Ruth. And dressed him big blue ox and had a commercial, and it was a lot of fun when Thome was here and hit 25 home runs in that 2010 season, just a handful of at-bats.
Next swing caught there by Franco, third base. That was, I don't know what kind of swing that was by Polanco. That was like a butcher boy meets somebody trying to wave a saber around in a park like a lunatic on a Thursday evening. Now there's 2 on, 2 out for Mitch Garver.
It looks like me when I play MLB The Show now as a 31-year-old. I just swing at everything. I'm pretty terrible.
It's the one thing I've actually gotten better at as I've gotten older is to not swing at everything. The original days of video game baseball, I swung, especially against the computer when I was young, at everything. Absolutely everything. Especially All-Star Baseball.
Yeah.
That was like the first big game I remember back in the day before show took off, and even maybe before MVP. That was sort of like the big game. PlayStation 2. Is this a fly out to left from Garver? Each time the Royals have been able to put him way in the scorebook all night. We go to the 7th inning. Minnesota 5-4 Twins.
Leading up for Kansas City, the second baseman.
Nicky Lopez to lead off for Kansas City here in the 7th inning. Go Baldelli, a little surprising here. Already rocking with Fernando Romero still. We're into the latter half of this contest as bullpen getting ready with Tyler Duffy and Trevor May waiting.
Yeah, that's been one of the issues with Baldelli this season, if you can find any of them, is he's been pretty long with the leash and sometimes too late to pull the hook.
There, Nicky Lopez going to return the favor and does, as to what Byron Buxton did in the last half inning, a bunt base hit. The Royals have the tying run aboard to start the 7th, and now Adalberto Mondesi makes low 1-0. Lopez has some pretty good speed over at first base. CO for 3 tonight, grounded out his last time. That was in the 4th inning on a grounder to third. Side 2. I like the Rafael Palmeiro guess. Again, remember all the guys who had 500 home runs running through your head, but Palmeiro not, again, a wrong answer there. One outside, 3-0 on Mondesi with Whit Merrifield on deck. Maybe Frank Robinson. I thought, and have more than 25 stolen bases in his career. But I'm just running out of 500 home run guys to guess as Mondesi walks, and now the tying and go-ahead runs for Kansas City. And this is what you were talking about. Maybe waiting too long to pull the trigger on Romero.
It's gotten him into trouble, especially because the Twins do have such a glut of good arms who can come in especially high leverage situations, and some veteran arms out there as well, and Tyler Clippard and Sergio Romo, and especially as the long relievers have the worst numbers in that Twins bullpen, you'd think he'd be a little quicker with the hook, but Rocco being a little too patient.
Romero stays in there as there's a strike. 1-on-1. You look back at the game yesterday for Minnesota against Cleveland. It's not like they used a lot of pitchers. At least Chassin, the only reliever they used through 2 innings. Tyler Clippard, Trevor May, Taylor Rogers threw an inning each on Saturday. Is this a base hit in right field from Merrifield? Now the sacks are saturated with nobody out. Their most dangerous hitter, 2020, Jorge Soler.
Yeah, Romero falling apart here, and that's another base hit given up. He's going to have his work cut out for him here against Soler, who is absolutely due at 0 for 3 tonight. And he kind of struggled a little bit over the weekend. Didn't have as big of power numbers against Detroit, but he's probably ready to smack one here about 430 feet into left field somewhere, and maybe give Salvi Perez a run for his money.
Soler with a huge chance here for Kansas City. Down a run, and the first pitch from Romero. 1 ball and no strikes. Soler, a guy who really just beginning to tap into that talent. A guy the Cubs were really frustrated with when they had him, especially after he had that great postseason in 2015. It all the way to the NLCS, and Romero now struggling to find the strike zone. It is now 2-0, and he's got nowhere to put him.
Soler in trouble once more, and Rocco Baldelli is going to have to face some reporters after this one if this gets out of hand, leaving Romero in for inning number 7. And Soler, we'll see what he does with the...
Oh, boy, and Jorge Soler with an absolute moon shot, solar shot, whatever in the world you want to call it. That one headed all the way towards the Canada border. A home run for Soler is American League leading 34th of the year. It is now a huge turnaround for Kansas City, 8-5 Royals.
And the dunce cap for Baldelli as Jorge Soler shows him what he should have done and taken Romero out of the game a few batters ago. But Tyler Duffy comes in, not before the damage is done. That was a beauty of a swing from Soler, and yeah, he's there's a reason he's keeping pace with Yordan Alvarez down in Houston. That was crushed.
Absolute rocket off the bat of Jorge Soler. The Royals have regained the lead, and the first pitch from Tyler Duffy is a skee ball shot all the way back behind home plate. A 1-0.
I think he only got about 40 points on that one.
One didn't quite all the way get to 60 as this one fouled away. It was 1 ball and 1 strike. Dozier already with a home run this game, but Soler entered the day tied for American League lead in home runs with Alvarez. Was 3rd in RBIs with 74, and he will certainly see those numbers take a tick up after Monday's final tally as Duffy is inside 2-2. Ed Williams is 4 out of 5. Mark McGwire is the 5th and final answer. So Mark McGwire, Ed Williams, along with Jim Thome, Herman Killebrew. And a blank on the fourth one. David Ortiz. So Ortiz, Killebrew, Williams, Mark McGuire, as well as Jim Tomei, as Hunter Dozier strikes out for the opening out in the 7th. First punch out for Duffy.
The batter, number 66.
I'll bring up Ryan O'Hearn, who's 0 for 3. Bills a 3-run lead now in the top of the 7th. And the first pitch from Tyler in there for a strike 0-1. One trivia question I was talking with you a little bit earlier, Beardy, was Twins related and revolved around Jake Odorizzi. Was going to be last year, Odorizzi, as amidst that all-star season he had for the Twins, on 10 straight decisions between April the 17th and June the 15th. That was the 4th longest streak in Twins history. Who are the 3 players who had a longer consecutive win streaks, winning decisions consecutively? The 10 in a row Odorizzi won last year. Duffy gets his 2nd straight strikeout in the 7th.
That's a solid question. My first couple thoughts go back to 2006, and I mean, I have to guess the best pitcher in Twins franchise history, Johan Santana.
That is correct. He is one of the 3. Is this a ground ball to third? And deep play made there by Donaldson, and side retired as the inning mercifully comes to an end, but not before a questionable decision by Rocco Baldelli to lead Ando Romero. It's not just one batter, but 4, and all 4 of them score on this grand slam by Soler. 8-5 Royals. It's time to get up and stretch in Minnesota. Who arms up in the Kansas City bullpen as now the Twins bats have to come alive again. Trailing by 3. As it will be Nelson Cruz to lead off.
So my second guess to your trivia question would be Francisco Liriano.
He is not one of them.
Oh, I thought maybe in his sensational rookie campaign he might have had 10 straight decisions there.
He did not. Santana did his. He was the longest Twins. He won 17 consecutive decisions between 2004 and 2005 as Cruz swings and misses. It's 1-2. There are 2 other ones that had longer streaks. Odorizzi's 10.
Yeah, I don't know. I would guess maybe
Cruz strikes out on a fastball, 1 away now in the 7th. To answer Mo in the Twitch chat, it is not Jose Barrios. It's not one of the 3. A little bit older than that.
Yeah,
you need an extra hint. It is old. It is older than Johan Santana.
Yeah, right. No, it would be Johan was the best pitcher we had since some of those guys. I'll just say Bert Blyleven. Maybe did he have a run at all?
Oh, not quite that old. As this one fouled up in the air, and Perez makes the catch. So away as Rosario retired.
Ooh, let's go tapping into my boyhood days watching the Twins.
Can
Eric
do that.
Milton?
I think you've got a good chance.
I'll say, I said Eric Milton.
It's not Eric Milton.
No. I'll just start listening. Radke.
He is number 2 of the 3.
Yeah,
That one is high 1-0 to Josh Donaldson. Radke won 12 consecutive decisions in 1997. So you got Johan Santana and Brad Radke. Who is the 3rd?
Ooh, well, I'll take a shot with one of the World Series arms, Frank Viola.
Oh, but you're getting warmer as the 1-1 is outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. It was during a World Series year. Donaldson with a high fly ball out into right. This one will stay inside the confines of target field. And the side retired. Twins go in order in the 7th to the business end of this one, 8-5, Kansas City.
Yeah, so EB from Toronto, our good buddy, he says he guessed Jack Morris, and that was probably going to be my next guess.
It is not too far back, but it is not Jack Morris.
It's going to be somebody I'll know, but I don't know if I'm going to pull it out of the hat.
He's a guy that I can totally see being forgettable.
Carlos Silva.
Not quite that. Carlos was not quite on a World Series championship team for the Minnesota Twins. As, yeah,
I know.
for Alex Gordon. Oh, Silva. That is a name I had not thought about in a long time.
Well, you said forgettable, and that was the first name that came up when the Twins pitchers and forgettable equation came into effect in my brain.
A swing and a miss there as dispatch of Alex Gordon there from Tyler Duffy. You take a look at the starting pitchers tonight. They got roughed up. Odorizzi didn't make it through the 5th, and neither did Jorge Lopez, combining to give up 9 runs on 16 hits.
Yeah, just some awful lines there from the starters when all was said and done. Thought we might, our early, of course, reverse jinx stonks was saying, oh, these guys are pitching really well through the first inning or two there, and that fell apart in a hurry as this one's turned into a barn burner, 8-5 here in the top of the 8th.
This is a pop-up and foul ground to Josh Donaldson, and Michael Franco is turned away here in the 8th, so 2 down now, but no Mo in the Twitch chat. It is not Frank Viola, as already guessed a little while ago. Was a member of a World Series championship team, but it was not Frank Viola or Jack Morris. 1-0 now on Nicky Lopez, who that rally going for Kansas City an inning ago with that leadoff bunt against Fernando Romero.
This one, I'm gonna Kevin Tapani.
Not Kevin Tapani.
Oh, okay. That one might be my last solid guess of guys who I think might have maybe had a chance.
It's a line drive in a left field base hit for Nicky Lopez. So got another hit tonight. Lopez had an excellent game for Kansas City. He's 3 for 4 as Mondesi takes a strike 0-1.
A nice 2-out piece of hitting there from the number 9 slot, and when you can get 2 hits in a night out of that 9 hole, you're always going to take it no matter who's hitting down there.
Fly ball in the left for Mondesi, and this should bring it into the 8th, and it does as Rosario closes the glove on it. Over, Royals get a 2-out single from Lopez, but that's all. Bottom of the 8th we go. Twins need 3. They trail 8-5.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching.
Royals making a call to the bullpen. They'll bring in the submarining lefty Tim Hill. In the bottom of the 8th inning. Hill's had a very good season for Kansas City. He's probably been their most consistent arm. The bullpen at 2.7 ERA. 20 innings, just 15 hits, 21 strikeouts. His 23rd appearance. He'll face Arias, Sano, and Buxton in the 8th inning. And maybe he's a low-key guy that the Mets were interested in him back in spring training before the world came to a crashing halt. But I think he's an interesting guy that teams might look for, not just in real life, but in bot ball as well, going into the deadline.
The market for lefties who can be effective is effective against both sides of the plate is always pretty high, and Hill seems to have that effect even despite the submarine. Sometimes guys can get a little better angle on it, one side of the plate or the other. But Hill's been real solid, and yeah, I think he might be one of the biggest chips on this Kansas City roster as far as potential trade targets, maybe along with Perez. Those are probably 2 of my top targets. If I was going to see any of these Royals moved, it would probably most likely be those guys if I had to put some money on it.
Those are the 2 most likely guys to go. The way you look at this current Royals roster is constructed. And Barry Basher says in the Twitch chat, and he's not arbitration eligible yet, so get a decent return for a guy like him because there is a lot of control still available on his contract. As Arias foul out to Perez, so one down in the 8th, and now Miguel Sano. Mo in the Twitch chat as well. Brad Radke was already guessed by Beardy, and that is correct. It is Radke and Santana are two of the three guys who've had longer streaks of 10 or more great decisions being victories. Third person was a member of a World Series championship team for the Twins. Has not been guessed yet, as Sano now ahead in the count 3-1.
Yeah, no, I wasn't alive for the first one, and I was only 2 years old for the second one, so I'm really having to scrape into my Twins history portions of the brain and coming up pretty empty for a third answer.
I will give the answer at the end of the 8th inning for all those still waiting on the tips of their toes for the answer of who is the third guy here? Who's this third mystery pitcher we're forgetting? Is this a whistle into the right center field gap from Miguel Sano? No, got a rally going earlier tonight with a single. He sparks another one here in the 8th. He's got a one-out double.
Yeah, the shift beaten again by Sano there as the outfield was shaded to the left, and I don't know if that would have been caught by Merrifield or not. It was slicing pretty hard to the right, but one-out double, and if Buxton can at least maybe have a productive out here, I don't know how you can really do that with one out, but hey, Twins might be able to cut into this Casey lead with the top of the lineup coming back up.
Buxton's had a good night tonight. He's 2 for 3. Has been in the thick of it whenever Minnesota's had something brewing. Takes low 1-0. Buxton 2 for 3 had a bunt base hit back in the 6th. He's also singled and scored a run. That was in the 5th. Where the tying run is on deck as Tim Hill puts his strike in there with a fastball. It is 1 ball and 1 strike.
Only at 89, but that movement was something crazy. That one looked like it was well below. That one was about Buxton's shins, and it came back up into the zone.
That one, I mean, he's got like that Bisbee wiffle ball style there. That release as Buxton trying to bunt for a base hit here with Lopez playing back and just bunted it a tad bit too hard and is ruled out at first base. The runner advances to third, but Buxton may be credited with a sacrifice there, but that is not his goal. It looked like he was trying to bunt for a hit.
Yeah, trying to get a little too cute there, I think. Maybe a wise decision with kind of how, you know, those submariners can sometimes be a little off balance coming down through their follow-up. So Buxton just got too much on it, and Lopez made the easy play.
2 outs, 1 on. Twins down by 3 here in the 8th inning as a part of that grand slam hit by Soler. 7th as Kepler takes low. Is 1 ball and 1 strike. Twins enter the day tied atop the American League Central with the White Sox.
1 ball.
Games up on the Indians. 3.5 up on the Yankees for the top out of the American League playoff picture. 1-2. Anthony, strike 3 called, and Kepler is down looking. Hill able to work out of trouble in the 8th. We are on to the 9th. Minneapolis, it is 8-5, Kansas City.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Twins.
Yankee legend Tyler Clippard on in relief for the Twins here in the top of the 9th inning. Clippard making his 39th appearance. He's had a pretty good season. Sub 3 ERA at 2.9, 840 strikeouts, 31 hits. They 2 in the 3rd innings as he'll face Whit Merrifield, Jorge Soler, and Hunter Dozier. In this 9th inning, and his pitch is high, 1-0.
Clippard's been exactly what the Twins ordered when they signed him, just a solid veteran reliever, some guy to come in and be trusted in later innings, and don't think you could ask more from Clippard, and as a guy who's had some unique numbers in his career in terms of splits, a reason why they were confident with Taylor Rogers still being their only lefty.
That one This is again 3 balls and no strikes. Whit Merrifield with Jorge Soler lurking on deck. 3-0 pitch in there for a strike, 3-1. I want to go back to our trivia question we were talking about. The starter for the Twins tonight was Jake Odorizzi. It's a fly ball on 3-1 in his center, and Buxton, at great speed, able to. That one came in on a hop, and there'll be a base hit from Merrifield. I thought he was going to be able to get there and make that play a fly, but Merrifield just sneaked that one in front of him.
Yeah, I thought he did catch it with how he kind of came down the weird angle, but didn't see the bounce there, and leadoff single. And if you're the Twins, this one might be chalked up to an L as we're into the late evening, and Clippard tosses that one away.
This one goes right back to Sano, though, and the throw to second, and he's out by a country mile. Oh, a bit of serendipity for the Twins as Ricochet Rabbit. That one goes firing right back to Sano, and a great play by him to make an excellent throw on to short, and Polanco made the tag as standing there at second base dumbfounded was Whit Merrifield.
Not sure if it caught a little piece of that limestone you see the backstop that is here at Target Field or what happened, but it sure kicked off there in a hurry, and with Sano's cannon of an arm, that was an easy play.
Was absolutely bizarre. It was baseball after dark if I've ever seen it. Count now 2-1 on Soler. It was the difference in this ball game with a grand slam. And the count now 2-2. But to go back to the trivia question, one starter tonight was Jake Odorizzi. Last year, between April 17th and June 15th, he won 10 consecutive decisions. The 3 other Twins players had accomplished that feat and had won more consecutive decisions in a row. I posed the question to name the other 3 as Soler makes a walk. So with 1 on and 1 out in the ninth. Juan Santana is indeed one. As the big guy, 73, has to say, Santana won 17 consecutive decisions between 2004 and 2005. The other one was guessed was Brad Radke, who won 12 consecutive decisions in 1997. As a swing and a miss there from Hunter Dozier, it's 0-1. The one that nobody could get was the third one. Had a lot of good guesses from Jack Morris to Blyleven to Kevin Tapani is now 1-1 on Hunter Dozier.
Was he a rookie?
He might have been a rookie in 1991. I really don't remember off the top of my head. It was definitely towards the beginning of his career. Oh, one outside, 2-1. Not Irvin Santana. One from Clippard. Swing and a miss to count 2-2. Wait till the end of this Dozier at bat. The final answer. Well, actually, we'll give him another half inning as the big guy just got back. It's a strikeout there of Dozier, so 2 down now here in the ninth inning.
I know who it is now because I don't think he was a rookie, but yeah, he was very, very, very near the beginning of his career.
Ryan O'Hearn swings and lifts this one into left. Able for Rosario, and the Royals able to add to their lead in the ninth. Last chance for the Twins. Greg Holland will try and finish him off. 5, Kansas City.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Royals, number 35.
Greg Holland on to try and finish it off for Kansas City. He's sort of the latest guy to take over as the Kansas City closer. It's been a revolving door there throughout the course of the season, but Holland's done a pretty decent job since moving into that spot. 9 saves, a 4.10 ERA, and face off against the heart of the Twins order, and this is how they want to start if you're Minnesota. Polanco putting this one between Merrifield and Gordon. Will be there standing with a double, and the Twins are right back in it and very much alive here to start the ninth.
Yeah, nice piece of hitting here from Jorge. First pitch, slicing her into left center, and it's been a battle between him and Mitch Garver this season on who's leading the team in doubles. That gets him one closer to the old German at 26 now for Jorge.
Today tied for 4th in the AL in doubles. That's another one to his tally, as here is Mitch Garver. 4 for 4, got the Twins offense moving in the 4th inning with a home run. For 4 tonight, and the first pitch from Holland is inside 1-0.
So before, I was just going to say, before any of the drama starts, can I give the third answer? I know who it is now.
You can.
I think he won like over 20 games or something. It was Scott Erickson.
That is correct. The third and final answer was Scott Erickson. Won 12 consecutive decisions back in 1991. Garver swings through that high cheese, 1-1. Barry Basher coming in saying it was his second season. Some of you may remember him towards the end of his career with the Baltimore Orioles, as he was down and away 2-1. To Garver, swung on line, foul. And the count evens up 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Going to be interesting to see where Salvi sets up here, how they're going to pitch to Garver.
This one in the dirt, and job holding at second base is Polanco.
Garver's a tough one to get to chase, so you're going to have to challenge him.
2 pitch popped up. Out ground, and luckily for the Twins, this one's going to get out of play. Another payoff pitch. Garver fouls it off. Great at bat here from Mitch Garver. He's had an excellent game. Another 3-2 offering. Swung on and missed. Got him a beautiful slider from Holland. One down in the 9th.
Mitch doesn't chase a whole lot, but that slider was awfully tasty. I thought he was going to get a piece of it. That was so good out of Holland's hand, but a huge strikeout after the leadoff double.
One down now. That'll bring up Nelson Cruz. 1 for 4 with an RBI single. And the first pitch he sees from Greg is a strike. It's 0-1. Cruz had that RBI base hit. It was an infield single in the 5th inning. Minnesota within a run, 4-3 at the time. We were hammering at how Cruz was so fast getting down that first base line. 0-1 pitch. And a miss. The count 0-2.
Holland's really got that slider working, and if he's smart, he'll just keep going back to it. It's looking and spinning really great out of his hand.
On a roll for Kansas City lately as Cruz fouls this away. It stays 0-2. Holland for the weekend had the save yesterday. The finale against Detroit. Scoreless 9th as that one just misses. Great pitch. 1-2.
Probably should have been strike 3. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite him.
2 pitch. Just misses again.
Man, Greg Holland might have to protest this one.
Now the 2-2 pitch from the righty. 0 away, and the count's run full 3-2. Eddie Rosario, a go-ahead home run for Minnesota earlier in the night. He would represent the tying run should Cruz get aboard. Payoff pitch. Hung on and belted to left field. Gordon back, and it's a 1-run game. Nelson Cruz continues his offensive assault. His 28th. It's 8-7 Kansas City.
The 40-year-old wants to be in the home run derby, folks. That was crushed, and he keeps his squad alive here in the bottom of 9, and going to give Eddie Rosario a chance to tie it up and keep these late inning dramatics on par.
A line drive that just barely got over that fence in left field. 28th home run of the year for Nelson Cruz. The Twins are not dead yet. This one got out of here in a hurry.
The left fielder, number 20.
3 rows back into the seats as Eddie Rosario takes low. Is 1 ball and no strikes. Eddie's had a great game. He's 3 for 4.
He has been the hottest Twins hitter of late, as I've mentioned a couple times tonight. We'll see if he can follow up his potential competition for the home run derby in this last 10 days or whatever towards the All-Star break.
3 big boppers in the lineup have all homered today. Garver, Cruz, and Rosario. 2-0. Take a slider for a strike. It's 2-1. That seems to be the really only pitch right now that's working for Holland. The 2-1. Ground ball to first, and O'Hearn able to make the play, and the Twins are down to their final out.
The third baseman, number 24.
Final out, and it's the big offseason toy, Josh Donaldson. We'll see if he can bring some rain here to Target Field and tie this one up. Oh, Holland's leaving the game.
Now, this is a surprising move from Nick Matheny. It's Kevin McCarthy come on in relief here to try and get the final out. McCarthy making his 15th appearance of the year. It's a 4.7 ERA. His numbers not overwhelming at all, as 4 walks, 7 strikeouts, and 15 in the third innings. Righty's first pitch to Donaldson is in for a strike. This very strange, and be just the second save of McCarthy's career, but he's quickly ahead 0-2.
Yeah, not sure if they're favoring some matchups, historical numbers, or kind of what's going on here, but it appears to be working out so far. Payoff pitch, how about that?
0-2 inside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. There's something Mike Matheny knows that we do not. Donaldson was out away and was a right-on-right matchup anyway. And the count evens 2-2. Luis Arias would represent the winning run. He is on deck.
Better be careful. If we question our robot overlords too much, we're going to be relegated to calling like virtual luge.
It's called worse. Is this a fly ball in the center? That should do it. And making the play there is Merrifield. And as Beardy said, don't question the robot overlords. As virtual Mike Matheny pulls all the right stops as Kevin McCarthy gets the final out. The 9th inning for just his 2nd major league save. He had 1 last year with the Royals, and Kansas City in a barn burner. It's the opening game of this 3-game set. A thrilling game here tonight. A surprising result.
Yeah, that's the fun of bot ball, especially on After Dark. Things will get a little squirrely, folks. Twins out hit the Royals 15-11. Take the loss. Hahn the win. Romero loss. McCarthy gets the save. And wow, yeah, definitely if you're a Twins fan, you're expecting the win when the Royals come to town. But Kansas City's got to win a few games this season too. And Salvador Perez, monster game. That big, grand old salami. Probably fitting he's player of the game, and nice night from him in the Royals' heart of the order, driving them in, getting them the dub.
Let's take you through the game that was tonight, and Sal was the one who got us kick-started. He did it with this rocket shot that we thought was going to leave Target Field altogether. It 1-0 Kansas City in the 2nd, and they were far from done. Dozier of the 3rd inning after Kansas City added another in that 2nd. 3-0, this one getting out to dead center.
Outside of Soler, he's the hottest batter on this Royals lineup, so maybe look out. This offensive explosion.
Alex Gordon, that 4th inning with an RBI double to left field. So it was 4-0 Kansas City after 3.5 innings, and we were asking a lot of questions about Jake Odorizzi. Mitch Garver get the Twins back into it with this long home run to 450 feet.
Just inside the foul pole, and looked like it banged against the little concourse walkways there at Target Field.
Rosario hitter on in that frame, had a home run shot out to Joey Gallo territory, as we were talking about earlier, way out into the pavilion in right field. That made it 4-2. Fourth inning. Then in the fifth, it was Eddie Rosario. Came through with that big base hit to center field. The Twins ahead 5-4. Be it, though, for a very short period of time. As Jorge Soler in the top of the seventh inning came up with the bases loaded, and biggest question of the night is why in the world Rocco Baldelli let Fernando Romero face not one but four batters in that seventh inning, and he paid the price. There made it 8-5. Collins for the ninth inning got Mitch Garver here with the strikeout. It was Nelson Cruz who followed and chased him from the ballgame with this missile to pull them within one. At 8-7 Kansas City in the ninth, but Josh Donaldson against Kevin McCarthy, a surprise move by Mike Matheny, brings in the young righty, and Donaldson unable to deliver and keep the game going. He flies out to Whit Merrifield, and the Royals win tonight by a final score 8-7. Jesse Hahn is your winner. He improves to 1-1 on the season. Fernando Romero takes the loss. He drops to 4-2. Kevin McCarthy, his first save of the year, his second Major League save. Our player of the game, Salvador Perez, that home run back in the second inning. Obviously had a double and a big impact on this ball game, but Jorge Soler's grand slam the difference, and questionable decision we talked about at the time, Beardy, but hitting Fernando Romero in, ultimately the Cardinals into the game.
34 home runs for Jorge Soler. As I said in our broadcast earlier, he's a guy that I'm going to pay a ticket for to watch swing the bat. He's a modern marvel of hitting. Give it his huge power surge last year with those 48 home runs. Seems like this season in ML Bot Ball, he's going to eclipse that by a country mile.
It's going to be really fun. We saw the best home run hitters in Cruz and Jorge Soler go deep. Rosario and Garver also in the top 10. Each went deep in this one. A lot of home runs and went down to that final out, but ultimately Royals able to prevail. Tomorrow, game 2 of the series will be Kenta Maeda trying to keep that perfect mark, going up against Mike Montgomery, a guy who was once traded with Jake Odorizzi to the Kansas City Royals. That'll be an interesting matchup. What do you expect from that one tomorrow, Beardy?
Yeah, not sure. Maeda's just been absolutely excellent, but you are kind of waiting for him to maybe fall apart in at least one of these starts and take an L. But, of course, when you're backed up by a lineup as potent as the Twins, you can give up some runs sometimes and still come out a winner, or at least with a no decision to keep that L column unblemished. But Royals, if they can swing the sticks like they did tonight, might be another game of touchdowns and field goals here.
Yeah, a very exciting ball game, but see what happens in this one tomorrow. Gotta like the odds for Maeda to try and bounce back in game 2 of this series, and of course it'll be Michael Pineda against Danny Duffy in the series finale on Wednesday. Our next game, your next game, Beardy, is actually going to be with me as well, I believe, on Thursday. Your next one's the Blue Jays Twins game, correct?
That is right, yeah. You Bot Ball fans luck out, and they don't have to hear me ramble on for another few days. So
it'll be a good one on Thursday, though. Nate Pearson, really talented righty for the Blue Jays against Devin Smeltzer. So it'll be a lot of fun on Thursday. It'll be another busy slate of games tomorrow. We'll run through that right now. As obviously it's time now for some night moves, getting all the work done for ML Bot Ball, but it'll be starting at 12:15 tomorrow. Sean Manaea against Johnny Cueto. The A's taking on the Giants. Ironically, the game that would start the latest is the game that's beginning the earliest. It'll be Matt Price and B from Toronto on that one. Then I will make the quick turnaround. I'll be on the call tomorrow at 2 o'clock when the Indians go on the Reds. It'll be Luis Castillo against Clevenger. I'll be on the call there with J-Man 1993. And at 3:45, it'll be the Red Sox and the Blue Jays. Tanner Roark against Eduardo Rodriguez. Mark Colley. 33 will have the call there. At 5:30, it'll be a battle of the Windy City. White Sox and Cubs from a guaranteed rate field. Jake Zimmer. Hines AS will have the call there. Jose Quintana against Dallas Keuchel. Walker Buehler against Dinelson Lamet. It'll be an NL West contest at 7:15. Cookie Eater with the call there as the Padres take on the Dodgers. It'll be the Subway Series at 9 o'clock. Big Fund and his buddies will be on the call there, as it'll be Michael Wacha against Jordan Montgomery. And then Duggo, who is on the call just before us tonight, he will be on the late night contest tomorrow with Jake Dean as the Diamondbacks to win their second straight in Colorado against the Rockies. Luke Weaver against Herman Marquez. That one starting at 10:45 Eastern Time. And as we put the final bow on this one tonight, Beardy, the 9-8 win for Kansas City. Anything else you wanted to add before we say our final goodbye?
No, just hold on to your butts for this AL Central race. It's going to be a fun one, folks. Those White Sox are the real deal.
It's going to be a lot of fun. A tough loss for the Twins tonight, but a lot of great games, a lot of exciting games tomorrow. The Dodgers, the Diamondbacks involved. Got the battle of the Windy City, the battle for the state of Ohio, as well as the Subway Series, the matchup between Oakland and San Francisco. So a lot of fun games on the docket for tomorrow, July 7th, starting at 12:15 Eastern. So if there's nothing else to add for Beardy, I'm just going to say I'm Justin Rock saying so long. The Royals, the 9-8 win tonight. I know we've got big fun in here. Duggo has hopped in the room as well. Looks like a busy night of baseball. You had a good game tonight, Duggo. Your Diamondbacks coming away with a big W against the Rockies. Late offense, and I got a nice night of some night moves as we near the 1 o'clock hour Eastern Time.
No, man, I'll always take a game one of a series win, but I will definitely take this trade about to go through, the biggest blockbuster so far.
I guess obviously the big names in that trade, for those of you who missed the alert coming through the system right just about as our games were sort of intertwining ago, the word that the Cardinals and the Diamondbacks had struck a deal that would send Andrew Miller and Giovanni Gallegos to Arizona in exchange for one of the top 100 prospects in baseball, Dalton Varsho, catcher, as well as a young right-handed pitching prospect. I'm drawing a blank on his name, as it appears the game is drawing a blank on his name as well.
Great. Levi Kelly is the kid drafted in the 8th round back in 2018 out of one of the IMG kids. You know, profiles with a couple good plus pitches. Currently the number 8 guy in the system.
Levi Kelly. Talented arm. He said at an IMG Academy, played last year in low A ball. Number 9 prospect according to Baseball America. They think can be a back-end starter, or if that doesn't work out, could be a late-inning reliever for Lewis down the line. But looks like you guys have work cut out for you, and enjoy the rest of your evenings, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll be back on the air tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Good night, everybody.
Take it easy. So, Big Fun, what are we thinking here?
Great question. What we're thinking is it doesn't look like there is anyone here that's a match. So y'all might need to go back to the drawing board. Okay, can we see Double A? Let's take a look. Boy, it is barren down here.
Not great.
Oh.
And our boy Kevin Ginkel. Love it.
Yeah. So, can we look at
Move
trips?
Kevin Ginkel in a trade. I will laugh so hard.
Yeah, right. Can we look at triple? Hey, you want to do Kevin Ginkel for like Daniel Zamora?
Cool.
real quick, should we send the 30 Twitch viewers to another stream?
No, they can watch this.
Alright. Watch the sausage get made.
Yeah. Boy, it's rough down there. Y'all are gonna need to get creative.
Well, what TARDIS, you were saying you found him on the default rosters, right?
Yeah, but
It turned out that was a newer roster. I was looking at a different one, even though it was named the same thing. But I found the same roster here, and he's not there.
Well, fun.
Wow, Joe Mantiply is... That's like one of the worst real dude ratings you could imagine. But he is a real dude.
Well, then what? Do we just roll with the homeboy? Oh, let's see. Let's probably at least try to match the age. Is there anybody that's close in age?
You might be able to change that, but I'm not 100% sure.
I mean, go to... Yeah, you'd have to select.
You can change a lot of things, but I don't know where it limits you.
Yeah. Select the player. Emerald. You can change his... You can change a lot about him. You just can't change his...
Can't change the contract.
Well, you can't change his... I mean, you can even change where he was born. You can't change his potential.
I thought that was something that was editable.
I think that might change based on something. I don't remember. There's probably something in attributes that does.
Oh, that's interesting.
You can pretty much change everything though.
On players that you can do it with. Ah. Well, that.
What pitches does he have?
Well, I'm looking here, double checking with the St. Louis rep. Looks like Luis Frias, right, was somebody that we did see show up.
Stop potential at the top, go back up.
Is that really there? Oh, wow. Can do it.
Well, Luis Frias is in the same spot. He is a full A arm with an ETA of 2022. I think as far as bot ball realism, that's about what we're gonna get. So Frias at least is real. I think if you probably bumped up the potential.
Where is he?
I forgot I saw him. Double A?
Maybe he moved to Double A.
Oh my god, I am hallucinating apparently.
Oh. Nose candy.
Alright, guess somebody is becoming Levi Kelly today.
I don't know. Yeah, we're missing prospects, but like, I feel like it sets a bad precedent. Like, work with who's there. I think it sets an incredibly bad precedent if we're like, okay, we'll just modify all these gen A-ball guys and make everything perfect, because that seems a little ridiculous.
It is.
It's like once we open that door, it is going to turn into a nightmare.
Yeah.
That is a box I don't want to open. And like, I understand it screws up.
That's why I'm only looking at major league guys mostly.
Well, who's rocking like a B or higher potential in Double A?
Almost nobody.
With age that's not awful.
As a pitcher?
Apparently, not
Nobody.
Junior Garcia's a C.
Oh, God.
Yeah, but he's 24.
Miguel Aguilar.
28.
He's pitching pretty good.
No, he isn't. He's a 4.71 ERA.
Well, compared to some of the other people here.
Oh.
Actually, McCanna's not bad.
Evan McKenna experience. I don't know who he is. He just looks.
Yeah, this is not ideal for you, Duggo.
Oh, this is not at all.
And this is what happens when you try to trade Levi Kelly or call Steele Walker. I might need to go back to the drawing board.
Joys of the physical, right? Gotta pass the physical.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, turns out he had coronavirus, first case in our universe.
The Raiden virus.
The Raiden. Oh my god.
Well,
Tommy Hunter has it too.
That B potential cat in A ball.
We shouldn't be trading A-ball guys unless they're unless they're real.
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out who the hell it was.
He probably isn't. This like every team ended up with some of those weird guys.
What about Matt Peacock?
He's a real old person.
To you by NBC.
NBC, we Peacock comedy. Love a 30 Rock reference.
I love that their streaming service is called Peacock.
Yeah, they should have called it Cable Town. Drop off for like 3 seconds so I can search.
You can sort by potential, by the way.
How do you do that?
And then hit A or X. I'm thinking in Xbox terms. No, wait, you should be able to. There we go.
This guy's got B potential.
Keep reading that as Andy Yeezy.
He's got B potential. Kevin Ginkle, he's got B potential.
I mean,
Yeah.
Somehow he's getting better.
I wouldn't be shocked if the game forces him into retirement because he's a 47 overall after the season. They call it like ability or something as their reason for retiring.
That's it for the bees. So this is not
great.
So y'all should check who's in the game and who isn't before agreeing to major trades.
Hey man. Sure. It's ridiculous that apparently he's in one of the newer rosters, but not in
Probably in a newer roster that somebody user created, not like the actual roster.
This one was supposedly user created.
That's what I'm saying. Like, user created rosters could have anybody. User created rosters could have Yoelkis Cespedes.
If it's Briden's rosters, they're generally good. They trusted him to do some of the minor league guys in the real game.
Yeah, they did, which is really cool.
This one's just not great.
Well, we could always download a new roster and start again from scratch.
Yeah. Get the 2008 Phillies. Let's go.
The 1927 Yankees. So yeah, we're gonna have to go with failed physical. I have to go back to the drawing board, I think, which sucks, but
He failed the Turing test. Turned out to be a bot.
Well, as long as we're in here, can we swap Kevin Crone for Yasmani Tomas?
Moss gives you that ability to play the outfield a little bit.
Yeah. I'm good on watching that. It's bad enough at first base. I don't need to do it.
I mean, look, he's 5 for 20. Look at that. Look how much happier he is, like, immediately.
I know. Kevin Cron will be that happy, though. It'll be fine.
So we're deciding he failed the Turing test, and that's why he's not getting traded.
It sounds like Tomas is gonna have a good home before the end of the month, so I'm not too worried about it.
I appreciate that. See, with Tomas, it's weird. Go back into his player card. He doesn't really know how to handle his contract.
Jesus, that's not even close.
Oh.
Sony San Diego studio, making quality games since some year.
Yeah, y'all are gonna have to.
We're already lost a third of our viewers.
Nice. The rest of it's probably us.
Yeah. I'll throw a raid real quick. Should I? I can. I got one on here.
Yeah, go for it. I don't know the guy's username.
It's just Clay.
Oh. There we go.
Yeah, swap me Tomas and Crone on the active roster.
We're in agreement that modifying computer-generated players is a terrible Pandora's box, right?
I agree with that, but that means we also are allowing them to trade their fake single-A players, right?
I
They
wouldn't.
have to pass the Turing test to get traded.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't, because there are some really weird good, like robot players, and people are gonna. It's gonna get real weird. People are gonna be like, oh, like so once you do that, I'll show you what I mean. Once you make that switch that Doug wants.
Oh, so we are in fact bringing up Kevin Crone?
Yes, please.
And we're dropping Yasmani Tomas?
Correct.
Goodbye. Do we need to mess with rosters or the bench bets?
He's a DH. He can just slot right there. Perfect.
This guy did.
I'm from the block, no email. Got a Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, it's a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard.
Yeah, just one for one, that's fine.
Make us go rich, the clothes off. I'm cool, yo. I'm starting to think no one told y'all. Designing my clothes, dog.
All right.
So just to show you an example of what I mean, go to like any roster, just start kind of sifting through, no, just like the main landing page.
Here?
Yes, like in there. I go like into the roster. I mean like the all roster.
Okay.
Just start going to the right like slowly. I think if you go to Baltimore, no, sorry, like R2, the trigger, just like cycling. Go to Baltimore. I think will be an example of what I'm talking about. Okay, yeah. See, like Chu Min. That's an example of like a crazy.
That's terrifying.
I know, a crazy
man, sir.
Yeah, but that's an example of like a crazy good computer gen prospect who like people are going to be like, oh, let's trade for Chu Min from Baltimore. It's like, can't. He doesn't exist.
I think calling this the reality.
Yeah, if we're calling it the reality, if we're not letting people trade
actual prospects that aren't in the game than what's, you know.
Then what's stopping us from trading the prospects who are in the game?
Yep.
We'll have to. I mean, probably put it up for discussion, but I think I would be.
Put it up for discussion, but I think that's not a bad idea.
I would be more comfortable with that than with changing players around. I feel like that, because then people are gonna like, well,
takes
let's
less work too.
My mountains less.
In this universe, some rando named Min is just tearing it up at single A.
Yeah, with his 0 innings pitch.
He cheated on the Turing test.
Well, who's...
You all know that
Diamondbacks right away then? Like, that was the idea, is it was somebody who wasn't going to be ready for a couple years anyway.
So, okay, we can look at that then. If we need to come to an agreement on it before we go for that, but like, you know, deals get hung up all the time. So let's go back to Arizona Single A and see if there's anyone there that plays nice.
Somebody who's talked to Tex, or whose trigger opener isn't the shift key, you want to drop that in the GM chest?
There isn't really anybody here though, unfortunately. Like Philip So is age 27.
Ooh.
I can drop.
I love that F potential. Perfect.
Yeah, Kevin Gingle gets the B.
Right.
All right, we good?
Do we still need to send out the deck?
Well, all the Major League games should be done, but we still need to sim the minors.
Oh, right. There was just the 7 games today, right?
Yeah.
That's convenient. I like that.
I know, right? Let's do that every day.
Auto.
Ooh.
Brutal.
60.
Active. Auto. Oh, wait. Well, it's done. Alright. Auto, active, yeah. Bummer. 60.
Hey,
A lot of dislocated shoulders.
Alright. Auto, and then I just want to check where he is, because I know what I changed earlier for him. Because Auto is fine. Andrew Blasquez was starting for Baltimore, but it was wrong. Oh, that's nice. That's very nice, because I have the Mets game tomorrow. You can just auto him. Yeah. But like the lineups were wrong because no one updated the Baltimore lineup. BD, I think you can auto, but I'll want to make sure that he's where he's supposed to be. Okay.
Inside the show with your host.
Can I see the Baltimore lineups just so I have those right again? I took Hayes out of the DH lineups because I didn't know how long he was going to be out, but he should just be right back where he was. 7th here, and then DH lefty should be 6th. Perfect. Okay.
I'll give you 2 baseballs for Chris Davis.
No. You're getting the worst end of that deal.
San Francisco
But
beat
if they're not my baseballs.
What did I do?
Yeah, BD's now in the 5th slot in the rotation here at SF.
Let me just double check, make sure that's right.
Harlan the Giant doesn't have the same ring as Harlan.
No, it doesn't.
It looks right to me.
I need to trade him back to Miami just to get that ring back.
BD is listed as SP5 here, so that's good. Although he is getting beat up. Maybe he needs a break anyway. We see who's at yeah, just do right stick. I just want to see who's at Sacramento. Also not good. Yikes, it is bad on, well, Logan Webb's doing well.
Wow, only 23 innings still.
Probably got demoted.
Yeah, go into his player card, we'll see if he...
Oh, there we go.
Yep, that will do it, and it was all out of the pen too. Maybe he just needs to start, maybe that's the trick. Okay, we'll leave that alone. I don't think there were any moves to...
I know Beard posted one for Seattle.
Okie dokie.
40 is clearing the room. You better duck it, go boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. One of my niggas, they whip, pop out in their heads. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. I'm in the track trying to whip it, flip it. She on my so I quit it. Walk in the club with my grilling. You on my chain, come and get it. You tripping. Listen here, cussy, you got two decisions. Do you want the or do you want the Smithy? Your life is a game, but you better not risk it. See, I'm in the track trying to whip me a pitch and I move with it. Keep a on deck, he be moving with it. You can on your block, we don't know who did it on the block, and I'm about to go feeling me. They took it in early, they know we spinning. Since you this can't put a hole up in it. We gon' empty them, so you know we dipping. And my dummies so high, he keep rolling. Gang. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room. You better duck it, go boom, boom.
Wow. Setting Vogel back to the bench.
Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom.
So if we hit accept on that, is it actually going to work?
Yeah, the accept thing should work again.
Okay. I'll let you do that then.
He already did it as a live roster, so it's not...
Oh, okay.
But I do want to double check as we do them just in case.
It's about 10 to 4 when the back of the coupe is open. Your girlfriend's gone off that cola. You about stroking. And I'm also focused for the day that I blow this open. Money like hocus pocus at the club with a bunch of brokers. Also, I can the brokers. Hang out, trap. Put you all over my Snapchat.
I don't know if you meant that.
So fat. Gotta get you home like stat. Red light, green light.
His lineup is benching Tim Lopes against righties. I guess it makes sense. Yeah, I guess it makes sense.
You know what I'm reaching for. Shot my 3, who's keeping score?
Jeez, what the hell's going on in Discord?
1 mile till we make it home. Get a bag, get paid, get low. Ben Frank, don't stop, press go.
We're talking nostalgia.
Keep shaking, 100 days, 100 poles. Hang eyes, trap. Put you all over my Snapchat. So fat. Gotta get you home like stat. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight.
Be in the car.
Once we're all done here, if I can get a look at the Mets and the Yankees lineups before tomorrow.
Sure.
Just to make sure everything A looks right, B makes sense. It should, but
First.
La 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 bamba. Say that. Yeah. What you gon' do for the bag? Yeah. Spin it like it my last. Yeah. Spin it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba. Shout it bad. Yeah. All the cash up for grabs.
Not right.
Yeah. There's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. Yeah.
That's strange. He wants Shiner on the bench? I like Shiner.
dang solid.
It's in favor of Austin Nola.
That's alright.
Okay, yeah, well, I guess I'll do it, but I'll probably send him a message and just make sure this is what he wants.
Yeah.
Let me just check the proposed rosters. Maybe I missed it.
Maybe he wanted Nola as the catcher.
But he's also got Tom Murphy in there.
Oh, does he? Yeah, that's weird that he still has Shiner no DH lineup. Maybe he didn't mess with the no DH lineup. It looks like he did.
Let me see if he's online. Hold on.
Yeah, I would cross that.
She say yo te amo, she just wanted Louis Vuitton. Came for me in a fair lane. Keep you know you need to grab a napkin. Play my Spanish, she let her cook me plantain. Go hit my galley.
For the time being, no one two catchers at the back end.
Yeah, right.
Dude, we were doing the same thing for a minute over there when Jake Christian Walker was struggling before we had another answer at first.
That would at least like made a modicum of sense.
I mean, we're running two guys out there sub 200 batting average, you know, like sub 600 OPSs.
Hey guys, I see him summoned.
Mr.
Oh, this would be why. Yes.
So
yeah.
Your lineup has Austin Nola.
Yes.
In favor of Jake Shiner.
Yeah, Shiner's been on a really slow bat of late. I want to get Nola some extra work.
Oh,
He's supposed to have a really solid bat. He was hitting closer to 300 last season. I want to see him get some more bats. And Jake's just been absolutely pooping everywhere.
All right. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, and I was really these changes. I want to see how they play out this week, and we'll revisit it after the break.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure that was actually what you're going for.
Yes, totally was, and I'm glad you did, because that is an interesting move. But Austin Nola's got the all around that he can do that.
Yeah. All right. You are released.
Sweet. Have a good night, guys.
That's it.
Okay, so I think there's one other person got healthy. Oh, Lugo.
Yeah, but he's just gonna. He didn't even leave where he was.
Yeah.
Didn't change anything. Actually, you're back in. I'm wondering if Wilson is getting less work. No, it doesn't seem like it. It seems like he's still getting a fair bit. Oh, Shreve started out pretty good, but now he's struggling. How's Smith doing?
Oh, pretty good.
Yeah,
My
happy
favorite
with that.
director turned long reliever.
I'm wondering if Shreve may need to. I mean, it's such a small sample size, though. How's Familia been in his short stint? 0 appearances. Excellent. How's Zellman doing? Maybe Bobby Gazelles is back. That whip is rough, but Gazelman's been down for a while.
Well, you're definitely the Mets expert, so I'll defer to you.
Yeah, let's go with Gazelman and the Shreve experiment can end for now, and I'll update that. Alright, Jason. And then what I would do is, once you make that move, I'd probably put Gazelman in that second setup role just to kind of hide him. Let Wilson get more work. In relief kind of stuff. That makes sense. You can close it. Okay. So I'd move Wilson to middle relief, where he's going to get more useful work. Zellman can hide out down there. He got really, really knocked around, but I think hiding him set up might be helpful. Cross. Update that. So Shreve, AAA.
All right, I think we're good.
Yeah, should be. And okay. Okay, I should just look at Met Yankee lineups for tomorrow real quick. Mets would be versus lefty DH. Yeah. Versus righty.
Versus
Mets is lefty. With DH. Okay, and that's about what I would expect it to be. And then Yankees versus righty DH.
You got the Mets CH lineups the other day, right?
Yeah, the only change I made was putting Davis back in against right-handers, except the Mets are facing 2 left-handers in this 2-game series, so.
Cool, just making sure. That's obviously in my fantasy. I'm like, oh shit.
Whoa. Is he Void again? Holy shit. Oh my god.
If we throw Andujar in there, we'll have 8 of the 9 people on fire.
Can I see Hicks?
Not too bad.
He was hurt for a while, that's the thing.
If he was on the Mets, he'd be on fire.
Wow, Void is insane down there. Sanchez was hurt too. Fucking hell.
And Judge isn't on fire, but he's batting .291 with 17 home runs.
A million strikeouts. Oh my god. Oh, it's gonna be so bad. I'm gonna hate tomorrow. Oh my god, I'm gonna have no fun at all. Anyway.
Only watching just to see the Mets lose. If the Mets start winning, I turn it on.
No, what you should watch is for my very outspoken coworkers who should be joining me, my Long Island Mets fan and my South Brooklyn Yankee fan.
Oh,
that's gonna be fun.
So
it should be.
what I'm hearing from St. Louis and special effects, apparently his mic is not working. He's been the one helping me out. It was just as much a good thing to shed the deal about the Miller money. So if we can find a suitable AA and then just one of those pieces from A-Ball, they'll call it good. So I mean, can we just double check? I'm looking at the top 30 in the system for the Diamondbacks in front of me as well.
Okay.
Lego, you sound so tired.
Just because I'm not like screaming?
Yes.
That's fair.
Are you gonna see a Pro Varsity tomorrow?
Hope not.
I just want to do it so I can change that command. I'm sick of having that command just give you the date, but I don't know when that thing was started exactly. So.
All right. Out that my cat just walked like head first into a blanket and is trying to figure out how to get herself out of it.
All three of my cats tried to kill me while I was taking the trash out. It was bad.
And the Pro Varsity was started in that 19-inning game.
Yeah.
I want to know like the exact time so it can say the time since it was created.
Look at it. I think Special Effects was the one that talked about it.
Yeah, if you got
I have to like figure out when the game started. I could do it. It would take me. I can do it based on the crawl, probably, if I scroll back far enough.
You can do it on the timestamp on the comment. The comments still have the same timestamp.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
That's helpful. Okay, let me do that. I made a command for it.
Oh, wait, yeah, I thought we were looking at Arizona stuff.
Oh, are we?
Yeah, I think we've got a mutual agreement with what works.
Sorry about that.
See anything in the chat?
Where am I going?
AA, I'm double checking to see who's actually in the top 30 in the system. That's here.
Yeah.
Someone from AAA.
Don't have like anything for like names that actually exist. For, like pitchers, man.
Well, you got Kevin Ginkel.
Kevin Ginkel.
Who's that top-rated pitcher at AA? What's his name?
Melvin Pruitt.
Sounds fake.
Right?
Damn bots taking human jobs.
That's what I'm saying, man. It's frustrating.
Yeah, it's very fake.
Well, how is Melvin Pruitt doing the 71 at AA?
At age 28.
Ugh.
Who's a AAA?
A good mentor.
Josh Green exists. Josh Green is a real person. Josh Green is number 16 in the system.
Hey, we did it. We made a thing happen.
Just sucks that
looking really well. Too.
Just sucks that him and Varsho are like
D
potential.
Well, yeah. So I guess we'll call it green, and then slap somebody off that single A roster.
I mean, you could grab somebody from the bottom of AA. Look, I knew what I was saying.
I mean, what do y'all think?
Who's that Mark Caraviotis guy?
They're just saying toss somebody with a B or higher from like single A or whatever and call it a day.
Take a look over there then. Maybe
How about the guy that we were gonna edit and send over anyway?
Well, he's 27. I'd be more interested in Diego Armas because he's only 18. That's like more your lottery ticket type.
Lottery ticket. I'm getting confirmation that that's okay.
Yeah, I can jive with that.
Although I suppose, to be fair, the lottery tickets are never actually going to pan out or not.
Right.
And that's the logic. He's an interesting first baseman.
Alright, shall we try to push through, see what happens, and see what we gotta do about rosters?
Yep.
And I'm pulling up my command thing so I can do a Rosenthal if I need to. Or a Oldie or whatever else.
Oh, Ildemaro Vargas is on the trading block. Good to know.
Yeah, that's real. That's great.
When was that put in?
I think it's default.
Yeah, it's
I think
AI doing it. Nelson Cruz is on the trade block too.
First baseman Armas right there. Who's that Pavin Smith guy?
He's much, pretty sure.
He's much older though. Go with Armas. The game will like it more.
Yeah, Pavin Smith exists.
Who's the other piece?
Josh Green, starting pitcher.
Right. Alright, and St. Louis. Gallegos. Yep. Saw that coming.
Let's dump $12 million in salary.
Yeah.
Someone else too, right?
Yeah,
Miller.
Miller.
Yep. That works. I mean, it thinks that the problem is because like Varsho and Green are improperly rated.
Yeah.
We're taking a realistic.
So as long as the card's off right, it should be fine, right? So it should be square.
Yeah.
Somebody remember what that is so I can report it.
I'll write it. I'll write it to you.
Thank you.
That's convenient. They're just right next to each other like that.
And if you can get Miller to bounce back, that's going to be a monster of a deal right there.
Dude, that's
the starter?
Yeah.
Green, I thought. Oh, I'm on the Orioles.
It's like it's past your bedtime or something, man.
Dude, seriously.
Josh Green.
Yes.
Better go to bed, Garrett. Got work tomorrow. I better set my alarm too.
Cookie?
Yeah.
I think we have the wrong date for the 19-inning game.
Catcher Varsho and then first baseman.
Oh, do we?
Because I just went back and it's not the 27th.
When is it?
I think it's the 26th, the day before.
Probably ended on the 27th.
Yeah. I'm just gonna fix this. I'm gonna fix the command. I can't fix the FAQ thing because you posted that.
Yeah,
So
I'll fix that.
We're gonna have to call some people up to the Cardinals immediately.
All right, so we're.
Right, so are we doing this? Everyone's on board with it? No, I mean we're all
I don't care.
GMs here. No one has.
Well, Cookie,
Yeah.
you're on the division rival.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's true.
clearly they think it's better for the D-backs, but
No, they
the
think it's
salary
better.
don't, so-
They
Oh yeah,
think
they mean
it's better for the Cardinals.
No, it's the other way around.
Oh, sorry. Yes, better for the D-backs. Right,
I mean,
the Cardinals are getting out of the money, and
yeah, they're
we
getting
are
all the money, so it's
we are remembering that in reality, VAR showing better than what the game assigns them.
exactly. So I don't got any qualms with it.
Everyone thinks it's fair.
Gallegos you're getting a lot of control with him.
I mean, you said it yourself, man. It's similar to the, you know.
Yeah, I did. I think Mejia was a higher ceiling, but you also have Green in this, so it balances out a little more.
Gallegos does have like what 4 years of team control left, and he does seem like he's a budding star, but you got a top 100 prospect and a couple other lotto tickets. I mean,
I don't know if it thinks that Andrew Miller's second year is vested either, because it has. He's got another like $15 million year next year.
No, it doesn't.
oh yeah, that doesn't see that.
It doesn't know vesting options. But we know that, so we have to look at it from a combined perspective.
You know, this is a team that said they're right at the top of their money for a minute. That's part of why they didn't end up with, you know, retaining Ozuna. That's why they're, you know, sitting where they're at. Still paying Matt Carpenter $1 billion to do nothing.
There we go.
All right, I'm putting in the official trade announcement. What was the time on that? 1:44 Eastern.
Yep.
We gotta
make it the formatting.
do some call-ups ASAP. I'm on the Cardinals page. Miller was traded. Gallegos was traded. So they need 2 relievers. Is the stream like jittery for anyone else, or was it just me? Oh, Special FX ended up in the donation voice channel. I'm back. Alright, can we check relievers?
Or closers, too.
Mm-hmm. Because they've just opened up 40-man space, too. Okay, so that Cody Whitley dude seemed like a solid candidate.
On the 40-man already, too.
Mm-hmm. Oh, can we... What's Jordan Hicks' deal? Is he okay?
I think.
Let me see. Will open... No, it says will open the season on the injured list. Let's see.
Yeah, he's working back from Tommy John right now.
Yeah. Well, expect him to factor into the bullpen.
That there's a lefty brought up since Miller was the lone lefty.
Okay. Can we also change Cody Whitley's number? Because 90 is a little unsightly. Doesn't seem like the very cardinal way. Even though Genesis Cabrera did switch to number 92, but I'm sure we could give him something slightly lower. How about, I'm just thinking of shit that's available. I don't know, 60... 71. 70, no.
You're right.
71, I think, is very available.
Jordan Hicks should be back soon. Available soon. Got cut open June 26th last year.
He's not there yet, though. Like they said that he is starting the season on the injured list. So
Just need all the help they can get at this point, though.
Well, in a season where they just traded away Gallegos and Miller, I don't think they're rushing Jordan Hicks back anytime soon. Can I see other? Not really anybody here. We'll need to make sure like all the guys they just acquired are playing every day.
Or that Jermaine Wynn guy or whatever. That A potential closer.
Where?
He was a double A.
Oh, wait a second. Yeah, you just skipped him.
Yeah, Jermaine Wynn.
That's.
Ooh, how is he hot?
I mean, you can always be worse than that. Did you see Casey Mize's first 3 games?
I mean, I forget how it is. I feel like the lower potential guys, when you rush them up, end up performing better, right? That's how that kind of goes?
No idea. You go back to just the relievers page.
Got the 19-inning game at 2 times speed, and I'm watching the chat to see if I see it. Or I might just do the archives and go to bed, though.
Oh, maybe Patrick Dayton. He did specifically say he wanted a lefty. Let me see. Roel Ramirez. Lefty, righty. Righty. Okay. On trucking. Junior Fernandez. Righty. This is gonna be difficult. They do not have very many. Is Genesis a lefty?
Yeah.
He is, but he's also bad. But he was supposed to probably make the roster this year anyway. So
Didn't he? He did. He started the year up, I thought.
Yeah,
he was in. You always bring him back. Some more.
Bring him back, and then when he sucks, we can bring one of the righties in AAA up who actually has stats.
Alright, well, I mean, the whole point of bringing Genesis up is to be the lone lefty in the 10. So let me make these ads. And you can leave his number alone because that is what he actually changed to in the off season. And when real baseball comes back, he'll be the first major leaguer to ever wear that.
Cool. Interesting.
Yep. And who was the other one? Cody Whitley.
Now
I believe that's.
We got
Who is?
another lefty in the pen, though, Tyler Webb.
Oh yeah, what are you talking about, man? Well, let Cabrera be up. Who should close those? Very good question.
I feel like John Gant would be next up in real life, but he's not a very good.
Reyes.
Or Brevia.
That's true.
Brevia's doing pretty good.
With those, no. Oh my God, that strikeouts per 9. Yeah, those gotta be.
How's Reyes doing?
4.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna make Webb a setup and switch him with Cabrera. Maybe. Webb's been good.
Then we're gonna need a righty setup guy too, because it's not Reyes right now.
What do you mean?
Like Reyes is 5.15 ERA, and they're gonna go to the righty setup option more often. Everyone else, terrible.
Guess it's Gant then.
Nice.
It's 4.64.
Well, ain't nobody doing a whole lot better. That's the problem.
Alright, so what do we have here? So Reyes is back to middle relief. Brevia is closing. And Webb setup. Genesis and Cody are middle relief. Okay, I will make these notes.
You also see maybe Genesis is long guy. He's 68 stamina. I think it makes a difference. Then D-backs don't need to make any. Oh, I guess D-backs need some minor league changes, don't they?
Big major league changes now.
Yeah. We should also make sure that everybody that St. Louis acquired is like part of their regular looks.
Oh, do we want to put Varsho on the major league roster to comply with the trade rules? The backup, it's Matt Wieters at fucking backup catcher right now.
I'm okay. Green, I would switch with Oviedo. I'm okay with it. I mean, they can always call him up later. And the other two, we just got to get him into lineups.
Diego Armas.
Our show should be catching. Unless Jose Godoy is any good.
He should be catching at AAA.
Varsho?
Yeah. He's been up with Reno for a while.
Who do they have at AAA? Keith. Yeah, he's good.
Well then, yeah, tell Matt Wieters to get out of here and tell Dalton Varsho to fucking be the backup catcher / outfielder. He's probably a better fucking hitting outfielder than Fowler and Turner are right now.
Well, you can also call Varsho up and move an outfielder down and carry 3 catchers. Because he can play the outfield.
Yeah, Justin Turner's a rookie and he's struggling. That's probably...
that's not very good.
Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip pop out in their head.
What about swap Varsho for Hernandez?
Well, then Varsho wouldn't play over O'Keefe. That's the other problem. I think for now, Varsho playing every day at Springfield is fine, just to get him working the. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. We show no we know. Go get a bag, I drip in our shores. I'm making the St. Louis submission. No. I gotta give me some more. Big bag, bet it won't hit the floor. Talk hot, then we run your jaw. I'ma hop in the foreign and zoom off. That
Imagine Nolan Gorman on the bench.
Yeah, Gorman should be in there.
Brand new Mize, big body, we cruise off. He think he hot, we knocking your crew off. Homie nasty the way that I shoot off. Youngin' with drip, I got the juice on. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kick it. We got it.
Yeah, he should absolutely be in there. Evan Mendoza.
Mendoza line.
Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. One of my niggas, they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. I'm in the church trying to whip it, flip it. She on my so I quit it. Walk in the club with my griller. You on my chain, come and get it. You tripping. Listen here, cussy, you got
check it out.
Do you want the or do you want the Smith in your life is a game?
Oh my god, that's too many pictures. Alright, so somebody's gotta go. Probably, honest to God, I think Jake's about to pop in. It's gonna be one of those young guys back down to start at Reno. That's the answer.
Oh, wow. Plantier and Crichton or Bracho.
It's gonna be one. It's between Young and Duplantier going back to start at Reno. Jake's on his way in here.
Is Gallegos sliding in to be your closer immediately?
Yes. How do you not?
Well, ask Jake. He's the one who's out here in chat being like.
That's true. So Gallegos is obviously the closer day one, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah. So then, who gets bumped out of the spot? Is it Bradley and Lopez as your setups, and Rondon out, or that
Yeah.
makes sense, right?
Yeah, that's what I'd do.
Yeah. So Archie stays, Lopez and Rondon.
Honestly, we might want to just move. Well,
it's fine. Like
I feel like Archie has a longer arm, but yeah.
he doesn't in game.
Oh, he doesn't? Okay.
No. But Dupe or Young's probably got to go down. Who do you think? Maybe Dupe?
Yeah, probably move Dupe down.
Yeah, Dupe down to start at Reno.
And then probably get Alex Young out of that late relief role.
Well, who's the long reliever? I think.
Oh, is that long reliever, not late? Oh, that makes sense. I'm an idiot. Don't listen to me.
He's the starter. Good.
It's just a matter of who we're moving down to bring back Kevin Kinkle.
Oh god, and then we still got too many fucked up. Oh shit.
All the way down.
Yeah, go back. Check it again. Is it Crichton back down? No, Crichton's look good. Shit.
No, wait, go back to the relievers. We can figure something out that'll be.
Do you want to do like the Pirates and make Giovanni Gallegos a starter?
Perfect idea.
Look at Alex Young's stats.
He's like not bad, honestly. It's not the worst in the bullpen.
And then what are Bracho's stats looking like? Yeah, he needs to stay up. Crichton has been better recently, but and
we don't need that many lefties anymore, man.
nah, but Chafin should be better, and also he's rated high in this game. The break on his rating is nuts.
If it were up to me, if I were like managing this team and playing the game, I would boot Crichton in an instant.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's probably
the numbers look worse than they are now.
Yeah, because we sent him down after sucking, and since he's gone back up, he's been pretty good. But we'll just send Crichton down, honestly.
Like now you have Andrew Miller and Giovanni Gallegos. It doesn't matter how good stuff on Crichton is when you have Miller and Gallegos.
Well, I don't know, but the problem is now we've got 3 lefties up, and one of them sucks, and one of them has been blowing games recently. That's the problem with Chafin.
Could send Young down. Does Young have options?
We don't have anybody with a long enough stamina to be a long guy.
Yeah, then you don't have a long guy.
Oh, and that was Dupe's other role.
That's what Dupe did. That's what
Ooh,
Dupe does.
there it is. Yeah. I think we gotta send down Crichton.
Can I just see something? Can you just see if Chafin even has options? Because that might just negate this conversation entirely. Shit, he has plenty of options. Yeah, just do Crichton. If it doesn't work out, we can swap it.
Yeah. Because I think Chafin's morale will also drop like a rock.
Yeah, more.
What a guy.
Move somebody from triple to double. Oh, and you're also going to want to move Andrew Miller out of the long.
Nah, move Beasley probably. Because we sent a pitcher down, so.
I think double. No, we don't have enough relievers at Reno. If I saw, like, honest to God.
You have 14 pitchers then.
Do we? No. Last I saw, it wasn't this lovely.
Yeah, just send down Beasley. I have a special place in my heart for Jimmy Sherfy, so we're not sending him down.
Put you all over my Snapchat. So fat, gotta get you home like stat. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight.
Yeah, just slide Miller down.
I'm reaching for. Shot my 3, who's keeping score? Two ain't anymore. 1 mile till we make
How
it
did
home.
Rondon get up there?
Get paid, get low. Ben Frank, don't stop, press go. Pick it up, lot of money on the flow.
There we go. Yes, let's double check ammo and everything. Cover over there.
I gotta do my work tonight because I got work 10 to 8 tomorrow and then the game at 9.
Alright, well, we're all good.
We're all set. How are people feeling about the trade, Ivan? Why did you give Diamondback the starting pitch?
Mo doesn't really understand how big new contracts work.
He wants Eric Hosmer for the Rays.
Alright, cool. I'll see y'all. Thanks for allowing us to have a nice, beautiful closer now. It feels good.
Yep. See ya. Hey, y'all.
See ya.
Anyone who sticks around is going to be on the stats video.
Oh.
Stats video.
Okay, everybody, welcome to Stats Video ASMR. I'm Cookie Eater 45. Here we got Toronto and Boston. The city in Minnesota. I can't do this with a straight face.
She just want hard Celine. She like the bar Kareem. I'm trying to get all between. She pop it all on me. Take on a shopping spree. Let her get a property. Hey, come to my palace. I know you tired them dudes be capping. She like my fashion. I put them shrimps like Richie Valens. You the baddest. I'ma told them red no salad. Send the address. I pull up that fantastic. I can't leave you alone. You the only girl who get to stay until the moon. No cap. D-Man came in, I must better tell me on the phone. She say you can't have my corazón. Bumba. Say that. Yeah. What you gon' do for the bag? Yeah. Spin it like in my last. Yeah. Spin it, make it all bad. La 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 bumba. Shout it back. Yeah. All the cash up for grabs. Yeah. There's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bum. Shout it, you the bomb. We go shopping in Milan. Backseat of that foreign. Bad in LA like LeBron. I got a smudge in her little bum. She say, yo te amo. She just want that Louis Vuitton. Came for me in a fair lane. Keep you know you need to grab a napkin. Play my Spanish. She love to cook me plantain. Go hit my galley crib and give you all that back pain. Yeah. Might make you my baby mama. I like how you shake it like some maracas. Might let you keep the commas. Paddack la la bamba. All that you get it all from my mama. La 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 bamba. Say that. Yeah. What you gon' do for the bag? Yeah. Spin it like in my last. Yeah. Spin it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba. Shout it back. Yeah. All the cash up for grabs. Yeah. There's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. La 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 bamba. La 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 bamba. Hip hop ain't really this for me. Little bit for the homies. Got a little for the foul. He took more shots after phase than Calby. After dark, you go crazy. Police ain't scary. You ain't bred for this. I'm still in the hood. They make bread and dip. I'm not jumping ship. I might you got love for Vince. Feeling like Snoop with the Source Awards. Feeling like you wasn't born for war. Cause when I come around, you be head to the ground. Crack them up. Smell like the man running sound. Lucas smoke. When I am, I heard the Lucas toe. Long Beach like Crazy Joe with Mayhem. When we get new wheels from Rouse the Caveman. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. My double flip, where the is at? Where the women at? Baby, bass in my Similac. Been crazy, come where you living at. Kick down the door, get down and get gone. I ain't come here for the chitter chat, but I'm far removed from that gangsta. It don't make much sense, rather make me rich. Don't be playing with my money, it'll make me flip. And in the last couple lines, I'ma contradict. And for the last time, I ain't no conscious. I like big, fast whips, anxious. Mansions that white, Mike Jackson. So stop acting like I'm an activist. No, this ain't happen on accident. They giving man to the African. It'll never be another one after this. So just pay admission and pay attention. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. My double flip, where the is at? My where the women at? 'cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. No good song never. The first time they made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never dies. The Wonder Bond don't book no more, think it took too much. Your equity, make the caffeine be your weaponry. Is the reason there never was one needed. It's all around, but it weighs too much to slow you down. It's the time to act, 'cause the best defense is the timeless track. You don't own me, you don't even know me. But when they play it, you can't help but sing along. That's nothing odd, that's nothing wrong, 'cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. No good song never. The first time they made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. There was a moment, a hole opened in the sky, a chance to join their pantheon. For all the times they never heard your battle cry, now even angels sing along, 'cause a good song never dies. It just reminds you of where you were the first time it made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never dies. Like a lover who won't back down, pull you over to the side, lift your shade into the eyes. No good song never. No good song never. The first time they made you cry, the first time you felt alive. No good song never. I'm bashful. I got all the whippersnappers and the little rascals. Turned off the way we drippin' with Tabasco. Old friends inquiring about the cash flow. Okay, this here in the gas state. I can't hit it, if I do, I might pass away. These boys fake, please quit with the masquerade. Hey, not here with the past the same. I could probably use a fresh start out the window of the park. I'm reflecting on life through Cherokee Park. Think about life through Cherokee Park. I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the envy on them, make you stare and see them. We ain't paying for them, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know, is there a reason it was so abrupt? I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from, I don't care about you. I got me a chick that's Caribbean. It's a push start, I ain't gotta put the key in. Whip it real nice like a good human being. 24 East, I'm in Chattanooga 10. Yeah, the barbecue Korean and my shorty boy Ben. Ay, we just went from dive bars to the Coliseum. Man, he's a try-hard, wouldn't wanna be him. PG, I'm the GM, go ahead, copyright it to him. Go ahead, copyright it. Nah, I wouldn't wanna say too much. We ain't take her from you, now she came to us. Ain't no steak dinner, but we made through brunch. 2-4 on the beat, you know he came through clutch. No, he came through clutch. I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the envy on them, make you stare and see them. We ain't paying for them, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know, is there a reason it was so abrupt? I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from, I don't care about you. I got me a chick that's Caribbean. Yeah. No, yeah. Yeah, yeah. No, yeah. I'll be on the drums. Long hair girl with Selena, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' bomb, yeah. Hey, y que no pare, que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie, así que ahora mejor salte, no pare, hey. Go ahead, girl, what you drinking on, yeah. Long hair girl with Celine on, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' ball, man, yeah. I don't want a little bit, I want the whole thing. One Mike and Mary Jeans, oh yeah. Why hating on me, oh yeah. Don't you make it hot, don't make a scene, oh yeah. In the cup with the pump, it is bean, oh yeah. Like a lick, but I'm not one. Get in the cut with it. One up top, hit his top, one up top, hit his top. Just let me know if it's a problem. Bobby, I make it hot, boy. I was really on the block, and now they see me in the car. En este lugar y no sé dónde quedas, así que no me venga a rescatar. Yo no sé cómo llegué, solo desperté en una habitación que no era de mi hotel. Entonces me enojé, luego me calmé porque había algo para beber. Una vez de buen humor me escapé para el club. Encima dentro había amigos que eran de la cruz. Ahí como que todo se descontroló y terminé con menos plata que víctima Robin Hood. Y ay, te juro que no me di cuenta. Ay, ahora como vuelvo pa' casa. Solo me quedó agua en el bolsillo. Era una moneda para el casino. Ahí comprendí que era mi destino. Solo tenías un tiro y aposté al 23. Entonces todo me robé. ¿Qué me va a decir usted? Yeah. Like a lick, but I'm not one. Get in the cut with it. One up top, hit his top. One up top, hit his top. Just let me know if it's a problem. I make it hot, boy. I was really on the block, and now they see me on the top. Que no pare, que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie, así que ahora mejor salte, no pare, no le. Oh, be on the drums, on the drums, on the drums. Londra. Big Ligas, lo más Yo le llamo la reina del party. Ella lo torquea como Cari. Ella le dice que sea la Mari. Le gusta cuando freno en el Ferrari. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Esta noche bailoteo. Puesto para el discotequeo. Si salimos guerra romo, así que esto se puso feo. Mami, si tú quieres me calienta. Que yo traje todas las herramientas. Pa' bregarte con esa tormenta. Porque escucha que dijiste alerta. Que se abra la compuerta. Más vale loca que muerta. Te voy a pisar si te suelta. Hasta los 70, perreando en la lenta. Yo sé que tú no te portas bien. Que ratas bajo y yo también. Te vas de party todo el weekend. Entren ahora que caben 100. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Esta noche bailoteo. Puesto para el discotequeo. Si salimos guerra romo, así que esto se puso feo. Te sueltes pa' que me baile. No te preocupes de los detalles. Yo haré que todas las notas te tallen. La gente sabe que somos de la calle. Pa' que te sueltes, pa' que me baile. No te preocupes music.
Check me out now. Tony, yeah, walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, this a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sicker rich, the clothes off. Pull her to the flame with my doze off. Try to count a million and I dozed off. And I got my fingers in the air. Yeah, hanging with Paul Bear. Yeah, turn you to lawn care. Rex in my Montclair. Yeah, this just a small shell. Hold up, make sure it's all there. I go to sleep in designer, psych. I go to sleep in yikes. Telling it honor a lie, right? Soon as I left, I got right. This a precision and detail. See, life is a beach, seashell. I sold the bags for retail. I'm from the block, no email. Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, this a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sicker rich, the clothes off.
I'm cool, yo. I'm starting to think no one told y'all. Designing my clothes, dog. How much you think my coat costs? I'm spitting like Mozart. This till I gotta flip Noah's Ark. New Lamborghini, the doze off. Fell asleep in the doze off. Get it? My diamonds and stones water. I TD like Coach Carter. They tell my no soda. Girl with me want some products. I pull her on turning head. I go to curtain while she turn her nose. This off white. I be rocking very close.
Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, this a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sicker rich, the clothes off.
Warned you ain't no time for no baby. When you sleeping on a stretcher like lily, I'm saying hey, tryna live day by day. None of these neighbors say nothing if you see a and them is coming. They did it, dumping, they kicking, they punching, they jumping, they you in front of the Baptist church. The trappers they job, they don't have to work. If this stitching they act berserk and expose up like afterbirth. My mama told me go to church. I was sitting 10 rows from the first day, dreaming about everything I probably get if I the lady in front of me's purse and run out the back door. If he ask for my relationship with the Lord. You can tell at the service I'm bored. Oh no, I'd rather be on a resort. Oh no, I'd rather be serving some boys. Oh no, I'd rather be serving this to a sort of thinking I know she is. I'm drowning, swimming in this got me drowning. I'm drowning. Ice, yeah, this water got me drowning. I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. Cool by the boat, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. Ice, yeah, this water got me drowning. I'm drowning. I'm drowning, I'm drowning. No flotation, I'm from a place where they pull up on you with a going bang, bang. No one warned you, ain't no time for no bang, bang. You sleeping on a stretcher like lady. I'm saying hey, tryna live day by day. None of these neighbors say nothing if you see a and them is coming. They did it, they dumping, they kicking, they punching, they jumping. No reason I'm. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room, room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my nigga Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they whip, pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. But we show no remorse. Go get a bag, I drip in our shores. He catch a tag, we knocking them off. After I hit boy, she hit the door. And them hunters be coming in, all of this money, and I gotta give me some more. Big bag, better won't hit the floor. Talk hot, then we run your jaw. I'ma hop in the foreign and zoom off. That be my dog, I'm calling him Rudolph. I'm in love with the way I get chewed off. Pull up with Blake, he getting screwed off. Brand new Mize, big body, we cruise off. He think he hot, we knocking your crew off. Call me nasty the way that I shoot off. Shunny with drip, I got the juice on. Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they with pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they with pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom.
I'm in the track trying to whip it, flip it. She on my so I quit it. Walk in the club with my grillin'. You on my chain, come and get it. You trippin'. Listen here, cussy, you got two decisions. Do you want the or do you want the Smithy? Your life is a gamble, you better not risk it. See, I'm in the track trying to whip me a pitch and I move with it. Keep a on deck, he be moving with it. You can on your block, we don't know who did it on the block. And I'm about to go villain. Man, they took it in early, they know we spinning. Since you just can't put a hole up in it. We gon' empty them till you know we dipping. And my dubby so high, he keep rolling. Gang.
Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they with pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they with pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom.
La 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 bamba. Shaded. Yeah. What you gon' do for the bag? Yeah. Spend it like in my last. Yeah. Spend it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba. Shout it back. Yeah. All the cash up for grabs. Yeah. There's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. Yeah. She just want hard Celine. She like the bar Kareem. I'm tryna get all between. Yeah. She pop it all on me. Take on a shopping spree. Let her get a property. Hey. Come to my palace. I know you tired them dudes be capping. She like my fashion. I put on strings like Richie Valens. You the baddest. I'ma talk them red, no salad. Send the address. I pull up that fantastic. I can't leave you alone. No. You the only girl who get to stay until the moon. No cap. Dime que me amas, better tell me on the phone. She say you can have my corazón. La bamba. Say that. Yeah. What you gon' do for the bag? Yeah. Spend it like in my last. Yeah. Spend it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba. Shout it back. Yeah. All the cash up for grabs. Yeah. There's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. Shout it, you the bomb. We go shopping in Milan. Backseat of that foreign. Bad in LA like LeBron. I got a smudge in her little bum. She say, yo te amo. She just wanted Louis Vuitton. Can't fool me, you in a fair lane. Keep you know you need to grab a napkin. Play my Spanish, she love to cook me plantain. Go hit my Cali crib and give you all the back pain. Yeah. Might make you my baby mama. I like how you shake it like some maracas. Might let you keep the commas. Para bailar la bamba. All that, she get it all from her mama. La 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 bamba. Say that. Yeah. What you gon' do for the bag? Yeah. Spend it like in my last. Yeah. Spend it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba. Shout it back. Yeah. All the cash up for grabs. Yeah. There's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. La 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 bamba. La 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 bamba.
Gangster. Come on. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. It's about 10 to 4 when the back of the coupe is open. Your girlfriend's gone off that cola. You bout for stroking. And I'm also focused for the day that I blow this open. Money like hocus pocus at the club with a bunch of brokers. Also, I can the broker. Hang eyes, trap. Put you all over my Snapchat. Natty, so fat. Gotta get you home like stat. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. You know what I'm reaching for. Shot my 3, who's keeping score? 2 ain't anymore. 1 mile till we make it home. Get a bag, get paid, get low. Ben Frank, don't stop, press go. Pick it up, lot of money on the flow. Keep shaking, 100 days, 100 poles. Hang eyes, trap. Put you all over my Snapchat. Natty, so fat. Gotta get you home like stat. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Stuck at the stoplight. Red light, green light. Red light, green light. Red light, green light.
Are you gonna be in the car?
Two in the back of the black Cadillac like back is to my mama hatchback like I'ma let the roof back, put the L on the dash like smack on the gas, but I hope I don't crash.
crash like.
Hip hop ain't really bitch found me. Little bit of little bell for the homies. Got a little green, bought a beam for the Falby. Took more shots after phase than Calby. After dark, you go crazy. Police ain't scary. You ain't bred for this. I'm still in the hood. They make bread and dip. I'm not jumping ship. I might you, but you got love for Vince. Feeling like Snoop at the Source Awards. Feeling like you wasn't born for war. Cause when I come around, you be head to the ground. Crack 'em up. Smell like the man running sound. Lucas smoke. When I am, I heard the Lucas toe. Long Beach like Crazy Joe and Mayhem. We'll be getting new wheels from Rouse the Caveman. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Little bit of this, little bit of that. Mike up and flip where the is at. Life, where the women at. Baby, bass in my Similac. Been crazy, come where you living at. Kick down the door, get down and get gone. I ain't come here for the chitter chat, but I'm far removed from that gangster. It don't make much sense, rather make me rich. Don't be playing with my money, it'll make me flip. And in the last couple lines, I'ma contradict. And for the last time, I ain't no conscious. I like big, fast whips, anxious. Mansions and white Mike Jackson. So stop acting like I'm an activist. No, this ain't happen on accident. They giving man to the Africans. It'll never be